Chapter 472. Beneath the Abyss, the ethereal shadow of the ancient emperor. Zhou Chen raised his hand, collecting the storage rings of the three individuals. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes as his consciousness swept over them. The three demon lords truly lived up to their reputation as members of the malevolent demon race, possessing considerable wealth. Within their storage rings lay an astonishing 300 billion top-tier celestial crystals and hundreds of thousands of various celestial grade elixirs. Numerous treasures of the celestial king rank were present, yet due to their reliance on demonic power, they were utterly incapable of utilizing these artifacts. Additionally, there were several hundred tomes of celestial king-level techniques and secret arts. It seems that this is the accumulated wealth of several demon lords over endless ages. What captured Zhou Chen's attention the most were three orbs, each the size of a fist, pulsating with the essence of demonic origin. These orbs emanated a pure black radiance, concealing terrifying power within. Zhou Chen stowed the origin into his miniature world, allowing the world tree to gradually refine it. However, to his astonishment, the opportunity panel of Shui had indeed refreshed. The opportunity detailed the Koan inscription, but its location was in an exceedingly distant realm. Should he delay, he might miss it entirely. The heavens have an uncanny knack for selecting the perfect moment. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Chen ceased his procrastination. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, a vast abyss loomed ahead. The abyss spanned 1,000,000 miles in circumference and was unfathomably deep. Gazing into its depths, one could perceive the chaotic forces of law swirling below. Countless laws entwined together, forging a realm of chaos. The air was thick with a palpable aura of death, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept across the abyss, and his brow furrowed slightly. The forces of law within the abyss were indeed in a state of utter chaos. Even he felt a modicum of pressure. Zhou Chen's figure flickered as he leaped directly into the abyss. Within the abyss, Zhou Chen activated his immortal celestial king body, his flesh radiating a soft golden light. The chaos bell hovered above him, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Countless forces of law surged from all directions, continuously battering against the chaos bell. The chaos bell trembled violently, yet steadfastly withstood the onslaught. Zhou Chen directed his consciousness downward, probing towards the abyss's depths. The abyss seemed boundless, as if it had no end. Zhou Chen descended continuously, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, until at last, after plummeting 1,000,000 miles, he beheld the bottom of the abyss. The base was an immense platform crafted from unknown black stone, exuding an ancient aura. At its center stood a colossal gate of light, radiating chaotic energy, with countless fragments of worlds faintly visible amidst its glow. Zhou Chen landed upon the platform, his consciousness sweeping over the gate. The surface of the gate was inscribed with ancient runes, each imbued with the power of the world's fundamental laws. Zhou Chen raised his hand and pressed it against the gate. The gate suddenly quaked. Countless runes ignited, radiating a brilliant light. In the next moment, the gate began to slowly open. A terrifying force of attraction emanated from within, drawing Zhou Chen inside. When Zhou Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a strange new world. It was a dimly lit expanse, stretching infinitely, suffused with a rich essence of world origin. This essence flowed like a tangible substance through the air. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, feeling the celestial spiritual power within him surge wildly. Such a rich essence of world origin, he murmured to himself. At that moment, a distant, aged voice echoed, "Someone has arrived. After so many years, at last, someone has come again." Following the voice, Zhou Chen looked ahead to see countless ethereal figures standing in the distance. These figures donned various robes, their features obscured and indistinct. They radiated an overwhelming pressure, all exuding the might of celestial emperors. Zhou Chen's heart trembled. These figures were indeed the remnants of the ancient emperors, as spoken of by the guardians of the tomb. He took a deep breath and clasped his hands, saying, "I, Zhou Chen, pay my respects to the esteemed elders." Several figures slowly turned their heads, their gazes settling upon Zhou Chen. After a moment, one of the figures spoke. "Do you possess the Qian inscription?" Zhou Chen nodded. "Indeed," another figure replied. No wonder you were able to arrive here. The Qian inscription is one of the 8 primordial inscriptions of the universe. To have gained its recognition signifies your qualification to inherit our will." Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. "Esteemed elders, I wish to know, what exactly are the foreign demonic beings?" The figures fell silent for a moment. One of them gradually spoke. "The foreign demonic beings are terrifying entities born from the consumption of the world's essence. They came into existence at the dawn of chaos, thriving by devouring worlds. For countless epochs, they have devoured innumerable worlds. In the spirit realm is their next target," another figure interjected. "In the previous epoch, we waged a cataclysmic battle against the demonic tribe. In that conflict, countless celestial emperors fell, and the entire spirit realm nearly succumbed to collapse. Ultimately, we paid a tremendous price to temporarily repel the demonic tribe. However, the demonic tribe has not vanished entirely. They merely lie in wait, biding their time for a resurgence," spoke the third figure. "To completely vanquish the demonic tribe, one must gather the 8 primordial inscriptions and restore the complete form of the Chaos Bell. At that moment, the power of the Chaos Bell will be sufficient to suppress all demons." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen felt a stirring within his heart. Does the esteemed elder mean that if we collect all 8 inscriptions, we can utterly defeat the demonic tribe? Several figures nodded in unison. Indeed. However, gathering the 8 inscriptions is no trivial endeavor. These 8 inscriptions are scattered throughout the cosmos. Some are occupied by the demonic tribe, while others lie suppressed within ancient ruins. To collect them, one must pay a monumental price. Zhou Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I understand, esteemed elder. However, I have one more request. The guardian of the tomb has informed me that the Kuan inscription resides within this world's source space. Might I ask if any of the esteemed elders could reveal the specific location of the Kuan inscription?" The figures exchanged glances. After a brief pause, one of them spoke. "The Kuan inscription is indeed here. However, it is suppressed in the deepest recesses of the source space. There, a primordial fierce beast, tainted by demonic power, resides. The beast's strength has reached the 10th level of the Celestial King realm. If you wish to obtain the Kuan inscription, you must first defeat that fierce beast." Zhou Chen frowned slightly. This level of strength could indeed be quite challenging. Nonetheless, he did not flinch. "Thank you for the guidance, esteemed elder. I shall proceed to the depths of the source space." The figures nodded in approval. "Go forth. If you can conquer that fierce beast, we shall recognize you as the guardian of the spirit realm. At that time, we will bestow all our powers upon you." Zhou Chen clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, then turned to soar toward the depths of the source space. He encountered no significant obstacles and soon arrived. He was astonished to discover that the source power within the depths of the source space was extraordinarily dense. Chapter 473, Temporal Exile, the Complete Inscription. Subsequently, Zhou Chen activated his divine consciousness, sweeping it across the surroundings. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Within that roar resided a terrifying malevolence. Following the sound, Zhou Chen beheld a colossal beast lying in the distance. The creature was enveloped in a pitch-black hue, exuding a dense aura of wickedness. In its eyes flickered 2 blazing orbs of crimson fire, the presence of a 10th-tier celestial king. Upon noticing Zhou Chen, the beast emitted a low growl. Humanity, flesh and blood, it opened its cavernous maw and lunged towards Zhou Chen. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen summoned the Chaos Bell. Instantly, the bell swelled into a gigantic form, enveloping him within its embrace. Boom! The beast's assault collided with the Chaos Bell, producing a resounding cacophony. The bell quaked violently but steadfastly resisted the onslaught. Zhou Chen activated the Primordial Chi Source Sutra. Countless strands of primordial celestial energy surged forth from within him, coalescing into a golden beam that surged towards the beast. The creature let out a mournful cry as the wicked energy enveloping it was incessantly purified by the primordial celestial energy. However, its strength was formidable. Even when purified, it swiftly regained its power. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that he would need to exert his full strength. He inhaled deeply, channeling the laws of time and space within him. The principles flowed into the Chaos Bell, which erupted with unprecedented might. Numerous profound patterns manifested upon its surface. Zhou Chen raised a hand and declared, "Temporal exile." As the words left his lips, the bell emitted a melodious chime. Where the sound traveled, the void distorted abruptly. A colossal rift appeared before the beast, revealing a chaotic torrent of dimensional turbulence. The beast attempted to evade, but it was too late. It was ensnared by a dreadful force and pulled into the rift. Roar! The beast let out a deafening roar as its form was torn asunder by the dimensional currents. Nevertheless, its power was overwhelming. With its 10th tier celestial king cultivation, it could endure within the turbulence for a longer duration. Zhou Chen did not relent. He summoned the Qingping sword, its blade transforming into a multitude of luminous streaks that surged into the rift. The sword lights traversed the dimensional chaos, incessantly striking the beast. The creature's cries grew increasingly anguished. Cracks began to proliferate across its body, and its malevolent energy surged uncontrollably, devoured by the dimensional currents. Zhou Chen activated the primordial chi source sutra once more. The world tree emerged from his small world, and countless strands of primordial celestial energy poured into the rift, continuously siphoning the wicked essence from the beast. The creature's aura began to plummet. 10th tier celestial king, 8th tier, celestial king, 7th tier, celestial king. Finally, after the 20th temporal exile, the beast's aura had diminished to that of a 5th tier celestial king. Zhou Chen waved his hand. The Qingping sword transformed into a radiant beam, piercing through the beast's cranium. Splurt! The beast's body stiffened before crashing to the ground. Zhou Chen retracted the Qingping sword, gasping for breath. He retrieved several pills and consumed them, sitting cross-legged to restore his celestial energy. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, having regained 70% of his celestial energy. He rose, directing his divine consciousness towards the beast's carcass. Within the remains, he discovered a sphere of wicked primordial essence, roughly the size of a soccer ball. The essence emanated a pure black radiance, harboring formidable energy. Zhou Chen collected the essence into his small world. Just then, a radiant glow suddenly emerged beneath the beast's corpse. The light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a palm-sized inscription. The inscription radiated a deep earthen hue, exuding a weighty aura. Countless intricate patterns flickered across its surface, embodying the laws of earth and endurance. A glimmer of delight flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. The inscription of Xuan. He raised his hand and grasped the inscription. The moment it touched his palm, a surge of information flooded into his mind. The inscription of Xuan represents earth and endurance. It would significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of the Chaos Bell, while also bestowing it the ability to bear all things. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the opportunity of Blood Easy. Triggered 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the complete inscription of Xuan. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 points of system energy. The system's notification resonated within his mind, filling Zhou Chen with elation. Without hesitation, he merged the complete inscription into the Chaos Bell. The fragmented inscription of Xuan rushed directly into his small world, merging with the world tree. Before Zhou Chen could examine it closely, the Chaos Bell trembled violently. Countless earthen patterns emerged upon its surface, intertwining with the golden patterns of the inscription of Qian, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Boom! The Chaos Bell unleashed a power previously unseen. Its body began to swell rapidly. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang. Ultimately, the Chaos Bell transformed into a colossal bell 1,000 zhang tall, hovering in the void. The inscription of Qian and the inscription of Xuan shone brilliantly together, illuminating the entirety of the primordial space with their golden and earthen light. Zhou Chen felt the transformation of the Chaos Bell, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The grade of the Chaos Bell had undeniably ascended to the mid-tier of Celestial Emperor level, amplifying its strength by at least 10,000 times, especially its defensive capabilities, which had reached a terrifying pinnacle. At this moment, even an attack at the Celestial Emperor level might not breach its defenses. Zhou Chen stowed the Chaos Bell and turned to depart. Just then, several ethereal figures materialized from the void. They were the remnants of the ancient Emperor's wills from before. Looking at Zhou Chen, their eyes gleamed with approval. Indeed, you have truly defeated that beast. Furthermore, you have gained the recognition of the inscription of Xuan. It seems you are indeed worthy to inherit our will. Zhou Chen clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, seniors. One of the figures waved a hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Your journey thus far has been solely due to your own strength. We merely provided assistance along the way. Another figure spoke. From now on, we shall bestow upon you all our powers. These include our insights from our cultivation during our lifetimes, our battle experiences, and our understanding of the laws. We hope you will utilize these powers wisely to safeguard the spiritual realm. As the words fell, the figures simultaneously raised their hands. Countless specks of light emerged from their forms, streaming into Zhou Chen's mind. Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming influx of information. There were the laws of the 5 elements. The law of thunder, the law of wind, the law of ice. This information was vast and comprehensive, encompassing over 3,000 paths of laws alone, along with insights on cultivation and countless battle experiences. Moreover, there were several celestial emperor-level techniques and esoteric arts. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, beginning to absorb these revelations. Time passed by second. 3 days later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickering within them. At this moment, his comprehension of cultivation had ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. Particularly, his insights into the laws had magnified exponentially. He lifted his gaze towards several ethereal figures, which had grown increasingly faint. Clearly, after imparting their power, they were on the verge of complete dissolution. Chapter 474. The Lord of Demons, Kong, the Ancient Emperor. One figure spoke. Young friend, our mission has been accomplished. The next steps rest upon your shoulders. Remember, the Lord of the Outer Demons wields a terrifying strength beyond imagination. If you wish to contend with him, you must first transcend to the Celestial Emperor realm and gather the 8 inscriptions. Otherwise, all is mere empty talk. Another figure continued. Moreover, the fallen imperial army of the demon clan must not be allowed to succeed. Should they prevail, not only the spirit realm, but all realms across the heavens shall plunge into an abyss of despair. Zhou Chen nodded solemnly. The younger generation understands. Excellent. Little one, you should know me. I am Kong. With that, he bid farewell. Zhou Chen suddenly recalled Kong, the ancient prodigy who had once engaged him in countless battles, who ultimately achieved the Celestial Emperor status. Before Zhou Chen could respond, numerous figures revealed smiles of satisfaction. The celestial heavens are vast, and my Tao flourishes. Each once mighty Celestial Emperor figure transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the ether. Zhou Chen stood rooted, inhaling deeply, rendered momentarily speechless. He sensed that the road ahead would likely grow increasingly perilous. Yet, Zhou Chen felt no trepidation. Having chosen this path, he was determined to see it through to the end. Countless celestial emperors had faced fears, and as a mere celestial king, what did death signify? Still, he mused. As long as he could survive, he should strive to live well. Were it not for the cataclysmic hand that had been so overbearing as to affect him, Zhou Chen would not have bothered to intervene. With that thought, Zhou Chen turned, propelling himself towards the exit of the source space. As he departed, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The sky above the barbarian graveyard was no longer shrouded in gray, but had turned an eerie crimson. The air was thick with demonic energy, at least tenfold more potent than before. In the distance, countless vengeful spirits howled, their presence amplified, clearly influenced by the demonic aura. Zhou Chen's spiritual sense swept the surroundings, brow furrowed. The entire barbarian graveyard trembled as if on the brink of collapse. Could it be that the demons have risen? He muttered. At that moment, the voice of the Elder Guardian echoed through the void. Everyone, evacuate the barbarian graveyard immediately. The demons are in rebellion. This place is on the verge of destruction. Should you linger, death is inevitable. The urgency in his voice reverberated throughout the graveyard. Numerous cultivators, upon hearing this, activated their escape lights toward the exit. However, some greedy cultivators remained, scouring the ruins for treasures. Zhou Chen hesitated not. In a flash, he soared towards the exit. Just as he had flown several thousand miles, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. A massive rift tore open from the ground, from which billowed forth countless tendrils of black mist. The black mist coalesced into demonic figures, exuding an aura of terror. These demons possessed strength no less than the 5th level of Celestial King, with several reaching the 9th level. Damn it! Zhou Chen's expression shifted. He urged his escape light to its utmost speed. Behind him, the terrified screams of numerous cultivators rose in a chorus. Those who were overly greedy were instantaneously torn to shreds by the demons, blood staining the earth. Zhou Chen did not look back, activating the laws of time and space. The void warped instantly, accelerating his pace. Ahead, the gateway of light came into view, yet it was slowly closing. Clearly, the Guardians intended to seal off the barbarian graveyard, trapping the demons within. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, channeling all his celestial spiritual power. He surged forward like a streak of light towards the closing portal. Behind him, several 8th-level Celestial King demons pursued relentlessly, emitting piercing shrieks as they unleashed countless palm strikes. The palm attacks whistled toward him, infused with horrific demonic power. Zhou Chen summoned the Chaos Bell, which expanded instantly, shielding him from the onslaught. The resounding echoes of the palm strikes colliding with the Chaos Bell reverberated through the air. Though the bell trembled violently, it steadfastly withstood the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen accelerated, bursting through the light gate. In that instant, as he vaulted through, the gate slammed shut. Several demons collided against the barrier, their anguished cries echoing. The runes on the gate illuminated, repelling them forcefully. Zhou Chen felt a darkness envelop him. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the chaotic sea. He landed upon the surface, gasping for breath. The preceding moment had been perilously close. Had he delayed even a heartbeat longer, he might have been trapped within the barbarian graveyard. Zhou Chen raised his gaze to the distant sky. The entrance to the barbarian graveyard had completely vanished, as though it had never existed. However, he understood that the graveyard itself had not disappeared. It had merely been resealed by the guardians. When it reopens, it would likely be millennia hence. Zhou Chen retracted his gaze, scanning his system space. His journey through the barbarian graveyard had yielded abundant rewards. Not only had he acquired the Xuantian inscription, but he had also received the legacies of several ancient celestial emperors. More importantly, his strength had surged once more. With the 5th-level celestial king cultivation, complemented by the chaos bell and the Qingping sword, he now possessed the capability to contend with even the 10th-level celestial king. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, activating his escape light towards Black Tide Island. Half a day later, he returned to Black Tide Island and directly retreated to his cave dwelling. He sat cross-legged, beginning to assimilate the gains of this period. The legacies of the ancient celestial emperors contained countless profound insights into the Tao. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. Time elapsed, second by second. 3 days later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. At this moment, his understanding of the Tao had reached an unparalleled height. Particularly, his grasp of the 5 elements Tao had made groundbreaking progress. He waved his hand, and 5 beams of light erupted from his fingertips, each representing the colors of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 beams intertwined in the air, ultimately merging into a chaotic hue. The 5 elements converge into one, transforming into chaos, Zhou Chen murmured. He retracted his hand, his eyes brimming with joy. His comprehension of the 5 elements Tao had once again elevated his strength. If he were to encounter those previous 3 8th-level celestial king demon lords, he was confident he could slay them within 10 strikes. Rising to his feet, Zhou Chen's consciousness swept beyond the cave dwelling. Xuantian stood at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his return. Zhou Chen gestured, and the cave's restrictions dissolved. Come in. Xuantian entered. Clasping his hands, Senior Lin, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Zhou Chen nodded. What is it? After a moment of contemplation, Xuantian spoke. Senior, I have a request. Speak. Xuantian took a deep breath and spoke, expressing his desire to follow his senior to the eastern domain of Shenzhou. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow at this. Eastern domain of Shenzhou? Xuantian nodded affirmatively. I have heard that the eastern domain of Shenzhou is set to host the Millennium Ascension Conference, an event held once every 1,000 years. Those who succeed may gain entry into the esteemed Xuantian Sect, where it is rumored that powerful immortal emperors reside. Xuantian expressed his eagerness to try his luck. Zhou Chen fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Xuantian's ambition. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed perfectly reasonable. Chapter 475, Ascension Conference, Eastern Domain of Shenzhou. With Xuantian having recently broken through to the 1st level of the Immortal King realm, remaining in the chaotic sea of demons offered little promise for his future. Gaining entry to the Xuantian Sect would indeed be a commendable choice. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Though he cautioned, however, I will not coddle you. Whether you succeed in the Ascension Conference depends solely on your capabilities. Xuantian's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. I assure you, I will not burden you. Zhou Chen waved him off, instructing him to prepare for departure in 3 days. Xuantian bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Zhou Chen watched his retreating figure, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. The Ascension Conference presented a splendid opportunity. Having lingered in the chaotic sea of demons for so long, it was time for him to depart. The eastern domain of Shenzhou was the true sacred land for cultivation, where myriad opportunities awaited. With his thoughts collected, Zhou Chen resumed his secluded training. 3 days later, he and Xuantian stepped onto the teleportation array bound for the eastern domain of Shenzhou. The teleportation array of the Star Sea Commerce could transport them directly to the border city of Tianyuan. However, the cost was exorbitantly steep, requiring 10 million prime immortal crystals per person. Gritting his teeth, Xuantian paid the fee, while Zhou Chen remained unfazed, possessing hundreds of billions of prime immortal crystals in his storage ring. For him, the fare was a trifling matter. As the teleportation array activated, a dazzling light enveloped both individuals. In the next moment, they vanished from their original location. Upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves in a magnificent city, Tianyuan City. This sprawling metropolis spanned millions of miles, exuding grandeur and magnificence. The city walls towered to dizzying heights, constructed from an unknown white stone that radiated a faint aura of immortal energy. Ancient runes adorned the walls, containing formidable defensive formations. Zhou Chen's divine sense swept across the walls, and his brow arched in surprise. The defensive formations of this city had reached the level of an immortal emperor. Even a peak immortal king would struggle to breach them. Indeed, this is the eastern domain of Xinzhou, Zhou Chen murmured. Xuantian stood beside him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Senior, is this truly the eastern domain of Xinzhou? It is undeniably far more prosperous than the chaotic sea of demons. Zhou Chen nodded, remaining silent as they exited the teleportation array and entered Tianyuan City. The streets were bustling with cultivators, all of whom were at least at the true immortal realm, with many at the immortal king realm. Zhou Chen even sensed several presences at the 9th level of the immortal king realm. The eastern domain of Xinzhou was indeed teeming with powerhouses. As they wandered through the city, they found an inn to stay at. The innkeeper was a true immortal of the 10th level, who greeted them with utmost respect. What rooms do you require, esteemed guests? Xuantian requested 2 upscale rooms. The innkeeper nodded. Very well, 2 upscale rooms will cost 10,000 prime immortal crystals per day. Xuantian's expression shifted slightly at the steep price. 10,000 prime immortal crystals a day. That is exorbitant. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and paid the fee. Zhou Chen glanced at him, stating calmly, if you are short on immortal crystals, I can lend you some. Xuantian quickly shook his head. Thank you, senior, but I can manage. Zhou Chen nodded and refrained from further comment. The two entered their rooms to rest. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged, extending his divine sense throughout Tianyuan City. The city was indeed filled with numerous cultivators, most of whom bore golden or colorful auras of fortune. Many possessed the 3-colored fate attributes, while Zhou Chen even observed a few with 5-colored fates. However, these individuals exhibited relatively low cultivation levels, mostly at the true immortal or early stages of the immortal king realm, evidently here to attend the Ascension Conference. Zhou Chen withdrew his divine sense and closed his eyes to meditate. As time passed, the day of the Ascension Conference finally arrived. In the central square of Tianyuan City, hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered, all eager to participate in the event. At the heart of the square stood a colossal platform, upon which dozens of elders from the Xuantian Sect were assembled. The weakest among them was at the 5th level of the immortal king realm, with the leading elder reaching the 9th level. Clad in a blue robe, his imposing presence emanated an aura of terror. Esteemed cultivators, the elder's voice reverberated throughout the square. I am Qin Yun, the outer sect elder of the Xuantian Sect. This Ascension Conference comprises 3 trials. The first tests the foundation of one's cultivation, the second assesses combat prowess, and the third evaluates the purity of one's heart. Those who pass all 3 trials may enter the Xuantian Sect as outer disciples, while the top 10 will gain direct entry as inner disciples. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Inner disciples held a far superior status compared to outer disciples within the Xuantian Sect. Elder Qin Yun continued, now, let the first trial commence. As his words fell, a massive array materialized in the center of the square, radiating a soft golden light and exuding an overwhelming pressure. This is the spirit measurement array, Elder Qin Yun explained. Simply stand within the array and channel your immortal energy. If the purity of your energy meets the standard, you will pass the first trial. With that, countless cultivators surged toward the array. However, the array had its limitations, accommodating only 100 individuals at a time. The first batch entered and began to channel their immortal energy. The array suddenly illuminated, emitting a brilliant glow, but soon after, some were expelled, their faces pale from the realization that their energy purity was insufficient. One batch after another entered the array, yet fewer than 30% succeeded in passing. Zhou Chen and Xuantian stood among the crowd, patiently awaiting their turn. At last, it was their batch's turn. Zhou Chen stepped into the array, with Xuantian closely following. As the array activated, a terrifying pressure enveloped everyone. Zhou Chen remained calm, channeling his immortal energy. The innate immortal essence within him exceeded ordinary levels. Almost instantaneously, the array emitted a gentle chime, and a golden beam descended upon Zhou Chen. Pass, echoed Elder Qin Yun's voice. Zhou Chen withdrew his energy and stepped out of the array. Xuantian soon followed, channeling his own immortal energy. Thanks to Zhou Chen's guidance, Xuantian's energy purity had reached an impressive level. The array chimed once more, and a golden light enveloped him. Pass. Sighing in relief, Xuantian exited the array. However, among this batch of 100 individuals, only 30 managed to pass. The remaining 70 were entirely eliminated. The first trial resulted in the expulsion of 70% of the cultivators, illustrating the lofty standards of the Xuantian Sect. Elder Qin Yun surveyed the assembly and announced, those who have passed the first trial, please proceed to the Eastern Plaza to prepare for the second assessment. Zhou Chen and Xuantian followed the crowd towards the eastern plaza, where a grand platform had also been erected. On this platform stood another elder of the Xuantian Sect, whose cultivation level was similarly at the 9th tier of the Immortal King realm. Chapter 476, Smooth Advancement, Trial of the Heart Demon. Clad in a black robe, his demeanor was austere, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. Esteemed cultivators, the elder began, I am the elder of the battle hall of the outer sect of Xuantian, known as Heifeng. The second trial will assess combat prowess. The rules are straightforward. Pairs will battle, with the victors advancing and the vanquished eliminated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators in the plaza shifted slightly. Battling in pairs was indeed a most ruthless method of elimination. Elder Heifeng waved his hand. An luminous screen appeared in the center of the plaza, displaying the names of all the cultivators. Let the drawing of lots commence. As he spoke, the names on the screen began to scroll rapidly. Moments later, the names ceased their movement, revealing the first 2 participants for the duel. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow as he glanced at his opponent, who was surprisingly a cultivator at the 5th tier of the Immortal King realm. In the center of the plaza, a massive arena slowly rose. The arena, 1,000 feet in circumference, was forged from black stone, emanating an aura of solidity. Surrounding the arena were defensive formations, clearly designed to prevent the residual energy of the battles from affecting the audience. Elder Heifeng announced, for the first match, Lin Dong will face Lu Wenxian. Please step onto the platform. Zhou Chen strode onto the arena, and across from him, a cultivator in a crimson robe also ascended the stage. Lu Wenxian, at the 5th tier of the Immortal King realm, radiated a fiery aura, indicating his mastery of fire element techniques. Lu Wenxian regarded Zhou Chen with a hint of disdain in his eyes. 5th tier of the Immortal King realm? You're fortunate to face an opponent of your own cultivation level. However, you would do well to concede. I shall show no mercy. Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. Let us begin. Lu Wenxian's expression darkened. Seeking death? With that, he waved his hand, and countless flames surged forth from his palm, coalescing into a colossal fire dragon that roared towards Zhou Chen. The fire dragon exuded an intense heat, warping the very space around it. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What formidable flames! Lu Wenxian is indeed impressive. Lin Dong seems likely to lose. Zhou Chen maintained a calm demeanor, raising his hand to unleash a streak of azure sword light from his fingertips. The moment the sword light struck, the fire dragon was instantly cleaved in 2, its flames scattering like stardust in the air. Lu Wenxian's face changed dramatically. How is this possible? He hurriedly summoned his internal immortal spirit power, launching dozens of palm strikes. Countless fiery palm prints filled the sky, enveloping Zhou Chen entirely. Yet, Zhou Chen remained unperturbed. He summoned the Qingping sword, its light transforming into a multitude of shimmering rays, slicing through all the fiery palm prints with ease. Lu Wenxian's expression grew increasingly grim. Desperately, he channeled his internal immortal spirit power to unleash a mid-tier secret technique of the Immortal King realm, the heaven-burning palm. A massive fiery palm imprint descended, radiating terrifying power. As it passed, the air ignited. The spectators recoiled in fear, some of the weaker cultivators visibly terrified. Zhou Chen glanced up at the descending fiery palm imprint, then pointed a finger. Break. As his voice fell, a streak of azure sword light shot skyward, targeting the fiery palm imprint. The sword light tore through the palm imprint effortlessly. The explosion sent countless fiery fragments scattering through the air. Lu Wenxian's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Zhou Chen stated calmly, concede. You are no match for me. Lu Wenxian's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his immortal spirit power once more. But at that moment, Zhou Chen's figure flickered, appearing before him in an instant, the Qingping sword poised at his throat. Concede. Or face death. Zhou Chen's tone was calm, yet laced with an undeniable authority. Lu Wenxian felt his body freeze. He could sense the terrifying sword intent radiating from the Qingping sword. A slight exertion from Zhou Chen could cost him his life. I concede, Lu Wenxian stammered. Zhou Chen sheathed his Qingping sword and turned to descend the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All the cultivators stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. This is simply too powerful to dominate at the same cultivation level in an instant. Who is this Lin Dong? Elder Heifeng observed Zhou Chen with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Very well. Lin Dong, victorious. Zhou Chen exited the platform and returned to Xuantian's side. She gazed at him with reverence, saying, Senior Lin, you are truly remarkable. Zhou Chen waved his hand, urging her to focus on the ongoing matches. You'll be up next. Xuantian nodded, redirecting her attention. Subsequently, one match after another unfolded. Some individuals triumphed effortlessly, while others faced dismal defeats and were eliminated. Finally, it was Xuantian's turn. Her opponent was a cultivator at the second tier of the Immortal King realm. Drawing upon the techniques and combat experience imparted by Zhou Chen, she secured a swift victory. The second trial persisted for a full 3 days. Ultimately, only 1,000 cultivators progressed, while the remainder faced elimination. Elder Heifeng surveyed the assembly once more and declared, "Those who have passed the second trial, please proceed to the northern plaza to prepare for the third assessment." Zhou Chen and Xingchen followed the throng to the northern plaza, where yet another grand platform had been constructed. On this platform stood the third elder of the Xuantian sect, a female cultivator, clad in a flowing white gown. Her beauty was ethereal, emanating an aura of otherworldliness. Yet, her cultivation level also reached the 9th tier of the Immortal King realm. "Esteemed cultivators," the female elder spoke, her voice melodious as if from the heavens. "I am the elder of the Heart Realm Hall of the Outer Sect of Xuantian, known as Baisu. The third trial will evaluate your resolve. The rules are simple. Enter the Heart Demon Illusion Array and resist the onslaught of inner demons. The longer you endure, the higher your ranking. The top 100 may enter the Xuantian sect as outer disciples, while the top 10 will be directly admitted as inner disciples." As her words concluded, a vast array materialized in the center of the plaza, emanating a soft white light, imbued with profound heart realm power. "Now, the third trial begins," Elder Baisu announced. "All cultivators, please enter the Heart Demon Illusion Array in turn." The cultivators stepped towards the array one after another. Zhou Chen and Xingchen joined the crowd, entering the formation. As the array activated, a terrifying heart realm power erupted from within, enveloping all present. Zhou Chen felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. This place was shrouded in a grayish haze, with the air thick with a potent force of inner demons. These malevolent energies surged like a tangible substance, relentlessly assaulting Zhou Chen's consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he remained unfazed within, as his heart of Tao, forged through countless tribulations of the mortal realm, was unyieldingly resilient. These dark forces could not sway his Tao heart in the slightest. However, Zhou Chen chose not to immediately annihilate the inner demons. While doing so would allow him to pass the assessment, it would be too ostentatious and extraordinary. Thus, he stood still, quietly absorbing the nature of these inner demons, seeking to comprehend their underlying principles. Although incapable of disturbing his Tao heart, the malevolent energies enabled him to deepen his understanding of its essence. Time slipped away, second by second. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed, and Zhou Chen remained motionless. Outside, Elder Baisu observed the luminous screen of the formation with a furrowed brow. The screen displayed the performances of all cultivators within the illusory realm of the heart. Most cultivators succumbed to the inner demons within just 1 hour, eliminated from the trial. Fewer than 100 managed to endure for 2 hours, and only a handful persevered for 3. Yet Zhou Chen had withstood the ordeal for a full 6 hours. "This Lin Dong," Elder Baisu murmured. "His Tao heart is astonishingly robust. Even I might not achieve such a feat." Elder Qingyun and Elder Heifeng stood nearby, watching the screen. Elder Qingyun remarked, "He is indeed exceptional. Not only is his foundational cultivation solid and his combat prowess formidable, but his Tao heart is also unparalleled in strength. If we could recruit him into our sect, he would be a tremendous asset." Elder Heifeng nodded in agreement. This youth is destined for greatness. As time continued to flow, 12 hours elapsed. Within the illusory realm of the heart, someone finally faltered and was eliminated. This individual was a prodigy with a colorful fate, drenched in sweat and pale, clearly exhausted. Nonetheless, he had secured a position within the top 10. 6 more hours passed. The second, third, and fourth cultivators were eliminated one after another. At long last, only Zhou Chen remained, steadfast in the illusory realm. Now a full 3 days had passed. Elder Baisu gazed at the screen, her eyes filled with astonishment. 3 days. He has remarkably endured for 3 days. This Tao heart is simply terrifying. Elder Qingyun and Elder Heifeng exchanged glances, both filled with awe. If this youth is given time, he will surely ascend to the status of an immortal emperor, Elder Heifeng solemnly declared. Half a day later, sensing that he was alone, Zhou Chen finally opened his eyes and slowly exited the illusory realm. Outside, all the cultivators stared at him in shock, their eyes wide. Elder Baisu announced, "Lin Dong has persisted for 3.5 days, ranking first. Congratulations on becoming the top contender of this Ascension Conference." As her words echoed, thunderous applause erupted throughout the square. Zhou Chen's expression remained calm as he cupped his hands in gratitude. Elder Baisu nodded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Now, I shall announce the final rankings. The top 10 are Lin Dong, Xiao Yun, Li Tian, Zhao Wushuang, and others. Congratulations to these 10 individuals for becoming inner disciples of the Xuantian Sect. The next 100 will be granted the status of outer disciples. The remaining cultivators are eliminated. As her words settled, a mix of joy and sorrow permeated the atmosphere. Those who passed the assessment wore expressions of delight, while those who were eliminated appeared crestfallen. Zhou Chen also passed the assessment, earning the status of an outer disciple. He approached Zhou Chen, cupping his hands. Congratulations, senior, on achieving first place. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. You did well too. Zhou Chen forced a smile. I merely scraped through. I cannot compare to you, senior. Zhou Chen chose not to respond further. Elder Baisu spoke again. All successful candidates, please follow me. I will take you to the Xuantian Sect. With that, she waved her hand, and a massive teleportation array appeared in the center of the square. All the successful cultivators stepped into the array, with Zhou Chen and Xing Chen following the crowd. As the teleportation array activated, a brilliant light enveloped them. In the next moment, they found themselves before an imposing and magnificent mountain gate. Xuantian Sect. The mountain gate of the Xuantian Sect loomed amidst a range of undulating mountains, towering to great heights. It was crafted entirely from white jade, exuding a faint aura of celestial energy. 3 ancient characters, Xuantian Sect, were inscribed upon it, radiating a terrifying pressure, as if to suppress all worlds. Zhou Chen gazed up at these characters, a flicker of solemnity passing through his eyes. These characters had been inscribed by an immortal emperor himself, and the overwhelming pressure and essence contained within would stifle even a cultivator at the peak of the 10th layer of the immortal king realm. Elder Baisu stood before the mountain gate, announcing, "This is the Xuantian Sect. From this day forth, you shall be members of the Xuantian Sect. I hope you will diligently cultivate and bring glory to the sect." With her words, she waved her hand, and the mountain gate slowly opened. A rich aura of celestial energy surged forth from within, 100 times more abundant than that of the outside world. All the cultivators inhaled deeply, their faces filled with ecstasy. What a rich celestial aura. No wonder it is the Xuantian Sect. Cultivating here, our progress will surely be rapid. Elder Baisu led everyone through the mountain gate. Inside lay an expansive world, with undulating peaks shrouded in mist. Countless palatial structures adorned the mountaintops, each radiating a formidable presence, clearly protected by powerful formations. Elder Baisu spoke. The Xuantian Sect is divided into 3 tiers: outer sect, inner sect, and core. You are now either outer or inner disciples. To advance to the inner sect, you must pass an assessment. Ascending to the core is even more challenging. However, as long as you put in enough effort, anything is possible. As she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and countless tokens flew from the air, landing in each person's hands. Zhou Chen received his token and scanned it with his consciousness. It emitted a faint spiritual light, containing a consciousness imprint, indicating it was a token of identification for the Xuantian Sect. Elder Baisu continued, inner disciples are allocated independent caves, while outer disciples share a cave with 9 others. The locations of the caves are marked on the tokens. You may proceed to them at your leisure. With that, she turned to leave. The crowd eagerly activated their tokens to check the locations of their caves. Zhou Chen probed into his token, his brow furrowing slightly. His assigned cave was located in the most remote corner of the Xuantian Sect, where the celestial energy was thin and the environment harsh. Clearly, this was a test imposed by the Xuantian Sect on newly inducted inner disciples. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen remained unconcerned. He had no intention of relying on the resources of the Xuantian Sect for his cultivation. Armed with a system, he believed that by continuously seizing others' opportunities, he could swiftly enhance his strength. Zhou Chen activated his escape light and soared towards the cave dwelling. Xing Chen also activated his escape light, albeit in a direction completely opposed to Zhou Chen's. Elder, I shall take my leave first, Xing Chen said, cupping his hands. Zhou Chen nodded. Go ahead. You can contact me through the token if needed. Chapter 478, Tranquil Cultivation in the Cave, Ancient Secrets. After bidding farewell with cupped hands, Zhou Chen activated his escape light alone, heading towards the location marked on the token. The Xuantian Sect covered a vast expanse, with the cave dwellings of inner disciples scattered across various peaks. Zhou Chen's cave dwelling was situated on the remote Qingyun Peak, a place where spiritual energy was sparse, and few disciples were willing to venture. After flying for half an hour, Zhou Chen finally arrived at Qingyun Peak. The mountain was barren, devoid of even a single decent spiritual tree. Nestled halfway up the mountain was a rudimentary cave dwelling, its entrance lacking any defensive formations. Zhou Chen landed at the entrance and swept his divine sense inside. The cave was empty, containing only a stone chamber, and there was not even a proper mat. TSK. Zhou Chen shook his head and raised his hand to set up several defensive arrays. Once activated, a faint light curtain enveloped the entire cave. He entered the stone chamber and sat cross-legged. He retrieved his storage ring to tally the gains from this period. Besides the 3 sources of demonic essence, he also had the demonic essence obtained from the bodies of evil beasts. Zhou Chen poured all these essences into the small world, allowing the world tree to gradually refine them. As the world tree absorbed the demonic essence, it emitted a faint black glow. Countless branches grew wildly, and the canopy obscured the sky. The area of the small world expanded once more, now covering several 100 million miles. Sensing the changes in his small world, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. He retracted his divine sense and took out the Xuantian inscription. The inscription radiated a yellowish light, containing the weighty principles of the earth. Zhou Chen activated his celestial spiritual power, melding the inscription into the chaotic bell. The chaotic bell trembled violently, and countless yellow patterns emerged on its surface. These patterns intertwined with the golden patterns of the Qian inscription, exuding a profound aura. Boom! The power of the chaotic bell surged once again, its defensive capabilities multiplying several times. Zhou Chen activated the chaotic bell, which instantly expanded into a colossal bell 1,000 feet tall. The words Qian and Xuan shimmered faintly on its surface. Excellent. Zhou Chen stored the chaotic bell and closed his eyes to cultivate. He initiated the innate essence source scripture, and the source celestial energy within his body began to circulate. Countless source celestial energies flowed through his meridians, continuously tempering his physical form. Time passed second by second. 3 days later, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his foundation had become more solid. Zhou Chen stood up and exited the cave. Above Qingyun Peak, several escape lights streaked by. They belonged to a few outer disciples who were patrolling. Zhou Chen scanned with his divine sense and discovered that these disciples were not highly skilled, most being at the true immortal realm. He withdrew his divine sense and activated his escape light, heading towards the sect's library. The library of the Xuantian Sect was located at the main peak, Tianxian Peak, housing countless cultivation techniques and scriptures. Zhou Chen landed at the entrance of the library and presented his token. The guarding disciple glanced at the token, nodded, and allowed him entry. Inner disciples could access the first 3 floors and borrow 3 books per month. Zhou Chen nodded and stepped into the library. Inside, the shelves were lined with a plethora of texts. Zhou Chen scanned with his divine sense and noticed that most of these texts were techniques and secret arts of the Immortal King level. However, these techniques held little value for him. As the innate essence source scripture he cultivated far surpassed these methods. Wandering among the shelves, Zhou Chen sought valuable information. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a dusty ancient tome in a corner. The cover bore 3 archaic characters, Eternal Night Record. Zhou Chen's brow arched as he casually took down the tome. The moment he grasped it, a chilling aura surged into his body. Zhou Chen activated his celestial spiritual power to dispel this aura. He opened the ancient tome and began to read. The tome recorded a segment of ancient secrets. Millions of years ago, the spirit realm was shrouded by a terrifying force known as Eternal Night, which rendered all living things withered and lifeless in its wake. Countless immortal emperors joined forces to resist it, ultimately paying a heavy price to seal it away. However, the ancient tome abruptly ceased its account at this point, with the subsequent content torn away, leaving behind only a few fragmented pages. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Eternal Night? The name evoked memories of the cataclysmic hand of destruction from millennia hence. Could there be a connection between the two? Zhou Chen stored the ancient tome in his storage ring and turned to leave the library. He activated his escape light, flying back towards his cave dwelling. Along the way, Zhou Chen suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of Shui. He had unexpectedly advanced through the Ascension Conference as well. There had been no sign of Shui in the same batch. Perhaps he was part of the second batch of advancements. Judging by his attire, it seemed he had been accepted as a disciple by a grand elder. Truly the child of destiny, his fortune was undeniably extraordinary. Zhou Chen's divine sense swept over and discovered Shui flying stealthily in a secluded direction of the sect. Intriguing. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhou Chen's mouth as he activated the concealment technique, masking his presence and following closely behind. Shui moved swiftly, evading patrolling disciples as he headed deep into the forbidden area. Zhou Chen trailed behind, maintaining a safe distance. The entrance to the forbidden area featured a massive formation radiating a terrifying oppressive force. Shui halted before the formation, raised his hand, and performed a unique hand sign. The formation trembled suddenly, and a gap slowly opened. Shui flashed through the opening. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed slightly. How did Shui uncover the secrets of the forbidden area? He activated the concealment technique and followed him through the gap. Inside the forbidden area lay a dim, grayish space. The air was thick with a suffocating deathly aura that sent chills down one's spine. Zhou Chen activated the undying Immortal King body. causing his flesh to emanate a faint golden light that shielded him from the deathly aura. He scanned his surroundings with divine sense and spotted Xuantian flying rapidly ahead. Zhou Chen followed suit. After flying approximately 1,000 miles, a colossal altar came into view. The altar was forged entirely from black rock and exuded an evil aura. In the center stood a figure clad in black robes, shrouded in demonic energy, obscuring his features. However, the aura emanating from him reached the 10th layer of the immortal king realm. Xuantian landed before the altar and respectfully knelt. Your subordinate, Xuantian, pays his respects. My lord. The black-robed figure spoke in a deep voice. Rise. Xuantian stood up, gazing at the black-robed figure. My lord, what orders do you have for me? The black-robed figure spoke slowly. The celestial ladder in 3 years is of utmost importance. You must not fail. Xuantian nodded earnestly. I understand, my lord. The black-robed figure continued. The celestial ladder is the key to our revival. You must seize the inscriptions within the ladder. Collect all 8 inscriptions, and the palace master will be able to break free from his shackles. Xuantian inquired, what if other forces detect us? The figure cloaked in black let out a chilling laugh. In 3 years, the spirit realm shall once again fall under the dominion of eternal night, and none shall stand in our way. Concealed in the shadows, Zhou Chen absorbed every word. He activated his fortune panel, scanning the information of the black-robed man. The panel revealed, name, MOU by, fate. First layer of the immortal emperor realm, secret line of the eternal night demon palace. A unique existence shunned by the heavenly Tao, devoid of destiny and fortune. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. The eternal night demon palace? This was a power he had never heard of. However, judging by the black-robed man's words, it seemed connected to the ancient and mysterious forces of eternal night. Chapter 479, The Blood Exchanges Anomaly, the Sun Inscription. Zhou Chen continued to lurk in the shadows, observing quietly. The black-robed man exchanged a few more words with Xuantian before turning to depart. Xuantian respectfully watched him leave, then also turned to leave. Just as Zhou Chen prepared to follow, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching from a distance. It was the black-robed man's presence. He had returned. Zhou Chen hastily invoked the concealment technique, masking his aura to the utmost degree. The black-robed man landed before the altar, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. Strange. He had distinctly sensed someone earlier. Was it merely an illusion? He murmured to himself, his consciousness scanning the area once more. Zhou Chen held his breath, remaining utterly still. After a moment, the black-robed man withdrew his consciousness and turned to leave. Zhou Chen sighed in relief. Waiting until the man had completely departed before activating his escape light to exit the forbidden area. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged. He activated the fortune panel to examine Xuantian's information. The panel displayed, name, Xuantian, recent fortune, second layer of the immortal king realm, in 7 days. The Xuantian secret realm will open, where he will obtain a fragment of the Sun inscription. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. The Sun inscription? This was one of the 8 inscriptions of the Chaos Bell. He had not anticipated it to be hidden within the Xuantian Sect. After pondering for a moment, he continued to review the panel. Another individual's information appeared. This was someone Zhou Chen had caught a fleeting glimpse of upon entering the sect. At that time, he had merely sensed their extraordinary aura and casually employed a probing technique, not realizing they were a child of destiny. Since the individual had no fortune at that moment, Zhou Chen had not given it much thought. Now, however, the fortune panel had refreshed. Name, Ling Xiao. Fate, favored by the heavenly Tao, 9 colors, suppressing the contemporary, 9 colors. Destiny, 8th layer of the immortal king realm, son of the sect master of Xuantian Sect. Ultimately halting at the 10th layer of the immortal emperor realm. Recent fortune, in 7 days, the Xuantian secret realm will open, where he will obtain a fragment of the Sun inscription. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. Both individuals possessed the same fortune? This seemed rather peculiar. He continued to inspect the panel, discovering an additional line of small text. Note, within the Xuantian secret realm, there are 2 fragments of the Sun inscription. Ling Xiao and Xuantian shall each acquire 1. When the 2 fragments unite, they may form a complete Sun inscription. Zhou Chen's understanding deepened. So that was the case. A smile crept onto his lips, as plans began to take shape in his mind. Time passed by, second by second. 7 days later, at the peak of the Xuantian Sect, Tianxian Peak, hundreds of disciples gathered in the sect's plaza. These disciples were predominantly true inheritors and direct disciples of the sect master. They were about to enter the Xuantian secret realm in search of opportunities. At the center of the plaza stood a middle-aged man clad in golden robes. His countenance was imposing. He was none other than the sect master of Xuantian, Ling Tian. Ling Tian surveyed the crowd and spoke. Esteemed disciples, the Xuantian secret realm is a forbidden area of our sect, filled with countless opportunities. However, it is also fraught with peril. Once you enter the secret realm, you must exercise caution. Should you encounter danger, shatter the teleportation talisman to return immediately to the sect. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Countless teleportation talismans soared from the air, landing in the hands of each disciple. Zhou Chen stood amidst the crowd, receiving a teleportation talisman. At this moment, he had undergone a significant transformation, disguised as one of Ling Xiao's 12 bodyguards. Just a day prior, he had taken advantage of a moment of inattention from a disciple, trapping him within his internal small world, and then assumed the appearance of that disciple. He blended into Ling Xiao's entourage, following the others into the teleportation array. He scanned the teleportation talisman with his consciousness, discovering it contained a spatial law. By shattering the talisman, he could instantly transport back to the sect. Ling Tian continued, "The secret realm will remain open for 7 days. After this period, it shall close automatically. At that time, all disciples will be returned to the sect. A quarter of an hour later, the secret realm shall commence." With his words, a massive teleportation array appeared in the center of the plaza. The array radiated dazzling light, infused with formidable spatial power. Ling Tian raised his hand. All disciples, enter the teleportation array in turn. The disciples approached the array in succession. The array activated, enveloping them in a radiant light. In the next moment, everyone vanished from their original location. When Zhou Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange world. Beneath him lay a cracked earth, with fissures that seemed bottomless, from which dark mist continuously seeped. In the distance, broken weapons were embedded in the ground, some rusted, while others still emitted faint spiritual light. The air was thick with a heavy aura of death. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. The celestial spiritual energy within him activated automatically, isolating the death aura from entering. Was this truly the Xuantian secret realm? He scanned his surroundings with his consciousness, realizing he had been randomly transported to a desolate battlefield. The battlefield spanned tens of thousands of miles, littered with the remains of shattered corpses. After walking approximately 1,000 miles, he came upon a colossal stone tablet. The tablet towered 100 feet high, crafted entirely from black rock, exuding an ancient aura. The surface was inscribed with a multitude of dense characters. Zhou Chen approached the tablet, scanning the inscriptions with his consciousness. The inscriptions chronicled the events of an ancient war. Millions of years ago, the spirit realm had endured a cataclysm. Extraterrestrial demons had invaded, resulting in countless fallen cultivators. This battlefield was one of the remnants of that great conflict. After reading the inscriptions, Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. Extraterrestrial demons. He recalled the celestial burial demon spirit he had encountered previously in the wild graveyard, as well as the lingering wills of those ancient immortal emperors. It seemed that the threat of the extraterrestrial demons had never truly vanished. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept over, discovering it was Ling Xiao's group. Ling Xiao stood at the forefront of the group, his features handsome and his aura extraordinary. Behind him trailed 7 attendants, while several others hurried from different directions. Zhou Chen blended into the group, lowering his head to avoid drawing attention. Ling Xiao surveyed the surroundings and spoke. "This is the outer battlefield of the Xuantian secret realm. It is said that this battlefield is buried with the remains of countless ancient powerhouses. If we can find some relics or techniques left behind, it would greatly benefit our cultivation." As he finished speaking, the attendants responded in unison, "Young master is wise. We shall begin our search." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "No need to rush. While this battlefield is rich in opportunities, it is also fraught with dangers. Stay close to me and do not act independently." The attendants nodded eagerly. Zhou Chen remained at the back of the group, subtly scanning Ling Xiao with his consciousness. Ling Xiao's aura was stable, and his cultivation profound, undoubtedly far superior to those who relied solely on medicinal pills for advancement. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen did not perceive a significant threat from him. After all, he was merely at the 8th level of the Celestial King realm. If a confrontation were to ensue, Zhou Chen was confident he could defeat him within 100 moves. However, Zhou Chen had no intention of engaging him at that moment. His objective lay with the Sun inscription. The group continued their journey. After traversing several thousand miles, they came across an expansive ruin. Within the ruins, dilapidated structures and magical formations lay scattered about. The air was thick with a palpable aura of death, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 480, Low-Key Pursuit. Wisely securing the inscription, Ling Xiao halted, his consciousness sweeping across the ruins. This place appeared to be the remnants of an ancient sect. Be cautious. There may be prohibitions or vengeful spirits lurking within the ruins. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing howl erupted from deep within the ruins. The shriek was excruciatingly sharp, causing one's scalp to tingle. In the next moment, countless dark figures surged forth from the depths of the ruins. These shadows were a collective of ancient vengeful spirits, their bodies exuding a dense aura of death, with blood-red flames flickering in their eyes. The number of vengeful spirits was overwhelming, numbering over 100, each possessing at least the 3rd level of the Celestial King realm, with the most formidable reaching the 8th level. Ling Xiao's expression shifted slightly. Be on guard. The 12 attendants swiftly activated their magical artifacts, forming a defensive formation. The vengeful spirits charged forth with terrifying speed. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a golden beam erupted from his palm, striking directly at the foremost spirit. The beam contained terrifying power, instantly obliterating several spirits into fragments. However, the sheer number of vengeful spirits was too great. They surged forward like a relentless tide, surrounding the entire group. The 12 attendants fought valiantly, yet some still fell victim to the spirit's assaults. Zhou Chen stood at the rear of the group, his demeanor calm. He activated the chaos bell, which emitted a faint golden light, enveloping him within its protective aura. As the vengeful spirits approached, they were repelled by the pressure emanating from the chaos bell. Zhou Chen waved his hand, and the Qingping sword flew forth from within him, transforming into a myriad of shimmering lights that danced through the throng of spirits. Where the sword light passed, the spirits were swiftly vanquished. However, Zhou Chen did not unleash his full might. He merely dispatched those spirits that drew near, refraining from assisting the other attendants. Ling Xiao took note of Zhou Chen's behavior, his brow furrowing. Who are you? Zhou Chen looked up and replied nonchalantly, Young master, I am your attendant. Ling Xiao scrutinized him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. I do not recall having someone like you among my attendants. Zhou Chen's heart sank. It seemed Ling Xiao was beginning to harbor suspicions. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. He activated the concealment technique, suppressing his aura to the 3rd level of the Celestial King realm, and spoke, Young master, I am an undercover guard assigned by your father, specifically tasked with ensuring your safety. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Undercover guard? My father has never mentioned this to me. Zhou Chen replied calmly. The sect master undoubtedly has his reasons. Should you doubt my words, you may verify them with the sect master upon your return. Ling Xiao fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall tentatively trust you. However, should I discover any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhou Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your trust, young master. Ling Xiao averted his gaze, continuing to direct the group against the vengeful spirits. Zhou Chen let out a sigh of relief. It appeared he had momentarily evaded suspicion. The battle raged on for approximately a quarter of an hour. Under Ling Xiao's leadership, the group finally managed to slay all the vengeful spirits. However, among the 12 attendants, 3 had sustained severe injuries, significantly diminishing their combat capabilities. Ling Xiao surveyed the group and spoke. Everyone, take a moment to rest and recover your celestial energy. The attendants promptly sat cross-legged, retrieving medicinal pills to consume. Zhou Chen also found a corner to sit down, closing his eyes to recuperate. However, his consciousness remained locked onto Ling Xiao. According to the hints from the opportunity panel, the incomplete Sun inscription that Ling Xiao was about to obtain lay deep within these ruins. Zhou Chen had to keep a close watch on Ling Xiao, ensuring he did not acquire the inscription prematurely. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao rose and declared, Rest is sufficient. We shall continue our journey. The group set forth once more, venturing deeper into the ruins. Deep within the ruins stood a massive palace. The palace was in a state of disrepair, with only some remnants of walls remaining. However, at its center stood a tall stone platform, upon which rested an ancient wooden box. The box emitted a faint spiritual glow, indicating it was no ordinary object. Upon seeing the wooden box, a glimmer of delight flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. What is that? He hastened toward the stone platform, reaching out to open the box. Just then, the platform trembled violently. Countless runes materialized from the stone, forming a gigantic magical formation that enveloped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Not good. He desperately channeled his celestial energy in an attempt to break free from the formation. However, its power was overwhelming. Ling Xiao found himself firmly bound, unable to move. The other attendants, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist. Yet, the formation exuded a terrifying pressure that repelled them all. Zhou Chen stood at a distance, his brow furrowed. Is this an ancient prohibition? He scanned the formation with his consciousness, realizing that its core was the wooden box. Within it lay a terrifying energy, strikingly similar to the Qian and Kuan inscriptions within the Chaos Bell. Zhou Chen's heart stirred. Could it be that the incomplete Sun inscription was contained within that wooden box? The pressure of the formation intensified. Ling Xiao, trapped at its center, began to turn red, veins bulging on his forehead. He exerted every ounce of his celestial energy in a futile attempt to escape the binding. The attendants stood outside the formation, filled with anxiety. Young master, what should we do? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Do not mind me. find a way to break the formation. The attendants hurriedly activated their magical artifacts, launching assaults against the formation. Yet, the formation remained unyielding, absorbing all their attacks as energy for itself. Ling Xiao's complexion grew increasingly grim. He could feel the formation continuously siphoning his celestial energy. If this continued, he would likely be drained completely, reduced to a mere corpse. Zhou Chen stood at a distance, his consciousness sweeping over the formation. Its structure was exceedingly complex, with runes densely interwoven. However, having once received the inheritance of an ancient celestial emperor, Zhou Chen's understanding of formations far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He quickly identified a flaw within the formation. The core of the formation was the wooden box. Removing it would cause the formation to collapse. However, the box was shielded by the formation, making it no easy feat to retrieve. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Chen felt that the time to act was ripe. He activated the chaos bell, which radiated a soft golden light. The Qian and Kuan inscriptions swirled upon the bell's surface, emanating an aura that suppressed all things. Zhou Chen pointed forward. Subdue. As the words left his lips, the chaos bell emitted a melodious chime. As the sound resonated, the runes of the formation began to tremble. Ling Xiao sensed a diminishment of his restraints, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Who is aiding me? He looked up to see Zhou Chen standing at a distance, cradling a colossal bell in his hands. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. It's you? Zhou Chen remained silent, continuing to channel the chaotic bell. The tolling grew increasingly thunderous, causing the runes of the formation to begin collapsing. However, the formation's resistance intensified with equal fervor. Countless runes surged from the stone platform, transforming into beams of light that hurtled towards Zhou Chen. His expression remained calm as he summoned the Qingping sword. The sword's light blossomed into myriad streaks, obliterating all the incoming beams. Seizing the moment, Ling Xiao summoned the celestial energy within him, striving desperately to break free from his bindings. At long last, under the suppression of the chaotic bell, the formation shattered completely. Chapter 481. The seizing of the inscription, infuriating Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's figure flickered as he burst forth from the formation, landing on the ground while gasping for breath. His attendants hastened to his side. Young master, are you unscathed? Ling Xiao waved them off. I am fine. He raised his gaze towards Zhou Chen, a complex gleam flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your timely rescue. Zhou Chen replied with indifference. Young master, there is no need for such formality. Protecting the young master is merely my duty. Ling Xiao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to observe the wooden box resting on the stone platform. Even after the formation's collapse, the box lay undisturbed, emanating a faint spiritual glow. Ling Xiao strode towards the platform, reaching out to grasp the box. Just then, Zhou Chen's voice interrupted. Young master, wait. Ling Xiao halted, turning back to Zhou Chen. What is it? Zhou Chen's consciousness swept over the wooden box, and he spoke. There is an additional layer of restriction upon this box. If we were to open it recklessly, we might trigger the restrictions and invite peril. Ling Xiao's brow furrowed. What should we do then? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before suggesting, allow me to attempt it. He approached the stone platform and placed his hand on the box. The chaotic bell soared from within him, hovering above the box. The bell radiated a soft, golden light, with the Qian and Kuan inscriptions swirling upon its surface. Zhou Chen channeled his celestial energy into the wooden box. The box trembled violently as countless runes emerged, forming a luminous barrier around it. Zhou Chen's consciousness penetrated the barrier, meticulously examining the structure of the restrictions. The constraints were exceedingly intricate, with runes densely interwoven. However, having previously received the legacies of several ancient celestial emperors, Zhou Chen's understanding of such restrictions far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He swiftly discerned the method to dismantle the constraints. Summoning the chaotic bell, its radiance intensified. The Qian and Kuan inscriptions danced upon its surface, exuding an aura of domination over all. The runes of the restrictions began to quiver, and one by one, they collapsed. Finally, under the oppressive force of the chaotic bell, the restrictions dissipated entirely. The barrier around the wooden box vanished, revealing its true form. Zhou Chen retracted the chaotic bell and raised his hand to open the box. Inside lay a palm-sized inscription, shimmering in a deep azure hue, adorned with countless arcane patterns. A glimmer of joy flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. The Sun inscription. Ling Xiao, upon seeing the inscription, was similarly struck by a wave of greed. What is this? Zhou Chen replied coolly. This is an ancient inscription, imbued with formidable principles of the Tao. If refined, it can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Ling Xiao's greed intensified at this revelation. In that case, hand the inscription over to me. He extended his hand, seeking to seize it from Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen suddenly withdrew his hand, clasping the inscription tightly. Ling Zhao's expression darkened. What do you mean by this? Zhou Chen replied coolly, young master. While this inscription is indeed powerful, it is also exceedingly perilous. Should one attempt to refine it recklessly, unforeseen calamities may arise. Allow me to examine it first. And once confirmed safe, I shall return it to you. Ling Zhao's brow knitted in concern. He sensed an unusual shift in Zhou Chen's demeanor. Nevertheless, he dismissed his apprehensions and nodded. Very well, I shall leave it to you. Zhou Chen bowed. Rest assured, young master. He turned aside, feigning an inspection of the inscription. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing the incomplete Sun inscription, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Obtain the complete Sun inscription. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 100 points of system energy. The system's notification echoed in Zhou Chen's mind, filling him with elation. In the next moment, the incomplete inscription in his hand began to tremble. It emitted a brilliant azure light, which then transformed into a streak of flowing light that surged into Zhou Chen's body. Ling Zhao's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. What have you done? Zhou Chen turned to him, his tone nonchalant. Apologies, young master. It appears this inscription has recognized me as its master. Ling Zhao erupted in fury. You dare to betray me? He raised his hand, and a golden beam erupted from his palm, aimed directly at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen maintained his composure, waving his hand. The chaotic bell exploded forth from within him, swelling in size to shield him. Boom. The beam struck the chaotic bell with a thunderous roar. The bell quaked violently but steadfastly withstood the onslaught. Ling Zhao's face darkened further. Very well. I shall see what capabilities you possess to dare defy me. With that, he unleashed his attack anew. Countless golden beams surged from all directions, enveloping Zhou Chen entirely. Zhou Chen summoned the chaotic bell, which glimmered with a soft golden light. The Qian, Kuan, and Sun inscriptions danced upon its surface, emanating an oppressive force. Boom, boom, boom. The beams relentlessly battered against the chaotic bell, producing deafening clamor. However, the bell remained unyielding. Ling Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it, how can your defenses be so formidable? Zhou Chen replied coolly, yes. He raised his hand, and the Qingping sword shot forth from within him, transforming into a streak of light aimed at Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao's face paled, hastily summoning his treasures to defend himself. Yet, the Qingping sword's might was overwhelming. Wherever its light passed, Ling Zhao's defenses were effortlessly cleaved in two. Terrified, Ling Zhao began to retreat. Who are you truly? Zhou Chen offered no reply, his figure flickering as he vanished from sight. By the time Ling Zhao regained his composure, Zhou Chen had already escaped the ruins. Ling Zhao stood rooted in place, his face a mask of fury. Young master, shall we pursue? Ling Zhao gritted his teeth. Pursue. We must capture him at all costs. Zhou Chen activated his escape technique, accelerating to unparalleled speeds. Behind him, Ling Zhao and his attendants followed closely in hot pursuit. Halt! Ling Zhao bellowed, raising his hand to unleash dozens of palm strikes. Countless golden handprints surged forth, imbued with terrifying power. Zhou Chen did not look back, raising his hand in response. The chaotic bell soared from within him, positioned defensively behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The handprints collided with the chaotic bell, generating earth-shattering sounds. Zhou Chen's form staggered slightly, but soon resumed his flight. Ling Zhao's expression grew increasingly dire. Damn it, how can this guy be so fast? The 12 attendants shared equally grim visages. They exerted themselves desperately to activate their escape light, yet they remained unable to catch up with Zhou Chen. After flying for approximately tens of thousands of miles, a magnificent mountain range materialized ahead. The mountains undulated majestically, shrouded in mist. In a fleeting motion, Zhou Chen plunged deep into the mountains, closely pursued by Ling Zhao. However, upon entering the mountain range, Zhou Chen's figure abruptly vanished. Ling Zhao halted his steps, scanning the surroundings with his divine consciousness. Where had he gone? The 12 attendants likewise activated their divine senses, meticulously searching. Yet, within the mountains, the pervasive mist severely interfered with their perception, rendering them incapable of locating Zhou Chen's whereabouts. Ling Zhao's countenance turned ashen with rage. Damn it, he escaped. Gritting his teeth, he commanded everyone to disperse and search independently. No matter what, they must find him. The attendants complied and scattered in different directions to search. Chapter 482. This burden Ling Zhao must bear. Ling Zhao stood his ground, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Once I find you, I will ensure you wish for death. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen concealed himself within a cave, employing a breath-concealing technique to completely mask his presence. He extended his divine sense outside. Discovering that Ling Zhao and the others were still searching, unhurried to depart, he seated himself cross-legged, commencing the refinement of the complete Sun inscription. Once the complete Sun inscription entered his body, it surged directly towards the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell trembled violently, and countless azure patterns materialized upon its surface. These patterns interwove with the golden patterns of the Qian inscription and the earthy hues of the Kuan inscription, emanating an enigmatic aura. Boom! The Chaos Bell erupted with unprecedented power. Its body began to expand rapidly, 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, ultimately transforming into a colossal phantom of 10,000 zhang. Suspended above Zhou Chen's head, the Qian, Kuan, and Sun inscriptions radiated in harmonious brilliance, with golden, earthy, and azure lights illuminating the entire cave. Zhou Chen, sensing the changes in the Chaos Bell, was filled with joy. The bell's power had surged several-fold once more, particularly in speed, reaching a terrifying level. At this moment, should Zhou Chen fully activate the Chaos Bell, his speed would likely rival that of an immortal emperor. Zhou Chen stowed the Chaos Bell and rose. He scanned the surroundings with his divine consciousness, noting that Ling Xiao and the others were still searching. However, their search radius was expanding, clearly indicating they had begun to abandon this area. In a flash, Zhou Chen exited the cave and activated the escape light, propelling himself deeper into the depths of the Xuantian secret realm. According to the hints from the opportunity panel, Shui was also within the Xuantian secret realm. Zhou Chen had to intercept the fragmented Sun inscription opportunity before Shui arrived. After flying for approximately tens of thousands of miles, a vast lake emerged before him. The lake spanned 1,000 miles, its waters crystal clear. At the center of the lake lay a small island, overgrown with various spiritual herbs and trees. Zhou Chen scanned the island with his divine sense, his brow furrowing slightly. A familiar aura lingered on the island. Shui. Zhou Chen swiftly descended to the island's edge. Concealing himself behind a large tree, he extended his divine sense, carefully observing the center of the island. In the center stood an ancient altar, crafted from white jade and emanating a faint spiritual glow. Upon the altar rested an ancient jade box, radiating a rich celestial aura, clearly not an ordinary object. Shui stood before the altar, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Finally found it. He reached out, intending to open the jade box. Just then, the altar suddenly trembled. Countless runes erupted from it, forming a massive array that enveloped Shui. His expression shifted slightly. Another restriction? He sneered, channeling the demonic energy within him. Dense black demonic energy surged forth, morphing into a colossal demonic shadow that charged toward the array. Boom! The demonic shadow collided with the array, producing a thunderous roar. The array trembled violently, but did not shatter. Shui furrowed his brow. This restriction is rather troublesome. Is this the Sun inscription? He fixated intently on the jade box at the altar's center, his eyes almost bursting with a crimson glow. He had exerted tremendous effort, and even used the trump card provided by the Demon Palace to break through the outer layer of that damned fog. The altar's surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even a single bird. If only he could obtain this, he would achieve great merit. And then Shui licked his cracked lips, his palms slick with sweat. Without further thought, he reached out to seize the jade box. Just as his fingertips were about to graze its edge, whoosh! A streak of azure sword light shot forth unexpectedly from the adjacent thicket. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, leaving Shui no time to react. He felt a chill on the back of his hand, followed by a piercing pain. Shui abruptly withdrew his hand, retreating several dozen feet, his gaze warily fixed on the direction from which the sword light had come. Emerging from the thicket was a young man clad in resplendent garments. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he wielded a folding fan, a characteristic arrogant smile adorning his face. Who but Ling Xiao could it be? Yet beneath that facade lay Zhou Chen. Ling Xiao. Shui gritted his teeth, forcing the words out between clenched jaws. He truly did not expect Ling Xiao to appear at this critical juncture. Zhou Chen toyed with the fan transformed from the Qingping sword, leisurely approaching the altar, not even sparing a glance at Shui, as he effortlessly grasped the jade box. Such a fine treasure. Is it something you can touch? Zhou Chen weighed the jade box in his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Shui, his expression akin to that of a passerby regarding a stray dog. Shui trembled with fury. Ling Xiao, do not push your luck. I discovered this first. Discovered it first? Zhou Chen let out a scoff, opening the fan and giving it a shake. This Xuantian secret realm belongs to my Xuantian Sect. Every blade of grass and tree within it is naturally mine. You, an outsider with no known origins, dare to speak of priority? The audacity of such words was truly shameless, yet when paired with Ling Xiao's lofty demeanor, it felt entirely fitting. Shui took a deep breath, the demonic energy within him roiling. He was genuinely contemplating murder now. Put down the item. Or do not blame me for being impolite. Oh, you intend to make a move against me? Zhou Chen appeared to have heard the greatest joke, tucking the jade box into his bosom and even provocatively patting his chest. Come, let me see what abilities you, an insignificant insect, possess. Shui could no longer contain himself. Seeking death, he roared, transforming into a black shadow that lunged directly at Zhou Chen. A sphere of pitch-black, demonic fire blazing in his palm, clearly prepared to strike in earnest. Zhou Chen stood unmoving, and just as Shui's attack was about to land, Zhou Chen pivoted, his form vanishing like a ghost, instantaneously appearing behind Shui. This was not a sophisticated technique. It was purely the result of the magical boots borrowed from the real Ling Xiao, combined with Zhou Chen's extraordinary reflexes. Too slow. Zhou Chen's voice echoed beside Shui's ear, swiftly followed by a kick. Bang! The forceful blow landed squarely on Shui's rear, propelling him like a rubber ball, crashing violently against the steps of the altar, leaving cracks in the white jade surface. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, Shui scrambled to his feet, his eyes ablaze with rage and bloodshot. Ling Xiao, I shall remember this humiliation, Shui vowed. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure your dismemberment. Chapter 483, the 8th layer of the Immortal King, ascending in a single step. Zhou Chen merely shrugged, a nonchalant expression gracing his features. Very well, I await your challenge. But for now, he waved the jade box in his hand. This treasure now belongs to me. Should you dispute this, feel free to seek me out. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, my father is the sect master. Dare to confront me, and I shall show you the meaning of cruelty. Such words stoked the flames of enmity to their fullest. Shui's chest heaved with fury, yet he was not a fool. From their earlier exchange, he recognized that he was no match for this Ling Xiao. Furthermore, given that they were on the territory of the Xuantian sect, should he provoke the sect master, the secrets of his demonic powers would be laid bare. Very well, Shui gritted his teeth, casting a deep glance at Zhou Chen before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and fleeing without a backward glance. As he watched Shui vanish, Zhou Chen's haughty demeanor evaporated, replaced by a playful smile. It seemed that Ling Xiao would need to tread carefully in future outings. He lowered his gaze to the jade box in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting Shui's opportunity. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the complete Sun inscription. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of system energy. The system's notification chimed in as expected. Zhou Chen felt a sudden weight in his hand, as the previously incomplete inscription within the jade box began to tremble. Instantly, a vast power of law descended from the heavens. The once palm-sized fragment of the inscription was enveloped in a verdant glow. When the light dissipated, a complete inscription, crystalline and exuding an ancient aura of wind, floated serenely in Zhou Chen's palm. The original incomplete inscription, as if responding to a summons, transformed into a streak of light, piercing into Zhou Chen's brow, racing towards his inner world, merging seamlessly with the previous half of the Sun inscription. As Zhou Chen felt the terrifying power contained within the inscription, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This represented the primal force of the Path of Wind. He now possessed 3 of them. Without hesitation, he vanished into a nearby concealed cave, casually setting up a few defensive formations, preparing to refine this inscription immediately. As for what might transpire outside, he cared little, for the blame lay with Ling Xiao, not him, Zhou Chen. Just as Zhou Chen settled down, ready to commence his refinement, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant gates of the Xuantian Sect. The sound resonated so powerfully that even Zhou Chen, deep within the secret realm, felt the ground tremble beneath him. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, glancing toward the cave entrance. It seemed a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Inside the cave, dimly lit, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged upon a flat piece of azure stone. The complete Sun inscription hovering before his brow, radiating a gentle, yet piercing azure light. Inhaling deeply, Zhou Chen activated the primordial chi source scripture, which began to operate with fervor. As the technique coursed through him, the Sun inscription transformed into a liquid azure stream, gradually flowing into his sea of consciousness and ultimately merging into his inner world. Boom! Within this inner realm, the once tranquil sky erupted in a tempest. Yet this wind bore no malice. Instead, it was imbued with a vibrant vitality. The world tree at the center of this realm stirred as if sensing a feast, its branches thrashing wildly as they reached into the void, greedily absorbing the primal power bestowed by the Sun inscription. The previously dark trunk of the tree began to reveal intricate azure patterns, ancient and profound, reminiscent of the traces of wind from the dawn of creation. As the world tree absorbed this essence, a pure and potent force surged into Zhou Chen's limbs and bones. Crack! It felt as though shackles within him had shattered. The bottleneck that had ensnared him at the 5th layer of the Immortal King realm crumbled before this force, as fragile as paper. The 6th layer of the Immortal King realm. The energy continued to swell, showing no signs of abating. Zhou Chen felt as though he were immersed in a sea of wind, his body becoming lighter than ever. Every pore breathed, every muscle rejoiced. The seventh layer of the immortal king realm. The sensation of empowerment was so overwhelming that Zhou Chen nearly moaned aloud. Yet he steeled his mind, guiding this tumultuous force through his meridians. The Sun inscription represented not merely an elevation of strength, but an ultimate comprehension of the path of wind. Visions flashed through Zhou Chen's mind like a revolving lantern. Gentle breezes caressed his skin, furious winds howled, hurricanes ravaged cities, and gales split the air. From the softest caress to the most savage destruction, every form and transformation of the wind etched itself deeply into the core of his being. Boom! The final echo reverberated within him. The eighth layer of the immortal king realm. Zhou Chen's eyes snapped open, azure brilliance shooting forth from them, piercing through the stone wall before him and leaving two bottomless holes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, it transformed into a whirlwind, stirring up dust within the cave. Rising to his feet, Zhou Chen gazed at his hands. Is this the path of the wind? With a mere thought, he vanished from beside the azure stone, reappearing outside the cave, 100 feet away in an instant. There was no tear in space, no violent eruption of power. It was as if he had always been there. This was the swiftness bestowed by the Sun inscription, a transformation into the essence of the wind, formless and shadowless. How astonishingly fast! Zhou Chen himself was taken aback. Such speed, even among immortal kings, could hardly be matched, let alone ordinary immortal emperors. Moreover, this was merely the essence of speed. He raised his hand, and in his palm, a small azure whirlwind spun rapidly, though seemingly unremarkable. He could sense the terrifying cutting force within, potent enough to rend space itself. With this ability, even if he could not win, escape would be beyond anyone's grasp. Zhou Chen contentedly concealed his aura. At that moment, the tremors returned, more intense than before. Even the Xuantian secret realm began to exhibit signs of instability. The clouds above darkened to a sinister crimson, and the air grew thick with a nauseating stench of blood. It seemed the commotion outside was quite significant. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing skyward. He could sense that the source of the tremor did not lie within the secret realm, but rather emanated from the Xuantian Sect beyond its borders. Such a commotion could not be stirred by an ordinary power. Zhou Chen stroked his chin, recalling the conversation he had clandestinely overheard in the Forbidden Land. The Eternal Night Demon Palace, the earthly fiend demon general. It seemed that the individual known as Mo Yubai had taken action. Chapter 484, Eternal Night Demon Palace, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Very well. The murkiness indeed provides an opportunity to fish. A faint smile graced Zhou Chen's lips as he flickered, transforming into a wisp of gentle breeze and vanishing from his original position, with the tumult outside reaching a fever pitch. The remaining opportunities within the secret realm would be left unchallenged. Meanwhile, outside the Xuantian Sect, what once was a serene abode of immortals had devolved into a veritable battlefield. The protective formation teetered on the brink of collapse, its shimmering barrier marred by shocking fissures. Above, a mass of ominous clouds loomed, obscuring the sky, within which a silhouette resembling a demonic deity could be discerned. A chilling voice, resonant and bone-chilling, echoed throughout the skies of Xuantian Sect. Children of Xuantian Sect, surrender the Sun inscription, and perhaps I may show mercy and leave you intact. In the plaza before the sect's main gate, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering breath a laborious task. Thousands of inner disciples, armed with magical artifacts, formed battle arrays, their faces pale as they fixated on the heavens. A dread that originated from the depths of their souls caused their hands, which gripped swords, to tremble slightly. The oppressive aura of the Celestial Emperor's realm was an overwhelming force for those who had yet to ascend to immortality, or had only just embarked upon the true immortal domain. Were it not for the protective formation, the mere pressure alone could have shattered their heart veins. Arrogant fiend, do not overstep your bounds. A furious roar emanated from the main peak's hall. Following this, 10 streaks of light surged skyward, piercing through the protective formation and hovering in the air. These 10 individuals were the 10 outer elders of the Xuantian Sect. Each bore white hair, exuding an aura of the 10th layer of the Celestial King realm. While individually they may not match the demonic entity above, united they formed the 10 Directions Annihilation Array, capable of contending even against the first layer of the Celestial Emperor realm. The elder at the forefront, known as Kumu, leaned upon a dragon-headed staff, his expression grave as he scrutinized the ominous clouds. Who are you? Why do you trespass upon Xuantian Sect without provocation? Elder Kumu's voice boomed, attempting to stall for time. He had secretly sent a message to the sect master and the grand elder, who were in secluded cultivation. Who am I? The black clouds churned, slowly parting to reveal a man clad in black robes, his visage obscured by a silver half-mask. He stood upon the void, hands clasped behind him, casting a disdainful glance at the 10 elders below. Remember, the one who will slay you is Mou Bai, the 72nd earthly fiend demon general of the Eternal Night Demon Palace. Upon hearing the name of the Eternal Night Demon Palace, Elder Kumu's pupils constricted sharply. This appellation signified taboo and despair within ancient texts. The Eternal Night Demon Palace has been annihilated for millennia. Do not attempt to conjure illusions here, Elder Kumu bellowed, forcefully striking the void with his dragon-headed staff. From the array, at his command, the other 9 elders simultaneously altered their hand seals. 10 beams of multicolored celestial energy surged into the sky, intertwining to form a colossal net of light that descended upon Mou Bai. Thunder crackled and flames roared upon the net, emanating an awe-inspiring force. Is this your reliance? Mou Bai regarded the encroaching net of light, his eyelids barely fluttering. Too weak. He slowly extended a hand, pale and devoid of color, with nails as dark as ink. Break. With merely a single word, Mou Bai's palm descended lightly. Boom. A surge of inky black, demonic energy erupted from his palm. This demonic energy was overwhelmingly potent upon its initial contact with the light net. A sizzling sound pervaded the air. The defensive net, forged by the combined might of 10 peak celestial kings, was swiftly corroded, creating a gaping hole. Uft. The formation shattered. And under the strain, the 10 elders simultaneously spewed blood, their figures swaying in the air. How is this possible? Elder Kumu's face was a mask of horror. He understood the prowess of the Celestial Emperor realm, yet he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. A mere flick of the wrist had dismantled their 10 directions annihilation array. This was not a battle of comparable scales. A swarm of ants dares to shake the heavens? Mou Bai sneered coldly, remaining motionless as the terrifying demonic energy morphed into a colossal black hand that reached menacingly toward the 10 elders. Retreat. Quickly, Elder Kumu bellowed, wishing to ignite his essence blood to escape. However, that black hand seemed to harbor a law of spatial confinement, rendering the surrounding space viscous as mud. No matter how they struggled, they could not move an inch. It was over. Despair seeped into the hearts of the 10 elders. Below, the disciples were pale with fright. Some of the more timid female disciples even covering their eyes and screaming. In that critical moment, just as the black hand was about to crush the 10 elders into pulp, a voice filled with authority reverberated as if descending from the heavens. Demon, dare you? Then, a radiance of unparalleled brilliance, a golden sword light, erupted from the forbidden grounds of the Xuantian Sect's back mountain. This sword light was so brilliant that it was blinding. Flash! The sword light cleaved through the black hand, which appeared indestructible, severing 2 of its fingers. As the demonic energy dissipated, the 10 elders felt a sudden alleviation of pressure and hastily retreated back into the protective formation, gasping for breath. Their faces drenched in cold sweat from the narrow escape. Mou Bai gazed at his severed demonic fingers, not in anger, but rather with an exhilarated smile. Finally willing to emerge. Are you? He lifted his gaze towards the back mountain. There, a golden figure was descending through the air, each step blossoming with a golden lotus beneath its feet. It was the sect master of Xuantian Sect, Ling Tian, first layer of the Celestial Emperor realm. Ling Tian, I have awaited you for a long time. Mou Bai licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Ling Tian hovered in midair, his golden robes billowing. Though his expression remained tranquil, a profound gravity lurked within his gaze. He could sense that the power of the demonic entity before him was not to be underestimated. The peculiar demonic energy emanating from him seemed specifically designed to counteract celestial spiritual power. The remnants of the Eternal Night Demon Palace dare to show themselves today. Prepare to pay with your lives. Ling Tian's sword trembled in his hand, its chime resonating through the skies. The battle was about to commence, with 2 terrifying presences of Celestial Emperor might clashing fiercely. One side radiated golden light, sacred and majestic, while the other was shrouded in ominous demonic energy, obscuring the sun. The entire sky above the Xuantian Sect was forcefully divided in 2, one half golden and the other pitch black. At the juncture of their confrontation, spatial rifts flickered like black lightning, ceaselessly appearing and vanishing. Ling Tian, do you presume that with your solitary strength, you can thwart me? Mou Bai stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone dripping with condescension, even when facing Ling Tian, who was also of the Celestial Emperor realm. Ling Tian wasted no words and waved his sword. Flash. Chapter 485. The Battle of Life and Death. Ling Tian was consumed by fury. Countless golden sword energies manifested from thin air, cascading down upon Mou Bai like a torrential rain. Each beam of sword energy was imbued with the formidable principles of metal, capable of effortlessly piercing through a mountain. Merely a trivial skill, Imoyubai scoffed, shaking his head as his dark robe billowed. Devouring dragon of the abyss. With a resonant command, the tumultuous dark clouds behind him surged violently. The void was suddenly enveloped by a black canopy, seemingly severing this space from the world beyond. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the realm as a colossal black dragon, stretching 10,000 zhang, emerged from the depths of the dark clouds, its menacing head breaking through. The dragon was composed entirely of pure demonic energy, its scales ablaze with black flames. It opened its cavernous maw and inhaled deeply, drawing in the myriad of golden sword energies as if they were mere strands of noodles. The dragon let out a belch, releasing a puff of black smoke. The disciples of the Xuantian sect below were left dumbfounded, their hopes dwindling with each passing moment. Was even the sect leader's assault so easily dissolved? Ling Tian's expression shifted as he realized the overwhelming might of his opponent's demonic powers. Moreover, the commotion had escalated to such an extent that even the esteemed elders of the Xuantian sect remained oblivious, and his messages had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding settled within him, a gnawing dread creeping into his heart. With a delicate gesture, Imoyubai pointed at the protective formation of the sect below. Go. The 10,000 zhang dragon swung its massive body, crashing into the protective formation with a cataclysmic force. Boom. The impact was akin to a star colliding with the earth. The entire Xuantian sect trembled violently, countless palaces collapsed, and mountains crumbled. The hundreds of formation masters maintaining the array simultaneously spat blood, half of them losing consciousness on the spot. Cracks rapidly spread across the protective formations barrier, threatening to shatter completely. This is bad. The 10 outer elders, who had just retreated, recognized the moment of life and death had arrived. Fellow elders, the sect has nurtured us for countless years. Today is the time to repay that debt. Elder Kumu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Burn our blood. Sacrifice the formation. Burn our blood. Sacrifice the formation. The other 9 elders shouted in unison, without a hint of hesitation. Flames of blood red erupted from their bodies as they ignited their life essence and spiritual infants. 10 beams of blood red light surged into the heart of the formation, miraculously stabilizing the faltering barrier, even emanating a radiance stronger than before. Oh, a group of old fools, surprisingly spirited, Imoyubai observed, his eyes cold as he regarded them like a swarm of ants in their final struggle. Regrettably, in the face of absolute power, such spirit is utterly futile. With a series of hand seals, the dragon that had been assaulting the formation suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless tiny black serpents. These serpents infiltrated the cracks in the formation's barrier, burrowing their way inside. The anguished cries erupted within the array. Upon entering, the serpents ferociously attacked the elders and disciples maintaining the formation. Anyone bitten would instantly dissolve into a pool of black water, their very souls unable to escape. The 10 outer elders, burning their vital essence, bore the brunt of the onslaught. One elder watched helplessly as Elder Kumu was ensnared by hundreds of serpents. And in the blink of an eye, the once majestic figure was reduced to a heap of blackened bones. Let us fight to the bitter end. The remaining elders, eyes aflame with desperation, lashed out at the surrounding serpents. Yet, there were simply too many. They could not be vanquished. In mere moments, all 10 elders at the pinnacle of the celestial king realm fell, their remains utterly obliterated. This was war, brutally devoid of reason. No. Ling Tian's heart shattered as he witnessed this scene unfold. These were the pillars of the Xuantian sect, vanishing before his eyes. Imoyubai, I will have your life. Ling Tian's rage reached its zenith. He spat a mouthful of vital blood onto his sword, transforming himself into a golden meteor, recklessly charging towards Imoyubai. Ha! So you're angry now? Imoyubai cackled, advancing rather than retreating, meeting Ling Tian head-on. Ling Tian, this is but an appetizer. Soon, you shall witness what true despair entails. The 2 figures clashed violently in the skies, each encounter causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one noticed a sneaky crimson figure stealthily making its way toward the sect's treasure vault, while all attention was focused on the aerial combat. It was none other than Shui, having escaped from the secret realm. At this moment, he cared for nothing else, vanishing like a flash of crimson light. The battle in the sky reached a fever pitch, and no one paid attention to the inconspicuous Shui. Ling Tian fought with unrestrained fervor, each move aimed at mutual destruction. As the sect leader, witnessing the gruesome demise of his disciples and elders ignited an inferno of wrath within him, unleashing the full extent of his power. Yet, curiously, despite possessing equal strength and even superior demonic techniques, Mou by refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He resembled a cat toying with a mouse, landing heavy strikes just as Ling Tian seemed on the verge of exhaustion, but never finishing him off. Ling Tian, you have grown old. Your sword is too slow. Mou by sidestepped a beam of sword energy, effortlessly striking Ling Tian's shoulder. Bang! Ling Tian grunted, sent flying hundreds of zhong, his left shoulder charred, demonic energy raging as it eroded his flesh. What do you intend to do? Ling Tian gasped. His gaze locked onto Mou Bai. After such a prolonged confrontation, he sensed something was amiss. If this demon truly wished to annihilate the sect, he had ample opportunity to kill him or directly destroy the core of the formation below. Yet he had not. He was merely stalling for time, sowing chaos. What do I intend? Mou Bai hovered in the air, adjusting his slightly disheveled robe, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Ling Tian, do you truly believe I have gone to such lengths to assault your pitiful sect merely to eliminate you worthless beings? He gestured towards the chaotic Xuantian sect below. Can you guess what your sect is currently lacking? A sudden realization struck Ling Tian's heart. Lacking something. A diversion. His consciousness swiftly scanned the direction of the Xuantian secret realm. Upon doing so, Ling Tian nearly succumbed to rage-induced madness. He beheld a gaping hole in the defense of the Xuantian secret realm, and deep within, he could no longer sense any trace of the Xuanji inscriptions. Damn it. Chapter 486. The wind rises, leaving with a flick of the sleeve. Ling Tian's furious roar echoed to the heavens, filled with regret and wrath. He finally comprehended that this demon had been a mere decoy from the very beginning. The true strike was the infiltrator within the Xuantian secret realm. Only now do you realize? It is too late. Mou Bai, witnessing Ling Tian's expression, believed his plan had succeeded. The task has been accomplished. I shall no longer entertain you. Mou Bai let out a hearty laugh, and the dark clouds behind him suddenly contracted, transforming him into a streak of black light that sped away towards the horizon. Where do you think you're going? Ling Tian attempted to pursue, but as soon as he moved, the injuries within him flared up, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His figure swayed dangerously, nearly plummeting from the sky. He could only watch helplessly as Mou Bai vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Xuantian secret realm, Zhou Chen stood atop a colossal ancient tree. Perceiving the events occurring outside through the faint connection between the secret realm and the outside world. Although he could not discern the precise details, the terrifying fluctuations of energy, along with the changes in aura during Mou Bai's retreat, were unmistakable to one with his celestial emperor-level consciousness. So that is the case. Zhou Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A feigned attack to divert attention, with Mou Bai drawing fire at the front while Shui seizes the opportunity to pilfer. This plan is indeed quite exquisite. Unfortunately, in all their scheming, they failed to account for the greatest variable, Zhou Chen. Search for him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find that scoundrel. In the depths of the Xuantian secret realm, Ling Zhao's roar echoed across the desolate ruins, startling a few black carrion crows. His hair was disheveled, and the graceful demeanor of the young master was nowhere to be seen. Brandishing a long sword, he indiscriminately slashed at the surrounding ruins, the sword energy slicing through, reducing several innocent boulders to dust. His subordinates scattered in fear, weaving through the dense forest and ruins, none daring to provoke the young master at this moment. Not far from Ling Xiao and his companions, in a secluded mountain hollow, the air shimmered slightly. TSK. The youth's temper is quite fiery. Zhou Chen concealed himself in the shadow of a dead old tree, nearly blending into the surrounding environment. Having just refined the complete Sun inscription, the laws of wind within him flowed smoothly, rendering his body as light as a feather. Even the slightest fluctuations in the surrounding air were palpable to him. Observing Ling Xiao flailing about like a headless fly in the distance, Zhou Chen shook his head. With a thought, he moved without a sound, transforming into an imperceptible breeze that glided through the crevices of the hollow. The speed conferred by the triple Sun inscriptions was indeed fearsome. Without employing any spatial techniques, he traversed hundreds of miles in mere breaths. Reaching the very edge of the secret realm, before him lay a chaotic boundary of void, where spatial turbulence was extraordinarily unstable. Any ordinary cultivator approaching would easily be drawn into the fissures of the void and shredded to pieces. Yet, Zhou Chen halted his advance, raised a hand, and gently sliced through the void before him. Open! A flash of azure light sparked from his fingertips, and the sturdy spatial barrier tore open like fragile paper, creating a silent breach. The aura of the chaos bell stirred slightly, suppressing the surrounding violent spatial turmoil. Zhou Chen stepped through, his figure vanishing instantly within the secret realm. In the next moment, he appeared within the humble cave dwelling of Qingyun Peak at the Xuantian Sect. The once empty stone chamber was suddenly filled with a ripple of air as Zhou Chen's figure materialized. He surveyed his surroundings. The furnishings remained unchanged since his departure, and the defensive formations were still operational, evidently undisturbed by any visitors. Phew! Zhou Chen exhaled deeply, casually shedding his disguise to reveal his true appearance. He approached the stone bed, sat cross-legged, and formed hand seals, instantly retracting his aura. The myriad phenomena returning to origin formation operated silently, disguising his formidable cultivation at the 8th level of the Celestial King realm as that of one who had just broken through. After completing this, he leisurely retrieved a pot of spirit tea from his storage ring and poured himself a cup. Now, even if a Celestial Emperor were to arrive, they would find no trace of me. Just as Zhou Chen took a sip of tea, a sudden, urgent, and heavy bell toll echoed from outside the cave. Dong, dong, dong. The bell tolled 9 times, each chime causing the stones of Qingyun Peak to rattle. This was the highest alarm of the Xuantian sect, only sounded in the face of life and death crises. Zhou Chen set down the teacup, raising an eyebrow. It seems the situation outside has escalated. He adjusted his robe, pushed open the cave's door, and emerged with a feigned expression of panic. At this moment, the entire Xuantian sect was in disarray. Countless streaks of light darted across the sky, and those inner sect disciples, usually aloof and high above, now appeared pale and scurrying about like headless flies. All disciples above the inner sect, elders, and supervisors, report to the Tianxian Grand Hall for a meeting. Those who disobey shall be executed. A commanding voice reverberated throughout the sect. It was the voice of the sect leader, Ling Tian. Though it sounded powerful, Zhou Chen keenly detected a hint of frailty and suppressed rage within. Blending into the crowd, Zhou Chen rode a streak of light toward the main peak. In the square before the Tianxian Grand Hall, thousands had gathered. The atmosphere was suffocating, the air still tainted with the lingering stench of blood and demonic energy from the recent battle. The Grand Hall's golden roof had been partially sheared away, appearing particularly disheveled. Zhou Chen found an inconspicuous corner to stand, lowering his head and adopting an appearance of submission. Within the hall, Ling Tian sat upon the purple gold dragon chair that symbolized the sect leader's authority, his expression dark enough to drip water. His left shoulder was heavily bandaged, and the black demonic energy could faintly be seen writhing at the wound, indicating the injuries inflicted by Mo Bai were not easily healed. On both sides of the hall sat dozens of surviving elders, each bearing wounds and displaying expressions of dread. Gentlemen, Ling Tian's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice low and hoarse. The events of today mark the greatest disgrace since the founding of our Xuantian sect. The protective sect formation has been breached. 10 outer sect elders have perished, and even the treasured relics within the secret realm have been stolen amidst the chaos. As he concluded his statement, Ling Tian's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously, his murderous intent palpable. The elders and disciples below erupted into an uproar. What treasures were stolen? Who was responsible? Could it be the demon? That is inconceivable. The demon had been engaged in battle with the sect leader and had not left the battlefield at all. Zhou Chen, amidst the crowd, listened to the surrounding discussions, his expression impassive as he absently touched his nose. Silence. With a thump of his hand on the armrest, Ling Tian unleashed a terrifying pressure that silenced the entire assembly. The demon that attacked our sect claims to be the Earth Sha Demon General of the Evernight Demon Palace. This matter is of great consequence. It is no longer merely a concern for our Xuantian sect. Ling Tian took a deep breath and turned to an elder seated not far from him. The elder was frail and white-haired, resembling an ordinary old man on the brink of death, yet his presence caused the surrounding space to seem as though it had solidified, light unable to penetrate. This is the sole Grand Elder of the Xuantian sect, the anchor of stability for the sect. Grand Elder, what exactly is the Evernight Demon Palace? And why have we never heard of it? A less seasoned elder could not help but inquire. Upon this question, all eyes turned to the Grand Elder. The venerable elder slowly opened his murky eyes, revealing a gaze imbued with the weight of time and an undercurrent of fear. The Eternal Night Demon Palace. He sighed, his voice raspy like the sound of 2 ancient bones grinding together. It is a nightmare long forgotten by history. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the elder's aged voice reverberating softly. This was an event from eons past, so distant that even the current scriptures fail to record it. In that era, what we now call the spirit realm was referred to as the primordial divine land. The elder's clouded gaze seemed to pierce through the dome of the hall, reaching into that distant past. At that time, the Eternal Night Demon Palace was the sole sovereign of this realm. They practiced the demonic path of devouring all, leaving darkness in their wake, with the sun and moon obscured and the essence of the world drained. They regarded us as mere livestock, mere blood food. Upon hearing the term blood food, Many young disciples present could not suppress a shiver. And what happened afterward? How did they vanish? A core disciple summoned the courage to inquire. Vanish? The elder gave a bitter smile and shook his head. They have never truly vanished. They have simply been sealed away. In those days, to resist the tyranny of the demon palace, the 8 most powerful immortal clans of the primordial divine land united, gathering all the celestial emperors of that time, even sacrificing the lives of half the world's beings, to barely seal the master of the demon palace and his minions beyond the endless void. The 8 immortal clans. Zhou Chen stood in a corner, feeling a stir within his heart. He recalled the ancient name he encountered at the Wenxian Sect, that individual with the 9-colored aura, seemingly hailing from the so-called primordial celestial clan. Elder, just how formidable is the power of the demon palace? Ling Tian could not help but ask. He had only glimpsed this name in the sect's secret texts and was unaware of its true ramifications. The elder fell silent for a moment, extending a bony finger. The master of the demon palace, it is rumored, has long transcended the realm of immortal emperors, even brushing against the threshold of the legendary Dao ancestor. Hiss! A sound of collective inhalation echoed through the hall. The Dao ancestor? That is the legendary being who opened the heavens and whose words manifest into law. The ultimate dream of all cultivators, an unreachable myth. Under his command are the 9 demon lords, each a paragon of the 10th layer of the celestial emperor realm. Below them lie the 72 earthly fiend generals, like the one who assailed us today, each of whom is at least of the celestial emperor realm. What? This time? Even Ling Tian could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet. The demon Yubai we encountered today, merely an earthly fiend general, had already rendered him powerless to retaliate. Such a formidable force, and the demon palace possesses 71 more? Not to mention the 9 demon lords and that terrifying palace master. A wave of despair instantly swept through the hall. This was simply not a conflict of the same magnitude. If the demon palace truly awakens in full, what can the Xuantian sect use to counter? Shall we use our heads as shields? It's over, it's all over. An elder slumped in his chair, his face ashen. How could we possibly triumph against such a force? Calm down. The elder's voice cut through the panic with a cold huff, his staff thudding heavily against the ground, awakening everyone. Though the demon palace is powerful, the seal has not been completely broken. Although demon Yubai has appeared today, his presence is unstable, clearly having paid a significant price to force his arrival here. We still have time. He turned to Ling Tian, sect master. Immediately send messages to the other major sacred lands, and also reach out to the remaining 5 ancient families. The 5 ancient families. An elder blinked in confusion. Indeed. The elder nodded. Of the 8 imperial clans from back then, 3 have completely severed their lineage in the war against the demons, but 5 remain in seclusion. The ancient family, the Yi family, the Shao family, the Lin family, and the Chu family. Only they possess the means to seal the demon palace from that time. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient family, Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. So there truly is an ancient family. That ancient name seems to carry even deeper roots than he had imagined. However, this also implies that if he wishes to confront the eternal night demon palace, or even survive the impending calamity, he will inevitably have to engage with these ancient families. I will take care of it at once. Ling Tian, disregarding his injuries, summoned several trusted elders to begin arranging communication. Moreover, there is another matter. The elder's expression grew more solemn, even taking on a hint of fervor. Demon Yubai's reckless emergence, unafraid to expose his whereabouts to attack our sect, is for the sake of that Sun inscription. Inscription? Ling Tian furrowed his brow. What exactly is that? The elder took a deep breath, lowering his voice. Yet every word resonated clearly in the ears of the core members present. It is said that when the ancient chaotic immortal emperor perished, he transformed his own Dao rhythm into 8 grand inscriptions. Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen Dui. Each inscription represents an ultimate principle of the Dao. At this point, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in the elder's eyes. It is rumored that if one can gather all 8 inscriptions, not only can they restore the complete form of the spirit realm's greatest treasure, but they may also, through this, break free from their shackles and attain the Dao ancestor's realm. Boom. This revelation struck Zhou Chen's mind like a thunderclap. To attain the Dao ancestor. While he had previously understood the inscriptions to be precious, capable of enhancing the power of the Chaos Bell, he had never imagined that they were the key to the Dao ancestor realm. Zhou Chen instinctively touched his chest. Qian, Kuan, Sun. Of the 8 inscriptions, he had already acquired 3. This means he holds 1/3 of the ticket to that supreme realm. No wonder. Chapter 488. Utilizing waste, gaining fortune from calamity. Zhou Chen mused inwardly. No wonder the demon palace is so frantic. No wonder the system indicated this as a fortuitous opportunity. This object must not fall into the hands of the demon palace, nor be obtained by those ancient families. Within the hall, the elders were also reeling from this shocking news. Regrettably, the elder sighed, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. The fragment of the Sun inscription has already been stolen by that infiltrating thief. If it were to fall into the hands of the demon palace, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Tian gritted his teeth. That thief. I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Zhou Chen stood below, listening to Ling Tian's curses, rolling his eyes expressionlessly in his heart. Let him curse, after all. The item is in my possession, and he can only vent his frustrations. The meeting concluded under a heavy and anxious atmosphere. The various elders took their leave to contact different factions, preparing to confront the impending catastrophe. Zhou Chen flowed with the crowd out of the hall. Watching the clouds gradually dissipating in the sky, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. 8 inscriptions. It seems I must hasten my pace. In the far west of the spirit realm, beneath a black abyss that sees no light year-round, lies a secret stronghold of the eternal night demon palace. Its surrounding rock walls etched with grotesque, demonic patterns, and the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Bang! A figure crashed heavily onto the hard obsidian floor, producing the sound of shattering bones. Blood, he curled up on the ground, crying out in agony. At this moment, his entire body was nearly shattered. His once handsome visage now grotesquely swollen like that of a pig, with blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Upon the throne before him, the sinister Mou Bai removed the mask obscuring his face, revealing a pallid, androgynous countenance. He toyed with a goblet in his hand, not filled with wine, but with the vivid crimson of fresh blood. Useless wretch, Mou Bai remarked coolly, taking a delicate sip of the liquid while his icy gaze bored down upon the prostrate Shui. I exerted tremendous effort, even resorting to employing a clone to detain the upper echelons of the Xuantian sect. And what is the outcome? You dare to tell me that a brat named Ling Xiao snatched it away? Please spare me, my lord, Shui stammered, raising his head with great difficulty, his voice trembling. That Ling Xiao, he was far too cunning, and his strength has inexplicably surged. I did not anticipate. Mou Bai let out a derisive laugh, flicking his finger lightly. Whoosh! A bolt of dark demonic energy shot forth like an arrow, piercing through Shui's thigh. Shui emitted a shrill scream, writhing in agony upon the ground. I require no excuses, merely results. Rising from his seat, Mou Bai approached Shui, towering over him with a disdainful gaze. Given your failure, you are devoid of any value. Conveniently, I am in need of a primary ingredient for my blood pool. As he spoke, Mou Bai raised his hand, demonic energy swirling in his palm, prepared to crush Shui's skull. The latter gazed at the approaching hand with eyes brimming with despair and terror. He was unwilling to accept his fate. He aspired to become a demon emperor. How could he perish here? No, please. Just as Mou Bai's hand was about to descend, he abruptly halted. Mou Bai furrowed his brow, fixating on Shui's dantian. There, fueled by sheer terror and rage, a latent power within Shui was erupting violently. It was a pure, dark red demonic energy, imbued with an insatiable greed to devour all. Is this the Xuantian Pure Land demonic body? The murderous intent in Mou Bai's eyes dissipated instantaneously, replaced by surprise and intrigue. He retracted his hand, crouching down to grip Shui by the collar, lifting him up. You young one, possess the Xuantian Pure Land demonic body? Shui, rendered speechless by fear, could only nod mechanically. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those with potential. Mou Bai erupted into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the vast hall. To think I would discover such a rare physique in this forsaken place. Although merely an unawakened half-finished product, with a bit of guidance his gaze shifted toward Shui. No longer one of contempt, but rather akin to that of a connoisseur eyeing a priceless treasure. You are fortunate, young man. Mou Bai produced a pitch-black pill from his robe and forcefully shoved it into Shui's mouth. Consume it. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a searing torrent of heat that surged through Shui's limbs and bones. His previously fractured skeleton began to mend at an astonishing rate, and his waning aura skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. 3rd layer of the Immortal King realm, 5th layer, 8th layer, boom. In but a brief moment, Shui's cultivation had directly breached to the 10th layer of the Immortal King realm. In disbelief, Shui stared at his own hands, feeling the surge of overwhelming power within him, trembling with exhilaration. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for this life-giving grace. Shui hastily knelt, fervently bowing his head. Do not be hasty in your gratitude, Mou Bai replied coolly. I do not nurture idlers. Having granted you power, you must now prove your worth. Since the Sun inscription has been lost, you must retrieve it for me. Furthermore, Mou Bai tossed a jade slip to Shui. This contains records of an opportunity located in the abyss of the demon realm. It is the legacy left by an ancient demon emperor. Bring it back. And should you succeed, I shall accept you as my direct disciple and take you to the demon palace's main hall. Should you fail, MOU by left the sentence unfinished, yet the chilling glint in his eyes conveyed everything. I shall not disgrace my duty, Shui declared, grasping the jade slip, his eyes glinting with malice. Ling Xiao, and that damn Xuantian Sect, just wait. I am no longer the same as before. Xuantian Sect, Qingyun Peak. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged within his cave dwelling, a translucent blue system panel hovering before him. Name, Shui. Realm, 10th layer of the Immortal King Realm. Recent opportunity, in 3 days. He will enter the abyss of the demon realm to obtain the remnants of the ancient demon emperor's legacy and acquire the essence of the demon emperor. Oh, this lad truly is tenacious, remarkably resilient. Zhou Chen mused, unable to suppress his astonishment as he beheld the information on the panel. Captured by MOU by yet not only surviving, but thriving to the 10th layer of the Immortal King Realm? His fortune is indeed remarkable. However, Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened as it landed on the words Demon Emperor Legacy and Demon Emperor Essence, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The abyss of the demon realm? The Demon Emperor's legacy? Zhou Chen stowed the panel away, rising to stretch. Since this is my brother Shui's opportunity, how could I, as the elder brother, refrain from lending a hand? After all, a family must stand united. Chapter 489, The Abyss of the Demon Realm. The time for the hunt. The abyss of the demon realm lay at the desolate fringes of the spirit realm, a wasteland of starry void. This was a realm of chaotic rules, perpetually shrouded in dense black demonic energy, where even starlight could not penetrate. It was a forbidden zone of life and a paradise for demonic creatures. A streak of azure light sliced through the darkness, silently descending upon a fractured meteorite. Zhou Chen concealed his aura, transforming the chaotic bell into a diminutive bell that hung at his waist, perfectly isolating him from the surrounding environment. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down into the unfathomable chasm below. The abyss resembled a gaping maw, continuously exhaling plumes of black mist. Faint roars could be heard emanating from the depths. The sounds of demonic beasts, corrupted by the miasma, engaging in brutal combat. So this is the abyss of the demon realm. Zhou Chen cautiously extended his consciousness, only to feel a frigid, violent will attempting to infiltrate his sea of consciousness upon contact with the black mist. Humph, Zhou Chen snorted coldly. The chinkping sword within his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, shattering that will in an instant. Interesting. It seems that although the remnants of the demon emperor have been dead for many years, their lingering might still endures. He refrained from recklessly advancing, instead calling forth the system panel to reconfirm Shui's anticipated arrival. The panel indicated that the other party would require approximately half a day to arrive. Half a day? That is ample time. Zhou Chen's figure flickered, and he leaped directly into the abyss. As he descended, the surrounding demonic energy thickened, coalescing into tangible demonic phantoms that lunged toward him with clawed, menacing gestures. Begone. Zhou Chen paid them no mind, casually waving his hand. An invisible sword aura swept through, cleaving the approaching phantoms into fragments, which dissipated into black smoke. He continued his descent, skillfully avoiding several powerful demonic beasts, until he finally reached the abyss's depths. Here lay a vast underground expanse, the ground carpeted with thick layers of bones that crunched underfoot. At the center of this space stood an ancient black altar. The altar soared to an impressive height, crafted entirely from an unknown black metal, adorned with a myriad of blood-red runes. At the pinnacle of the altar, a fist-sized orb of black light hovered ominously, emanating a pressure that sent chills down the spine. The essence of a third-level celestial emperor. Even a mere wisp of a remnant soul could compel an ordinary celestial king to kneel in submission. Could this be the remnant soul of the demon emperor? Zhou Chen concealed himself behind a colossal stone pillar, his gaze fixated intently on the orb of black light. At its center, a jade tablet radiating an ancient aura and a source of energy that was pure beyond measure could be discerned. That was the opportunity of bloody. Who dares approach? As Zhou Chen observed, a deep, hoarse voice reverberated throughout the underground chamber, as if emanating from all directions, carrying an air of supreme authority. The black light at the apex of the altar surged violently, morphing into an immense visage, its eyes resembling two blood-red lanterns, fixated on Zhou Chen's hiding place. Discovered? Zhou Chen was not surprised. After all, this was the remnant soul of a celestial emperor, even with the chaos bell obscuring him. It was challenging to remain undetected at such close proximity. Since he had been found out, Zhou Chen decided to abandon pretense. He strode confidently from behind the stone pillar, dusting himself off, and bowed slightly before the colossal visage. I am Zhou Chen, A junior passing through this sacred land, here to pay my respects to the esteemed senior. Pay respects? The demon emperor's remnant soul scoffed, its voice like rolling thunder. I see you have come to meet your demise. After so many years, finally, a human cultivator presents themselves. Just in time, for I have recently awakened and am in need of a physical vessel. No sooner had the words escaped, when the surrounding demonic energy erupted. Countless black chains surged from the depths, coiling toward Zhou Chen like venomous serpents. Each chain burned with black demonic flames, capable of searing the very soul. Senior, this is rather unamusing. Resorting to violence at a whim, Zhou Chen sighed, gently stamping his foot. A resounding chime echoed as the chaos bell rang out. A ripple of golden waves emanated from Zhou Chen, causing the aggressive black chains to shatter upon contact, as if they had encountered their nemesis. A celestial emperor's artifact? The demon emperor's remnant soul's voice tinged with surprise and greed. I did not expect such a treasure to be in the hands of an ant. Ha ha. Truly a boon from the heavens. Once I seize your vessel and refine this chaos bell, I shall not only be reborn but ascend even further. You covet my bell? That depends on whether you possess the means to claim it, Zhou Chen retorted, a faint smile gracing his lips as he brandished the chinking sword. Its tip aimed directly at the altar. Moreover, esteemed senior, it seems you have misunderstood a crucial matter, Zhou Chen observed calmly, gazing at the grotesque visage. Today, it remains uncertain who the hunter is and who the prey shall be. Just as the tension escalated, poised for conflict, a sudden sound of slicing air erupted from the abyssal entrance. In an instant, a blood-red figure burst forth, laughing maniacally. Ha ha, the demon emperor's legacy. I, Bloody, have arrived. Blood E, shrouded in swirling demonic energy, clutched the token bestowed by Mou Bai, racing eagerly toward the altar. However, upon recognizing the figure standing beneath the altar, his smile instantly froze. You are Lin Dong. Blood E halted abruptly, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How did you come to be here? Zhou Chen turned, meeting Blood Yi's bewildered gaze with a radiant smile. Ah, Bloody. Dear brother, it has been quite some time. I thought it too lonely for you to venture alone, so I came to keep you company. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Blood E glared at Zhou Chen, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly, a mix of disgust and shock. He could hardly fathom encountering this harbinger of misfortune in such a desolate corner of the abyss, a place known only to him and Mou Bai. Lin Dong, have you placed a tracking mark on me? Blood E bellowed in exasperation. Why do you always appear wherever I go? Zhou Chen shrugged innocently. Oh, dear brother Blood E, this is simply fate. Look how vast this abyss is, and yet here we are. Does that not signify destiny? Destiny, my foot. Blood E gritted his teeth, his demonic blade humming ominously. In times past, upon sighting Zhou Chen, he would have turned and fled. But now, things were different. He was a 10th level celestial king. Moreover, he possessed the Xuantian Pure Land demonic body. Humph, since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, do not blame me for being uncivil. Old grievances and new hatreds shall be settled today. Chapter 490. Using a blade to kill, the self-cultivation of the 6th. As Blood E prepared to strike, the enormous demonic visage atop the altar grew impatient. Enough. The demon emperor's remnant soul roared, the terrifying sound waves causing the entire underground chamber to tremble. Two oblivious ants dare to disregard my presence? You shall all perish. Boom. The altar quaked as an immense black demonic hand materialized from thin air, carrying an overwhelming force aimed not only at Zhou Chen, but also enveloping the newly arrived Blood E. This strike contained the power of celestial emperor-level laws, causing the very fabric of space to tear apart. Senior, he is your inheritor. Are you truly going to strike? Zhou Chen called out, retreating while raising his voice. Blood Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly raised the token in his hand, shouting, Demon Emperor, I am here to receive the legacy. I possess the token. However, the Demon Emperor's remnant soul paid no heed. Legacy? I am not dead yet. What legacy is there to pass on? Since you have come, you shall serve as nourishment. The remnant soul, under Zhou Chen's interference, began acting unpredictably as the black hand crashed down. Damn it. Bloody cursed, forced to abandon his attack on Zhou Chen and instead channel all his strength to withstand the descending hand. The heavenly swallowing demonic chi within him erupted, transforming into a colossal blood-red skull that braved the impact. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Blood E was sent flying, crashing violently against the rock wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Even as a 10th level celestial king, facing an attack from a 3rd level celestial emperor left him feeling somewhat powerless. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen appeared remarkably composed. He traversed the void, his figure flickering like a phantom, narrowly evading the core force of the demonic hand with each movement. The chaos bell floated above him, radiating myriad golden rays, absorbing all residual energies. Brother Bloody, are you alright? Zhou Chen called from a distance, seemingly unfazed. If you can't manage, just ask for help. I promise not to mock you. Silence. Blood, he climbed out from the rubble. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fierce. Old fool, you refuse to accept kindness and instead choose punishment. If you will not grant it, I shall seize it for myself. He shattered the token in his hand. Buzz. A peculiar blood-red light erupted from the token, racing toward the altar in an instant. This was a contingency plan devised by Mou Bai, designed to subdue the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor. Yet, just as the blood light was about to touch the core of the altar's formation, a crisp shattering sound echoed. Suddenly, several inconspicuous runes illuminated the ground surrounding the altar. These runes formed a minor interference formation, perfectly obstructing the path of the blood light. The crimson light collided with the runes, flickering a few times before extinguishing. What? Blood Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this scene. The formation had failed? How could that be? This was crafted by the esteemed demon general himself. He abruptly turned to Zhou Chen, only to find Zhou Chen covering his mouth in astonishment. Oh dear, how could this formation break? Brother Bloody, did you buy this token from a bargain site? The quality is subpar. It was you. Blood, he instantly realized. His finger trembling as he pointed at Zhou Chen. It was your handiwork. One can indulge in food, but not in reckless talk. Zhou Chen shrugged. I've been standing right here, unmoving. Which of your eyes saw me meddling? Clearly, it is your misfortune. In truth, Zhou Chen had already set his own traps around the altar before Blood Yi's arrival. He had anticipated that Blood Yi would possess means to control the lingering soul, and he would never allow him to succeed. Roar. At that moment, the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor went completely berserk. Although the previous crimson light had failed to suppress him, it had thoroughly enraged him. You dare to scheme against me? You shall all perish. The remnant soul of the Demon Emperor roared as the entire altar began to collapse, and boundless demonic energy coalesced into a towering phantom of a demon god. This demon god wielded a pitch-black sword, sweeping it toward the two with a lethal arc. There was no evading this strike. Damn, Bloody cursed, momentarily forgetting to settle the score with Zhou Chen. Faced with the rampaging remnant soul of the Demon Emperor, he realized that confronting it alone would lead to certain death. Lindong, let us join forces. Blood Yi gritted his teeth and shouted. If you wish to survive, strike together. Let us eliminate this old wretch first, and we shall settle our accounts later. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the outcome he desired. If he were alone, subduing the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor would require considerable effort and might even force him to reveal his trump cards. But with Blood Yi as a free meat shield and combatant, the scenario changed entirely. All right. Zhou Chen's chinkping sword trembled in his grasp, the sword intent soaring into the heavens. Since Brother Blood Yi has spoken, I shall reluctantly lend you a hand. Go. With a low command from Zhou Chen, both men launched their attacks simultaneously. Blood Yi transformed into a crimson rainbow, recklessly charging toward the demon god Phantom, the devouring heaven magic technique operating at its utmost, voraciously consuming the surrounding demonic energy in an attempt to weaken the opponent's power. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen flickered, utilizing the laws of space to appear behind the demon god Phantom. Void-shattering slash. The chinkping sword carved a peculiar arc, cleaving through the void and aiming for the back of the demon god's neck. Boom. A cataclysmic battle erupted at the depths of the abyss, unbeknownst to Blood Yi. As he desperately drew aggro, his ally behind him was leisurely paddling while greedily eyeing the increasingly feeble essence of the Demon Emperor atop the altar. Strike harder. Exert yourself more. Zhou Chen hummed a little tune in his heart. Roar. The demon god Phantom's massive black sword, laden with a weighty demonic energy capable of collapsing eternity, descended toward the foreheads of the two. The space at the bottom of the abyss was already unstable, and the gust of wind provoked by the sword caused the surrounding rock walls to crumble like tofu, sending stones tumbling down. Lindong, you attack from the left. I'll hold the front. Don't hold back, or we'll both perish here. Blood Yi bellowed, his black robe billowing as the demonic energy within him surged. He thrust both hands upward, and the originally human-sized crimson skeletal phantom expanded in the wind, instantly growing to a colossal size. Two hollow eye sockets erupted with blood-red pillars of fire, forcefully meeting the descending demonic sword. Brother Blood Yi, how valiant. It's your turn to handle this dirty work. I'll go for his rear. Zhou Chen called out passionately, yet his feet moved with utmost precision. He slipped into a nearby rift in the void like a greased eel. Boom. The demonic sword struck down upon the crimson skeleton. Blood Yi felt as if an ancient godly mountain had crushed his chest. A sweet taste filled his throat as he nearly spat out blood. Chapter 491, Blood Yi's Trials. Tearfully gathering loot. The crimson skeleton emitted a bone-chilling crack, covered in a web of fine fissures. Lindong, where are you? Hurry up and act. Blood gritted his teeth, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his feet sinking into the hard obsidian ground, his knees quaking. Here it comes. Witness my void divine sword. Zhou Chen's voice floated from the left rear of the demon god phantom. A streak of azure sword energy leisurely emerged from the void. Like a famished creature, languidly carving a shallow cut on the demon god phantom's elbow. The cut was so shallow that hardly any demonic energy escaped. Yet, this very strike seemed to enrage the remnant soul of the demon emperor. Ants, you dare to injure my demonic body. The massive visage of the demon emperor's remnant soul abruptly turned, and the demonic sword, previously at odds with Blood suddenly redirected, using the rebound force to sweep toward Blood waist at a cunning angle. This change was both swift and ruthless, utterly defying the principles of mechanics. What the hell? Blood eyes nearly bulged out. Is the remnant soul of the demon emperor insane? It was Lindong who struck you. Why are you attacking me? Yet, he had no time to curse, only able to desperately activate the Xuantian pure land demon body within him. Demon earth descends. Immovable as a mountain, a thick layer of dark red earthen wall materialized beside him. Bang! The demonic sword struck the earthen wall like swatting a fly. The wall shattered instantly, and Blood was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently into the altar's base, causing a sturdy corner of the altar to crumble. Cough! Blood lay on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. Oh no, Brother Bloody, why are you so careless? Zhou Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside Bloody, an anxious expression as he helped him up and casually shoved a healing pill into his mouth. That remnant soul of the demon emperor is cunning, capable of feigning one thing while striking another. If you hadn't blocked that blow, it would have surely struck me. Brother Bloody, you have saved my life. Zhou Chen's face was filled with gratitude, his eyes glistening. Blood initially filled with rage, found himself stifling it upon hearing those words. Could it be that the remnant soul truly aimed for Lindong, only to mistakenly strike him instead? Cough, cough, enough chit-chat. Blood swallowed the pill, feeling slightly better. But why did this pill taste bitter and have such a strange flavor? Never mind. This old wretch is too powerful. Ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective. Do you have any trump cards? Hurry and unleash them. I do have a technique, but it requires time to gather power. And someone must distract him to draw his attention. Zhou Chen looked at Blood with a troubled expression. I see that Brother Blood possesses extraordinary prowess. Your defenses are truly astonishing, surviving that strike without a scratch. You are akin to a demon god incarnate. How about holding on just a little longer? With such flattery, Blood's vanity surged within him. He was inherently a person of lofty self-regard, and with the recent awakening of his demonic physique, he was eager to find an outlet for his newfound prowess. Naturally. My Xuantian pure land demonic body is one of the supreme physiques of the demon realm. How could it be merely a name without substance? Blood wiped the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening once again with ferocity. Very well. I shall trust you one more time. You gather your strength, and I will hold him off. If you dare falter this time, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. With that, Blood let out a furious roar and charged once more. Old man, come again. Allow me to demonstrate my might. This time, Blood was truly giving his all. He ignited a portion of his essence blood, his entire being surging with demonic energy. And miraculously, a three-headed, six-armed demonic statue materialized behind him, fiercely gripping the leg of the demonic god's apparition. Lindong, hurry! Bloody bellowed, his face flushed with determination. All right, I'm on it. Zhou Chen stood at a distance, his chinkping sword humming with energy as he indeed gathered his strength. However, the direction of his power accumulation was somewhat askew. He lightly flicked his fingers, and an invisible ripple of spatial energy silently slid beneath the feet of the demonic god's apparition. Just as the apparition prepared to kick Bloody away, the ground beneath it suddenly gave way. With a slip, the towering figure of the demonic god stumbled forward. This lurch was significant. The sword, originally intended for defense, plunged downward with momentum, its target being the Blood clinging to its leg. Damn it! Blood glanced up at the descending blade, barely managing to utter those two words. Boom! Dust erupted. Blood was once again buried into the ground, this time creating a crater even deeper than before. Oh dear! How could this demonic emperor lose his footing? Zhou Chen exclaimed in shock. Brother Bloody, you're incredible. You've even managed to trip the demonic emperor. Truly a display of godly strength. Hang in there, my ultimate move is almost ready. At the bottom of the pit, Blood was bloodied and battered, his bones likely shattered in multiple places, Yet upon hearing Zhou Chen's praise, an inexplicable sense of tragic heroism surged within him. So, I am indeed strong. I managed to trip the remnants of an immortal emperor? I'll fight you to the end. Bloody, as if invigorated by some elixir, climbed out of the pit and charged once more at the remnant of the demonic emperor. Zhou Chen, observing from afar, shook his head at the sight of the crimson figure that was repeatedly knocked down, yet relentlessly rose to charge again, pouring himself a cup of tea. What a good person he is. He took a sip, yet his gaze never left the increasingly unstable core at the top of the altar. Hang in there, Brother Bloody. Just hold on for 10 more minutes, and I'll be able to weep and lick the bag. The battle at the abyss's bottom had escalated into a frenzied intensity. More accurately, it was a one-sided beating. Although the remnant of the demonic emperor was merely a wisp of spirit, it had once stood at the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Having been harassed by 2 insignificant insects for so long, its patience had long since run out. Especially that little brat in the black robe, Bloody, who seemed like an unkillable cockroach. Despite being merely at the 10th level of the immortal king, his flesh was absurdly resilient. Each time he was flattened, he would soon spring back to life. And that lad in the blue attire, Zhou Chen, was even more slippery than a ghost. Every time the demonic emperor attempted to redirect its wrath towards him, this fellow would always find some bizarre spatial maneuver to evade, conveniently redirecting the attack towards that black-robed brat. Enough. I have had enough. The giant visage of the demonic emperor's soul began to contort, the previously solidified apparition suddenly swelling violently, its surface cracking with glaring bloodlines. A wave of terrifying energy erupted from the center of the altar. This is bad. That old coot is about to self-destruct. Chapter 492, 10th level of the Immortal King, ascending to heaven. Just as Bloody climbed out from the earth, sensing this overwhelming aura, he was struck with terror. The self-detonation of an immortal emperor's remnant? Even if it were merely a remnant, the power contained within could obliterate the entire abyss of the demon realm, let alone that his Xuantian Pure Land demonic body was not yet fully realized. Even if it were, it would be nothing but ash in the face of such force. Run. Bloody turned to flee, but to his despair, he found that the surrounding space had been completely sealed by the remnant of the demonic emperor. It was a pressure emanating from the very soul, as if countless invisible hands clutched tightly around his ankles. Run? I shall drag you all down with me. The remnant of the demonic emperor let out its final roar. Buzz, the core of the altar's source light suddenly contracted, then violently erupted. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Bloody watched in despair as the annihilating white light spread before him. He had only just awakened his demonic physique, just gained the favor of the demon lord, and had a promising future ahead. Was he truly destined to die here? Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a blue figure appeared before him without warning. It was Lin Dong. Bloody was momentarily stunned. At this moment of life and death, the one who usually appeared cowardly and evasive had unexpectedly stood in front of him. Brother Lin Blood's eyes moistened. He recalled all the suspicions and wariness he had harbored against Lin Dong throughout their journey, a wave of guilt washing over him. So this is what true brotherhood means. Don't be afraid. I am here. Zhou Chen, with his back turned to Bloody, spoke with a calm and resolute voice. In that instant, Bloody saw Zhou Chen's silhouette as a towering figure, an insurmountable monument. Yet, unbeknownst to Bloody, Zhou Chen's expression bore no semblance of a willingness to face death. Rather, a slight smirk of cunning success graced his features. Chaos Bell, Qianquan suppression. Zhou Chen silently commanded within. The chaos bell hovering above his head did not create a protective barrier as Bloody had envisioned. Instead, the bell mouth turned sharply, facing the explosive core of the demonic emperor. The inscriptions of Qi and Kuan on the bell glowed with a brilliant golden light simultaneously. A terrifying suction force erupted from the bell's mouth. This suction was remarkably precise, not absorbing all the explosive energy, but rather expertly stripping away the most essential, purest core, namely, the source power and memory fragments of the demonic emperor. As for the remaining chaotic shockwaves and destructive demonic energy currents, Zhou Chen subtly tilted his body, employing spatial laws to create an exceedingly minor refraction. Boom! The explosion was finally unleashed in its entirety. After the chaos bell had siphoned away the core essence, the remaining shockwave, though significantly diminished, was still fearsome. And this shockwave, due to Zhou Chen's subtle maneuver, perfectly bypassed him and struck Bloody, who was behind him, with full force. Poof! Bloody did not even have time to scream. He was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist, as if thrown into a blender. The protective demonic energy surrounding him, along with his life-preserving artifacts, crumbled before the shockwave as if made of paper. He was hurled thousands of zhang away, crashing hard into the deepest wall of the abyss, unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen remained in place, his hair untouched, save for the corners of his garments fluttering in the wind. The chaotic bell whirled above his head, within which a dark sphere of light could be faintly discerned, frantically darting about, yet utterly unable to escape the suppression of the two characters Xianxian. As the smoke dissipated, Zhou Chen brushed off the dust from his attire and turned to gaze at the distant, enigmatic pit that resembled a human figure, letting out a gentle sigh. Bloody. In my endeavor to save you, I exerted every ounce of strength I possessed. You see, had I not siphoned away the most lethal portion of that energy, you would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. As a human, one ought to understand the virtue of gratitude. Having said this, he paid no heed to whether blood he could hear him, instead turning his attention back to the chaotic bell above, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Now, it was time for the division of spoils. Oh no, the moment of harvest. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged atop the ruins of the altar, surrounded by the lingering waves of demonic aura that had yet to fully dissipate. In the depths of the pit, blood lay unconscious, his breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. It must be said that the Xuantian Pure Land's demonic body indeed possessed certain merits. Had it been an ordinary 10th-level celestial king, that last blow would have sent them to meet their ancestors. Yet this lad somehow clung to life. However, the fact that he was unconscious was a boon, as it facilitated my endeavors. Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze and lifted his eyes to the chaotic bell hovering before him. At that moment, the essence of the demon emperor within was violently colliding against the bell's walls, producing a dull, thudding resonance. This represented the culmination of the primordial demon emperor's lifelong cultivation. Even a mere remnant of his soul was sufficient to drive any celestial king into a frenzy. System. It's time to work. Zhou Chen rubbed his hands together and reached for the essence. At the instant his fingers made contact with the essence, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of host successfully intercepting the fortuitous encounter of the fated antagonist blood, ancient demon emperor's residual soul inheritance. Triggering critical return. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Obtained. Complete essence of the primordial demon emperor, unconscious pure version, X1. Obtained. Fragments of the primordial demon emperor's memories, including techniques and secrets, X1. Hiss. Despite having mentally prepared himself, hearing the phrase complete essence still caused Zhou Chen to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Originally, Blood Yi's fortune was merely a meager remnant left by this soul. However, after the system's 10,000-fold critical return, it had transformed into the complete essence of the primordial demon emperor at the pinnacle of his life. Moreover, it was the pure version, free from any demonic thoughts or negative emotions. This was akin to a peak celestial emperor meticulously packaging his lifelong power and presenting it, thoroughly cleansed, right at Zhou Chen's lips. If this doesn't propel me to greatness, I would be remiss in honoring the nurturing of my system father. Without further ado, Zhou Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. The essence, refined by the system, transformed into a stream of inky black, yet translucent light, burrowing down his throat and into his body. Boom. It felt as if a star had detonated within him. Zhou Chen was overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of energy that instantly filled his limbs and bones. Every cell within him rejoiced, every meridian roared. The bottleneck that had held him at the 8th level of the Celestial King realm crumbled before this power like a dam in the face of a flood. 9th level of the Celestial King realm. In just a single breath. Yet Zhou Chen's aura continued to swell. Chapter 493. Brother, life is more precious than wealth. Zhou Chen's inner world expanded wildly, the world tree shooting up from the ground. The once verdant leaves began to manifest black, demonic patterns, which, rather than appearing malevolent, exuded a solemnity of the great Tao. Break for me, Zhou Chen bellowed, his eyes widening as two beams of divine light shot forth, piercing through the darkness of the abyss. A crisp sound of shattering echoed from within him. A certain shackle had been broken. 10th level of the Celestial King realm. Great perfection. But it was not yet finished. The energy from the Demon Emperor's essence was far too vast. Even after reaching the 10th level, a significant portion remained. Zhou Chen chose not to forcibly ascend to the Celestial Emperor realm. He understood that reaching that realm was not merely a matter of energy accumulation, but required comprehension of the great Tao and fortuitous encounters. Thus, he directed all remaining energy into his physical body. The immortal Celestial King's body was instantly urged to its utmost limits. A faint golden glow began to emanate from his skin, followed by the emergence of black patterns that intertwined with the gold, forming a bizarre, yet sacred dark golden hue. Crack, crack, crack. Zhou Chen's bones restructured. His blood boiled. The strength of his physical body surged at an incredible pace. 1-fold, 2-fold, 5-fold, 10-fold. Only after completely absorbing all of the Demon Emperor's essence did Zhou Chen slowly exhale a breath of turbid air. That breath morphed into a black chi dragon, spiraling in the air for a long while before dissipating. Zhou Chen clenched his fist. The space within his palm emitted a mournful cry of being overburdened, and was directly crushed. Is this the power of the great perfection in the Celestial King realm? Zhou Chen reveled in the oceanic strength within him, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, even without employing the chaotic bell, he could obliterate the previous remnant of the Demon Emperor with a single punch. If he were to encounter that Demon General, Emo Yubai's avatar again, Zhou Chen was confident he could force it to yield within 3 moves. With a sigh, Zhou Chen reined in his aura, repressing the overwhelming pressure back into his body. The myriad phenomena returning to origin array operated, and to outsiders, his cultivation appeared to revert to the seemingly harmless 6th level of the Celestial King realm. Having completed all of this, he stood up, dusted off his behind, and looked towards the distant pit. It was about time to check on my poor brother Bloody. If he awakens to find his fortune gone, he will surely be heartbroken. I must comfort him properly. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted from the pile of rubble. Bloody struggled to push aside the massive stones pinning him down, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered and reassembled, each movement sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Am I still alive? He blinked in confusion, gazing up at the familiar dark rock wall above, his memories gradually returning. Demon Emperor self-detonation, white light, and then Lindong. Brother Lin. Bloody suddenly sat up, only to be met with excruciating pain as it tugged at his wounds, causing him to wince. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Not far away, amidst the ruins of the altar, a Xian figure stood with its back to him, hands clasped behind, gazing at the sky. The silhouette appearing particularly desolate and weathered. Brother Lin, are you all right? Bloody stumbled over. Zhou Chen slowly turned around. At that moment, his complexion was as pale as paper, a trace of dried blood, demonic blood, lingering at the corner of his mouth. His clothing tattered and looking even more disheveled than Bloody. Upon seeing Bloody approach, Zhou Chen forced a smile that was more pitiful than tears. Brother Bloody, you have awakened. How wonderful. It's a relief you're not dead. Zhou Chen's voice was feeble, as though he might falter at any moment. Witnessing this scene, Bloody felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, as if a dam had burst within him. Brother Lin, what on earth just happened? That Demon Emperor's self-detonation. Don't mention it. Zhou Chen waved his hand, a look of trepidation washing over his face as he pointed towards the desolate altar. Moments ago, that old demon had self-destructed, intent on taking us down with him. At the critical juncture, I utilized my ancestral treasure to forcibly suppress the core of the explosion. Here. Zhou Chen paused, his countenance reflecting profound pain and regret. Yet, Brother Xue, I owe you an immense apology. A chill ran through Xue's heart. What happened? That old demon was ruthless. He infused his very essence and legacy into the energy of the self-detonation. The situation was dire, and to save your life, I had no choice but to. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, as if summoning tremendous resolve to utter the words. I had to forcibly shatter that wicked essence, obliterating it entirely. What? Xue felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Shattered? Obliterated? That was the legacy of the Demon Emperor. It was his hope of ascending to the position of the Demon Palace's heir. Just like that, it was gone. Xue felt darkness engulf him, nearly fainting once more. He rushed to the altar, frantically digging through the ruins as if possessed. Nothing, absolutely nothing remained. Not even a trace of demonic energy. It was as pristine as if licked clean by a dog. My legacy, my Demon Emperor essence. Xue knelt on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, heart-wrenchingly suffocated by despair. Zhou Chen approached him from behind, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. Brother Xue, I understand your anguish. But consider this. It's the Demon Emperor. The legacy of such a formidable being is not easily obtained. Who knows what traps may lie within? Moreover, while legacies can be sought anew, if one loses their life, nothing else matters. To save you, I sacrificed even my ancestral life-preserving trump card, and now bear serious injuries. I feel no sorrow. Why should you? Zhou Chen's words were heartfelt and noble. As Xue listened, the resentment within him gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of guilt. Indeed, Lin Dong risked everything to save him, even destroying his own treasures. How could he still mourn over a legacy? It was utterly inhumane. Brother Lin. Xue turned, embracing Zhou Chen's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Brother Lin, you are like a brother to me. In the past, I was small-minded, measuring your grand heart with my petty thoughts. From this day forth, you are my rebirth, my very essence. Anyone who dares to harm you, I shall fight to the death. Zhou Chen suppressed the urge to extricate his leg, affectionately patting Xue's head. Good brother, cease your tears. Among brothers, why speak such things? As long as you are safe, I find solace in that. As Zhou Chen spoke, he silently applauded his own performance. Chapter 494. A Sword, Slaying the Celestial Emperor. Just as the two were enacting this heartfelt brotherly exchange, the very space of the demon abyss trembled violently. An oppressive force, far more terrifying than the remnants of the demon emperor's soul, descended without warning. The once impenetrable darkness of the abyss suddenly split open, revealing a massive rift. A cold, unfeeling eye peered through the fissure, coldly scrutinizing the two below. Useless. A frigid voice erupted in their ears. Upon hearing this voice, Xue's body quaked, the color draining from his face. The demon general? That enormous eye loomed above the abyss, devoid of any emotion, radiating endless indifference and malice. It was Mou Bai, one of the 72 demon generals of the Eternal Night Demon Palace, a formidable being of Celestial Emperor rank. Although this was merely a projection of his will due to the interdimensional barrier, the pressure emanating from this Celestial Emperor still caused the entire abyss to shudder. Xue, I once offered you a chance. I bestowed upon you a demonic body, provided you with intelligence, and even granted you a treasure to suppress the remnants of the soul. And yet, you dare inform me that the legacy is lost. The fate of the useless is death. As the words fell, a dark beam of light shot forth from the giant eye. This beam, though lacking in grandiosity, annihilated everything in its path, reducing it to a void. Please spare me. Please, my lord. Xue cried, terrified to the core, desperately bowing and begging for mercy. Yet, in the face of such absolute power, he could not even twitch a finger, helplessly watching the destructive beam descend. It's over. This time, it is truly over. Although Lin Dong was powerful, he was merely at the Celestial King level. How could he possibly withstand the will of a Celestial Emperor? Xue closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Xue opened his eyes in confusion. He beheld the once gravely injured, feeble brother Lin, now standing tall. He had positioned himself in front of Xue, wielding a sword with one hand, its tip angled towards the heavens. That beam of annihilation, capable of erasing all, had unexpectedly come to a halt just inches from his sword's tip. Xue's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. At this moment, Zhou Chen displayed no signs of weakness. His azure robes billowed without wind. An indescribable, terrifying sword intent surged from his being, soaring towards the sky. This sword intent was so potent that it forcibly repelled the Celestial Emperor's oppressive aura back. What? Even when dealing with a dog, the master must be acknowledged. Zhou Chen gazed upwards at the giant eye, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Mou Bai, you, a coward hiding in some rat hole, dare to harm my people? The eye above narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback that this seemingly insignificant ant could withstand his assault. Who are you? Mou Bai's voice now held a note of gravity. Who I am is of no consequence. Zhou Chen gradually raised the Qingping sword in his hand. The blade shimmered with azure light, revealing the ebb and flow of countless laws within it. Since I have been discovered, there is no need for pretense. After all, the demon abyss severs divine insight. Once I sever this will, who will know it was me? It is fortuitous. I have just broken through to the 10th layer of the Celestial King and merged with the Celestial Emperor's sword intent. I was searching for an opportunity to test my sword. You must understand, your souls will today shall not return. The moment Zhou Chen's voice echoed, he moved. There were no extravagant gestures, merely a simple upward thrust. Flash. A beam of azure sword light erupted from the depths of the abyss. Initially only 3 feet long, it rapidly expanded to 10,000 feet, as if it sought to split the heavens and the earth asunder. Within this sword light, not only lay Zhou Chen's terrifying power of the 10th layer Celestial King, but it also fused with the laws of space. Celestial Emperor's sword intent. This is Celestial Emperor's sword intent. How is this possible? Mou Bai finally panicked. He could distinctly sense that the power of the rules contained within this sword surpassed even his own essence. No, Mou Bai wished to reclaim his will, but it was too late. That sword strike was exceedingly swift, transcending the very boundaries of time. With a sharp sound, the colossal eye suspended in the heavens, along with the fissure in space, was cleaved in two by this singular stroke. A piercing scream resonated through the void, only to abruptly cease. The ominous clouds dispersed in an instant, and the abyss returned to a profound silence. Zhou Chen sheathed his sword, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air. He had exerted himself a tad too forcefully. Turning around, he beheld the utterly petrified Xue. In that moment, Xue regarded Zhou Chen as though he were a monster, his eyes brimming with fear, reverence, confusion, and a hint of shattered worldview. Is this really Lin Dong? Is this truly the Lin Degu who had just moments ago been so cowardly? A sword strike that severed the will of an immortal emperor? Even Ling Tian, the leader of the Xuantian sect, would find such a feat impossible, wouldn't he? Lin Xianbei. Shui stammered, his manner of address completely altered. Zhou Chen approached him, the overwhelming aura he had just exuded vanishing in an instant, reverting to his usual, affable demeanor. He gently patted Shui Yi's cheek and spoke in a soothing tone. Brother Shui Yi, there's no need to be so distant. That sword strike just now was the result of burning 500 years of my lifespan to unleash a legendary blow. This was my final trump card. And now I am truly exhausted. This matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. Please do not speak of it, understood? Otherwise, I might have to burn another 500 years of my lifespan to deliver a similar strike to you. Shui Yi trembled all over, nodding vigorously as if pounding garlic. Understood. Understood. Rest assured, big brother. I'm the tightest-lipped person alive. I wouldn't utter a word, even if it cost me my life. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Let us go home. That was a blow from an immortal emperor. Shui Yi's voice quivered, tears and snot staining his face. How are your injuries? I have elixirs, a specially formulated 9 revolutions rebirth pill. Quick, take it. He hastily rummaged through his storage ring, nearly emptying his entire stash. Zhou Chen clutched his chest, his complexion pale as paper, his body still slightly swaying as if a gust of wind could topple him. He waved his hand, pushing back the elixirs Shui Yi offered. No need. Zhou Chen's voice was as faint as a whisper. I have sustained injuries to my essence and burned my lifespan. Ordinary elixirs are of no use. Brother Shui Yi, as long as you are fine, my injuries, cough cough, are trivial. As he spoke, a trickle of fresh blood once again escaped the corner of his mouth. Chapter 495, System Upgrade, a broader and more robust golden finger. This blood was certainly not Zhou Chen's. It was the demonic blood that splattered onto his sleeve when he severed Mou Bai's will, which he carelessly wiped on his lips. Upon witnessing this, Shui Yi was even more moved, his eyes reddening. His fists clenched tightly. Those old geezers from the Demon Palace treat me like a pawn, commanding me at will, but in critical moments, they use me as cannon fodder. Only you, big brother Lin, truly care for me. From now on, my life is yours. If you command me to go east, I shall never venture west. Zhou Chen's heart swelled with joy, yet his expression remained gravely righteous. He placed a hand on Shui Yi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, you speak too heavily. We are like brothers, though born of different mothers. There's no need for such formality. You are now at the 10th level of the Immortal King. Once you return to the Demon Palace, your status will undoubtedly change. Remember, after you return, keep a low profile. Since Mou Bai's will has been severed, he cannot be aware of the situation here, and his true form must also be injured. He won't be able to trouble you for a while. Just say that the inheritance was destroyed and that you were gravely injured, barely managing to escape. I will heed your words, big brother. Shui nodded earnestly, treating Zhou Chen's instructions as law. Zhou Chen then laboriously retrieved a jade slip from his robe, containing some insights on demonic techniques that he had hastily recorded with his divine sense, of course, in a modified and abridged version of the Demon God Body Refining Canon. This is a fragment of my understanding that I salvaged just before the remnants of the Demon Emperor's soul dissipated. Though incomplete, it should aid you in solidifying your realm. Take it and ensure that my sacrifice of 500 years of lifespan was not in vain. Shui Yi cradled the jade slip, his hands trembling. This was a grand gesture, a treasure fought for with perilous effort, now freely given. Is this still human? This is a saint, big brother. Shui Yi suddenly knelt down, his gratitude overwhelming. In the Demon Palace henceforth, I shall be your eyes. Whoever dares to harm you, I will be the first to eliminate them. Zhou Chen nodded with satisfaction. Go, and ensure that no one discovers you. As he watched Shui Yi transform into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the horizon, Zhou Chen's previous weakness and pallor dissipated without a trace. He straightened his back, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and casually cast a cleansing spell, restoring his azure robe to pristine condition. Ah, this child is too earnest. Zhou Chen shook his head, pulling out a spirit fruit from his storage ring and taking a bite. He makes me almost feel guilty for taking advantage of him. Next time, I shall leave him a pair of trousers. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the Xuantian Sect. This outing had been remarkably fruitful. Not only had he obtained the complete essence of the primordial demon emperor, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the immortal king's 10th level, but he had also satiated the chaos bell, and most importantly, he had embedded an utterly loyal high-level informant within the Demon Palace. This was an unequivocal victory. Ding. Detected that the host has continuously intercepted the fortunes of the 9-colored child of destiny and successfully subverted the ultimate antagonist of destiny. System energy is now full. The system is commencing an upgrade. Estimated time, 12 hours. During the upgrade, the chance panel function will be temporarily suspended, but storage space and other functions will remain unaffected. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Is the system upgrading again? The last upgrade unlocked a major event of the heavenly path, revealing that world-destroying hand to me. I wonder what new wonders it will conjure this time. I hope it offers something practical, not just some superficial nonsense. Zhou Chen mumbled to himself, his figure flashing as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Xuantian Sect. Upon returning to the Xuantian Sect, it was already the following dawn. The sect was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Though the protective array had been repaired, the scars it bore remained starkly visible. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, and numerous disciples were still clearing away the debris. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char. Zhou Chen silently returned to his cave, dwelling on Qingyun Peak. His current identity was Lin Dong, a mere outer disciple who had miraculously survived the chaos of the demons. As soon as he entered the cave, he sensed something was amiss. The cave's prohibitions had been tampered with. Although the intruder had employed highly skilled techniques, to Zhou Chen, who possessed the Qianxian inscriptions and spatial laws, it was as apparent as footprints in the snow. Had someone been here? Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, his divine sense instantly enveloping the entire cave. There were no traps, nor had anything been taken. Only on the stone table lay a faintly golden token. The token bore an ancient character for Xian on one side, while the reverse was adorned with a cloud pattern. An inner sect elite disciple token? Zhou Chen picked up the token, somewhat surprised. How did this come to be here? Just then, a sound transmission talisman flew in, swirling outside the great array. Zhou Chen waved his hand, and a communication talisman landed in his palm. Inside, the slightly fatigued voice of the sect master, Ling Tian, resonated. Lin Dong. Although you did not directly participate in the recent demonic turmoil, your efforts in safeguarding your fellow disciples within the secret realm and your unwavering resolve, free from the corruption of demonic energy, have been duly noted. After deliberation within the sect, we have decided to exceptionally promote you to an elite inner disciple and bestow upon you Qingyun Peak as your personal dojo. We hope you will diligently cultivate and soon become a pillar of our sect. Very well, an elite inner disciple it is. Zhou Chen mused as he casually tossed the token into his storage ring, finding it quite convenient for his future endeavors. He settled cross-legged on a cushion, beginning to organize the spoils from this venture. He had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the immortal king realm, placing him atop the spiritual world as hierarchy. Beyond this lay the realm of the immortal emperor, a domain that brought despair to countless souls. As Zhou Chen gazed at his palm, 3 engravings, Qian, Kuan, and Sun, intertwined, radiating profound waves of energy. He closed his eyes and began to channel the primordial chi source sutra, stabilizing his recently surged cultivation. Time passed gradually. 12 hours slipped by in an instant. When the first rays of dawn filtered into the cave, the progress bar in his mind finally reached its conclusion. Ding. System upgrade complete. New features unlocked. Opportunity map. New feature unlocked. Fortune plunder, passive. Existing function optimized. Exploration range expanded to 10 million miles, with more detailed information displayed. Zhou Chen's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth. Opportunity map? That sounds intriguing. With a mere thought, he activated the opportunity map. In an instant, a semi-transparent holographic 3-dimensional map unfolded directly onto his retina. The map was astonishingly vast, encompassing not only the entirety of Xuantian, but also adjacent cities and mountains. Scattered across the map were myriad colored light dots, white, green, blue, purple, golden, and tricolor. Each light that represented a unique opportunity. Goodness, Zhou Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Is this not akin to having a perspective cheat? Previously, he had to scan individuals one by one, yet now he could simply consult the map. He attempted to magnify the area of Xuantian. The outer gate, inner gate, and core areas were all ablaze with light dots. Most were of the white, green, or blue variety, mere trifles. Occasionally, he spotted a few purple dots belonging to true disciples. Filter out opportunities below purple, he silently commanded. The map instantly brightened, leaving only a handful of golden light dots scattered throughout the sect. One golden dot flickered at the location where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. The Supreme Elder's opportunity? Perhaps a longevity treasure, but Zhou Chen held little interest. His gaze continued to traverse the map until, suddenly, it fixed upon the back mountain of Xuantian, an area designated as an absolute forbidden zone. Initially shrouded in darkness, this region now illuminated a blinding red-black light dot on the upgraded map. The brilliance of this dot surpassed all the 9-colored opportunities he had previously encountered. Zhou Chen concentrated on that light dot, and a line of small text materialized, Opportunity name, Thunder Engraving, Fragment. Opportunity level, Chaotic, transcending 9 colors. Opportunity location, Xuantian Back Mountain Forbidden Area, deep within the Thunder Pool. Note, this engraving has lain dormant for millions of years and will soon be awakened by the destined child. Zhou Chen's breath caught momentarily. The Thunder Engraving. A symbol of the Thunder Path. To think it lay beneath the very nose of Xuantian. How ironic. Zhou Chen licked his lips, his eyes igniting with fervor. No wonder Xuantian had stood unyielding for so many years. They had such a treasure suppressing their fortune, since it had revealed itself to him. It was destined to be his. Zhou Chen rose, adjusting his robe. It seemed that before he could even settle into his role as an elite inner disciple, he would have to venture into the forbidden area. The back mountain of Xuantian was perpetually cloaked in a thick layer of thunder clouds. These clouds were no ordinary storm clouds. They were woven from countless violent laws of thunder, manifesting a suffocating purple-black hue. Even from tens of thousands of miles away, the deep rumblings could be heard, akin to an ancient beast snoring. This was the foundation of Xuantian and the nightmare of all disciples, the Thunder Prison. Legend had it that the founder of Xuantian attained enlightenment here, establishing the Xianxian Thunder Law. However, few knew that beneath this Thunder Prison lay a thunder engraving capable of inciting fierce battles even among immortal emperors. Zhou Chen stood at the edge of the forbidden area on a mountain peak, hands clasped behind his back, allowing the wild winds to touzle his long hair. As a newly minted elite inner disciple, he should have had the right to come here and comprehend the laws of thunder. But penetrating the core area was an unattainable dream. The defenses were exceedingly stringent. He surveyed the densely clustered light dots on the map, which indicated various lethal formations and guards surrounding the forbidden area. Among the visible elders of the immortal king realm, 3 were present. Hidden in the shadows were 2 immortal emperor-level old-timers, buried underground, with only a sliver of their consciousness scanning the surroundings. Should he attempt a direct assault, even someone of Mou Bai's caliber would emerge battered. Yet Zhou Chen did not need to force his way in. With the cover of the divine concealment technique, not a trace of his presence would leak. Furthermore, based on the array inheritance he had obtained, he could easily discern a way to infiltrate from the southwest corner's entrance. A blind spot for the guard's consciousness. Zhou Chen's figure shimmered, rippling like water, and then he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he found himself within the forbidden area. Surrounding him were arcs of purple lightning. Thick as an arm, the electric arcs danced erratically in the air, striking the rocks and sending sparks flying. The rocks here had long been struck by lightning, transforming into a semi-transparent crystalline form, exuding an astonishing heat. Zhou Chen summoned the Chaos Bell. This bell, now fused with 3 engravings, boasted an extraordinary defensive capability. Those bolts of lightning, potent enough to obliterate true immortals, left no mark upon its surface. Instead, they were absorbed, nourishing the bell. The concentration of lightning laws here was so intense that it was akin to paradise for those cultivating thunder techniques. As Zhou Chen advanced deeper along the route provided by the system, he marveled at the intensifying hues of the lightning, from purple to black, then to an eerie blood red. The oppressive aura grew ever stronger. Halfway through his journey, Zhou Chen suddenly halted. He had observed a peculiar phenomenon on the map. Not far ahead, there should have been only one enormous light, that representing the thunder engraving. Yet now, beside that light, a second purple gold light had appeared, moving swiftly toward the thunder engraving. Someone has gotten there first? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. He promptly accessed the information regarding the light. Name, Gu Qingwei. Identity, Saintess of the ancient celestial clan, the foremost prodigy of the current Gu family. Realm, 10th layer of the immortal king realm, suppressed. Fate, 9-colored celestial phoenix, chosen of the heavenly path. Recent opportunity, under the orders of the ancient ancestor of the Gu family. I infiltrated the forbidden ground of the Xuantian Sect with the divine weapon, the ancient god mirror, seeking to reclaim the Gu family's lost treasured inheritance, the Xinji inscription. Gu family saintess. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. The Gu family was truly tenacious. The previous Gu Ming had been vanquished by him, and now a saintess emerged. Moreover, judging by the description, the Xinji inscription was actually a lost treasure of the Gu family. No wonder the Xuantian Sect guarded this treasure mountain, yet could not obtain it. It evidently had an owner and required a specific bloodline or token to unlock. Zhou Chen suddenly comprehended the situation. This had become intriguing. Initially perceived as a solitary treasure hunt, it had unexpectedly transformed into a PvP encounter. Rubbing his chin, a smirk appeared on Zhou Chen's face. Resolute, he concealed his aura, operating the spatial laws to their utmost limit, merging entirely with the surrounding thunder. He resembled a specter, leisurely trailing behind that golden purple light. Ahead, amidst a sea of thunder, a woman clad in a moon-white gown struggled forward, clutching an ancient bronze mirror. She was exquisitely beautiful, but not in the gentle manner of Yin nor the seductive allure of other female cultivators. Rather, she exuded a lofty and cold elegance, akin to a goddess from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. However, at this moment, the goddess appeared somewhat disheveled. The ferocity of the thunder here was overwhelming. Even with the imperial weapon protecting her, she felt her vitality surge tumultuously. Damn the Xuantian sect for fortifying the Forbidden Grounds array so much. Gu Qingyue gritted her silver teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had trespassed secretly, as the ancient ancestor of the Gu family had predicted the imminent emergence of the Zhengji inscription and bestowed upon her an imperial weapon, instructing her to retrieve it at all costs. To avoid alarming the old monsters of the Xuantian sect, she had to suppress her cultivation and meticulously unravel the formation. Almost there, just ahead, Gu Qingyue gazed at the increasingly luminous pointer on the bronze mirror, a flicker of joy flashing in her eyes. Chapter 497, Gu Qingyue, my mind is shattered. As long as she obtained the Zhengji inscription, she would be able to complete the Gu family's Taiga Thunder Emperor scripture, breaking through to the immortal king realm, and even touch upon that pinnacle. Little did she know, just a few hundred meters behind her, a young man in a green robe was leisurely observing her path. Is this the imperial weapon? It doesn't seem as sturdy as my chaos bell. Zhou Chen thought to himself, critiquing her movements, noting how she nearly stepped into a thunder pit. TSK, the saintess is a bit rough around the edges. The two traversed the perilous Crimson Thunder region, one following the other. At last, a vast underground cavity unfolded before them. The cavern spanned thousands of feet, surrounded by flowing thunderous liquid. In the center of the hollow, an ancient altar floated. Upon the altar, a purple rune, the size of a fist, revolved slowly. With each rotation, it unleashed a deafening roar of thunder. The Zhengji inscription. Upon seeing the rune, Gu Qingyue's breath quickened. Finally found it. She stowed the bronze mirror, her figure flashing as she prepared to charge toward the altar. However, just as her foot touched the edge of the altar, a thunderous beast roar erupted from the thunderous liquid pool below the altar. The sound was so powerful it shattered the surrounding space. Gu Qingyue's expression changed drastically, and she retreated in alarm. A colossal claw emerged from the roiling liquid, crashing down onto the very spot where she had stood moments before. Boom! The altar trembled violently. A massive beast, drenched in thunder, slowly rose from the pool. It resembled a qilin, yet bore a more ferocious countenance, its body covered in purple golden scales, each shimmering with destructive arcs of electricity. Peak of the immortal king realm. Moreover, it was a primordial thunder beast born from the tempest, its combat prowess far surpassing that of its peers. Gu Qingyue's heart plummeted. Damn it, the intel didn't mention a guardian beast, hidden in the shadows. Zhou Chen chuckled at the unfolding scene. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Gu family saintess, please commence your performance. The emergence of the primordial thunder beast solidified the air within the underground space. This creature had evidently been guarding this place for countless years, its essence intertwined with that of the Zhengji inscription. In this realm brimming with thunder, its combat strength could rival even a typical first-layer immortal emperor. Roar! The thunder beast unleashed a roar, unleashing a bolt of divine thunder as thick as a barrel. The lightning was astonishingly swift, reaching Gu Qingyue in an instant. True to her status as the foremost prodigy of the Gu family, Gu Qingyue reacted with remarkable speed. She flipped the bronze mirror, emitting a gentle white light that formed a luminous shield. Bang! The divine thunder collided with the shield, exploding into a tempest of electric arcs. Gu Qingyue was thrown back, stumbling a dozen steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the hard ground. Her moon-white gown was scorched in several places by the splattering arcs, revealing her fair skin beneath. Vile beast! Gu Qingyue was incensed. As a lofty saintess, she had never been so beset before. Primordial secret technique, spirit invocation. She formed seals with her hands, and a colossal phantom appeared behind her, a goddess clad in armor, wielding a long spear, exuding an aura of majesty. Go! The goddess's phantom thrust the spear forward, imbued with an earth-shattering momentum, aimed directly at the thunder beast's eyes. In an instant, the combat between the two erupted. The entire underground space was torn apart, rocks flying, and lightning-infused liquid splattering. Zhou Chen, concealed behind a massive boulder, watched with great interest. The Gu family's techniques were indeed impressive. As he observed the battle, he analyzed. This spirit invocation technique can channel a fragment of ancestral battle intent, forcibly enhancing her combat strength by 30%. However, the beast's hide is too thick. If she lacks additional trump cards, she may be in peril. Indeed, after several dozen exchanges, Gu Qingyue gradually found herself at a disadvantage. The thunderous power here was inexhaustible. The Thunder Beast could simply roll back into the pool to heal from its injuries, while Gu Qingwe's celestial spiritual power diminished with each use. She could not afford to delay any longer. A flicker of resolution flashed in Gu Qingwe's eyes. She bit her tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the bronze mirror. Imperial weapon, illusionary reflections. The bronze mirror hummed, unleashing a terrifying suction force. The surrounding space warped instantaneously, as if transformed into countless mirrors. Before the Thunder Beast could react, it became ensnared within a labyrinth constructed of mirrors. Countless beams of light shot forth from the mirror surfaces, slicing through the Thunder Beast's body like lasers. Howl! The Thunder Beast let out a wail. Its tough scales cleaved open, and purple beast blood gushed forth. Now is the moment. Gu Qingwe's complexion paled, evidently drained from the exertion. Seizing the opportunity while the Thunder Beast was trapped, she transformed into a streak of flowing light, hurtling toward the Xinji inscription at the altar's center. Closer. 10 feet. 5 feet. Gu Qingwe's hand stretched out, her eyes brimming with ecstatic anticipation. As long as she obtained the inscription, even sustaining severe injuries would be worth it. However, at the very moment her fingertips were about to make contact with the inscription, a slender, pale hand suddenly emerged from the void beside her. The hand moved with a grace akin to that of plucking a flower, deftly grasping the inscription of tremors. Then it recoiled. The inscription vanished. Gu Qingwe found herself grasping at nothingness, frozen mid-lunge, her exquisite visage transitioning from sheer ecstasy to a state of bewilderment, and then to utter confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Where is my inscription? Oh dear, this trinket is rather hot to the touch. A languid voice drifted from her side. Gu Qingwe whipped her head around to see a man clad in a blue robe standing at the edge of the altar, casually tossing the very inscription she had fought tooth and nail to acquire, as if it were merely a mundane pebble. You, who are you? Gu Qingwe's voice rose in pitch, sharp with incredulity. This was the heart of a forbidden zone. Outside lay layers of formations, and within roamed ancient thunder beasts. When had this person entered? Why had she perceived nothing? Zhou Chen smiled, revealing a set of bright white teeth. I am Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Xuantian Sect. I happened upon this place, and, noticing the holy maiden's arduous struggle, came to lend a hand. Lend a hand? Gu Qingwe trembled with rage. Return the inscription to me. It belongs to me. Yours? Zhou Chen feigned astonishment. Does it bear your name? I see no such thing. As he spoke, he pretended to examine the inscription. Look, there is no name. Since it was discovered on the territory of the Xuantian Sect, it naturally belongs to us. Holy Maiden, trespassing and attempting to seize property is rather unbecoming, wouldn't you say? You seek death. Gu Qingwe was utterly incensed. Chapter 498. The Tribulation of the Celestial Emperor. Who is undergoing the tribulation? When had the illustrious Holy Maiden of the Gu family ever endured such indignity? Imperial weapon. Vanish and kill. She pivoted the bronze mirror, preparing to strike at Zhou Chen. But at that moment, a roar resounded. The Thunder Beast, trapped until now, finally broke free from the mirage's constraints. Seeing its cherished treasure being snatched away, and the two humans before it engaged in idle chatter, it was consumed by an unparalleled fury. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a sphere of lightning, coalesced from its lifetime of cultivation, directly aimed at the two on the altar. This strike could level the entire altar. Gu Qingwe's countenance shifted dramatically. She sought to defend herself, but the previous maneuver had already drained most of her spiritual energy, rendering her incapable of resistance. My life is forfeit. Despair enveloped her as she closed her eyes. Yet, the anticipated annihilation did not descend upon her. Instead, she heard a sharp clang, akin to metal colliding. Gu Qingwe opened her eyes to find the man named Ling Xiao inexplicably positioned in front of her. Above him, an ancient and ornate bell floated, radiating beams of golden light. The terrifying sphere of lightning collided with the golden radiance, as if a stone had plummeted into the sea, producing not even the slightest ripple. What kind of treasure is this? Gu Qingwe's eyes widened in disbelief. An attack that could not be blocked even by an imperial weapon was thwarted by this spell? Zhou Chen glanced back at her with a grin. Holy Maiden, may I borrow a spark? With that, he formed a hand seal. Stabilized the universe. The inscription of the universe on the chaos bell suddenly illuminated. The thwarted lightning sphere was, astonishingly, swallowed whole by the chaos bell. In the next moment, the bell's opening turned toward the Thunder Beast. Here you go. Boom. A sphere of lightning, 10-fold larger and 100-fold more powerful than before, erupted from the bell's mouth. This was not merely the beast's strength. It fused the power of the universe from the chaos bell and the laws of the inscription of tremors. For the first time, fear flickered in the Thunder Beast's immense eyes. It attempted to flee, but the aura of the chaos bell locked onto it, rendering it immobile. Bang! A tremendous explosion ensued. The beast's colossal form was obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist, leaving no trace behind. One strike, a swift execution. The underground space fell into an immediate silence, save for the sound of surging thunder liquid. Gu Qingyue stared blankly at the scene, her mind a void. It was obliterated? That was an ancient thunder beast, comparable to the first layer of a celestial emperor. She had exerted herself to the limit and could not prevail. Yet this person defeated it with a single move? Who on earth is he? Ling Xiao? When did the Xuantian Sect produce such an anomaly? Zhou Chen stowed away the chaos bell and effortlessly retrieved a violet golden inner core left behind by the beast. Not bad. This inner core is of splendid quality. I shall take it back as a snack for Wankai. He tossed the inner core into his storage ring and turned to the utterly stunned Gu Qingyue. Holy maiden, thank you for clearing the path. If it weren't for your imperial weapon holding it back, I would have found it quite challenging to act. Zhou Chen said with a beaming smile. His words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Gu Qingyue's chest heaved violently with fury, nearly spitting blood. So all her efforts, injuries, and loss of essence were merely to provide him with a fitting garment? Ling Xiao, my Gu family will not let you off. Gu Qingyue ground her teeth. I welcome it at any time. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. However, at this moment, if I were you, I would hasten my retreat. The commotion was quite loud. The old monsters in the sect are likely on their way. If you were to be caught red-handed, a holy maiden being apprehended for theft would not bode well for your reputation. Gu Qingyue's expression stiffened. She shot Zhou Chen a fierce glare, as if she wished to engrave his visage into her very bones. Our paths will cross again. I shall remember this debt. With that, she stowed away the bronze mirror and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing toward the exit in disarray. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Chen's smile gradually faded. Quite swift on her feet, he glanced down at the complete inscription of tremors returned by the system in his hand. For pieces, Qian, Kuan, Sun, Zhen. Half of the inscriptions were now in his possession. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his eyes. Let us merge them right here. Utilizing the power of this thunder pool, I can achieve a qualitative leap. In the underground thunder pool, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged, suspended above the rolling thunder liquid. Before him, the chaos bell underwent a remarkable transformation. As the inscription of tremors fused into it, a purple lightning pattern emerged on the once ancient bell body. This lightning pattern intertwined with the previously inscribed Qian, Kuan, and Sun, forming a perfect cycle. Heaven, earth, wind, thunder. In this moment, the four primal forces reached a delicate equilibrium. Buzz the chaos bell emitted a resonant, clear peal. This sound transcended the previous dullness, reverberating with a soul-stirring impact. It pierced through the subterranean rock layers, breached the restraints of the 10,000 thunder prison, and even penetrated the protective grand formation of the Xuantian Sect, resonating across the vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Within the Xuantian Sect, the sect leader Ling Tian, engaged in deliberations within the grand hall, felt the teacup in his hand suddenly shatter. This bell sound. Ling Tian rose abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is it coming from the Forbidden Zone? Could it be that an old ancestor has broken through? In the Forbidden Zone of the Back Mountain, the two ancient relics buried within the earth were also awakened by this resonant bell sound. A frightful aura of the Great Path permeated the air. This was no ordinary breakthrough. It was the might of an emperor. The two elderly men exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. No longer feigning ignorance, they erupted from the earth, racing toward the direction of the Thunder Prison. Meanwhile, the instigator, Zhou Chen, was utterly oblivious to the commotion outside. He was in trouble, a grave trouble. The energy feedback from the fusion of four inscriptions far exceeded his expectations. It was not merely a quantitative accumulation. It represented a qualitative leap. As the Chaos Bell ascended to the status of a quasi-immortal emperor weapon, it bestowed upon Zhou Chen an exceptionally pure source of chaos. This source directly shattered the final barrier within him. The barrier of the 10th layer of the immortal king realm crumbled. A brand new, vast power, seemingly capable of controlling everything, surged within him. That was the power of an immortal emperor. My goodness, am I on the verge of a breakthrough? Yet I have not undergone the trials of the mortal world. Zhou Chen's expression changed. He had intended to suppress this surge, as the timing and the location were both inappropriate. To undergo the tribulation of an immortal emperor in the forbidden grounds of the sect was tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, having not experienced the trials of the mortal world, this tribulation would be exponentially more challenging than usual. However, the power was too domineering to contain. Thunder rumbled. The sky outside transformed in an instant. What had been a clear blue expanse was suddenly shrouded by endless tribulation clouds. These clouds were not of ordinary black. They exhibited an eerie nine-colored hue. It was the nine-colored Immortal Emperor Divine Lightning. Zhou Chen, having not experienced the trials of the mortal world, was forced into a breakthrough due to the influence of the shock inscription. This led to the emergence of the apocalyptic thunder tribulation that was said to appear only when one attains the status of an immortal and unyielding Immortal Emperor. The entire Xuantian sect was suffocated under this celestial might. Countless disciples lay trembling on the ground. Even the venerable elders at the Immortal Emperor level felt their souls quivering. Who is undergoing tribulation? Chapter 499. The Legend of the Exploding Sky Gang. The path to the heavens opens. Those nine-colored tribulation clouds indicated that someone was on the verge of becoming an immortal. Could it be that our sect's long-missing Ling Taishang from 10,000 years ago? All eyes turned toward the forbidden grounds at the back of the mountain. Deep within the forbidden grounds, Zhou Chen stared at the tribulation clouds above that had penetrated the rock layers and locked onto him, his lips twitching. This was a serious escalation. If that lightning were to strike, not only would I be uncertain of surviving, but the Xuantian sect would likely be reduced to half its former self. He now faced two choices. Either endure the strike, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the ancient beings in the spirit realm, including the Eternal Night Demon Palace and various ancient clans. At that point, he would have to reveal all his trump cards and expose his identity. Or, system, is there a way to shield against the heavenly secrets and postpone the thunder tribulation? Ding. Detected that the host is on the verge of a breakthrough. Plan 1. Use the heavenly deception formation. Requires 200 points of system energy, which can temporarily shield against the heavenly path sensing, delaying the thunder tribulation until the next breakthrough opportunity. However, the next thunder tribulation will be twice as powerful. Plan 2. Face it head-on. The system can provide a lightning rod service, requires 500 points of energy, redirecting the thunder tribulation to a designated target, such as hostile forces. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. Redirecting the thunder tribulation? That certainly sounds enticing. But upon glancing at the map, he realized he was surrounded by Xuantian sect members. Although he had come to borrow something, the sect had treated him decently. It would be rather ungrateful to obliterate the Xuantian sect. I choose Plan 1. Shield the heavenly secrets. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and made a decision. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Now is not the time to expose himself. With 200 points of energy deducted, the heavenly deception formation activated. An invisible ripple emanated from Zhou Chen's body, instantly enveloping him in the chaos bell. The tribulation clouds, which had been swirling violently, suddenly seemed to lose their target, coming to a halt. They circled in the air a few times, emitting a few reluctant rumbles of thunder before gradually dissipating. The world returned to tranquility. Zhou Chen sat down, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. Although the thunder tribulation had dispersed, the power within him was undeniably real. A quasi-immortal emperor. Though his realm still lingered at the 10th layer of the immortal king, in terms of physicality, soul, and comprehension of the loss, he had already brushed against the legendary threshold of an immortal emperor. It was almost time to depart. Zhou Chen stowed away the chaos bell. At that moment, the chaos bell had undergone a profound transformation. Its body had turned a dark gold, adorned with patterns of mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies. The ancient characters Qian, Kuan, Sun, and Zhen occupied the 4 cardinal positions, radiating a terrifying aura of the Tao. He rose to his feet, his consciousness sweeping across the map. The outside was already tightly encircled. Sect Master Ling Tian, the Supreme Elders, and the 2 elderly figures who had just emerged from the earth were all stationed at the entrance of the Thunder Prison, their faces stern as they awaited the Elders' emergence. This presented a dilemma for Zhou Chen. If he were to walk out directly, he would undoubtedly be treated as a lab rat for dissection. He needed to devise a plan to blend in. Zhou Chen once again activated the concealment technique and the space Tao, his figure gradually becoming ethereal. Just as he was about to vanish, a thought struck him. Right. I need to leave something behind. Otherwise, this act would lack substance. With a casual wave, he left behind a line of words on the altar. The inscription, forged from the power of thunder, exuded an air of audacious defiance. Having completed all this, Zhou Chen vanished without a trace. Moments later, the high-ranking members of the Xuantian sect could no longer contain themselves, uniting to break the seals of the Thunder Prison and storming inside. However, all they found were remnants of thunder beasts scattered about and an utterly empty altar. The shock inscription was gone. Who did this? The Supreme Elder's beard trembled with fury. Just then, Ling Tian caught sight of the inscription on the altar. It read, "This item is fated with me. I shall borrow it for a time. In compensation, I have cleared your watchdog. No need to thank me. The Exploding Sky Gang, Gu Ming." Uffed. Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of old blood. Impossible. Who is Gu Ming? And how could he have slain the thunder beasts? Investigate. Find him for me. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. Once a realm of thunder and lightning, now a place to be avoided, it felt eerily quiet. Several supreme elders stood before the empty altar, their faces twitching as if stricken by paralysis. The hands of the supreme elder trembled, pointing at the inscription, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. The elders behind him exchanged glances, wanting to laugh but refraining, their faces turning red with suppressed mirth. The Gu family has gone too far. The supreme elder finally roared, his voice shaking loose stones from above. To rob, and then leave a name of humiliation. Does he truly believe my Xuantian sect is made of clay? Send out the order. Immediately contact the Gu family and demand an explanation. Otherwise, I shall venture to the ancestral grounds of the Gu family, even at the cost of my old bones. In truth, the supreme elder, Ku Mu, was not entirely confident. The shock inscription was a treasure even he dared not approach lightly. How could someone named Gu Ming have stealthily taken it away, even slaying that ancient thunder beast at the 10th layer of the immortal king? Such formidable prowess evokes a sense of dread upon deeper reflection. At this very moment, the instigator, Zhou Chen, was seated within the cave dwelling of Qingyun Peak. Cradling a cup of freshly brewed enlightenment tea, from which wisps of steam ascended, carrying a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. Opposite him sat a bewildered Xingqian. Brother Lin. Xingqian swallowed hard, observing Zhou Chen as he casually sipped his tea. The outside world is in turmoil. Claiming that the ancient clan's Gu Ming has seized the sect's treasured artifact, and there are rumors of inscriptions left behind in the forbidden grounds. This uproar has reached such heights that even the reclusive ancestors have been compelled to emerge from their seclusion. Zhou Chen took a sip of tea, his eyelids barely lifting. Oh, is that so? It seems Gu Ming has indeed committed countless heinous acts, devoid of any moral integrity. Xingqian's lips twitched, although he was unaware of the precise events. His instincts hinted at a connection to the individual before him. After all, the timing of Zhou Chen's recent disappearance coincided too closely with the disturbances in the forbidden grounds. Zhou Chen set down his teacup, his fingertips lightly tapping on the stone table, producing a rhythmic sound. Any recent news? Upon hearing this, Xingqian's expression turned grave. Sitting up straight, Brother Lin, indeed there is. The 8 immortal imperial clans of antiquity have taken the lead, declaring that in response to the threat posed by the Eternal Night Demon Palace, they have decided to reopen the celestial path. It is a trial ground from ancient times that selects heroes destined for ascendance to the immortal emperor realm, brimming with countless opportunities. Countless opportunities. Yet one must possess the means to seize them. Zhou Chen rose, walking to the entrance of the cave. The sky outside was shrouded in a somber grayish hue, which, according to the sect leader, heralded the approach of a great calamity. Although the protective formation of the Xuantian sect had been restored, the pervasive atmosphere of anxiety could not be concealed. Chapter 500. A confrontation with an archenemy, Gu Ming's enmity. 3 days later, at the Xuantian sect square, massive void vessels hovered in the air, casting shadows over the ground. Each vessel was inscribed with intricate patterns, emanating an unsettling spiritual pressure. This was the foundation of the Xuantian sect, and it served as their assurance for the journey to the central celestial domain. Sect leader Ling Tian stood on the deck of the flagship, his complexion still pale, clearly indicating that his previous injuries had yet to heal completely. His gaze darkly swept over the assembled disciples below, finally resting on Lin Dong amidst the crowd, to whom he offered a slight nod. Zhou Chen returned the gesture with a standard disciple salute, a harmless smile gracing his face. Let us depart. With Ling Tian's command, dozens of vessels trembled simultaneously, tearing through the void as they sped toward the heart of the spirit realm. On the deck, the wind howled. Zhou Chen leaned against the railing, observing the mountains and rivers rushing past below. His consciousness delved within, examining the now altered chaos bell residing in his dantian. Qian, Kuan, Sun, Zhen. For inscriptions rotated upon the bell's body like celestial bodies. With each revolution, an extremely faint yet exceptionally pure aura of chaos was generated, nourishing his limbs and bones. For more to go, Zhou Chen silently mused. Can, Li Zhen Dui. Once these 4 are gathered, the chaos bell can be fully restored. Perhaps it will assist him in attaining enlightenment and stepping into that legendary realm. System, open the opportunity map. With a thought, Zhou Chen expanded the previously limited map of the Xuantian sect to encompass the entire spirit realm. Countless luminous points flickered on the map, overwhelming the senses. In the location of the central celestial domain, several points shone blindingly bright. They were opportunities of the 9-color tier. Gu Ming, Ji Feng, Xianyuan Lan. Zhou Chen gazed at the dazzling array of points, a broad smile illuminating his face. It seems the celestial path is indeed a banquet tailored for me. Nearby, Several inner sect disciples were whispering. Have you heard? The Gu family has released a statement, claiming that the person who left the inscription was not Gu Ming at all. Someone is framing him. Who believes that? Aside from the Gu family, who could breach the Thunder Prison-S restrictions? Moreover, the thunderous intent within that inscription cannot be faked. Exactly, the Gu family dares to act, but not to face the consequences. I've heard that our sect leader has already allied with several major sanctuaries, intending to teach the Gu family a lesson during the celestial path. Zhou Chen, overhearing the discussions, couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of the circumstances, the burden of blame would not be lifted from Gu Ming. As the vessel traversed through layers of clouds, the space ahead began to warp. An ancient and vast aura surged forth. The central celestial domain had arrived. Outside the Broken Soul Valley. This is where the celestial path begins, and it is also the place where the spiritual energy of the entire spirit realm is most concentrated and the laws most active. At this moment, this sprawling valley, spanning thousands of miles, was already teeming with countless cultivators. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was dense. Various lights darting across the sky like meteors, painting the heavens in a kaleidoscope of colors. The vessels were chariots, and divine beast mounts of the major factions occupied various positions within the valley, clearly delineated. The Xuantian Sect's vessel had just landed when it attracted countless gazes. After all, the recent events regarding the Xuantian Sect being robbed by the Demon Palace and the theft of treasures by Gu Ming had spread throughout the spirit realm. Look, those are the people from the Xuantian Sect. I heard their leader Ling Tian was injured by a demon general and has yet to recover. Shoo, keep it down. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. The Xuantian Sect has an immortal emperor overseeing them. Zhou Chen blended into the crowd as he disembarked from the vessel. Clad in a blue robe with his black hair tied back, he bore an unassuming Qingping sword at his waist. Since he was here to harvest fortune, he needed these fortunate children to understand that their nightmare had returned. Zhou Chen, is that you? Almost the moment he set foot on the ground, a voice filled with murderous intent pierced through the clamor, striking the eardrums. Zhou Chen followed the voice and saw those from the Gu family standing on a floating island not far away. At the forefront was a young man clad in purple gold battle armor, surrounded by crackling thunder, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Zhou Chen. It was Gu Ming. Compared to his time at the Xianxia sect, Gu Ming now emanated a far more terrifying aura, with Zhou Chen's interference absent. He had advanced to the 10th layer of the immortal king realm, seemingly just a step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, the malice surrounding him had intensified, resembling a beast poised to pounce on its prey. Oh, is this not the young Master Gu? Zhou Chen crossed his arms, beaming with a radiant smile as if greeting an old friend after many years. I heard you've been quite busy lately. To find time to procure goods from my Xuantian sect, you must be working hard. The moment these words left his mouth, the air erupted in a wave of astonishment. The term procure goods was used with such cleverness. Gu Ming's face turned a shade of deep crimson. He had been driven nearly to madness these past few days. Trouble finds you at home, yet the pot falls from the sky. He had done nothing wrong, yet the world accused him of stealing the Xuantian sect's inscription. Now, seeing the real culprit, especially Zhou Chen's infuriating face, both old and new grievances surged within him. Zhou Chen, cease your slanderous accusations. Gu Ming stepped forward, the void beneath his feet shattering instantaneously. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced behind him into a roaring thunder dragon, the terrifying pressure causing lower-tier cultivators to kneel in submission. I will settle the score for the grievances from Xianxia sect, and this recent framing today with your blood. You wish to strike? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, casually resting his hand on the sword hilt. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through. The breeze was gentle and soft, yet in an instant, it scattered the imposing thunderous pressure that had coalesced around Gu Ming. A slender figure materialized between the two, clad in flowing white robes. With long hair cascading like a waterfall and a folding fan in hand, the newcomer bore a warm smile. Though devoid of any discernible spiritual energy, he seemed to blend seamlessly with the very winds of the world. It was Ji Feng, the young master of the Ji clan. Gu Xiong, do temper your temper. Ji Feng lightly closed the fan, effortlessly blocking Gu Ming's impending fist. This place is the entrance to the Tongtian Immortal Road, and all the great imperial clans are watching. Should you strike here and disrupt the order, even the ancient ancestors of the Gu family may not be able to shield you. Gu Ming's fist paused in midair, his gaze fixed intensely on Ji Feng. Are you attempting to stop me, Ji Feng? Not at all, Ji Feng replied, shaking his head, his smile unwavering. I merely believe that some grievances are better resolved within the immortal road itself. Once inside, life and death are inconsequential, and no one will cast judgment. Fighting here will only provide amusement for outsiders. As he spoke, he turned to glance at Zhou Chen. His eyes were profound, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. You must be Zhou Chen, correct? I have long admired your reputation. To have captured Gu Xiong's attention. You are indeed remarkable. Zhou Chen regarded Ji Feng as the system panel materialized before him. Chapter 501. The prodigies appear. Zhou Chen rejoices. Name, Ji Feng. Fate. 9 colors, Son of the Wind. Realm, 10th layer of the Immortal King Realm. Recent opportunity. After entering the Tongtian Immortal Road, he will obtain a fragment of the Sun inscription at the 3rd Avenue, allowing him to comprehend the way of wind and break through to the quasi-immortal Emperor level. A flicker of thought crossed Zhou Chen's mind. The Sun inscription? Apologies, but the complete version is already in my possession. The fragment that Ji Feng may acquire is likely to be mere scraps. Nevertheless, since Ji Feng has presented himself, he is undoubtedly a ripe target. One I shall not let escape. Young Master Ji, you are too courteous, Zhou Chen remarked, releasing the hilt of his sword. I too find little joy in fighting here. After all, when dealing with dogs, one must consider the master. In this public setting, should Gu Xiao be brought to tears, it would reflect poorly on the Gu family's honor. You. Gu Ming trembled with rage, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Gu Ming. An elder from the Gu faction barked sternly. Return. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Do not engage in fruitless banter. Taking a deep breath, Gu Ming forcibly suppressed the murderous intent within him. He shot Zhou Chen a piercing glance, one that resembled the gaze of a man looking at a corpse. Zhou Chen, you would do well to pray that we do not cross paths within. With a haughty snort, he turned and flew back to the floating isle of the Gu clan. Ji Feng offered a slight bow to Zhou Chen before departing as well. In the instant he turned away, his smile faded somewhat, replaced by a contemplative expression. Zhou Chen watched their retreating figures, a smirk curving his lips. Xing Chen, who had been cowering behind Zhou Chen, peeked out with a pale face. The pressure from earlier had nearly overwhelmed him. Remember, once we enter the Immortal Road, keep your distance from those well-dressed individuals. Zhou Chen patted his shoulder. They are not to be trifled with. Xing Chen nodded, half understanding. As time passed, more and more forces arrived. The flying vessel of the Taishu Palace resembled a grand palace, distorting the very fabric of space as it passed. The monks of the 10,000 Buddha temples sat upon golden lotuses, radiating Buddhist light and chanting melodious mantras. Disciples from the ancient sword sect bore long swords, their sword energy soaring into the heavens, shredding the surrounding clouds to pieces. Zhou Chen stood in a corner, observing like an outsider, silently inspecting each individual's panel. Such plump sheep, he thought, unable to resist licking his lips, feeling an insatiable hunger. With a resounding dragon's roar, a tremendous wave surged from the eastern horizon. This was no ordinary water, but rather a celestial river formed from pure water laws. The river hung overhead, vast and mighty, as if intent on flooding the valley of soul severance. Amidst the rolling tides, a white jade war chariot, drawn by 9 dragon serpents, sliced through the waves. Upon the chariot stood a young man clad in a sea blue robe, intricately embroidered with cloud patterns. His long hair flowed like a waterfall, casually held up by a jade hairpin. His features were strikingly handsome, nearly otherworldly, with skin as flawless as jade, surrounded by a faint mist of water that obscured his true appearance. It was Xianyuan Lan, the young master of the Xianyuan clan. Upon his arrival, the previously raucous gorge fell into a notable silence. This innate aura of nobility and pressure compelled many prodigies to instinctively lower their heads. Is this the son of the Xianyuan family? Xing Chen whispered from behind Zhou Chen. He looks more like a woman, yet he certainly makes a grand entrance. Zhou Chen remained silent, his gaze fixated on the dazzling panel hovering above Xianyuan Lan's head. Name, Xianyuan Lan. Fate. 9 colors, as benevolent as water. Realm, 10th layer of the Immortal King Realm. Recent opportunity. Upon entering the Tongtian Immortal Road, he will acquire the Qian inscription within the Water Moon Cave of the 5th Avenue, enabling him to master the 3,000 weak water's divine ability and ascend to the quasi-immortal Emperor level, sweeping away all contemporaries. The mention of the Qian inscription momentarily halted Zhou Chen's breath. Esteemed guests, Xianyuan Lan called from atop his chariot, looking down upon the crowd. His voice, though soft, flowed like a clear spring, resonating clearly in every ear. Among the 999 paths of the Tongtian Immortal Road, only I, Xianyuan Lan, can reach the summit. The rest of you, should you wish to avoid death, would do well to remain within the first 5 avenues. All present are but trash, arrogant, utterly beyond reason. The moment these words were spoken, the previously tranquil surface of the lake erupted into a tumult of waves. Impudent, Xianyuan Lan. Do you truly believe this spirit realm to be your Xianyuan family's private garden? We are all descendants of imperial clans. Who is inferior to whom? Your arrogance knows no bounds. The prodigies of various factions erupted in indignation. Those who had come here were all proud souls. Who could endure such public humiliation? Unfazed by the rising tide of anger, Xianxialan did not even lift his eyelids. He merely waved his hand casually. With a roar, the celestial river beneath him surged violently, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sun, crashing towards the most vocal of the prodigies. The expressions of those prodigies shifted dramatically as they hastily summoned their treasures to defend themselves. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of muffled thuds, those several prodigies, each at the 7th or 8th layer of the immortal king realm, were silenced before they could even scream, crushed into the earth, their fates uncertain. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. One move. With a mere flick of his hand, he had subdued several equally ranked prodigies. This level of power indeed warranted such arrogance. Is there anyone who dares to defy? Xianxialan inquired indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Whereupon no one dared to meet his eyes. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Zhou Chen, positioned at the back of the crowd, stroked his chin thoughtfully. This display of bravado deserves full marks. He turned to Xianxian. Take note. Should we find ourselves in a position of power, we must speak with such authority. It carries great weight. Xianxian grimaced. Brother, please don't jest with me. This individual is far too strong. We should keep our distance. Hide. Why should we hide? Zhou Chen regarded Xianxialan as if he were a delectable lamb. Such people are typically messengers, and I hope for more to arrive. As Xianxialan suppressed the crowd, reveling in the awestruck gazes of the onlookers, a cold and derisive chuckle suddenly echoed through the air. In an instant, an intense wave of scorching heat surged forth from the west, fierce enough to evaporate much of the moisture that Xianxialan had conjured. The temperature soared dramatically, warping the very fabric of space itself. The crowd turned to witness a raging inferno rolling in from the western horizon. Amidst the flames, a young man clad in crimson battle armor strode forth, stepping upon fiery lotus blossoms with each determined stride. With every step he took, a blooming flame lotus materialized beneath his feet. It was Dongfang Yan, the heir of the Dongfang clan. Xianxialan, your meager water is merely sufficient for me to wash my feet. Do you dare to aspire to the summit without consulting the Dongfang family, Li Hua? Dongfang Yan halted 100 paces from Xianxialan, the clash of their opposing essences splitting the sky into fiery red and azure blue. Xianxialan finally cast a discerning glance at his opponent, a flicker of disdain gleaming in his eyes. A defeated foe dares to speak of valor? Chapter 502. Something seems amiss on this celestial path. That was in the past. Dongfang Yan roared, flames erupting from his form, soaring to a height of 1,000 feet. Today, I shall demonstrate to you who reigns supreme. Zhou Chen observed this spectacle, a broader smile gracing his lips. Name, Dongfang Yan. Fate, 9-colored, true body of Li Hua. Realm, 10th layer of the Celestial King. Recent fortunes, to acquire remnants of the Li inscription at the 4th avenue of the Celestial Path. The Li inscription. Fire attribute. Can. Li, Zhou Chen mused. The table for this game of mahjong has finally been set. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within. No need to rush. Once we enter the Celestial Path, I will scheme for opportunities. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. A colossal war chariot, as grand as a mountain, rumbled forth from the earth, drawn by 4 ancient barbaric elephants whose every step sent tremors through the land. On the chariot sat a towering figure, his skin dark as night, muscles bulging, exuding an unshakable presence. He was Xianxian, the heir of the Xian clan. Concurrently, a piercing beam of golden light sliced through the heavens. A woman in a golden battle skirt, wielding a long sword, hovered coldly in midair. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice, embodying the essence of a drawn sword, radiating fierce brilliance. She was Nangong Yu, the heir of the Nangong clan. At this moment, the zenith of the younger generation in the spirit realm had gathered. Zhou Chen stood in the shadows, quietly restraining his aura, resembling a patient hunter as he observed his prey unwittingly walk into the trap. Suddenly, a deafening roar emanated from the depths of the Valley of Broken Souls. A colossal beam of light, piercing the heavens and the earth, burst forth from the valley floor, ascending into the clouds. Within the beam, a winding staircase was faintly discernible, leading straight to the 9th heaven. The celestial path had been unveiled. The celestial pillar shot skyward, the overwhelming celestial might causing all present to feel a moment of suffocation. This was no ordinary pressure. It was imbued with the complete principles of the great Tao's imperial might. The staircase within the beam shimmered in and out of visibility, each step appearing to be paved with white jade, inscribed with the marks of time. On either side of the staircase lay an endless void. One misstep would lead to eternal damnation. With the celestial path now open, each must rely on their own abilities. Xianxialan was the first to act. His white jade chariot disintegrated in an instant, transforming into 9 water dragons that encircled him. He took a single step, directly traversing thousands of feet and landing on the first step of the staircase. The step trembled, sending visible ripples outward. Xianxialan's form swayed slightly before he steadied himself, coldly snorting without looking back as he continued his ascent. His speed was so swift it resembled a leisurely stroll. We shall proceed as well. Dongfangyan, unwilling to be outdone, transformed into a streak of fire and surged forward. Following suit were Shimen Shan, Nangongyu, Ji Feng, Gu Ming, and the heirs of various imperial clans, all rushing towards the solitary passage as if orchestrated. It is time for us to enter as well, Zhou Chen remarked, patting Xingchen on the shoulder. Brother Lin, I feel a bit unsteady. Xingchen's face paled as he gazed at the terrifying beam of light. Pathetic. Zhou Chen shot him a disapproving glance. Without further ado, Zhou Chen seized Xingchen by the collar, lifting him like a chick, and in a flash, they mingled with the chaotic throng rushing towards the light beam. The moment Zhou Chen touched the beam, he felt an immense pull. Everything before him blurred, and upon reopening his eyes, the surroundings had transformed, with Xingchen also being randomly transported. This was no staircase, but a desolate expanse of gravel. Overhead loomed a grayish sky, and beneath his feet lay dark red pebbles. A howling wind whipped up a storm of dust, stinging his face. An illusion? Zhou Chen instinctively activated the chaos bell to protect himself. No, it was not an illusion. He crouched down, grasping a handful of sand. The rough texture felt alarmingly real, infused with an exceedingly violent spiritual essence. This was a small world. The celestial path was, in fact, comprised of countless small worlds. Zhou Chen glanced at the ephemeral panel that appeared before him. Current location, 1st Avenue of the Celestial Path, Burial Gobi. Clearance conditions, slay 100 bone beasts to obtain the clearance token. Current population, 32,849 individuals. Over 30,000 people crowded within this small world. Before anyone could adapt to their new environment, a grating sound reverberated from beneath the earth, followed by a multitude of skeletal hands breaking through the surface. Countless skeletal figures crawled out of the sandy ground, wielding rusted weapons, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames as they lunged towards the nearest cultivators. Cries of terror erupted instantaneously. Those caught unawares were swiftly overwhelmed by the bone beasts, torn to shreds, their blood staining the sand and driving the bone beasts into a frenzied state. Kill. Annihilate these monsters. Some regained their composure and summoned treasures to retaliate. In an instant, the Gobi was illuminated with flashes of spiritual light, and the clamor of battle resonated throughout. Zhou Chen remained stationary, observing the chaos. Several oblivious bone beasts charged towards him. Roll. Zhou Chen uttered a single word. Boom. The bone beasts were obliterated into dust before they could even approach within 3 paces of him. Dealing with these lowly bone beasts, whose strength barely reached the true immortal realm, required no effort. His protective aura alone was sufficient to shatter them. Zhou Chen had little interest in such trivial slaughter. His true target lay among the celestial prodigies. He soared towards the center of this small world, where a colossal teleportation array awaited, the entrance to the next layer. Along the way, numerous bone beasts attempted to impede his progress, but Zhou Chen effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of his hand. He strolled leisurely across the Gobi, leaving behind a trail of skeletal remnants. Soon, they arrived before the teleportation array, where many had already congregated. Xianxialan, Dongfangyan, and the others had long since entered. Most of those remaining here are merely second-rate prodigies or wandering cultivators. Halt. Just as Zhou Chen was about to step into the teleportation array, several cultivators clad in identical attire blocked his path. They bore an ancient character embroidered on their chests. A vassal family of the Gu family? This path is owned by my Gu family. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll. The leader, a burly man wielding a large blade, with a face full of brutishness, declared, 10,000 premium celestial crystals from each of you, or a top-tier celestial artifact. Zhou Chen chuckled. In this day and age, there are still those who resort to such primitive highway robbery? Gu family members? Zhou Chen feigned ignorance. Is that even a question? Do you not see the characters on my attire? The burly man impatiently waved his blade. Hurry and pay, or you'll lose your life. Zhou Chen sighed. He had intended to keep a low profile, yet they insisted on provoking him. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack. The crisp sound echoed amidst the clamor of the teleportation array. In the next moment, the burly man and the dozen or so vassals behind him suddenly froze. Following that, their bodies shattered into countless pieces as if sliced by some invisible force. Blood gushed forth, and flesh was scattered, with not even a scream escaping their lips. Zhou Chen nonchalantly retracted the wind Dao, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Let us go. He strode across the bloodied ground and entered the teleportation array. The surrounding cultivators were left dumbfounded, each holding their breath, too afraid to exhale. It wasn't until Zhou Chen's figure vanished in a flash of light that they dared to breathe deeply. Who was that? I don't know. I've never seen such a ruthless individual. To dispatch over 10 celestial kings in a single move, his strength surely rivals that of the heirs from imperial clans. Doesn't he? The celestial path unfolds in layers. The previous road posed no challenge for Zhou Chen. He was like an unfeeling machine, effortlessly pushing forward through the stars. With each level, he employed the system to scan his surroundings. Although most findings were trivial, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of every opportunity, he collected everything he could carry: myriad years spiritual herbs, rare ores, ancient remnants, and even decorative items made from celestial materials from various trials, all packed into his storage ring. Thus, Zhou Chen swept through, ultimately arriving at the Third Avenue. This was a realm filled with violent winds. The howling gales sliced through everything like blades. According to the system prompt, Jifeng's opportunity lay here. Detected remnants of the Sun script, located within the wind 300 miles ahead. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled. Finally, the main course was at hand. He halted, gazing at the colossal tornado that reached the heavens. In its center, a faint blue light flickered. Surrounding the tornado, Jifeng sat cross-legged, the laws of wind swirling around him, seemingly in deep comprehension. The violent winds had thickened to a tangible degree, each gust akin to dozens of imperial-grade flying swords, ruthlessly shredding the protective auras of intruders. A typical celestial king in the early stage would likely not endure even a single incense stick's worth of time here. Jifeng sat at the edge of the wind eye, his white garments billowing. His eyes were tightly shut, a blue mark flashing at his brow. He was attempting to establish a connection with the remnant within the wind eye, using his own essence to draw it closer. This was the Ji family's unique secret art, the Sun Wind spirit guiding technique. Just half an hour more, and he could obtain that remnant without bloodshed. It's close, so close. Jifeng's heart surged with joy. He could distinctly sense the profound laws of wind contained within that remnant. Once fused, his cultivation would undoubtedly break through its bottleneck, even surpassing Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, just as he stood on the precipice of success, an untimely voice suddenly rang in his ears. You seem a bit slow. Jifeng's eyes snapped open in shock. He beheld a man in a blue robe standing not far from him, casually nibbling on a spiritual fruit he had seemingly conjured from thin air. Commenting on Jifeng's progress, the gales here were potent enough to shred a celestial king, yet this man had not even activated a shield. The terrifying wind blades merely brushed against him like a gentle breeze, not even ruffling his garments. Who are you? Jifeng's pupils constricted. How did he arrive here? Furthermore, how did he get in? He had set up numerous alarm formations on the perimeter, yet they had shown no response. Don't be alarmed. I'm merely here to take a look. You may call me Ling Xiao. Zhou Chen casually tossed the fruit pit aside, which was instantly pulverized by the wind blades. You seem to be struggling. Would you like some assistance? Alarm bells rang in Jifeng's mind. No need. If you have no business here, please leave. This remnant is crucial to me. Should you consider parting with it, my Ji family will owe you a favor. A favor? Zhou Chen chuckled. The Ji family's favors are indeed valuable, but regrettably, I am not in need of such. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chen's figure suddenly vanished, not through teleportation, but directly merging with the wind. Jifeng's expression changed drastically. Not good. He could no longer afford to use gentle methods to draw the remnant. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and forcefully activated the spirit guiding technique, attempting to draw the script toward himself. It was too late. A hand materialized at the center of the wind eye, ignoring the terrifying storm capable of shredding celestial artifacts. It grasped the blue remnant directly. Halt! With a soft command, the previously raging wind eye abruptly stilled for a moment. In that instant, Zhou Chen seized the remnant and retreated with composure. No! Jifeng let out a heart-wrenching roar. Watching the cooked duck fly away felt more painful than death itself. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Jifeng completely lost his composure. He abruptly unfurled the folding fan in his hand, transforming it into a blue longsword. Wind goddess fury. With a single stroke, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. All surrounding gales were summoned forth by this strike, coalescing into a colossal wind dragon that roared toward Zhou Chen. This blow, fueled by rage, had already reached the threshold of quasi-celestial emperor power. Zhou Chen hovered in midair, unperturbed as he regarded the oncoming wind dragon. He toyed with the remnant he had just snatched, feeling the desire emanating from the Sun script within him. Perfect, let us test a new move. Zhou Chen pressed the remnant directly into his chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the Sun script remnant. triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Obtained, complete Wind Dao Law. Obtained, system energy 200 points. Boom. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from Zhou Chen's body. He did not draw his sword or summon the chaos bell. He merely raised his hand and grasped at the wind dragon. Dissipate. As the words left his mouth, the formidable wind dragon, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, collapsed as if its spine had been severed. Countless violent winds transformed into the purest spiritual energy, dissipating into the cosmos. The long sword in Ji Feng's hand snapped with a sharp crack, shattering into two pieces. He was struck as though by a bolt from the blue. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he was sent hurtling thousands of zhong, crashing violently to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Only the wind continued to howl relentlessly. Zhou Chen hovered in the air, gazing down at the disheveled Ji Feng with an air of indifference, as if observing a mere insect. The wind is not meant to be wielded in such a manner, Zhou Chen remarked coolly. He extended a finger, delicately tapping it, and the surrounding gale instantly coalesced, forming a small azure orb at his fingertip. This seemingly inconspicuous sphere contained an energy that instilled a sense of despair within Ji Feng. Behold, this technique shall be quite magnificent. Wind's extreme destruction. With a flick of his finger, the azure orb sliced through the void, heading straight for Ji Feng's brow. Terror flickered in Ji Feng's eyes. Chapter 504. The Inscription of Can, Mistaken Identity. Ji Feng attempted to evade, but at that moment, he felt his body ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him utterly immobile. This is the end. Just as the situation seemed dire, a radiant golden light suddenly descended from above, interposing itself before Ji Feng. Bang! The azure orb erupted, shattering the golden light to pieces. Yet, Ji Feng seized this moment of respite to crush a life-preserving talisman, vanishing from his original position in an instant. He fled. Zhou Chen observed the empty ground, shaking his head in mild regret. Ah, well, a monk may escape, but the temple remains. It would be wise to cultivate my fortune panel. Zhou Chen turned his gaze toward a mountain peak not far away, where a woman clad in a golden battle skirt stood. The golden light had emanated from her. It was none other than Nangong Yu of the Nangong clan. What is the meaning of this, my lady? Zhou Chen squinted, revealing a glimmer of danger in his eyes. Nangong Yu regarded him coldly, her sword trembling slightly in her grasp. Apologies, Ji Feng owes me a favor. I have saved him once. We are even now. With that, she cast a lingering glance at Zhou Chen before turning to depart. Interesting, Zhou Chen mused, choosing not to pursue her. Time was of the essence, and with so many opportunities at hand, he could not afford to delay. The gale of the Third Avenue, having lost its core principle of wind, had become stagnant, lacking the vigor it once possessed. With a subtle shift, Zhou Chen vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood before an unremarkable stone wall. The surface of the wall was pockmarked and covered in moss, resembling the ruins found elsewhere. Were it not for the guidance of the system map, even an immortal emperor might overlook it as mere rubble. Zhou Chen extended his hand and pressed it against the wall. A tremor rippled through the spatial laws at his palm. With a hum, the wall's surface shimmered like rippling water. Almost immediately, an exceedingly subtle yet vast aura seeped forth from within the stone. This essence was soft, lingering, imbued with a weightiness that seemed to encompass all things. The path of water. Zhou Chen's spirits lifted. The architect of this celestial road was indeed a cunning one, despite this being the domain of wind. A treasure of water lay hidden in the corner. It was akin to concealing a box of feminine hygiene products in a men's restroom. Who would ever suspect? Open, Zhou Chen commanded. The spatial laws transformed into an invisible blade, slicing through the rippling surface with force. Tearing sounds echoed as the stone wall split open, forming a gap tall enough for a person to pass through. Zhou Chen stepped inside, and the scenery before him shifted dramatically. No longer did he see desolate ruins or violent gales. Instead, he found himself in a chamber measuring merely 10 zhong on each side. The walls of the chamber were constructed from deep blue crystal, emanating a soft blue glow. At the very center stood an ancient bronze altar, upon which floated a fragment of a rune. The rune was translucent, appearing as if it were formed from the purest water, and despite its missing corner, it still radiated an overwhelming pressure of the great Tao. A fragment of the Can inscription. Zhou Chen's breath caught momentarily. According to prior system indications, this artifact should have been located within the water moon cave of the Fifth Avenue, a treasure belonging to that effeminate Xianyuan lawn. How had it ended up here? Zhou Chen's mind raced as he quickly grasped the key. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The ancestor of the Xianyuan clan must have feared that future generations would be too foolish to find it or worried that others might seize it first, thus dispersing this inscription into several parts, each hidden in different locations. One portion resided in the Fifth Avenue, while another was concealed here. As long as he could obtain any one of these fragments, he would be able to sense the locations of the others. With purposeful strides, Zhou Chen approached the altar. Just as his foot touched the steps of the altar, a soft yet overwhelming force surged upward from it, manifesting as a blue light barrier that stood before him. Then, the fragment of the rune blazed brilliantly, and a spectral figure gradually emerged from it. It was an elderly man clad in a blue robe, his hair and beard white. His expression benevolent, exuding an air devoid of worldly concerns, reminiscent of a kind, neighborly grandfather. Yet, as he stood there, the surrounding space subtly distorted, as if unable to bear his presence. The remnant soul of an immortal emperor. Zhou Chen keenly detected an essence of immortality, as if he were on the threshold of a higher realm of existence. How many years has it been? The elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat dazed as it settled upon Zhou Chen, his voice echoing as if from the depths of ancient time. At last, someone has found their way here. Zhou Chen halted, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing in deference, his face adorned with his signature earnest smile. I am Lin Dong, a junior. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Acting was his forte. The elder scrutinized Zhou Chen, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not bad. Though your bone age is less than 10,000 years, you possess such cultivation. Even more commendable is your mastery of spatial laws, allowing you to uncover this hidden door I left behind. The elder stroked his beard with a smile. It seems the Xianyuan clan is not destined for extinction. There are still successors. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhou Chen's heart. This is bad. The old man had mistaken him for a descendant of the Xianyuan clan. It was no wonder. This hidden chamber was so deeply concealed that only those with Xianyuan blood or special tokens could possibly discover it. Zhou Chen's entrance was purely due to his fortuitous luck. Senior, you have misunderstood. In truth, Zhou Chen began to explain, but the elder raised a hand, interrupting him. No need for further words. Your presence here is fate. Whether you are a collateral branch or a direct descendant, since you have arrived, this inscription shall be your fortune. The elder clearly did not have the luxury of time for idle chatter. His remnant soul had existed for far too long. His energy nearly depleted, and now awakened, he was on the verge of dissipating. Listen well, Junior. The elder's expression grew serious. This inscription was obtained by me in an ancient chaotic ruin, containing the supreme path of water. I divided it into 3 parts, hiding them throughout the celestial roads, to test the fortune and wisdom of future generations. Today, if you attain even a fraction, you have earned the right to contend for the complete pathway of the great Tao. Remember, the river does not vie for precedence. It strives to flow endlessly. With that, the elder extended a finger and gently touched the seal upon the altar. Break. The azure barrier obstructing Zhou Chen shattered in an instant, dissipating into myriad starlit fragments in the air. The incomplete inscription, liberated from its constraints, joyfully quivered, much like a pup awaiting its master's claim. The elder's figure began to grow translucent, yet the smile upon his visage became increasingly benevolent. Go forth, child. Take it with you, and restore the glory of the Xianyuan clan. Chapter 505, Xianyuan Lan. I thank your entire family. The voice gradually faded, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The chamber returned to silence. Zhou Chen stood in place, blinking in disbelief. This is what I receive? Not even a verification of identity. This old man is rather magnanimous. The ancestor of the Xianyuan clan, truly a generous soul. Zhou Chen sighed, then unceremoniously reached out and grasped the hovering rune. Since it is the elder's heartfelt intention, I shall not refuse it. As for the restoration of glory, Zhou Chen chuckled. Once I reduce your family's effeminate young master to tears, that would count as a different form of glory, wouldn't it? Just as Zhou Chen's fingers made contact with the inscription, the originally docile rune began to tremble violently. It seemed to sense the bloodline aura within Zhou Chen that did not belong to the Xianyuan clan, instinctively attempting to resist. A chilling sensation surged up Zhou Chen's arm, threatening to freeze his meridians. Oh, quite spirited, aren't we? Zhou Chen sneered. Now that I have it in my grasp, do you really think you can escape? Suppress. He focused his mind. Within his dantian, the chaos bell quivered fiercely. Qian Kuan, Jun Sun. For inscriptions, long fused, flared to life simultaneously, unleashing 4 distinct, yet perfectly harmonious forces of the great Tao. The majesty of the heavens, the solidity of the earth, the fury of thunder, and the swiftness of wind. The 4 forces surged through Zhou Chen's meridians, instantly pushing back that icy essence. Before the overwhelming pressure of the chaos bell, this diminutive, incomplete inscription behaved like a creature confronted by its nemesis, instantly subdued. It ceased its struggles, obediently resting in Zhou Chen's palm, radiating a gentle blue glow. Simultaneously, that familiar, delightful electronic tone of the system resonated in Zhou Chen's mind. Ding. Detection of host seizing the pivotal opportunity. Can inscription, incomplete. Congratulations, host. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Rewards acquired. Complete Kin inscription. Acquired. Source of water Dao, perfected. Acquired. 500 points of system energy. Boom. With the system notification's conclusion, the incomplete rune in Zhou Chen's hand suddenly shattered, transforming into countless blue motes that surged into his being. Immediately following, the void trembled. A deep blue rune, exuding an overwhelming aura, materialized within his sea of consciousness. Buzz. The world tree within him seemed to scent fresh prey, shaking wildly. One of its branches shot forth, directly piercing into the source of the water Dao. Gulp. Gulp. The previously desiccated world tree was nourished in that moment. The fifth leaf unfurled at a visible pace. Upon that leaf, veins emerged clearly, each line resembling a rushing river, imbued with boundless water principles. Zhou Chen felt as if his body were steeped in a hot spring, every cell exulting in jubilation. Rumbling. The celestial energy within him surged like a dam bursting, roaring forth, instantly filling his entire dantian, then spreading towards the vast expanse of heaven and earth. His aura began to ascend steadily. This sensation of mastery over all, transcending the rules, grew increasingly vivid. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the urge to break through. I cannot transcend here. The refining of the heart amidst worldly turbulence has yet to commence. The laws in the celestial path are chaotic, and there are countless eyes watching from outside. If I were to undergo tribulation now, the commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of those ancient beings. One must remain low-key. Accumulating wealth in silence is the true path. Seal. Zhou Chen summoned the chaos bell, forcibly subduing the restless energy within. Although his cultivation still registered at the 10th level of the Celestial King realm, his current combat prowess had multiplied at least 5-fold compared to before. If previously he needed to employ some tricks against Ji Feng, now, dealing with someone of Ji Feng's caliber would require nothing more than a single glance. Is this the power of the complete inscription? Zhou Chen clenched his fist. The moisture in the air instantaneously condensed, transforming into an ice-blue longsword. Without employing any celestial energy, merely through his command over the laws. The hardness of this ice sword rivaled that of a top-tier celestial artifact. Go. Zhou Chen casually waved his hand. The ice sword silently embedded itself into the wall, effortlessly penetrating the incredibly hard crystalline barrier, leaving a hole as smooth as a mirror. Not bad. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his thought, the complete Kin inscription flew into the chaos bell. Ding. The chaos bell emitted another resounding boom. The surface of the bell lit up with the fifth inscription. Qian Kuan. Zhun, Sun, Kansas. 5 colors of brilliance flowed, and the aura of the chaos bell deepened, becoming more profound and ancient. It hovered above Zhou Chen's head, the descending light curtain transforming from mere defense into an independent little world. Within this domain, Zhou Chen was the undisputed sovereign. Zhou Chen retracted the chaos bell and adjusted his robes. He activated the concealment technique once more, completely suppressing his formidable aura. At that moment, he appeared as just another slightly fortunate young prodigy. Aside from his handsome appearance, he bore no other remarkable qualities. Before the teleportation array at the exit of the third Dao, the space had grown crowded. Most prodigies had completed their exploration of this level and were awaiting the activation of the teleportation array. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Ji Feng had gone missing. As the young master of the Ji clan, he was expected to be the most dazzling presence at this level, yet he had yet to make an appearance. Some claimed to have seen him being pursued by a mysterious figure, while others suggested he was hiding to recuperate after a failed attempt to seize an opportunity. Various rumors circulated wildly. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood at the forefront of the crowd, maintaining his aloof, godlike demeanor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the dissipating tornado in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. For some reason, since earlier, he had felt a sense of unease, as if he had lost something of great importance, leaving his heart feeling hollow. Could it be that the opportunity at the fifth Dao has encountered an anomaly? Xianxiaaudiobooks speculated inwardly. Impossible. That place could only be accessed by those bearing the Xianxiaaudiobooks bloodline. Outsiders could not enter. Unless Lin Dong has emerged. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Xianxiaaudiobooks withdrew his thoughts and turned to look. As the radiant light of the teleportation array flickered, a young man clad in a blue robe emerged, none other than Zhou Chen, who was masquerading under the alias Lin Dong. At this moment, Zhou Chen appeared somewhat disheveled. His attire bore several ragged holes, and his hair was in a chaotic state, reminiscent of someone who had just crawled out of a henhouse. In his hand, he grasped a broken sword, its blade severed, and his countenance bore the relief of one who had narrowly escaped calamity. Phew, that nearly terrified me to death. Zhou Chen exclaimed as he unceremoniously dropped to the ground, panting heavily. The wind was so fierce it almost blew me bald. Xuantian, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over to assist him. "Brother Lin, are you all right?" she inquired, her face etched with concern, though her eyes betrayed a hint of something peculiar. Chapter 506, A Pitiful Sight, the Fourth Avenue. He was all too familiar with this formidable brother of his. This woeful appearance was undoubtedly a facade. Who knows what he had been doing inside, perhaps counting treasures. "I'm fine, just had some bad luck and encountered a wind vortex that nearly kept me trapped." Zhou Chen waved dismissively, pulling a few withered spirit herbs from his robe, his expression one of dismay. "After all that effort, I've only managed to scrounge up this pitiful lot. What a loss." The surrounding prodigies could not help but display looks of disdain at this sight. "Humph. Thought he was some formidable character. Turns out he's just a weakling. With skills like this, how dare he challenge the celestial road? He was merely lucky to escape with his life." It seemed the earlier rumors of his ability to dispatch the Gu family subordinates were largely exaggerated. Even Xianyuan merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. Such a lowly caliber was not worth his energy. Silence. A grand voice resonated from the heavens. The guardian spirit of the Third Avenue manifested, a colossal figure formed of raging winds. Though it lacked facial features, the oppressive aura it exuded weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The trials of the Third Avenue have concluded. Number of successful participants, 28, 560. Number of fatalities, 4, 289. The chilling figures instantly rendered the atmosphere tense. Over 4,000 lives had been lost at merely the third level. The brutality of the celestial road far surpassed their expectations. "Now, we shall commence the teleportation to the Fourth Avenue." The guardian spirit gestured grandly, and the immense teleportation array erupted with blinding light. "Let us go." Xianyuan was the first to charge in, followed closely by Dongfang Yan, who was ablaze with fervor and brimming with battle intent. Zhou Chen slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Let us join in the excitement," he said, mingling with the crowd at the rear as they stepped into the teleportation array. After a dizzying whirl, they found their footing. Yet this time, the surrounding environment made everyone gasp in shock. The sky overhead was a grim, ashen hue, while the ground exuded an eerie dark red, as if soaked in blood for countless years. Here, there was no wind, no water, nor even spiritual energy, only an overwhelming stillness and oppression. All around lay remnants of ancient ruins, colossal skeletons half buried in the earth, some towering even higher than mountains. Broken weapons jutted from the ground, their rusted forms still radiating a chilling aura of slaughter. This was an ancient battlefield, one where a cataclysmic war between gods and demons had shattered even the laws of the great avenues. What is this place?" Someone trembled, their voice quaking with fear. "The Fourth Avenue, the Shura Field," Dongfang Yan declared, standing atop a massive stone, his expression graver than ever. The primal fire within him felt suppressed here, its once vibrant flames now flickering like a candle on the verge of extinguishment. "Be careful." Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. From the depths of the darkness, countless pairs of blood-red eyes ignited. The once lifeless corpses began to stir. They clawed their way from the earth, adorned with decaying flesh, wielding broken weapons, and emitting beastly growls from their throats. Undead. And not just any undead. They were combatants with the instincts of their former lives, impervious to pain, and unafraid of death. Their numbers surged like a tidal wave, quickly surrounding the throngs of prodigies. "Prepare for battle," Xianyuan bellowed. He summoned a folding fan, the water laws swirling around him, forming a barrier to shield the group. However, the barrier cracked under the relentless assault of the undead within mere moments. Damn it, the suppression of the rules here is too formidable. Shiman Shan swung his massive axe, cleaving through one of the undead, yet more immediately surged forth to take its place. Each of these creatures possessed the combat prowess of a third-tier immortal king. Although devoid of intellect, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This was a war of attrition, and engaging in such a battle without a source of spiritual energy was tantamount to courting death. Zhou Chen, concealed amidst the crowd, effortlessly swatted away an approaching undead. His brow furrowed slightly. Something feels off. Is the difficulty of this Fourth Avenue excessively high? Logically, the Celestial Road is meant for the selection of talents, not slaughter. This level of undead tide would make it exceedingly difficult for even Xianyuan and his ilk to emerge unscathed, let alone the ordinary prodigies. Unless someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes, deliberately escalating the difficulty. Zhou Chen raised his gaze, peering through the throng of undead toward the depths of the battlefield. There, a mass of darkness, deeper and more concentrated than the surroundings, writhed ominously, resembling an insatiable maw poised to devour all life. Interesting. A cold smile crept across Zhou Chen's lips. It appeared the true boss of this trial was not these wretched bones. The carnage continued unabated, blood staining the dark red earth and rendering the ancient battlefield even more sinister. The prodigies from various factions, now devoid of the luxury to conceal their abilities, unleashed their most potent techniques. Xianyuanland's water dragon roared. Dongfang Yin conjured a sea of flames, and Ximenxian wielded his giant axe to carve a path. Brilliant displays of divine abilities flickered within the darkness, akin to fireworks struggling against despair. Yet the tide of undead seemed inexhaustible. For every wave that fell, more formidable foes emerged from the shadows, including undead generals wielding the power of a 10th-tier immortal king. A scream pierced the air. A prodigy from a 2nd-tier sect, having exhausted his spiritual energy, faltered for just a moment and was instantly overwhelmed by a horde of undead. The horrific sounds of tearing flesh echoed, and in mere moments, he was reduced to a mound of shredded meat. This scene shattered the psychological defenses of many. Despair began to permeate the crowd. We're going to die here. This ISNTA trial, it's a massacre. I want to leave. Let me out. Some broke down in tears, while others frantically lashed out at the air around them. Even Xianyuanland's expression turned grim. Everyone, hold nothing back. If we don't break through soon, we will all perish here. Dongfang Yin roared, igniting his very essence into a towering flame giant, forcefully carving a path through the undead tide. Go. Hope ignited among the crowd as they surged toward the opening. However, at the very moment they were about to break free from the encirclement, a dull thud resonated in the hearts of all present. Though the sound was not loud, it felt as if it were treading upon their very souls, causing all actions to pause. Immediately following this, the cacophony of battle cries, the roars of the undead, and the thunderous sounds of supernatural powers faded into silence. In that instant, the world was left with nothing but the echoing footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The sound emanated from the depths of darkness on the battlefield, each step intensifying the surrounding gloom. Chapter 507. The eternal night approaches, the twilight of the gods. Even the frenzied, bloodthirsty undead halted at the sound, as if confronted by an entity that sent tremors through their very essence. They knelt upon the ground, trembling in reverence towards the source of the sound. A path parted within the sea of corpses. The onlookers gazed in terror at that direction. Emerging slowly from the shadows was a figure cloaked in black. He moved at a leisurely pace, yet traversed vast distances in mere moments, arriving before the crowd. The youth before them was strikingly otherworldly. His skin was pale, devoid of any color, and his long, ink-black hair hung loosely over his shoulders. His eyes were entirely devoid of whites, presenting a profound darkness that resembled two black holes capable of consuming souls. At the center of his brow lay a black crescent mark, exuding an oppressive aura of malevolence. He emitted no overwhelming pressure, yet his mere presence commanded the center of this realm, reigning over the infinite darkness. Even the laws of space around him bowed in submission. Is this the so-called prodigy of this generation? The young man halted, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands present. His voice was soft yet frigid, laced with a condescension that dripped with mockery. So weak enough that I lacked the desire to even engage. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to utter a word. Even the arrogant Xianyuanlan was tense, as if facing a formidable adversary, for he sensed a despairing aura emanating from the black-robed youth. It was that of an immortal emperor, not just any immortal emperor, but one who had clawed his way out from a sea of corpses and blood, a terrifying being possessing complete mastery of the demonic path. Who are you? Dongfang Yin gritted his teeth, forcing the question from his lips. The youth in black turned to cast a glance at him. Merely a glance. In an instant, Dongfang Yin's towering flame form extinguished with a puff, akin to a candle snuffed by the wind, leaving him reeling as he spewed blood and collapsed to the ground. An ant dares inquire my name? The youth said coolly. He raised his hand, grasping at the void. However, since you are all fated to perish, allow me to clarify. Remember this. I am Yi Wuhan, the Vice Lord of the Eternal Night Demon Palace. With those words, a thunderous proclamation reverberated in the minds of all present, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap. The Eternal Night Demon Palace. That infamous force which once ruled over the entire ancient divine land, viewing all life as mere fodder. They were still extant. Moreover, they had infiltrated the celestial path. Despair. Utter despair. If there had been a glimmer of hope against the tide of corpses, now, faced with the young master of the Eternal Night Demon Palace, an immortal emperor in the flesh, they found themselves bereft of even the qualifications to resist. Zhou Chen, hidden at the rear of the throng, narrowed his eyes. He observed the ostentatious Yi Wuhan, his system panel pulsating wildly before him. Name, Yi Wuhan. Fate, 9 colors, eternal night, demon child. Realm, 5th layer of Immortal Emperor. Recent opportunity, blood sacrifice of 30,000 prodigies on the 4th Avenue. Awakening the slumbering Shura demon sword, thereby opening a shortcut to the 9th Avenue, melding all inscriptions into blood inscriptions. 5th layer of Immortal Emperor. Zhou Chen licked his lips. This indeed was a formidable opponent, stronger than any he had faced before. However, a blood sacrifice of 30,000 prodigies? He glanced at the trembling masses around him. They were all his reserves. How could he allow this demon to consume them all? Wishing to usurp my business? Zhou Chen's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of the Qingping sword. That simply would not do. Yi Wuhan showed no haste to strike. The sensation of watching his prey struggle in despair was one he savored. Do not look at me that way. Yi Wuhan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Truth be told, I had no intention of acting so swiftly. But alas, you move too slowly. To avoid delaying my journey, I shall have to make use of your blood. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a swirling mass of black, demonic fire flickered. This fire bore no warmth, yet it caused the very fabric of space around it to collapse and reconstitute. Who shall be the first? His gaze roamed the crowd before settling upon a corner where a rather disheveled figure cowered in the shadows, attempting to diminish their presence. It was Ji Feng, who had previously suffered grievously at Zhou Chen's hands on the 3rd Avenue. He had painstakingly suppressed his injuries using secret methods and infiltrated the 4th Avenue, seeking a place to recuperate, only to find himself entangled in this dire situation. Now, under Yi Wuhan's scrutiny, Ji Feng felt an icy chill envelop him, akin to a venomous serpent coiling around his neck. Your aura is rather intriguing, Yi Wuhan remarked, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The law of wind. Though feeble, it can be begrudgingly used for a sword sacrifice. Come here. He beckoned lightly to Ji Feng. An irresistible force enveloped Ji Feng in an instant. No. He screamed in terror, desperately channeling the remnants of his celestial energy to break free from this binding force. Yet, against the absolute power of a 5th layer Immortal Emperor, his resistance was pathetically futile. Swoosh. Ji Feng's body was uncontrollably drawn towards Yi Wuhan, akin to a chick offering itself willingly. Release me. I am the young master of the Ji family. You cannot kill me. Ji Feng shrieked in desperation. My ancestor is an immortal emperor. If you slay me, the Ji family will not let you go. The Ji family? Yi Wuhan chuckled lightly, as if he had heard a jest. The 8 immortal clans of your have fallen to such a state? Do not speak of yourself. Even if your ancestor were to come in person, he would kneel and speak before me. Before his words had fully echoed, Yi Wuhan's hand had already tightened around Ji Feng's throat. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as Ji Feng's windpipe shattered beneath Yi Wuhan's grip. Yet he did not perish. As a 10th layer immortal king, such physical injuries would not claim his life. The true horror was only just beginning. Aya! Ji Feng suddenly let out a wretched scream, as countless black tendrils extended from Yi Wuhan's fingertips, piercing directly into Ji Feng's body. The tentacles writhed as if feeding on something, their movements frenzied. Ji Feng's body shriveled at a visibly alarming pace. His essence, celestial energy, and even his very soul were being forcibly extracted. The sensation was rather exquisite. Yi Wuhan closed his eyes, a look of rapture gracing his features. Meanwhile, Ji Feng was now so utterly depleted that he could no longer even emit a cry of despair. His eyes bulged, blood vessels crisscrossing his sclera, filled with hopelessness and regret. Why must misfortune always befall me? Stripped of my fortune by that individual named Lin Dong on the 3rd Avenue, grievously wounded, and now, having barely escaped, I encounter this fiend who uses me as a sacrifice. What sins have I committed to deserve this? Chapter 508. The deprivation of the senses. Like an ant, just as Ji Feng was on the brink of being drained completely, his gaze inadvertently swept to the back of the crowd. There stood a man clad in azure. With arms crossed and an expression akin to that of an audience member, he observed Ji Feng. Although his appearance was nondescript, those eyes, those piercing eyes, Ji Feng recognized him. That was the scoundrel who had seized his opportunity. The demon named Lin Dong. Yes, it is you. Ji Feng summoned the last vestiges of his strength to raise a finger in accusation against Zhou Chen. Even in death, he wished to take someone down with him. However, before his finger could rise, a resounding boom echoed as his body erupted, disintegrating into a pure mist of blood, devoured whole by Yi Wuhan. Ji Feng had perished, utterly annihilated, leaving not a remnant behind. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood frozen in shock at this brutal display. The esteemed heir of an imperial clan, a formidable being at the 10th level of the Celestial King realm, had been crushed like an insect. The visual impact was staggering. The taste was somewhat bland. Yi Wuhan licked his lips, seemingly unsatisfied. He turned to face the remaining multitude of tens of thousands. Who would be next? His pitch-black eyes resembled the scythe of death, suspended above each person's head. Xianyuanlan and Dongfang Yin exchanged glances, both recognizing the resolve in one another's eyes. There would be no escape. Only battle remained. Fellow warriors, we are doomed regardless. We might as well confront him head-on. Xianyuanlan roared, summoning his innate imperial weapon, the water-cold fan. Attack! Dongfang Yin, Shimen Shan, Nangongyu, and all the other prodigies unleashed their utmost might at that moment. Countless streams of divine abilities converged, forming a cataclysmic beam of light that surged toward Yi Wuhan. This was a strike forged by the combined strength of tens of thousands of celestial kings. Even an Empyrean would hesitate to confront it directly. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering assault, Yi Wuhan merely smiled disdainfully. He slowly extended a finger, the ant shaking the tree. Eternal night descends. With a hum, a point of black light blossomed at his fingertip. Almost instantly, the black light expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield in an impenetrable shroud. All light vanished. All sound ceased. The beam of divine power, amalgamated from the strength of multitudes, was consumed entirely upon its contact with the black veil, as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Darkness. Absolute darkness. In this void, every individual found their senses stripped away, even their consciousness unable to extend beyond the confines of their bodies. They were rendered blind, deaf. Only an overwhelming sense of dread permeated their hearts. It's over. Xianyuanlan felt a chill creep through him. Is this the power of a fifth-layer Empyrean? Is this the foundation of the Palace of Eternal Night? The gap is insurmountable, entirely beyond their dimension. Just when all believed their demise was inevitable. From the depths of that boundless darkness, a soft sigh unexpectedly echoed. The sigh was faint yet distinctly pierced through Yi Wuhan's domain of eternal night, reaching every ear. I had intended to watch the performance a bit longer, but if you pluck all my chives, how shall I continue to play? Almost immediately, a streak of azure light ignited amidst the darkness. The light was not blinding, yet it radiated a remarkable tenacity, akin to a sword that brutally rent asunder the pervasive shadows. Zhou Chen stepped forth from the crowd, the chaotic bell atop his head and the chinkping sword in hand. 5 inscriptions swirled upon the bell's surface, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens. He gazed at Yi Wuhan hovering in the air, a grin spreading across his face. Hey, you there. Didn't your mother teach you not to play with your phone in the dark? As his words fell, a beam of azure sword light manifested, instantaneously splitting the veil of darkness in twain. Light returned, and the multitude's senses were restored. Yi Wuhan lifted his head, his obsidian gaze falling upon Zhou Chen. Not a trace of panic marring his demeanor at the shattering of his domain. Instead, an excitement akin to a hunter discovering a novel prey flickered within him. Interesting. With a casual wave, the dark veil transformed into tendrils of black smoke, retreating back into his being. As the darkness dissipated, the crowd finally beheld the scene before them. Where Ji Feng had once stood, only a swirling mist of blood remained. Yi Wuhan extended his long fingers, gently beckoning at the blood mist. A fragment of an ancient rune, radiating a faint azure glow, slowly emerged from the mist, settling into his palm. Although the shard was no larger than a fingernail, it pulsed with an unsettling resonance of the way of wind. Indeed, Yi Wuhan toyed with the rune in his hand, his tone languid, though severely fragmented. It is still a remnant of the ancient path, better than nothing. This scene struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Dongfang Yan's gaze fixated on the rune, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. That is the remnant of the Sun rune, a treasured inheritance held dear by the Ji family. Ji Feng had been able to sense the Sun rune through this fragment of family legacy, allowing him to navigate the celestial path. You sought the rune, Dongfang Yan bellowed, his flames igniting in an uncontrollable fury. You aimed to seize the Grand Tao inscription. Upon hearing this, Shimen Shan and Nangongyu's faces turned ashen. They too possessed fragments of their family's legacy. If Yi Wuhan's target was the inscription, they would be the next Ji Feng. Correct. Yi Wuhan tucked away the rune, his gaze brazenly scanning the three, akin to appraising goods on a shelf. What a pity, no rewards to be had. Flee. Shimen Shan reacted swiftly, swinging his massive axe down toward the ground, using the recoil to propel himself backward. Faced with a living Empyrean, one who wielded the complete powers of the dark path, they had no chance of victory. Can you escape? Yi Wuhan remained motionless, merely gesturing lightly toward the void. A hum resounded, and the space within 100 miles instantly froze. Shimen Shan, in the midst of his retreat, found himself ensnared like a fly trapped in amber, even the movement of his eyes becoming exceedingly arduous. We fight. Nangongyu let out a piercing wail. She was acutely aware that escape was futile. Rather than resigning herself to despair, she chose to fight with all her might. With a resounding clang, the sword box behind her erupted violently. unleashing 81 gleaming golden flying swords that ascended into the heavens, forming a colossal sword formation in the air. All swords returned to their origin. Attack. The torrent of golden sword energy cascaded like a reversed Milky Way, exuding a razor-sharp aura capable of tearing everything apart, and it struck fiercely towards Yi Wuhan. Simultaneously, Dongfangyan made his move. He bit his tongue, drawing forth a mouthful of essence blood. This blood morphed into a 100-foot-long flaming dragon, roaring as it surged toward Yi Wuhan. Witnessing this, Shiman Shan forcibly ignited his lifespan to break free from the restraints of space. His massive axe swelling to the size of a mountain as it descended with the force of creation itself. The combined might of these three prodigies was enough to annihilate any celestial king. Even an emperor of immortals would have to shy away from its edge. However, Yi Wuhan merely lifted his eyelids, casting a detached glance. Too weak. Chapter 509. The prodigies meet defeat. Zhou Chen takes action. Yi Wuhan extended his right hand and gently pressed against the void. Boom. A colossal black demonic hand materialized, overshadowing the sky. On that hand swirled the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits, with palm lines as deep as chasms, emanating a suffocating aura of despair and death. Crack. Nangong Yu's sword formation shattered beneath the demonic hand like fragile glass, instantly disintegrating into a whirlwind of iron shards. The fiery dragon was seized by the hand, emitting a mournful cry before being crushed into a shower of sparks. The giant axe struck the demonic hand, but left not even a white mark, instead causing the wielder to be flung backward by the recoil. Puff, puff, puff. The three prodigies simultaneously spewed forth torrents of blood, their bodies akin to kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily into the earth, raising clouds of dust. In just a single move, the three top-tier prodigies possessing remnants of inscriptions were utterly defeated. A deathly silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was rendered speechless by this terrifying display of power. Is this the might of an emperor of immortals? Such a gap cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Yi Wuhan, perish. Ling Xiao took a step forward. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from his being. His essence radiated at the level of a 10th-tier celestial king, yet in that moment, it surged once more, as if brushing against an invisible barrier. Behind him, 9 resplendent pillars of light shot into the sky, transforming into 9 divine dragon phantoms of various colors, swirling and roaring in the void. The Xuantian secret technique, 9 dragons suppressing the world. Ling Xiao formed hand seals, and the 9 dragon phantoms solidified in an instant, descending with the might to suppress the heavens towards Yi Wuhan. At the same time, the previously silent Xianyuan Lan also took action. Though proud, he understood the principle of mutual dependence. Weak water of 3,000. Xianyuan Lan swung his folding fan vigorously. With a rustle, a surging river materialized in the void. The water was as dark as ink, each drop weighing like 1,000 pounds, emanating a corrosive aura capable of devouring all. This was the legendary weak water, where feathers do not float and birds cannot cross. The combined might of these two extraordinary prodigies subtly resisted Yi Wuhan's demonic power. Interesting. Yi Wuhan regarded the approaching 9 dragons and weak water, a flicker of seriousness finally igniting in his eyes. But that was all. His black robe billowed as numerous dark demonic runes emerged from beneath his skin, crawling across his uncanny visage. Eternal night, demonic body. Bang. Yi Wuhan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, colliding with the 9 divine dragons using his flesh. A sickening sound of bones clashing resonated. The 9 formidable divine dragons were brutally shattered, 3 of them obliterated by his fists. The remaining 6 dragons coiled around him, ferociously gnashing their teeth, yet they could not pierce his skin, instead corroded by the demonic aura emanating from him. Break for me. Yi Wuhan bellowed, violently shaking his arms. Boom. The remaining 6 divine dragons instantly exploded, dispersing into countless motes of light. Ling Xiao, affected by the backlash, paled and staggered back 3 steps. But it was not over. The pitch-black river of weak water had already surged to Yi Wuhan's front. Water? Yi Wuhan sneered, opening his mouth to inhale. Whoosh. The weak water, capable of corroding the flesh of an immortal, was swallowed down as easily as soup. Not bad, just a bit chilly. Yi Wuhan wiped his mouth and burped contentedly. Xianyuan Lan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What manner of monster is this? At that moment, Ling Xiao wiped the blood from his mouth, his battle spirit surging even higher. Again, he charged forward once more. This time, he burned his essence. Even if it meant death, he would shatter a tooth of this demonic fiend. Xianyuan Lan gritted his teeth, following suit. The battle erupted anew. Yet, the outcome was swiftly determined. Ling Xiao was defeated, severely defeated. Even after burning his essence, He was rendered inconsequential in the face of the absolute disparity in strength. Yi Wuhan's foot pressed against Ling Xiao's chest, driving him into the ground, his ribs surely shattered beyond count, blood mixed with fragments of his organs spilling from his mouth. Xuantian fared worse. His innate imperial weapon, the water-cold fan, had been broken, half of his body corroded black, lying in the distance, lifeless and unresponsive. Is this what they call righteous prodigies? Yi Wuhan, standing over Ling Xiao, looked down upon him with disdain. You don't even qualify to make me use my second move. He bent down, reaching for Ling Xiao's brow. Dark, demonic energy, like tendrils, extended from Yi Wuhan's fingers, seeking to invade Ling Xiao's consciousness. Stay your hand. Ling Xiao glared with all his might, attempting to resist. Yet he lacked even the strength to move a finger. Just at that critical moment. Hey! A languid voice unexpectedly resonated across the battlefield. Yi Wuhan's actions paused. He slowly turned his head to the source of the sound. There stood Zhou Chen, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely towards them. He moved with an air of nonchalance. The terrifying residual energies from the battle dissipated within 3 feet of his body. Heh! Yi Wuhan scoffed, exerting force beneath his feet. Crack! Ling Xiao's ribcage shattered anew, eliciting a muffled groan as he nearly lost consciousness. Since you enjoy saving lives so much, why not come and try to rescue him? Yi Wuhan provocatively eyed Zhou Chen. Or perhaps, you wish to experience the sensation of being trampled underfoot? Zhou Chen halted his steps. He gazed at Ling Xiao, who lay like a dead dog beneath Yi Wuhan's foot, and sighed. To be honest, I am not well acquainted with this fellow, and we even have some past grievances. Zhou Chen shrugged. But alas, it cannot be helped. He owes me money. If he dies, who will I seek for repayment? Seeking death. Yi Wuhan lost his patience. He raised his hand, unleashing a demonic light finger. Whoosh! The black finger beam pierced through the void, hurtling straight towards Zhou Chen's brow. This strike showed no signs of restraint. It was sufficient to annihilate any 10th-tier celestial king. However, as the finger beam approached Zhou Chen, clang. A clear, resonant chime echoed throughout the air. A quaint ancient bell materialized out of thin air, standing resolutely in the path of the radiant finger of light. The beam, potent enough to pierce through the very stars, collided with the bell's surface, yet not a single spark was produced. It simply dissipated into nothingness. Yi Wuhan's pupils constricted slightly. He finally regarded the youth before him, whom he had previously dismissed as insignificant, with newfound respect, as the scion of the Evernight Demon Palace. His insights were undoubtedly extraordinary. He instantly recognized the exceptional nature of this artifact. No wonder he had the audacity to be so brazen. It was protected by an imperial weapon. The glimmer of avarice surged dramatically in Yi Wuhan's eyes. With a swift kick, he sent Ling Xiao flying, transforming himself into a streak of black lightning and appearing before Zhou Chen in an instant. The next moment, Yi Wuhan's fingers morphed into claws, radiating a malevolent aura as he lunged for the chaotic bell hovering above Zhou Chen's head. Desire? Zhou Chen grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Call me father, and I shall grant your wish. Boom. Chapter 510. The whole venue pays, no credit extended. Just as Yi Wuhan's claws were about to make contact with the chaotic bell, 6 dazzling inscriptions suddenly illuminated its surface. Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Can. At that moment, 5 distinct Dao laws flawlessly fused into a cataclysmic shockwave that violently struck Yi Wuhan. Bang! Yi Wuhan felt as though he had collided with an ancient divine mountain. The terrifying recoil force hurled him away, and he tumbled through the air, barely managing to regain his composure after several somersaults. Looking down, he was horrified to see his right hand mangled, flesh torn away to reveal stark white bone. This is impossible. Yi Wuhan's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He was a celestial emperor, and yet he had been wounded by a mere celestial king with an artifact? 5 inscriptions. Yi Wuhan's gaze locked onto the luminous inscriptions swirling around the chaotic bell, his voice trembling with disbelief. You have gathered 5 inscriptions? He had painstakingly killed countless individuals, yet had failed to acquire even a single complete inscription. And this fellow before him had quietly amassed 5 complete inscriptions. Who truly is the villain here? Who is the destined one? Surprised, are we? Zhou Chen waved his hand, and the chaotic bell obediently returned to his grasp, spinning delightfully. Allow me to introduce myself. Zhou Chen gazed at Yi Wuhan, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an air of absolute dominance. My name is Lin Dong. I am a bandit. Now, surrender everything you possess, or I shall slay you and take it for myself. The entire ancient battleground of the 4th Avenue fell into an eerie silence. All those still alive, be it Ling Xiao lying on the ground, Xinyuan Lan, or the ordinary prodigies trembling in the distance, gaped in disbelief, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. What did they just hear? This individual, named Lin Dong, was attempting to rob Yi Wuhan? Robbing a celestial emperor of the 5th layer? Has the world gone mad? Ha! Yi Wuhan suddenly erupted into wild laughter, nearly doubled over with mirth, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Excellent. Wonderful. Abruptly stifling his laughter. A frenzied, murderous intent surged in his dark eyes. I concede, I misjudged the situation. I never expected a formidable fish like you to be hiding among this group of fools. Yi Wuhan extended his bloodied right hand to his lips and licked it. The wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate. 5 inscriptions. This is nothing short of a divine gift. Once I eliminate you, I will possess all the inscriptions and attain the Tao ancestor. Boom. Yi Wuhan's aura erupted with full force. This time, he held nothing back. The terrifying pressure of a celestial emperor 5th layer surged forth like a tangible black tsunami, engulfing the entire realm. Amidst this black wave, a colossal demonic shadow, towering into the heavens, rose slowly. It was his divine manifestation, the Evernight demon god. Die! Yi Wuhan hurled a punch. The shadow mirrored his movement, striking forth with equal ferocity. This punch shattered space and disrupted time itself. The entire 4th Avenue trembled violently beneath the weight of this strike, as if it might collapse at any moment. Faced with this world-destroying blow, Zhou Chen did not evade. He simply stood there, watching the approaching gargantuan fist with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Such flamboyant theatrics. He lifted his Qingping sword, executing a single, simple stroke. Slash. Buzz. A beam of azure sword light ignited. It was not grandiose, merely 3 feet long. Yet, at the moment of its appearance, all the radiance in the cosmos dimmed in comparison. It disregarded spatial distance and the demonic energy's obstruction, effortlessly slicing through the massive demonic fist. Then it cleaved through the demonic shadow, ultimately striking Yi Wuhan's corporeal form. Uft! A soft sound echoed. A thin line of blood appeared at Yi Wuhan's forehead, marring his seemingly indestructible celestial emperor body. His movements froze, the madness and murderous intent in his eyes crystallizing in an instant. This is celestial emperor's sword intent. He struggled to utter a few words. Crack! Yi Wuhan's body split in two, blood spraying into the air, yet he did not perish. The life force of a celestial emperor was terrifyingly resilient. So long as the soul endured, he could still survive even if his body was cleaved asunder. The two halves of his body writhed in the air, attempting to mend themselves. Thinking of fleeing? Zhou Chen snorted coldly. The chaotic bell soared forth, expanding with the wind, transforming into a colossal bell that enveloped Yi Wuhan's divided form. Ding, ding, ding. The bell's chimes rang out urgently. With each reverberation, they contained the lethal force of the 5 Tao laws. Within the bell, Yi Wuhan's anguished screams pierced the air. This was the torment of his soul being gradually obliterated. This is merely a fragment of my divine form, Lin Dong, is it? Just wait for me. The sounds of pleas for mercy, curses, and threats echoed continuously. Yet Zhou Chen remained unfazed. He sat cross-legged in the void, hands forming seals, continuously urging the chaotic bell to refine its essence. So much unnecessary chatter. After the span of an incense stick, the screams gradually subsided. The chaotic bell shrank back down to palm size, returning to Zhou Chen's hand. The 5 ancient inscriptions flickered, pulsating with an unsettling Tao rhythm. Ladies and gentlemen, the show has concluded. It is time to pay the protection fee. A token of appreciation, if you will. Zhou Chen weighed the small bell in his hand, casting his gaze over the petrified crowd below. The once lofty ancient clan prodigies now resembled quails caught by the throat, their heads drawn in, not daring to breathe. Xianxiaaudiobooks lay amidst the rubble, half of her body charred, her water-cold fan severed in two. Ling Xiao was embedded in the earth, his chest caved in, drawing breath but unable to exhale. What's wrong? Have you all gone mute? Zhou Chen leisurely descended from the air, his toes tapping lightly upon a massive skull, producing a crisp sound. The sound, though not loud, struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. Just moments ago, when that fiend threatened to take their lives, their cries were more pitiful than that of slaughtered pigs. Now that I have dispatched the beast and saved your wretched lives, not a single word of gratitude escapes your lips? Zhou Chen wore a warm smile, yet to the onlookers, it was more terrifying than the earlier presence of Yi Wuhan. After all, while Yi Wuhan was a life-threatening danger, this gentleman had just proclaimed himself a bandit. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your life-saving grace. A disciple from a second-rate sect mustered the courage to step forward, trembling as he bowed. Brother Lin's righteousness, slaying demons, and vanquishing evil, we shall never forget. If given the chance in the future, we shall. Stop. Zhou Chen raised a hand, cutting him off. Spare me the flowery nonsense. Never forget. Are you planning to pull out all your teeth to repay me? Your words are as empty as a round pancake, and I have no taste for such delicacies. The disciple's face stiffened, caught in an awkward limbo, unable to move forward or retreat. Chapter 511. The humiliation of the prodigy, coercion and enticement. Zhou Chen's gaze swept across the crowd before finally resting on Xianxiaaudiobooks. Although gravely injured, he possessed profound foundations and was barely able to sit upright to ingest elixirs. You are the young master of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family, are you not? Zhou Chen approached Xianxiaaudiobooks, squatting down as if examining a plump lamb destined for slaughter. That fiend sought to kill you, and I saved you. Does that not constitute a life-saving grace? Xianxiaaudiobooks' complexion turned ashen. As the young master of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan, he had never endured such humiliation. Being looked down upon by an obscure cultivator was more painful than death itself. What do you want? He gritted through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. How refreshing. Zhou Chen snapped his fingers. I am a man of reason. A life-saving grace deserves a return, if not in kind, then with monetary compensation. I find your life quite precious, being a scion of the imperial lineage and a beacon of hope for the future. Surely, it must be worth an exquisite imperial weapon. Yes. What did you say? Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, almost spitting blood in Zhou Chen's direction. An exquisite imperial weapon? Have you lost your mind? The entire Xianxiaaudiobooks family possesses but a handful of such treasures. You are taking advantage of my misfortune. Zhou Chen's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling aura. Clang. The Qingping sword slid half an inch from its sheath, its piercing intent locking onto Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow. The terrifying murderous energy, having just felled the avatar of an immortal emperor, sent every hair on Xianxiaaudiobooks' body standing on end. Zhou Chen tapped Xianxiaaudiobooks' face with the sword's sheath, producing crisp sounds. Understand your current predicament. That fiend could kill you. I can as well. Moreover, it would be easier for me to end your life than his. Do you wish to keep your treasures to bribe the king of hell? Or would you rather part with your wealth to escape disaster and return to your position as young master? Xianxiaaudiobooks glared at Zhou Chen, his chest heaving violently. Humiliation. Utter, profound humiliation. Yet, he dared not gamble. The man before him, named Lin Dong, was a true madman. He had the audacity to slay the avatar of the young master of the Eternal Night Demon Palace. What could he possibly refrain from doing? I will comply. Xianxiaaudiobooks forced the words through clenched teeth, trembling as he retrieved an ancient mirror from his storage ring. The mirror bore cracks, yet still emanated a potent imperial aura. It was a replica of the Xuantian mirror. Despite its damage, it qualified as a decent low-grade imperial weapon. Slap. Zhou Chen delivered a sharp blow, causing Xianxiaaudiobooks to see stars. Is this a charity for beggars? A low-grade imperial weapon? Is the life of the young master of the Xianxiaaudiobooks family worth but a trinket? Zhou Chen scoffed. What I seek is that fan you wielded earlier. Though broken, the material is exquisite. I wish to take it home for kindling. Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart bled. The water-cold fan was his life's treasure. Although fractured, it could be restored with a century of nurturing. But now gazing at the Qingping sword hovering at his brow, Xianxiaaudiobooks shut his eyes and relinquished the broken water-cold fan. Now you're thinking clearly. Zhou Chen grinned as he pocketed the water-cold fan and casually snatched the storage ring from Xianxiaaudiobooks. Consider this interest, after all. I've spent quite some time chatting with you, and time is money. Having concluded this exchange, Zhou Chen stood and turned to address the remaining crowd. Next, young master Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, still feigning death, trembled at the mention of his name. Enough of the charade. If you persist, I shall bury you for real. Zhou Chen playfully kicked Ling Xiao's rear. Ling Xiao reluctantly opened his eyes, his face a mask of bitterness. He was a solitary figure. Without hesitation, he stripped off his storage ring and a piece of protective armor. Brother Lin, all is here. I am but a poor man, lacking the vast treasures of Brother Xianxiaaudiobooks. At least you know your place. Zhou Chen collected the items and turned to face the throngs of ordinary prodigies. As for you lot, the crowd's hearts raced. They possessed no imperial weapons and barely a few decent royal artifacts. There are too many of you, and I am too lazy to collect each one individually. Zhou Chen stroked his chin. Here's the deal. Surrender the most valuable item you possess and pile it over there. Anyone who dares to conceal anything will be sent to meet Yi Wuan. 15 minutes later, a mountain of treasures had accumulated in the open space of the 4th Avenue. Various celestial crystals, elixirs, artifacts, and spiritual herbs glittered brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming light. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Chen absorbed the entire treasure trove into his possession. The energy values on the system panel surged wildly, leaving one dizzy with the numbers. All right, a pleasant transaction. Zhou Chen clapped his hands, his spirits soaring. This heavenly road truly was a treasure-laden land, not only yielding inscriptions, but also abundant supplies. He glanced at the injured crowd, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Take your time to recover. I shall venture ahead to explore the scenery. With that, he vanished in a flash, racing towards the teleportation array leading to the Fifth Avenue. No one dared to obstruct his path, nor did they possess the strength to do so. It was only after Zhou Chen's figure had completely faded that the oppressive atmosphere erupted. Lindong, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance upon you. Xian Yuanlan bellowed at the heavens, the strain causing him to spew another mouthful of blood. This grudge shall not go unavenged. I swear I will not rest until I am avenged. Curses erupted in waves, yet deep within the eyes of all present lay a profound fear. That figure clad in azure had become an inescapable nightmare. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had long since cast these thoughts aside. Fifth Avenue, the world of flames. As soon as he landed, a scorching wave hit him head-on. The temperature here was alarmingly high, warping the very fabric of space. Zhou Chen wasted no time. Directly activating the opportunity map. DUI inscription, Gen inscription, Li inscription. Zhou Chen licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Those fools were still healing behind him, while these unclaimed treasures were all mine. With a single step, he activated the laws of wind, vanishing from sight in an instant. At that moment, the fortunes of the entire heavenly road belonged solely to Zhou Chen. On the Fifth Avenue, amidst the inferno, atop a crimson volcano, lava churned like boiling blood, periodically erupting into massive fire bubbles that splattered forth terrifyingly high temperatures capable of melting celestial gold. At the very center of the volcanic crater floated a crimson rune, akin to an eternal flame, pulsating and breathing, each flicker resonating with the world's laws of fire. The Li inscription. If it were under ordinary circumstances, retrieving this inscription would necessitate the combined efforts of at least several dozen kings of the fire elemental path to suppress it, followed by a top-tier prodigy employing a secret treasure to collect it. Yet now, there stood but a solitary figure. Zhou Chen floated above the volcanic crater, the chaos bell suspended above him, its myriad silken threads shielding him from the oppressive heat. He reached out with an open hand. The inscription of Kin surged forth from within him, transforming into an ice-blue water dragon that roared as it plunged into the magma. Water and fire, rivals yet harmonious. Chapter 512. The entire assembly kneels. Who dares to raise their head? Under the suppression and guidance of the water's essence, the unruly Li inscription, as if encountering its nemesis, struggled momentarily before obediently flying into Zhou Chen's palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the Li inscription fragment. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired. Complete Li inscription. Acquired the complete fire path. The system's notification chimed like celestial music. Zhou Chen did not pause. His form flickered once more. Sixth path. The marshlands of Zhe. Deep within the endless swamps, toxic mist swirled. A rune radiating a soft white light lay quietly nestled within the heart of a colossal carnivorous flower. The DUI inscription. Flash. The azure light of the Qingping sword flashed, and the lurking poison crocodile, poised to ambush from beneath the swamp, had its head severed before it could even surface. Zhou Chen reached out, seizing the inscription. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the DUI inscription fragment. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired. Complete DUI inscription. Acquired the body of immunity to all poisons. Passive. Seventh path. The majestic mountains. Here, gravity was magnified 1,000-fold, rendering even flight exceedingly arduous. However, for Zhou Chen, it posed no challenge. He moved as if on level ground. A heavy, earth-toned rune exuded an aura capable of suppressing the ages. This was the Gen inscription. Come to me. With the Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Can, Li, and DUI inscriptions summoned forth, they formed a vibrant seven-colored cage, ensnaring the Gen inscription firmly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the Gen inscription fragment. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired. Complete Gen inscription. Acquired the earth path. Thus, all 8 inscriptions were gathered into his possession. Standing atop the mountain peak, Zhou Chen inhaled deeply. He could sense a profound transformation occurring within his microcosm. Fusion. He settled into a meditative posture, channeling all 8 complete inscriptions into his dantian. Boom. The microcosm within him trembled violently. The world tree surged forth as if invigorated by a potent elixir, its previously limited expanse now expanding at an alarming rate. Billions of miles, hundreds of billions of miles, trillions of miles. Qian for heaven, Kuan for earth, the heavens high and the earth vast, the world steadfast. Zhen for thunder, Sun for wind. Wind and thunder roiling, vitality surging. Kin for water, Li for fire, the union of water and fire, the flourishing of all things. Gen for mountains, Dy for marshes. Mountains and marshes breathing together, spirit veins converging. At this moment, the 8 great paths were completely harmonized, forming a perfect closed loop. The once desolate microcosm began to give rise to increasingly complete forms of life. Vegetation burgeoned, and insects, fish, birds, and beasts manifested from thin air. At the pinnacle of the world tree, star-like fruits bloomed, each containing the essence of a great path. Meanwhile, in the external realm of the celestial road, a prodigious phenomenon erupted. The previously dim sky was suddenly cloaked in endless auspicious clouds. Golden lotuses descended from the void, each unfolding in radiant splendor. Within the void, ethereal silhouettes of deities appeared, some with bowed heads, reciting scriptures and offering blessings, while others wielded dusters, ushering in purple chi from the east. There were even divine kings beating drums, their echoes resonating through the heavens. The great paths rejoiced in this celestial phenomenon. Such an event was said to occur only when someone achieved the status of an emperor or even touched upon higher realms. The prodigies laboring onward through the celestial road halted in their tracks, gazing skyward in astonishment. What is this? Deities manifesting in celebration of the great paths? Could it be that someone has ascended to the status of an immortal emperor? Impossible. How long has the celestial road been open? How could anyone reach its end so swiftly? Xianxiaaudiobooks clutched his chest, gazing at the celestial spectacle, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. He knew who it was. Who but that monster could achieve such feats? As the crowd stood in shock, a resounding voice echoed throughout the celestial road. The opportunity has been determined. The celestial road is closing. All trial participants, within 10 breaths, shall be transported out of this realm. The voice, devoid of any emotion, was imbued with an undeniable authority. What? It's ending already? I've barely reached the second path. I haven't gained anything. No, I am unwilling. My opportunity. Wails echoed into the sky. Countless individuals had prepared for this celestial road for hundreds of years, expending immeasurable resources. To be expelled less than half a month after entering? It felt akin to arriving at a buffet, only to be told by the proprietor that they were closing just after paying and receiving a plate. Frustrating. Utterly maddening. Yet rules are rules. An irresistible force of expulsion surged from all directions, enveloping every cultivator. Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes. Within them, it seemed as though two worlds were in a dance of creation and destruction. The left eye represented the sun, while the right represented the moon. Though his cultivation remained constrained at the 10th level of the king realm, the aura emanating from him had become unfathomable. Even standing still, the surrounding space subtly warped. As if unable to bear the weight of his physical form, the chaos bell floated above him, the 8 inscriptions fully ignited, its body transformed into a hue of chaos, radiating a true imperial might. At this moment, the chaos bell was no longer a mere imperial artifact, but a genuine immortal emperor weapon. Immortal emperor weapons, also known as supreme path artifacts, represent the pinnacle of what a treasure can achieve. Moreover, due to the fusion of the 8 primordial inscriptions, its potential reached toward the legendary Tao artifacts. It is time to depart. Zhou Chen rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. This journey through the celestial road was indeed worthwhile. Not only had he plundered the so-called prodigies of the Holy Lands, but he had also gathered all 8 inscriptions, allowing his microcosm to evolve into a semblance of a grand universe. However, the true trials likely lay ahead. Having slain Yi Wuhan's avatar and seized all opportunities, the old-timers outside must be growing impatient, wouldn't they? A cold smile crept across Zhou Chen's lips as he activated the hidden god technique, gradually vanishing with the beam of transport light. Boom. At that moment, the gates of the celestial road thunderously closed. Thousands of streams of light erupted like a meteor shower, cascading toward the various corners of the soul-severing valley. Outside, the soul-severing valley was already teeming with people. The elders and heads of the various holy lands eagerly awaited. They have emerged. Look, that is a disciple of our sect. Strangely, why has it ended so soon? In previous years, didn't it last for 3 months? Amidst the murmurings, a suffocating atmosphere began to brew quietly. The sky had transformed into an inky blackness. A colossal eye, dark as ink and cold as ice, suddenly appeared, dominating half the sky. It hung there silently, gazing down upon the insignificant mortals below. Though no oppressive aura was unleashed, the moment all the prodigies were teleported into this realm, their hearts felt as though they had ceased to beat. Their blood congealed upon beholding that singular eye. It was an absolute suppression emanating from a higher plane of existence. The true form of the celestial emperor had descended. Above the valley of soul severance, the very fabric of space appeared to be violently torn asunder. From the inky black fissure emerged a solitary figure. Chapter 513. Better to err in killing than to let escape. Cloaked in black, with hair as dark as night, a black moon gracing his brow, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the avatar that Zhou Chen had vanquished on the road to celestial ascendance, Yet his aura was of an entirely different magnitude. If the avatar was but a trickling brook, then this presence was the boundless ocean. The Celestial Emperor, fifth layer of the celestial realm. The true form of Yi Wuhan, the young master of the Palace of Eternal Night. He did not unleash any divine abilities, merely by standing there. The very laws governing the Valley of Soul Severance came to a standstill. The winds ceased to blow, the clouds remained stagnant, and even time itself seemed to freeze. Thud! Thud! The tens of thousands of prodigies, freshly teleported, had yet to find their footing when they collapsed to their knees in droves, akin to harvested wheat. It was not a choice they made. Rather, that terrifying oppressive force shattered their kneecaps and bent their spines. Even the esteemed elders and powerful celestial kings stationed outside the valley turned pale, trembling, as they prostrated themselves upon the ground, too fearful to raise their heads. This was the might of the Celestial Emperor. One man could subdue an entire realm. All of you, Yi Wuhan spoke. His voice not loud, yet resonating clearly within the very souls of each individual. Surrender your inscriptions. Otherwise, death awaits. Simple, direct, and domineering. There was no room for pleasantries or debate. He had come to kill, not to reason. Zhou Chen, blending within the throngs, utilized the art of concealment to perfectly disguise his aura as that of an ordinary celestial king. Powerful, incredibly powerful. This was the true strength of a celestial emperor. Even with his possession of the 8 great inscriptions and the supreme imperial artifact, the Chaos Bell, he felt like an ant before such overwhelming force. With but a thought from the other party, he could be reduced to ashes. Was this the cost of arrogance? Gritting his teeth, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He meticulously suppressed every fluctuation within himself, revealing not a sliver of his presence. Fortunately, at the very moment of his teleportation, he had employed the system to completely mask the aura of all his inscriptions and donned a nondescript face. What? No one dares to speak? Yi Wuhan waited for 3 breaths. Observing the silence, a flicker of impatience crossed his gaze. Since they refused to comply, let them all perish. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing down, and gently pressed towards the Valley of Soul Severance. Boom! The ground of the entire valley began to fracture. An invisible force of annihilation descended from the heavens, as if intending to erase every living being within 1,000 miles. No. Mercy, Demon Lord. We possess no inscriptions. I am of the Tai Su Palace. You cannot kill me. Desperate cries echoed in a cacophony. Xian Yuanlan, sprawled upon the ground, dug her nails deep into the earth, her eyes brimming with despair. Freshly out of the wolf's den, had she now stumbled into the tiger's maw? Was this truly the end? As the force of destruction loomed overhead, everyone shut their eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. Zhou Chen's fingers clasped tightly around a greater teleportation talisman. This was his last card, though uncertain if he could escape under the Celestial Emperor's gaze. He had no choice but to gamble. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a thunderous voice reverberated from the distant horizon. You little whelp of the Demon Palace. Are you not being a tad too arrogant? Following this, a radiant beam of golden light pierced the sky, akin to a sword, forcefully cleaving through the darkness, enshrouding the Valley of Soul Severance. The impending force of annihilation was torn asunder by this golden light, alleviating the pressure. The crowd gasped for breath, akin to drowning souls finally surfacing above the water. Zhou Chen released his grip on the talisman, exhaling a sigh of relief. They had arrived. The righteous old-timers had finally chosen to emerge. A venerable elder clad in a gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, descended upon the void. He appeared ancient, yet with every step he took, golden lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet. The grand elder of the Xuantian Sect, the old man of withered wood. Second layer of the celestial realm. Old withered wood. Yi Wuhan regarded the elder with a sneer, a cold smile curling his lips. You, a relic on the verge of the grave, think you can stand against me? If you alone cannot, then what of our combined strength? Another voice resonated. To the east, waves of purple energy surged for 30,000 miles. A middle-aged man clad in a purple and gold robe strode forth upon the clouds, the master of the Tai Su Palace. To the west, a radiant light of Buddha illuminated the land as an elderly monk, staff in hand, chanted sutras, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddhist temple. To the south, sword energy soared as a man bearing an ancient sword approached, the sect master of the Sword Sect. From the north, a series of terrifying auras erupted in succession. In mere moments, the skies above the Valley of Soul Severance gathered no fewer than 9 celestial emperor-level beings, though most were of the first and second layers. Such a display was enough to shake the entire spirit realm. Good. Splendid. Yi Wuhan surveyed the 9 celestial emperors encircling him, his expression betraying not an ounce of fear, but rather a burgeoning madness. Have the hypocrites of the righteous path finally assembled? No need for me to search each of you out. Today, I shall offer your blood as a tribute to my eternal night demon art. Boom. The demonic energy emanating from Yi Wuhan erupted with ferocity. The once pitch-black giant eye suddenly split open, morphing into a gaping maw that threatened to devour the heavens and earth. Countless black, demonic lightning bolts spewed forth from his mouth, coiling into dragon-like forms that lunged towards the 9 celestial emperors. Form the formation. The old man of withered wood bellowed. The 9 celestial emperors acted in unison. Golden light, purple energy, the radiance of Buddha, and sword intent. 9 distinct powers interwove in the air, coalescing into a colossal light prison that ensnared Yi Wuhan within. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Run! Someone shouted. The crowd below finally snapped to attention. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Such a battle's mere aftershocks could spell their doom. Tens of thousands surged forth like ants in a frenzy, desperately fleeing the scene. Zhou Chen, amidst the throng, raced faster than anyone else. Boom! The sky shattered. Spatial storms rampaged as the peaks of the Valley of Soul Severance crumbled one after another. Yi Wuhan, standing against 9, showed no signs of faltering. The overwhelming demonic might even force the 9 celestial emperors to retreat step by step. Was this the might of a 5th-layer celestial emperor? Zhou Chen glanced back, his heart pounding. The disparity was too vast. Had it not been for these 9 old fogies joining forces, he would likely have been obliterated by Yi Wuhan in an instant. Suddenly, amidst the fierce battle, Yi Wuhan abruptly turned his head, his obsidian eyes piercing through layers of void, locking onto the fleeing crowd. Leave none alive. He braced himself against the old man of withered wood-ash strike, forcibly extending a demonic hand towards the most densely packed area of the fleeing masses. That single strike, encompassing a radius of 100 miles, precisely enveloped the area where Zhou Chen resided. What the heck? Can one really win like this? Zhou Chen felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. He had not revealed his identity. Yi Wuhan was clearly intent on taking no chances, willing to kill mistakenly rather than let anyone escape. This fiend was exceedingly ruthless. Chapter 514, The Spirit Realm Bounty, A Surge in Value. A colossal demonic hand blotted out the sky, descending with a suffocating aura of death. Should this hand land, the thousands of cultivators within that radius, Zhou Chen included, would instantaneously be reduced to nothing but flesh and blood. Brat, cease this at once. The elder of the withered woods' eyes nearly burst with fury. Among the fleeing cultivators were numerous elite disciples of the Xuantian Sect, even those deemed the future's hope. How could he bear to witness their slaughter? All methods converge into one. The withered wood meets the spring. The elder ignited a drop of his essence blood. The staff in his hand expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering giant tree that valiantly resisted the descending demonic hand. Boom! The giant tree shattered, and the demonic hand dissipated. A terrifying shockwave surged outward, sending thousands of people below soaring into the air. Zhou Chen, harnessing this force, propelled himself hundreds of miles away, plunging headlong into a dense forest far off. What an opportunity! The moment he landed, Zhou Chen disregarded the dirt on his body and crushed the great teleportation talisman he held. Buzz! The spatial fluctuation flickered and vanished. His figure disappeared into thin air, only to reappear in a hidden cave thousands of miles away. Phew, that was close. Zhou Chen leaned against the stone wall, gasping for air. In that fleeting moment, he had truly felt the threat of death. Had it not been for the withered wood elder's desperate intervention, he would have emerged not unscathed, but utterly ruined. Yi Wuhan. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. This enmity was now firmly established. Meanwhile, high above the soul-severing valley, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The 9 celestial emperors unleashed their true might, discarding their most precious techniques without reserve. Though Yi Wuhan was formidable, he was ultimately outnumbered. Distracted by his earlier attack below, he left himself vulnerable, allowing the withered wood elder to strike him hard. Uffed! Yi Wuhan spat out a mouthful of black blood, his complexion paling. He glanced at the increasing number of righteous powerhouses surrounding him and recognized that the situation was untenable. Humph! The accounts of today shall be settled on another day. Yi Wuhan coldly snorted, and suddenly his body exploded into a myriad of black crows, scattering in all directions. Where do you think you're going? The 9 celestial emperors attempted to intercept him, but each crow contained a trace of primal demonic energy, indistinguishable from one another, making it impossible to discern his true form. Ultimately, Yi Wuhan managed to escape. In the far western lands, at the eternal night demon palace, a colossal palace built from piled bones emanated a chilling demonic aura. Yi Wuhan's figure coalesced before the throne, his expression grim, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Young master, an elder shrouded in a black robe silently appeared, kneeling on the ground. Have you found anything? Yi Wuhan's voice was frigid. Yes, Young master, the elder rasped. The individual goes by the name Lin Dong, claiming to be a rogue cultivator. However, according to the Xuantian sect's records, he recently emerged as an inner sect disciple. This person is elusive, with an exceedingly greedy disposition. He has been seen displaying 5 complete inscriptions along the path to celestial ascension. Lin Dong. Yi Wuhan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The next moment, he abruptly turned to gaze at the towering statue of the demon god. Convey my command. From this day forth, the Eternal Night Demon Palace issues a decree to exterminate the celestial. Anyone who provides information on Lin Dong shall receive a reward of 100 million supreme celestial crystals. Those who kill Lin Dong shall receive 10 ultimate celestial emperor pills, 3 pieces of supreme imperial weapons, the position of elder of the demon palace. And for anyone who can capture Lin Dong alive. Yi Wuhan paused, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. A reward of 1 complete supreme celestial demonic technique, with this seat personally bestowing enlightenment to aid in breaking through to the celestial emperor realm. Boom. This decree swept across the spirit realm like a tempest. The spirit realm trembled. Countless cultivators erupted in fervor. The ultimate celestial emperor pills? Those are divine pills that can increase the chances of breaking through to the celestial emperor by 20%. Just one would cause a bloody storm. And now they are offering 10 supreme imperial weapons? How many sects yearn for such treasures? Not to mention the opportunity to break through to the celestial emperor realm. Even enlightenment would be worth its weight in gold. In an instant, the entire spirit realm went mad. Regardless of whether they were from the demonic path, righteous path, or rogue cultivators, all eyes turned to one name, Lin Dong. In taverns, tea houses, and bustling streets, everyone was abuzz with discussion. Have you heard? That fellow named Lin Dong robbed the young master of the Eternal Night Demon Palace in the secret realm. Incredible. They say he even took the undergarments of all the Holy Land prodigies. Incredible, you say? The whole world is searching for him. He's as good as dead. Sigh. If I ever cross paths with him, what then? Will you kill him? No, I would just cling to his thigh and shout dad. A person like that. Even a sliver of what he lets slip through his fingers would be enough for me to live comfortably for a lifetime. At the Xuantian Sect, atop Qingyun Peak, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged in his cave abode, staring at the message jade slip in his hand, his lips twitching. The jade slip contained the very bounty notice, and the image depicted was unmistakably his disguised form as Lin Dong, rendered with remarkable lifelikeness, even capturing that lecherous grin. 10 ultimate celestial emperor pills, 3 supreme imperial weapons. Zhou Chen rubbed his neck, feeling a chill run down his spine. At this rate, I might as well sell myself. This bounty is worth more than that of an ordinary celestial emperor. It seems Lin Dong's disguise is thoroughly compromised. With a sigh, Zhou Chen mused, from now on, I must adopt a more discreet identity when I venture out. Just then, the formation outside his cave suddenly rippled. An aged voice reached his ears. Come out. I know you have returned. Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat. This voice belonged to the elder of the withered wood. He took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, dispelled the formation, and stepped outside. Outside the cave, the elder of the withered wood stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing over the precipice. His back was slightly hunched, appearing particularly frail. Respected elder, Zhou Chen greeted respectfully. The elder turned. His murky old eyes fixated on Zhou Chen as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After a long silence, he spoke. Young man, you possess quite the audacity to return. I am but a disciple of the Xuantian Sect. Where else could I go if not back to my sect? Zhou Chen lowered his head, his expression calm. A disciple of the Xuantian Sect? The elder of the withered wood scoffed coldly. A disciple who has been in the sect for less than 3 years is capable of slaying thunder beasts? Capable of seizing inscriptions? Capable of escaping from the hands of a celestial emperor? Lin Dong, or should I ask, what name should I call you? Zhou Chen's heart tightened. Indeed, he could not deceive this old fox. He raised his head to meet the elder's gaze. A name is merely a title. What truly matters is that I harbor no ill will toward the Xuantian Sect. No ill will. The elder of the withered would suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura of pressure, instantly enveloping Zhou Chen. Then tell me, where are the 8 inscriptions now? Zhou Chen felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, his bones emitting a series of cracking sounds. Yet, he held his spine straight, showing not a hint of retreat. I said I do not know, Zhou Chen replied calmly. Do you believe me? Chapter 5:15, Mortals like livestock and evil forces in control. The old man of the withered tree stared at Zhou Chen for a long while. In the next instant, the oppressive force receded like a tide. The old man sighed, revealing a trace of fatigue upon his face. Very well. Regardless of who you are or what your intentions may be, at least you have not surrendered the inscriptions to the demon palace. He withdrew a token from his robe and tossed it to Zhou Chen. This is the key to the heart-searching tower. Go forth. Since you have chosen this path, venture into the heart-searching tower. Zhou Chen accepted the token, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Elder, you do not misunderstand. The old man waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze towards the distant sea of clouds. I am not aiding you. I am aiding the Xuantian Sect, aiding the spiritual realm. The Eternal Night Demon Palace has gone mad, and chaos looms over the spiritual realm. We require a variable. And you? The old man turned back, casting a profound glance at Zhou Chen. Perhaps you are that variable. Remember, the world is treacherous, and the trials are perilous. Should your resolve falter, you shall remain eternally lost within. I will protect your physical form. Whether you return alive depends solely on you. With that, the old man vanished in a flash. Zhou Chen clutched the cold token in his hand, a surge of warmth swelling in his heart. Though the old man was somewhat fierce, he was not malevolent. The heart-searching tower. Zhou Chen gazed at the ancient tower towering into the clouds deep within the sect. This was the sole passage to the lower realms. Tianxian continent. I, Xuanxia, have returned. The heart-searching tower soared 99 stories high, piercing the heavens. Crafted from an unknown black material, it exuded an aura of ancient and profound history. The tower's entrance was tightly shut, adorned with intricate runes that shimmered with faint light. Standing before the tower, Zhou Chen took a deep breath. He did not enter immediately. Although the old man had promised to safeguard him, one must always be wary of others. He concealed his true form within his inner world, projecting only a wisp of his spirit onto a puppet crafted from special materials. This puppet possessed 30% of its strength, sufficient to handle unforeseen circumstances. Open. Zhou Chen pressed the token against the tower door. With a resounding rumble, the heavy stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a profound darkness within. Controlling the puppet, Zhou Chen entered and sat cross-legged. In the next moment, a powerful pulling force surged forth, instantly engulfing Zhou Chen's spirit. After a tumultuous spin, time lost all meaning. When Zhou Chen finally reopened his eyes, he was met with the acrid stench of blood and decay. Coughing involuntarily, he raised his gaze. Before him lay a disquieting expanse of dark red. There was no sun here, only a pale moon hanging in the sky, casting a chilling glow. The ground was riddled with enormous cracks, unfathomably deep. Black, demonic energy seeped from these fissures, corroding the spiritual essence of the Tianxian continent. Is this the Tianxian continent? Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. In his memories, the Tianxian continent, though lacking in spiritual energy, was a land of pristine beauty, brimming with verdant mountains and flowing waters, where birds sang and flowers bloomed. Yet now, he raised his hand, a wisp of consciousness sweeping across a million-mile radius. What met his eyes was a desolate wasteland. Once prosperous cities had transformed into scorched earth. Towering city walls had crumbled, and the streets lay strewn with bones. The remnants of demonic energy lingered upon the corpses, a clear indication of their consumption by evil forces. The spiritual essence has been depleted. Zhou Chen sensed the nearly non-existent spiritual energy in the world, and his heart sank. Such a level of spiritual essence was insufficient even for foundational cultivators to practice. His consciousness continued to expand, enveloping the entirety of the Tianxian continent. In the next instant, he beheld even more chilling scenes. The small worlds of the various great academies had succumbed, except for the Xianxia Academy, which had been forcibly separated by the old ritualist. All others had fallen. The Chaos Academy, the Taishu Academy, the Xianyuan Academy, the Tianji Academy. These once sacred realms of cultivation were now entirely occupied by evil forces. The cultivators within the academies were either slaughtered or captured, turned into blood offerings to enhance the power of the demons. Mortals fared no better, treated like livestock, confined within enormous cages, with individuals dragged out daily, never to return. The Wenxian Sect. When his consciousness settled upon the location of the Wenxian Sect, the once mighty sect that had stood in the southern domain was now reduced to mere ruins. The main hall lay in ruins, the spiritual fields lay fallow, and the protective mountain formations had long since shattered. The entire sect was shrouded in a deathly stillness. The small world of Xianxiao Academy was the last bastion of purity in the Tianxian continent, a minuscule realm where mountains and rivers coexisted, yet everything appeared somewhat gray, as though veiled in a layer of dust. At the heart of this small world stood an ancient academy, quietly rising. On the stargazing platform deep within the academy, an elderly man clad in a coarse robe, his hair and beard entirely white, sat cross-legged. His frame was frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet his eyes remained bright and resilient, imbued with unwavering tenacity. He was the old ritualist of Xianxia Academy. For 100 years, he had poured his heart and soul into maintaining the operation of this small world, sheltering the last flicker of human hope on the Tianxian continent. Before him, on a stone platform, rested an ancient bronze lamp, its flame flickering weakly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. This was the sacred artifact of Xianxia Academy, interconnected with the fate of the entire small world. The flame was dimming evermore. The old ritualist understood that the spiritual essence within the small world was on the verge of depletion, with evil forces lurking outside. They could not hold on much longer. At most, 10 years remained. When the flame finally extinguished, it would mark the end of Xianxia Academy's legacy. His face bore the weight of inescapable sorrow and helplessness. Did the heavens truly wish to extinguish the human race? Just as despair began to take root in the old ritualist's heart, buzz. The entire small world trembled violently without warning. What was happening? The old ritualist's expression changed drastically, and he sprang to his feet. An earthquake? No, that was not it. He was horrified to realize that the ground beneath him was not shaking. It was moving. The entire small world resembled a ship that had lost its course, being inexorably pulled by an overwhelming force toward an unknown destination. Who could it be? The old ritualist was filled with dread. The first figure that sprang to mind was the demon lord of the Bone Demon Palace. Had he discovered a method to breach the barriers of the small world and uproot them entirely? His spiritual energy surged within him as he formed seals with his hands, attempting to stabilize the space of the small world. However, his power felt as insignificant as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the face of that monumental divine force. The speed of the small world's movement accelerated, the spatial barriers creaking under the strain, as though they could shatter at any moment. It's over. The old ritualist closed his eyes, his heart enveloped in despair. Yet, the anticipated shattering of space and invasion of evil forces did not occur. Moments later, the violent tremors abruptly ceased. The entire world fell into an eerie calm. Chapter 516, The Monstrous and the Divine, Only One Immortal. The old sacrificial wine master opened his eyes in bewilderment, astonished to discover that the small world had stabilized. Not only had it stabilized, but the surrounding grayish boundary had also become transparent. Peering through this barrier, he beheld the external landscape, a dark crimson sky, a cracked earth, and the omnipresent black, demonic aura. They had returned to the Xuantian continent. This realization left the old sacrificial master utterly dumbfounded. Who possessed such celestial power to reconnect a small world severed from the main realm? Such might was unheard of and unseen. Trembling, he attempted to calculate with his fingers, but found the heavenly secrets shrouded in chaos, rendering him unable to discern anything. With a heart full of trepidation and curiosity, the old sacrificial wine master stepped through the now thin boundary and entered the outside world. His gaze was immediately drawn to a young man standing quietly not far from the entrance of the small world. Clad in a simple azure robe, the youth stood with his back turned, his stature upright, black hair cascading down his shoulders. His aura was so contained that he resembled an ordinary mortal who had never practiced cultivation. Yet, at that moment, the old sacrificial master's heart raced uncontrollably. His intuition informed him that the recent cataclysmic change was intimately connected to this seemingly mundane young man. Who was this formidable entity? He cautiously released his spiritual sense, hoping to probe the depths of the stranger. However, his spiritual inquiry vanished into the abyss, stirring no ripples. The young man's body appeared to be an unfathomable black hole, inscrutable and profound. The old sacrificial master felt an increasing reverence swell within him. He adjusted his robe, approached with utmost respect, and prepared to pay his respects. Junior sacrificial wine master of Xianxia Academy pays homage to the esteemed elder. May I inquire your honorable name? I am deeply grateful for your intervention, which has restored Xianxia Academy to its homeland. The young man did not respond immediately. He stood silently, as if gazing upon distant scenery. Just as the old sacrificial master felt anxious, fearing he had been too presumptuous in addressing a great figure, the young man slowly turned to face him. A familiar and refined visage came into view, accompanied by a faint, elusive smile. Old friend, it has been a century. I trust you have fared well. Boom. Upon seeing this face and hearing this voice, the old sacrificial master's mind felt as if struck by a divine thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily blank. He widened his eyes, his mouth agape, pointing incredulously at the young man before him, his finger trembling violently, as if witnessing the most inconceivable occurrence. This face, this voice, although matured significantly over the past century, with a temperament that had undergone a radical transformation, he could not be mistaken. Zhou Chen. The old sacrificial master's voice emerged hoarse and dry, laden with disbelief and shock. You did not ascend to the upper realm. How could you? His words tumbled forth, his mind reeling from an unprecedented impact. Zhou Chen, the unparalleled genius who had departed from Xianxia Academy a century ago, had returned? Moreover, could he be the source of the earth-shattering power they had just witnessed? A ludicrous yet audacious thought burgeoned within the old sacrificial master's mind. In truth, reconnecting the small world was beyond the capabilities of a true immortal. It required at least the cultivation of an immortal king, something the old sacrificial master was unaware of. If Zhou Chen had returned while still a true immortal, he might have only been able to watch helplessly. The old sacrificial master fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Chen. Sensing the depths of his power, the astonishment in his murky old eyes deepened, ultimately transforming into sheer terror. You have become an immortal? His voice quaked violently as he struggled to articulate these words. Although he could not fathom the depths of Zhou Chen's strength, he could sense an otherworldly aura emanating from him, an indifference that regarded the cosmos and all beings as inconsequential, something no mortal could possess. This was an immortal, a true celestial being. In just over a century, the boy who once required his protection to thrive had achieved the legendary realm of immortality, acquiring such unfathomable power. How could this be possible? Having lived for thousands of years, the old sacrificial master prided himself on his vast knowledge. Yet the events unfolding before him had utterly shattered his understanding. Zhou Chen observed the old sacrificial master's shattered worldview, merely offering a faint smile. Merely fortunate. Fortunate? The old sacrificial master's lips twitched in disbelief. If this was mere luck, then what of the countless cultivators struggling for enlightenment across the world? He opened his mouth, eager to pose 1,000 questions, yet found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Chen's return and ascension felt like an unreal dream. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant horizon. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent ruptures in the air reverberated as dozens of streaks of light pierced the dark crimson sky, racing from all directions before coming to a halt above the small world of Xianxia Academy. Each streak dissipated, revealing formidable figures imbued with overwhelming power. Leading them was Marrow, the master of the Bone Demon Palace, a 10th-level immortal king, towering and clad in a black robe that fluttered without wind. He radiated a surging demonic aura that formed grotesque faces, issuing silent roars. Behind him stood hundreds of equally fierce demon commanders, the weakest among them comparable to the former peak powerhouses of the Xuantian continent. On the other side were the surrender factions, led by several major academies such as the Chaos Academy and the Void Academy. Their sacrificial wine masters had also arrived, but now they followed Marrow, their expressions obsequious, having long lost the dignity befitting their roles as mentors. Ku, old ghost of Xianxia, you finally dare to emerge from your shell? Marrow's piercing laughter rang out, his gaze landing on the old sacrificial master, filled with mockery and cruelty. I thought you would hide in that broken turtle shell forever. The sudden return of Xianxia Academy had naturally not escaped the notice of these top entities on the continent. They rushed over immediately, prepared to eradicate this final stumbling block, while simultaneously setting an example to deter others. The old sacrificial master's face paled, instinctively shielding Zhou Chen behind him, his expression wary as he locked his gaze on the swarm of demons in the sky. Marrow, you vile minions of evil, do not grow too arrogant. Arrogant? Marrow guffawed as if hearing the greatest joke. It seems you've been hiding for so long that your mind has grown muddled. The Xuantian continent is now governed by my demon race. You, a mere Xianxia Academy, I could obliterate with a flick of my hand. The sacrificial wine masters from the major academies behind him chimed in. Xianxia, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Lord Demon Master S. might is unparalleled. Unifying the continent is destiny. Why do you insist on courting death? Indeed, open your small world at once and surrender all your disciples. Perhaps Lord Demon Master may spare your life. Listening to the shameless words of these former companions, the old sacrificial master trembled with rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. You traitorous scum, utterly shameless. Chapter 517, a shattering revelation, unmatched in the mortal realm. Impatient, Marrow waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the old sacrificial master before finally resting on Zhou Chen behind him. Upon seeing only an unremarkable young man with a plain aura, disdain flickered in his eyes. What, old ghost of Xianxia, is this your final support? Have you brought out such a callow child to meet his demise? The grand sacrificial priest of the Chaos Academy extended his spiritual awareness towards Zhou Chen, a disdainful sneer escaping his lips. There is not a trace of spiritual energy. Could he possibly be an ordinary mortal? Xianxia, you truly seem to be regressing with age. They, of course, could not discern the depths of Zhou Chen's abilities, mistaking him for a mere commoner. To them, the Xianxia Academy appeared to be at its wits' end, bereft of any viable options. Zhou Chen slowly stepped out from behind the old priest, gazing upwards at the looming figures in the sky, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any emotion. The old priest, taken aback, urgently grasped his arm. Zhou Chen, no. They are numerous and powerful. And that demon lord is a formidable being at the 10th level of the true immortal realm. Before he could finish, Zhou Chen gently patted the back of his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Upon witnessing Zhou Chen's audacity to confront them, the demon Lord Moro's smile broadened with intrigue. How amusing, how amusing. A mere mortal dares to face me directly. He looked down upon Zhou Chen, akin to a deity surveying an ant. Boy, state your name. I do not slay nameless wretches. Zhou Chen disregarded him, his voice soft, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. You all, come at me together. These words plunged the arena into silence. After a brief pause, uproarious laughter erupted. Ha! Did I hear correctly? He wants us to come at him together? Has this boy lost his mind? A mere mortal dares to speak such arrogance? Xianxia, is this the fine disciple you have raised? Clueless and audacious. Moro laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Do you see? This is the spirit of the human race. To die rather than submit. I am truly moved. Boy, if you so wish for death, I shall grant it. Moro's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. You, a mere child, think you can obstruct me? Just as he was about to strike down this reckless boy, a blood-red figure silently appeared beside him. Lord Demon, there is no need for you to dirty your hands. Allow me to handle this ant. The newcomer was Lu Qianru, gracefully hovering in the air. Her cold phoenix eyes fixed upon Zhou Chen, brimming with a sense of superiority. When she recognized Zhou Chen's face, she hesitated slightly, as if finding him familiar. But that moment was quickly replaced by disdain. Just an ordinary mortal. Even if I have seen him before, what does it matter? She regarded Zhou Chen as one would a bug easily crushed beneath one's foot. Lu Qianru's presence intensified the already strange atmosphere. The old priest looked upon this once revered prodigy of the Wenxian Sect, who had now descended into the depths of darkness, with palpable disgust. Yet, Lu Qianru completely ignored the gazes of others. Her focus was solely on Zhou Chen, or rather, on the ant she was poised to extinguish. Once, she had been reduced to a puppet for the Tiangong clan, a vessel for their fortune. Fortunately, the emergence of dark forces had granted her the opportunity for a resurgence. She relished the sensation of commanding life and death, especially in the presence of Lord Moro, as it earned her further recognition. Do you know who I am? Lu Qianru's crimson lips parted, her voice icy and laden with a sense of judgment from above. Zhou Chen remained expressionless, silent. Seemingly satisfied by his fear, Lu Qianru continued, her tone laced with a morbid pride. I am Lu Qianru. My father was the former sect master of the Wenxian Sect, Lu Qingtian. To curry favor with the dark forces, I personally killed him. The old priest interjected. At this, Lu Qianru's gaze scanned Zhou Chen, as if relishing any flicker of emotion that might cross his face. Because you are a nuisance, obstructing my path to follow Lord Moro and pursue supreme power. I shall send you on your way. Now, do you, an ant that has inexplicably appeared, dare to hinder the steps of Lord Moro? A cruel smile emerged on Lu Qianru's face. This woman had slain her own father for the sake of power. How ruthless, how deranged. The old priest trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Qianru, yet words failed him. Zhou Chen's face remained impassive, though his eyes, once calm, seemed to deepen into a fathomless abyss, akin to an endless night devoid of stars. Are you finished? He finally spoke. Lu Qianru furrowed her brows. She was displeased with Zhou Chen's calm demeanor. Shouldn't an ant on the brink of death tremble in terror and plead for mercy? It seems you are prepared to meet your end. Lu Qianru, losing patience, felt a surge of murderous intent. To die by my hand is your honor. As she spoke, her jade hand lifted, and an overwhelming bloodlight surged around her. Demon Sea, rise. With a sharp command, boundless demonic energy erupted from her being, coalescing in midair into a viscous, ink-black ocean. Within that sea of demons, countless vengeful spirits howled, and innumerable bones floated. A terrifying aura, capable of corroding all, instantaneously enveloped the Xianxia Academy and Zhou Chen below. The sky darkened in that moment. The demon sea surged forth, unleashing a deafening roar as it bore down upon Zhou Chen. This strike contained the full might of a quasi-immortal, sufficient to flatten everything within 100 miles. Lu Qianru's face gleamed with triumph as she envisioned the ant beneath her demon sea being reduced to nothing but dust. Lord Moro nodded in approval. This woman was indeed a valuable asset. The old priest's face turned ashen, despair closing his eyes. It's over. Everything is over. However, just as the all-consuming demon sea was about to descend, Zhou Chen, who had remained still until now, finally moved. He did not summon any treasures nor invoke any divine abilities. He merely slowly raised a single finger, a pale, slender finger that appeared utterly unremarkable. Then, he gently pointed at the roaring demon sea. There was no cataclysmic roar, no apocalyptic explosion of energy. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The black demon sea, capable of annihilating all, began to dissolve silently upon contact with Zhou Chen's fingertip, as if encountering a red-hot iron against ice. Corrosion, obliteration, purification all transpired within a breath's time. The expansive, engulfing demon sea vanished as if it had never existed. Chapter 518. A Thought to Annihilate. Reopening of Peace. The sky brightened once more. Zhou Chen remained rooted in place, hands clasped behind his back. Not even the hem of his garment stirred. He lifted his gaze to the now completely dazed woman above. The arena was enveloped in silence. Every movement was frozen in that instant. Lu Qianru's triumphant smile was halted. Lord Morrow's expression of approval was petrified. The priests from the academy, who had anticipated a spectacle, found their mockery transformed into comical bewilderment. Even the old priest, who had resigned himself to death with closed eyes, was compelled to open them in bewilderment when the anticipated arrival of demise failed to materialize. What he beheld, then, was an unforgettable spectacle. With but a mere gesture of a finger, the most formidable sorcery of a quasi-immortal was effortlessly shattered. That recent attack, even a true immortal might not withstand unscathed. It is worth noting that this was a spell of at least the lowest tier of immortal magic. No, it cannot be possible. Lu Qianru's voice rang out, sharp and filled with an unbearable terror. This is inconceivable. Who are you truly? The expression of the demon lord, Morrow, finally shifted. He fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chen, and for the first time, a grave seriousness flickered in his eyes. Intriguing. It seems I have underestimated you. He stepped forward, unleashing the horrific pressure of a 10-layered true immortal without reservation. No matter who you are, today, you must perish. Morrow's fingers morphed into claws, and a colossal paw formed from pure demonic energy tore through the void, bearing the strength to obliterate all in its path, lunging toward Zhou Chen. This strike surpassed Lu Qianru's previous assault by 100-fold. The old priest, who had just managed to relax, felt his heart leap into his throat once more. The awe that had just begun to subside was replaced by an even deeper despair. Faced with this full-force strike of a 10-layered true immortal, Zhou Chen's expression remained as tranquil as a placid lake. He did not even alter his stance. Slowly, he raised a single finger. With that finger pointed at the earth-rending demonic claw, he gently tapped. The same scene unfolded once more. The demonic claw, imbued with the might of the immortals, crumbled like paper before Zhou Chen's fingertip, disintegrating into nothingness. A gentle breeze tousled Zhou Chen's dark hair as he gazed at the demon Lord Morrow in the sky, finally uttering a second phrase. Is that all? 2 words, light as a feather, devoid of emotional fluctuation, struck Morrow and Lu Qianru like the heaviest of slaps. They resonated like twin thunderclaps, echoing through the very souls of all present. Silence. A deathly silence. In the realm, only the sound of the wind could be heard, lamenting. The malevolence and murderous intent etched on Morrow's face solidified into a ghastly expression. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the calm figure in the azure robe below. His body rigid, even the flow of demonic energy stuttering. His full-force strike as a 10-layered true immortal had indeed been dismantled by a mere finger, and so nonchalantly, without the slightest effort. What manner of monster is this? Lu Qianru, too, felt as though struck by lightning, her delicate form trembling violently. Her once resplendent visage now drained of all color. She looked at Zhou Chen, her eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. If the first instance was mere coincidence, an accident, then this second was a blatant, incomprehensible annihilation. Her proud quasi-immortal cultivation, the power she had painstakingly acquired through her allegiance to evil, was rendered nothing more than a jest in the presence of this man. Who are you truly? Morrow's voice was hoarse, stripped of its former arrogance and dominance, leaving only profound shock and disquiet. Zhou Chen did not respond to his inquiry. He simply lifted his gaze, his profound eyes sweeping over each individual suspended in the sky. The priests of the Chaos Academy, the priests of the Void Academy, those malevolent demon generals, along with the pale-faced Lu Qianru and the dubious demon Lord Morrow. Each person caught in his gaze felt as though their very souls were gripped by an invisible hand, their breath stifled. A primal fear, rooted in the essence of life itself, burgeoned wildly within their hearts. They finally comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying entity they had provoked. Zhou Chen's gaze ultimately settled upon the old priest, his cold demeanor softening ever so slightly. Old priest, open your eyes and behold. The old priest hesitated, perplexed, yet complied and widened his eyes. Zhou Chen then resumed his gaze toward the heavens. He spoke no further, nor did he make any additional motions. He merely acted upon a thought. With a thought ignited, his consciousness swept like the wind, instantly enveloping the entirety of the Tianxian continent. From the shores of the eastern sea to the deserts of the western regions, from the southern jungles to the icy plains of the north. Every corner of the continent, every inch of land, was ensnared within this invisible net. And then, upon this net, all points marked as evil extinguished simultaneously and quietly. In the demon palace, countless demonic beings reveling in debauchery suddenly turned to ash, dissipating into the air. The demon soldiers who were mercilessly whipping the human race froze in their mirth, transforming into dust along with their whips. Those hidden within the deep mountains, believing themselves safe, also met their silent end in slumber. There were no screams, no struggles, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. Just like that, abruptly and completely, they were erased from this world, as if they had never existed. In the blink of an eye, all demons were annihilated. Upon completing this, Zhou Chen's consciousness returned to hover above the Jixia Academy. The demon Lord Marrow, Lu Qianru, and the others remained ensnared in the terror induced by that fleeting glance, utterly oblivious to the fact that their entire race had been exterminated in an instant. Thud. Finally, the priest of the Chaos Academy could no longer withstand the marrow-deep fear, being the first to kneel from the sky, fervently bowing to Zhou Chen. Please, spare us. Esteemed one, we have been forced into this. It was all Marrow's doing. We are willing to reform, begging you for a path to redemption. With the first, soon came the second. In an instant, the capitulating priests and elders from the academies fell to their knees like dumplings, weeping and pleading for mercy, their disgrace evident. The expressions of demon Lord Marrow and Lu Qianru turned ashen. They sought to flee, only to discover with horror that the surrounding space seemed frozen, rendering them unable to move even a finger. Esteemed one, no, my lord. It was my ignorance that provoked you. Marrow finally cast aside his ridiculous pride, trembling as he begged for mercy. I am willing to submit. I am willing to be your servant, merely asking for my life. Lu Qianru, too, was pallid with fear, kneeling in the void, weeping like a wilting flower. Zhou Chen, I remember now. I was wrong, truly wrong. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I implore you, grant me this one mercy. Chapter 519, Reshaping the Landscape, the Mark of Heaven's Path. Zhou Chen coldly regarded the throng of sycophants, slowly intoning. The distinction between right and wrong is inconsequential. The most crucial matter is that your time has come to an end. Alas, being a person of principle, I shall reluctantly grant you this farewell. Upon finishing his words, he once more waved his hand lightly, as if brushing away the dust from his garments. Those kneeling in the air, the priests of the Chaos Academy, the priests of the Void Academy, the priests of the Xianyuan Academy, the priests of the Tianji Academy, as well as the arrogant demon Lord Marrow and the ruthless demoness Lu Qianru, along with all the demon generals and lackeys behind them. In an instant, the bodies of all individuals transformed into a myriad of luminous particles, only to be swept away by the wind, leaving not a trace behind. The Xuantian continent, from that moment forth, was reborn anew. All right, old sacrificial wine, it is done. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, the old sacrificial wine master trembled as he beheld the scene before him. The sky now lay empty, devoid of the once mighty fiends and the subservient traitors. They had all vanished, as if the chaotic dance of demons had merely been an illusion. He gazed blankly at Zhou Chen, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. He watched in awe as Zhou Chen waved his hand, causing the world to undergo a profound transformation. The dark red sky, which had enveloped the Xuantian continent for a century like a nightmare, was visibly receding. It was as if a century-old soiled curtain was being slowly lifted by an invisible hand, revealing the nostalgic azure behind it. Sunlight, pure sunlight for the first time in 100 years, pierced through the clouds, cascading upon this weathered land. The earth no longer lamented, the once unfathomable. Jagged scars were now healing, defying the laws of nature, under the warm embrace of celestial energy. The dry riverbeds were revitalized with flowing water, and even the ancient, withered trees sprouted tender green buds. The nauseating stench of blood and decay dissipated, replaced by the fresh and familiar fragrance of earth. The ethereal essence, once so scarce it was almost non-existent, began to awaken from the depths of the earth, like a gentle stream nurturing this desolate world. Though it would still be a long time before the splendor of a century past was restored, everyone understood that the darkest era had finally passed. The Xuantian continent seemed to have come back to life once more. The architect of this transformation was none other than the young man in a blue robe, standing calmly and unruffled. From this day forth, the Jixia Academy would become the sole inheritor of the Xuantian continent and the foremost power on the continent. Zhou Chen's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, akin to the decree of celestial law, his words manifesting as reality. The old sacrificial wine master shuddered. Regaining his senses as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Zhou Chen, his heart a tumult of emotions, shock, ecstasy, reverence, all intertwining, ultimately culminating in a deep bow. I, an old man, represent the billions of beings of the Xuantian continent, to express my gratitude to you, young friend Zhou. No, to thank you, immortal venerable, for your salvation. He found himself at a loss for how to address Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen accepted the bow with grace, feeling deserving of such reverence. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly raised his head to gaze at the now azure sky. At that moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The sky above the entire Xuantian continent suddenly erupted in resplendent golden light. An immense, ancient, and supreme will awakened from the void, instantly enveloping the world. Before this will, even Zhou Chen felt a faint sense of familiarity and respect. This was the will of the heavenly Tao of the Xuantian continent. It had awakened. It was expressing gratitude to Zhou Chen for all he had done for this world. The old sacrificial wine master was horrified to find himself utterly paralyzed. His thoughts nearly frozen. He could only watch in astonishment as the endless golden light converged into a brilliant beam that pierced the space, descending directly upon Zhou Chen's brow. A hum resonated as Zhou Chen's body trembled slightly. He did not resist, allowing the gentle yet powerful force to flow into his consciousness. In the next moment, an overwhelming deluge of information erupted in his mind. That golden light was not an attack, but a gift from the source of the heavenly Tao. It coalesced upon Zhou Chen's brow into a unique golden mark. With this mark, Zhou Chen's essence could, at any moment, disregard any spatial barriers and laws, projecting a fragment of his soul back to the Xuantian continent. This fragment could, with the power of the heavenly Tao, manifest an avatar with independent consciousness and the ability to act. The strength of this avatar would be constrained by the laws of the heavenly Tao to the utmost limit that the Xuantian continent could bear, at the 10th level of the Immortal King realm. Marvelous. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Zhou Chen's eyes. This was akin to a permanent VIP pass. Although the avatar's strength was limited to the Immortal King realm's 10th level, it was an absolutely invincible existence in the Xuantian continent. More importantly, it meant he could return at any time without the need for the arduous process of tempering his heart in the mortal realm. After all, the process of refining one's heart in the mortal world still carried some risks of losing oneself. His true self would battle in the spirit realm, while the avatar enjoyed life as a sovereign in the lower realm. The gift of the heavenly Tao will came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once the golden light faded and the sky returned to tranquility, the old sacrificial wine master finally regained control of his body. He gasped for breath, his gaze toward Zhou Chen now filled with complete reverence. An immortal venerable. What just transpired was just a small gift from the heavenly Tao of this realm, Zhou Chen casually remarked, touching the now faded mark upon his brow. He looked down at the land that was beginning to revive, his mind already formulating plans. While the mark was indeed useful, the reconstruction of the Xuantian continent ultimately rested upon the shoulders of its people. He could not remain here indefinitely. It was better to teach them to fish than to simply give them fish. It was time to cultivate his own people. As Zhou Chen did not wish to see the path he had traversed descend into chaos, his consciousness swept across the entire continent, finally settling on several familiar presences. Within the small world of the Xianxiao Academy, before a humble wooden cabin, a resolute middle-aged man was chopping firewood, his movements steady and his aura restrained. He was Zhou Chen's father, Zhou Yuanshan. Elsewhere, the old Xian was seated cross-legged upon a slab of green stone, guiding several children in their breathing exercises. His aura richer than it had been a century ago. Among those he had once known, Qian Linger, Lin Shuer, Miao Dandan, Bing Yinyu, Qi Mei, and Wang Liang. They had all survived the century of fiendish turmoil, and under the crucible of hardship, their resolve had grown ever more resilient. Their cultivation reaching the pinnacle achievable within this realm. He lifted his foot, taking a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot. The old sacrificial wine master could only see a fleeting blur. When he focused again, Zhou Chen's presence had entirely dissipated. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, remarking on the celestial venerable's elusive nature, akin to a dragon whose head is rarely seen. Chapter 520, Immortal Kings in Bulk, a Century's Pact. Xianxiao Academy. In a picturesque valley, an invisible force completely sealed off the area from the outside world. Zhou Yuanshan, the old Xian, Qian Linger, Lin Shuer, Miao Dandan, Bing Yinyu, Qi Mei, and Wang Liang, 8 individuals, sat cross-legged upon a patch of grass, each displaying varied expressions, yet all unable to hide their shock and excitement. Just half an hour prior, they had been at Xianxiao Academy or scattered across the continent, believing they were nearing the end of their lives. To their astonishment, the next moment, an irresistible gentle force enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves here. Then, they beheld the man they thought they would never see again in this lifetime, Zhou Chen. Less than a century had passed, and he had returned, presenting himself before them in a manner they could not begin to comprehend, like a deity. You all have arrived. Zhou Chen smiled faintly at the 8 familiar faces before him. Chen, are you? Zhou Yuanshan gazed at his son, whom he had not seen for a century, his lips quivering as he struggled to find the right words, uncertain of how to begin. The figure before him, Zhou Chen, emanated an inscrutable aura, possessing an extraordinary temperament that instilled a profound sense of pressure in his father. Father, Xianlao, it has been a long time. Zhou Chen acknowledged with a slight nod towards the two. His gaze then swept over Qianlinger and the other women, noting that despite the passage of 100 years, time had left few marks on their faces. Rather, their cultivation advancements and tempering of character had bestowed upon them an added layer of mature charm. Yet, the glances they cast his way were laced with complexity, joy, resentment, reverence, and a hint of distant aloofness. Zhou Chen understood. A century was ample time to alter many facets of life. They were no longer inhabitants of the same world. Nevertheless, he was moved by the constancy of their feelings towards him. I am about to depart from this realm and return to the upper world, Zhou Chen stated directly, his words devoid of any preamble. At this pronouncement, attention gripped the hearts of all present, particularly Qianlinger and the others, whose eyes dimmed momentarily. The purpose of gathering you all here is to bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. With a swift motion of his right hand, an earth-shattering roar echoed as a small mountain composed of various celestial materials and exquisite spirit stones materialized before them. The mountain shimmered with ethereal light and exuded a mist of brilliance. Each item, if plucked from this heap, could incite chaos in the spirit realm. Yet now they lay carelessly amassed. The palpable essence of celestial energy wafted towards them, and with a mere inhalation, the 8 felt their internal barriers begin to loosen. What is this? Xianlao's eyes widened, his breath quickening. These treasures are prepared for you, Zhou Chen replied calmly, as if presenting a mere collection of inconsequential stones. I shall establish the 9 transmutations ascension array here, utilizing these resources as a catalyst and my own divine essence to cleanse and refine your beings, enabling you to break through your confines and ascend to the first layer of the celestial king realm in the shortest possible time. Zhou Chen's voice, though quiet, resonated like thunderclaps in the minds of the 8. What? The first layer of the celestial king realm? They were utterly astounded. Their current cultivation placed them among the elite of the Xuantian continent, yet they remained leagues away from the legendary true immortal realm. And the celestial king realm was an uncharted territory. And now, Zhou Chen proclaimed he could facilitate their rapid ascension to the celestial king realm. This was no mere fortune. It was a miracle. Chener, this is too valuable. Zhou Yuanshan was the first to react, shaking his head vigorously. Indeed, brother Zhou. What merit do we possess to deserve this? The others echoed, kneeling in urgency. There is no need for excessive words, Zhou Chen interrupted, his expression grave. Though the Xuantian continent has vanquished evil, it remains in a state of disarray, and the revival of spiritual energy will require time. In the future, this world will need your guardianship. He looked at them with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The upper world is vast, far beyond the imagination of this realm. I hope that one day, we might reunite there. With a flick of his wrist, 8 ancient tokens inscribed with profound runes floated before them. These are the Ascension tokens. Once your cultivation is solidified, should you wish to ascend, you may use these tokens to sense the ascension platform of the upper world and break through the barriers. However, do not ascend within 100 years. There may be great changes. I will await you in the upper world after a century. His words ignited a fervor within them, their spirits soaring. Why remain here, merely gazing at his back, when they could strive to pursue him and witness the grandeur of his world? Indeed, Zhou Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance as he nodded vigorously. Chener, I will not disappoint you. Old man, I shall give it my all. Xianlao laughed heartily. Qianlinger and the others exchanged glances, resolute in their determination. Their fates with Zhou Chen may have reached a conclusion, but they were unwilling to remain mere passers-by in his life. We shall not fail the expectations of the immortal sovereign, they proclaimed in unison, bowing deeply, their voices resonating with conviction. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further words as he began to weave intricate hand seals. With the flick of his fingers, the treasure mountain disassembled, countless celestial materials transforming into the purest torrent of energy, sketching a colossal formation that spanned 100 miles within the valley. Zhou Chen flicked his finger, sending a drop of blood shimmering with 9-colored light from his fingertip, landing in the center of the formation. With a resounding crash, as the blood touched the earth, the entire formation radiated with blinding light, a surge of indescribable vitality and the essence of the great path flooding the valley. Enter the formation, Zhou Chen commanded softly. The 8, not daring to delay, swiftly positioned themselves at the 8 points of the formation and sat cross-legged. Focus your minds and maintain your essence. Zhou Chen's voice reverberated like a great bell within their consciousness. In the next moment, an endless stream of pure energy, infused with the insights of the Celestial Emperor, surged into their bodies like a torrent, cleansing and refining, rebirth and transformation. At that moment, their bodies felt as if they were forged from divine iron, their cultivation barriers crumbling like fragile paper. Outside the valley, the skies darkened as ominous storm clouds, far more terrifying than those faced by ordinary cultivators during tribulations, began to gather above. This was the celestial phenomenon triggered by the simultaneous breakthroughs of the 8. Zhou Chen merely glanced upward, snorting coldly. Disperse. His words commanded an immediate response, and the cataclysmic storm clouds that could have shaken the entire Xuantian continent obediently dissipated at his decree. Under Zhou Chen's imperial might, even the heavenly tribulations had to yield. Chapter 5:21. A return to old grounds, rediscovering my original intent. In the following half-month, after the others fully consolidated their cultivation, Zhou Chen and his companions delved into discussions ranging from poetry and prose to the philosophies of life, almost losing themselves in joy. Yet, Zhou Chen, with his steadfast heart, completed these exchanges and prepared to take his leave. In the southern region, at the Wenxian Sect, once a powerful stronghold in the southern region, now lay in ruins. A mere shadow of its former glory, the collapsed mountain gate, neglected spirit fields, and the half-shorn main peaks silently narrated the harrowing tale of a calamity that had occurred a century prior. A figure clad in azure robes appeared silently upon the ruins. It was Zhou Chen. He walked slowly along the weed-choked stone steps, his feet crunching upon the shattered debris, the sound echoing in the stillness. The wind brushed past his ears, carrying a chill that felt desolate. He surveyed the familiar ruins before him, and his thoughts inevitably drifted back over 100 years to when he first traversed into this world as an innocent youth, where he embarked on his path of cultivation and first encountered the harsh realities of this realm. Lu Qingtian, Lu Qianru, Yi Chen, and those once vibrant faces flashed through his mind, only to fade into oblivion. Things have changed. No, it was not merely the things that had changed, but the people and the essence of existence itself. Zhou Chen continued his journey, arriving at the front of the once grand main hall of the sect. The grand hall had long since collapsed, leaving only a few dilapidated stone pillars stubbornly standing. In a corner of the ruins, a stooped figure was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves and dust from the ground with a tattered broom. This was an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a face lined with wrinkles. He donned a faded gray robe, moving slowly as if the wind might easily topple him. Zhou Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He recognized this old man. He was a gatekeeper disciple of the Wenxian Sect, having entered the sect hundreds of years ago. With mediocre talents, he had spent his life at the foundation establishment stage, tasked with guarding the mountain gate and maintaining the courtyard. Within the sect, he was a figure of almost negligible presence. Zhou Chen never imagined that, after a century had passed, when everyone had departed and the entire sect had turned to ruin, this most unassuming old gatekeeper would still remain steadfastly here. Sensing someone's arrival, the old man slowly lifted his head, his murky eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. Upon recognizing Zhou Chen, he paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow as if straining to recall something. You are Brother Zhou Chen. The old man's voice was hoarse and hesitant. Zhou Chen felt a flicker of surprise. He had not expected the old man to still recognize him. He nodded slightly, affirming, "It is I." Upon receiving confirmation, a complex expression crossed the old man's face. He set down the broom and, trembling, approached Zhou Chen, scrutinizing him for a lengthy while. You have returned, junior brother. I pay my respects to you, senior brother. Indeed, your talents are extraordinary. After so many years, you remain as resplendent as ever, while I have grown frail. As he spoke, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect customary among disciples. Yes, I have returned, Zhou Chen responded simply. Yet the brief exchange seemed to transcend the passage of a century. The sect is no more. The old man's murky eyes glistened with moisture. I know. Zhou Chen's voice was soft. The sect master and the elders, they perished in battle. Lowering his head, the old man's voice choked with emotion. To protect the disciples of the sect during their evacuation, they were all slain by that villain, Lu Qianru, with her own hands. As he spoke the last words, the old man's body trembled violently, filled with boundless grief and indignation. Zhou Chen fell silent, though he had been aware of the outcome long before. Hearing it directly from the old man's lips stirred a ripple of emotions within him. Lu Qingtian, who had once harbored expectations for him, and had unreservedly taken him as a disciple, ultimately sacrificed his life to uphold the final dignity of the Wenxian Sect. The sect is gone, so why do you still remain here? Zhou Chen inquired, voicing his confusion. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes with his calloused hands. I was born a disciple of the Wenxian Sect, and I shall die as a ghost of the Wenxian Sect, before their demise. The sect master and the elders entrusted the sect's legacy to you, senior brother. You, before your passing, passed on the master's token one by one, ultimately to me. I had intended to share the same fate as the sect. However, the elders and you said that the sect must not perish. As long as one remains in the Wenxian Sect, the Wenxian Sect shall not be extinguished. I must guard this place and wait for the day when I might have the strength to rebuild the Wenxian Sect. The old man's words were calm. Yet the unwavering dedication that spanned a century profoundly moved Zhou Chen's heart. What is the way? The pursuit of power is the way. The safeguarding of one's beliefs is also the way. The way that can be articulated is not the eternal way. The way lies not outside, but within the heart. The way is in reason, in clarity, in the original intent, and in one's footsteps. In that moment, the last vestige of lightheartedness born of surging power, the last trace of confusion regarding the mundane world, vanished entirely. His heart was now exceptionally clear and complete. Boom! An invisible wave of energy erupted from Zhou Chen, spreading outwards with him at its epicenter. In that instant, his entire aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. If he had previously been like a legendary sword sheathed, its edge concealed, then at this moment, he had fully merged with the universe and this worldly realm, indistinguishable from one another. The worldly trials had refined his heart, achieving completeness. The old man staggered back a few steps, astonished, gazing at Zhou Chen. He could not comprehend what had occurred, only sensing that the Zhou Chen before him had become more ethereal, more elusive. Zhou Chen bowed deeply to the old man. Junior brother's spirit and determination have taught me well. This bow was a tribute to the old man's unwavering commitment. Rising, he waved his right hand, causing a storage ring and a jade slip radiating life energy to gently float before the old man. Within the ring are resources I have left behind, sufficient to rebuild the Wenxian Sect. The jade slip contains the complete teachings of the Wenxian Sect, along with my own insights on cultivation. Junior brother, the monumental task of revitalizing the sect and restoring its glory is now entrusted to you. The old man stared blankly at the two items before him, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Zhou Chen pointed, and a streak of light entered the old man's body, causing his cultivation to instantly surge. Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and the first layer of true immortal. In the briefest of moments, the old man's cultivation experienced a seismic shift, and his appearance transformed to that of a middle-aged man, though the weariness in his eyes remained. Junior brother Fangyan, I shall heed your teachings, and I gratefully acknowledge your support. I will strive to elevate the Wenxian Sect and ensure its legacy endures for millennia. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded. He cast one last glance at the ruins, at this venerable junior brother. Chapter 522, The Path to the Immortal Emperor, all reduced to ashes. He then began his ascent towards the summit of the now flattened main peak of the Wenxian Sect. Standing atop the peak, overlooking the familiar yet alien land below, memories of his century-long journey in cultivation surged forth like a tidal wave. The naivety of entering the sect, the anger at being oppressed, the ecstasy of acquiring a golden finger, the resolve of his first kill, the thrill of seizing opportunities from others, the restraint in the face of formidable foes, and now, the transcendence and tranquility he felt. All emotions and experiences ultimately coalesced into a long, wistful sigh that dissipated into the wind. In this vast world, I forged my heart's path. Today, I achieve completeness. As the words fell, Zhou Chen sensed the final barrier between his essence and the spiritual realm vanish entirely. An irresistible pull emanated from the depths of his soul. His consciousness began to blur, and the scene before him started to twist and whirl. He understood that it was time for him to depart. This dream of the mundane world had finally reached the moment of awakening. In the spiritual realm, at the Xuantian Sect, atop Qingyun Peak, within the cave shrouded by layers of formations, a figure clad in a blue robe suddenly opened his eyes. What remarkable eyes they were! Profound, vast, ancient, and weathered, as if they contained the birth and death of the universe and the cycles of eternity. A single glance sent ripples through the very fabric of the cave's space. Zhou Chen had returned. He exhaled a long breath, releasing a cloud of turbid air that coalesced into a small azure lotus, swirling for a moment before gradually dissipating. As his spirit reunited with his body, an unprecedented sense of completeness and strength filled every fiber of his being. In the realm of mortal trials, he has perfected his heart of Tao. After a century of refinement amidst the mundane world, his Tao heart has become unyielding and flawless. The immediate benefit of this consummation is the complete loosening of the bottleneck in his cultivation. Boom! A terrifying aura, long suppressed, can no longer be contained. Erupting explosively from Zhou Chen's body, the shackles of the great perfection of the immortal king realm shatter like fragile glass at this moment. His cultivation has officially stepped into the legendary realm of the immortal emperor. Yet, this is merely the beginning. At the instant Zhou Chen breaks through, the entire Xuantian Sect, and indeed the eastern domain of the spirit world spanning billions of miles, undergoes a dramatic transformation. In the skies above, the previously clear heavens are suddenly enveloped by boundless, multicolored calamity clouds. These clouds are as heavy as mountains, swirling incessantly, crackling with thunder and exuding a destructive aura that sends shivers down the spines of all immortal king experts in the spirit world. Is this the tribulation of the immortal emperor? No, this is not correct. A typical immortal emperor's tribulation could never possess such terrifying might. These calamity clouds are of 9 colors. According to legend, they only descend when one achieves the path of immortality, heralding the 9-color immortal emperor divine thunder. Which ancestral being is undergoing tribulation? If such might were to descend, the entire Xuantian sect would be reduced to ashes. Within the Xuantian sect, countless elders and ancestors in seclusion are roused from their meditative states, rushing out of their chambers to gaze in astonishment at the sky. The sect leader Ling Tian and the elder Kumu appear above Qingyun Peak, their expressions gravely serious. They sense that the epicenter of this tribulation lies atop Qingyun Peak. At the cave residence of the enigmatic inner disciple, Lin Dong. Is it him? The two exchange a glance, both reflecting the shock in each other's eyes. Inside the cave, Zhou Chen furrows his brow. He had not anticipated that merely breaking through to the immortal emperor realm would provoke such a terrifying tribulation. The power of this calamity exceeds his expectations by a myriad of times. It seems that his previous forced breakthrough, combined with the perfection of his heart through worldly trials, has garnered the focused attention of the heavenly Tao. Zhou Chen's mind races. He cannot undergo tribulation here. Otherwise, the entire Xuantian sect will be buried with him. System. Conceal the heavenly secrets. Ding. Consuming 500 points of system energy. Activating the deception array. The heavenly secrets are now obscured. As the system's prompt resonates, Zhou Chen feels an invisible barrier form between him and the external heavenly Tao. Above the skies, the fearsome calamity clouds that have gathered seem to lose their target, beginning to dissipate slowly. The calamity clouds have dispersed? What is happening? Could it be that the tribulation has failed? The onlookers outside are left bewildered. Only a select few immortal emperor experts, like Elder Kumu, faintly sense that the clouds have not truly vanished but have been forcibly misled by an even more profound power. Within the cave, Zhou Chen does not relent for an instant. He knows that the tribulation has not disappeared. It has merely been temporarily obscured. With a thought, he vanishes from his position, entering the small world within his dantian. Here lies the true place he has prepared for his tribulation. Boom. As Zhou Chen's figure appears above the small world, the concealed tribulation erupts as if it has found an outlet, violently coalescing within his realm. The 9-colored calamity clouds are even more terrifying and ferocious than those outside. Endless thunder transforms into blades, spears, swords, halberds, and a myriad of divine weapons, descending with the power to annihilate all. This is no mere thunder tribulation. It is the tribulation of laws, the tribulation of the great Tao. Fortunately, the system has shielded the tribulation. Otherwise, who knows what commotion it would have caused. Zhou Chen remains calm, allowing the myriad divine weapons to strike against him, producing a metallic clang, yet not a single strand of his hair is harmed. Is this the extent of it? Zhou Chen shakes his head, seemingly a bit disappointed. His words seem to have provoked the tribulation. Boom. The calamity clouds roil, and the thunder recedes. Immediately, a series of unimaginable terrifying phenomena begin to unfold within the calamity clouds. A resplendent, ethereal projection of the southern heavenly gate slowly materializes, from which countless celestial soldiers and generals surge forth, bearing the majesty of judgment. This is the tribulation of the heavenly court. Zhou Chen snorts coldly and unleashes a punch. With this strike, all laws fall silent. The seemingly imposing projection of the heavenly court, along with the multitude of celestial soldiers and generals, shatters in an instant. The calamity clouds shift again. Howling winds and wailing spirits fill the air. A yellow river of the underworld surges forth, with countless souls struggling within. A bridge of white bones spans its width, at the end of which 10 terrifying figures of Yama gaze coldly at Zhou Chen. This is the tribulation of the underworld. Zhou Chen strikes again with a single punch. With this blow, the cycle of reincarnation collapses. The yellow springs flow backward. The bridge of lamentation snaps. and the Tenyama lords vanish into thin air. The tribulation has gone completely berserk. The cosmic stars rain down like meteors. A colossal giant's projection, wielding a massive axe with the might to cleave open the heavens, strikes down. A holy maiden with a serpent's tail, cradling a 5-colored divine stone, slams her palm down. Everything from ancient myths to modern legends unfolds within these calamity clouds, transforming into the most terrifying assaults, determined to obliterate Zhou Chen, this aberration against the heavens. Yet, in the face of such despair-inducing spectacles capable of overwhelming any immortal emperor, a faint smile finally graces Zhou Chen's face. Come forth. He refrains from striking again. The world tree, now grown into a towering giant beneath him, seems to sense an exquisite delicacy at this moment, and all its branches and leaves excitedly unfurl. Swish! Billions of emerald divine lights surge forth from the world tree, forming an enormous net that obscures the sun and sky. No matter the heavenly court or the underworld, no matter the cosmic stars, all the terrifying phenomena that have emerged are instantly devoured, decomposed, and absorbed upon contact with this colossal net. Even the tribulations of the heart demon have yet to unfold before being instantly obliterated. The violent power of the tribulation and the profound fragments of laws all become nourishment for the world tree's growth. The trunk of the world tree visibly thickens at an astonishing rate, and on its crown, peculiar fruits imbued with diverse laws begin to form. At this moment, within Zhou Chen's dantian, the 8 dormant great Tao inscriptions finally stir to life. Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen Dui. The 8 inscriptions simultaneously erupt with dazzling brilliance. Soaring from his dantian to hover above his head, beginning to rotate slowly, drawing closer to one another until they ultimately merge into a single entity. As the 8 inscriptions completely fuse, an indescribable aura, seemingly transcending all paths of heaven and earth, erupts explosively. No longer merely the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, mountains, and marshes, but chaos. The primordial essence, the source of all. The fused inscriptions transform into an even more ancient and profound new mark. Upon this mark, there is but a single character: seize. To seize the creation of heaven and earth, to seize a sliver of life, to seize the great Tao. This, then, is the moment when Zhou Chen gathered the 8 great inscriptions, merging them with his own path, and amid today's celestial emperor tribulation, he has forged an unparalleled road that belongs solely to him. The path of severance. Boom. The instant the imprint of the path of severance took shape, Zhou Chen felt a certain ultimate shackle within his being shatter completely. His cultivation surged forth with the ferocity of a dragon unchained, escalating at an astonishing pace. Celestial Emperor first layer. Celestial Emperor second layer. Celestial Emperor third layer. This was not merely an accumulation of energy, but rather a profound leap in the essence of life itself, a mastery over the laws of the great Tao that had reached a new pinnacle. At this moment, his inner world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The boundaries expanded at a rate billions of times faster. The sun, moon, and stars began to evolve autonomously. Mountains and rivers formed out of thin air, and a complete system of laws commenced construction, bringing forth wind, rain, thunder, and the changing of seasons. Even in the crystal-clear lake beneath the world tree, the first batch of sentient beings, imbued with complete consciousness, began to emerge. His inner world could no longer be referred to as merely a small world. This was a true grand cosmos. Indeed, it was the embryonic form of the spirit realm. When Zhou Chen's aura finally stabilized at the 6th layer of the Celestial Emperor, this earth-shattering breakthrough gradually came to a close. He hovered quietly within his own world, sensing the terrifying power within him capable of upheaving the very heavens and reshaping the universe, yet his heart remained tranquil. The 6th layer of the Celestial Emperor. In the entirety of the spirit realm, this realm alone was sufficient to mark him as a formidable force, capable of establishing a sect and becoming a venerable ancestor of a sacred land. Yet, he understood that perhaps this was still insufficient. He slowly extended his hand, and with a mere thought, activated the system, the heavenly Tao's deduction function, quietly initiating. Zhou Chen wished to assess his current standing, to see how he would fare against the cataclysmic hand that could obliterate 90% of all beings 10,000 years hence. The familiar darkness, the familiar scene, reappeared within his sea of consciousness. It was still that terrifying giant hand that obscured the heavens, wielding the supreme power to extinguish all life and crush the myriad realms. It slowly descended. This time, Zhou Chen was no longer defenseless. He summoned all the power of the 6th layer of the Celestial Emperor, summoned the chaos bell that had already ascended to become an immortal celestial weapon, and manifested the supreme essence of the path of severance, transforming it into a divine sword beam capable of severing the ages, rising against the heavens. Boom! The sword beam collided with the giant hand. This time, the hand's downward momentum was momentarily impeded, just for an instant. In the next breath, the sword beam shattered inch by inch. The chaos bell emitted a mournful cry, its surface marred with a web of cracks. Zhou Chen's celestial emperor body, along with his world that had transformed into a grand cosmos, was struck down by the giant hand. And then, there was nothing further. The scene abruptly halted. Deduction concluded. Result: the host endured for one day, ultimately leading to the annihilation of both body and spirit. Zhou Chen's consciousness returned to his true self. His expression was disturbingly calm. One day? From a prior instant kill to now being able to last a day. This was an unparalleled advancement. Yet, it remained a dead end. Was the sixth layer of the Celestial Emperor merely a slightly sturdier ant? Zhou Chen clenched his fists. The fleeting pride from his recent breakthrough vanished without a trace, replaced by an even stronger sense of urgency and existential dread. What manner of being lurked behind that apocalyptic hand? An immortal Celestial Emperor? Or perhaps a Tao ancestor? It appeared that before he possessed the power to contend with that hand, he must continue to maintain a low profile. To feign weakness while biding his time was the true path. With a thought, Zhou Chen's aura began to rapidly diminish, ultimately disguising himself as a fully realized first-layer Celestial King. As long as he did not reveal himself, even in the presence of a Celestial Emperor, it would be impossible to discern his depths. Having completed this, he stepped forth, returning to his cave dwelling on Qingyun Peak. Outside, only a brief incense stick's time had passed since he entered the small world to face the tribulation. Zhou Chen dispelled the formation of the cave, slowly emerging. He looked up at the now tranquil sky, the sunlight warm and the breeze gentle. It was as though the cataclysmic Celestial Emperor tribulation had merely been an illusion. Yet Zhou Chen knew that from this moment onward, the world had irrevocably changed in his eyes. He was about to return to his cave to consolidate his realm and study the newly acquired imprint of the path of severance when, at that moment, a communication jade slip pierced through the air, hovering before him. It was a message from the sect leader, Ling Tian. Zhou Chen's consciousness swept over it, and his brow furrowed slightly. All disciples of the Xuantian Sect assemble at the Tianxian Great Hall immediately. Grasping the jade slip, Zhou Chen felt a vague sense of foreboding. It seemed that the Eternal Night Demon Palace was up to something new. Chapter 524, Daredevil Squad. Good, you shall be the captain. Zhou Chen made a brief adjustment to his robes, perfectly concealing his aura as an ordinary Celestial King disciple, and leisurely flew toward the Tianxian Great Hall. He was eager to see what new developments would arise in this meeting. Xuantian Sect, Tianxian Great Hall. Zhou Chen, amidst the throng of disciples, made his way toward the hall at a measured pace. He suppressed his aura flawlessly to the first layer of Celestial King, blending in among the many inner disciples. Utterly inconspicuous. This time, he had assumed the identity of a hapless fellow named Chen Fan, whom he had incapacitated to take his place. Along the way, the atmosphere within the sect was palpably tense. Many disciples huddled in small groups, their expressions grave as they whispered anxiously. Have you heard? In the battle at the soul-severing valley, both the Supreme Elder and the sect leader were injured, and even several ancestors from the Tai Su Palace and the 10,000 Buddhist temple fell. Not only that, the young master of the Eternal Night Demon Palace, Yi Wuhan, fought against 9 opponents and ultimately managed to escape. The most terrifying aspect was that decree of annihilation. Did you see it? It offered a reward for a rogue cultivator named Lin Dong, promising a chance to break through to the Celestial Emperor. The entire spirit realm has gone mad. Lin Dong. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't he the first place winner of our current Ascension Conference? I can't believe he offended the Eternal Night Demon Palace and even stole their inscriptions. He truly is a ruthless character. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhou Chen maintained an expression of calm, though his mind was racing. It appeared that the old man, Ku Mu, had kept his word, not revealing his true identity. However, Lin Dong's disguise was now thoroughly exposed. It seemed he would need to adopt a new guise. Upon entering the Tianxian Great Hall, Zhou Chen found it already filled to capacity. Thousands of inner disciples had gathered, silent and somber, the atmosphere thick with tension. At the head of the hall, sect leader Ling Tian wore a dark expression, while the Supreme Elder, the old man Ku Mu, appeared drained, clearly still recovering from his injuries. The state of these two Celestial Emperor powerhouses cast a shadow over the hearts of all disciples. Zhou Chen chose a remote corner to stand, lowering his gaze, akin to a stone that would attract no attention. Esteemed disciples, Ling Tian finally spoke, his voice imbued with imperial authority, reverberating throughout every corner of the hall. You are likely aware of the ongoing conflict outside. The Eternal Night Demon Palace has returned, their strength far surpassing our expectations. The spirit realm has entered a critical juncture between life and death. As the leader of the Eastern Domain, my responsibility as the Xuantian Sect cannot be evaded. Ling Tian's voice resounded with fervor, yet the faces of the disciples within the hall were predominantly etched with gravity and trepidation. With the fall of the Immortal Emperor, what could mere immortal kings like them accomplish? After conferring with the Grand Elder, we have decided to select elite disciples from the inner sect to establish the demon-breaking vanguard, destined to confront the main forces of the Demon Palace on the most brutal battlefield of the wilderness. Upon the proclamation, the hall erupted into a tumult. The wilderness battlefield. It is a veritable meat grinder. Rumors suggest that even the mightiest of immortal kings do not survive 3 days within. What difference is there from a death sentence? Observing the agitated disciples below, Ling Tian's gaze turned icy as he continued. Of course, the sect shall not send you to your demise without recompense. Every member of the vanguard will see their contribution points multiplied tenfold. Slaying the demon cultivators grants you the opportunity to exchange demon cores for abundant resources. Should you achieve great merit, I shall personally bestow enlightenment upon you, aiding your breakthrough. Under such generous rewards, valiant souls are sure to emerge. Some who prided themselves on their strength, or who sought to seize fortune, began to exhibit fervent anticipation in their eyes. At that moment, a young man clad in the attire of a core disciple, his demeanor haughty, stepped forth from the crowd. Sectmaster, I, Lu Wentian, have a recommendation. Zhou Chen lifted his gaze and recognized the individual. Ling Tian regarded him. Oh, pray do tell. Lu Wentian bowed respectfully and then turned, his gaze like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly towards Zhou Chen in the corner. He proclaimed loudly, I recommend the newly admitted outer sect disciple, Chen Fan. In an instant, all eyes within the grand hall converged upon Zhou Chen. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of Lu Wentian's lips as he elevated his voice further. Brother Chen Fan is an exemplary representative of our cohort at this Ascension Conference. During the entrance examination, his combat prowess was unparalleled among peers. In the heart of Dao Test, he persevered for a full day and night, demonstrating a steadfastness of spirit that is truly rare. Such a prodigy is the very model for our generation. With him joining the vanguard, he shall undoubtedly lead from the front, vanquishing demons and contributing unprecedented merit to our Xuantian sect, thereby amplifying our sect's prestige. His words were grandiloquent, flawless in their delivery. A blatant attempt at flattery. The intent behind Lu Wentian's words was evident to all. So, Brother Chen Fan, are you not the most celebrated of talents? With the sect in peril, will you not step forth first? In an instant, countless gazes fell upon Zhou Chen, some filled with sympathy, others with schadenfreude, while many simply anticipated the unfolding drama. Zhou Chen realized that this Chen Fan persona had somehow incurred Lu Wentian's ire, leading him to be thrust into the front line. Lu Wentian reveled in the sight of Zhou Chen being thrust into the spotlight. This Chen Fan had dared to undermine him publicly. Today, he would collect his dues. Whether you perish within or become a coward, the name Chen Fan shall become a jest. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Zhou Chen finally emerged from the shadows. He bore no anger, offered no defense, and even wore a faint smile. Meeting the gazes of all, he slightly inclined his body towards Ling Tian and the elder Ku Mu, his tone serene and devoid of discernible emotion. I am grateful for Brother Lu's extravagant praise. Since the sect requires it, and you have faith in me, I, Chen Fan, am willing to brave fire and water for the sect, regardless of the consequences. He actually agreed. The hall fell into a hushed silence. Lu Wentian was momentarily taken aback, his meticulously prepared retorts lodged in his throat. Has this fool lost his mind? Ling Tian and Elder Ku Mu exchanged glances, equally astonished. Well, Ling Tian nodded approvingly, recognizing him as a disciple of our Xuantian sect, one who bears responsibility. Lu Wentian was elated, ready to offer a few placatory words. Yet Zhou Chen spoke once more. However, I have a modest request. Speak. Zhou Chen turned to Lu Wentian, a playful smile gracing his features. As the saying goes, a general leads his troops, and a bear leads its cubs. Though I may lack talent, I am willing to serve as vanguard, but a lone hero requires aid. I cannot stand alone. I see that Brother Lu possesses great foresight and discernment, and I trust in your capabilities and courage, undoubtedly a dragon among men. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. I humbly request that Brother Lu serve as the vice captain of our small team, joining me in the wilderness battlefield to eradicate evil. You. Lu Wentian's expression shifted instantly from triumph to a shade of deep crimson. Chapter 525. Brother, this place is quite auspicious. Zhou Chen, undeterred, bowed deeply to Ling Tian. His tone earnest. Sectmaster, With Brother Lu, a paragon of wisdom and valor, by my side, my confidence is greatly bolstered. If we do not slay 3 to 5 demon generals during this expedition, I shall present my head alongside Brother Lu's. A muffled laugh erupted from the crowd, followed swiftly by a wave of laughter that spread like wildfire. All gazes turned to Lu Wentian, as if regarding a fool. Is this what they mean by shooting oneself in the foot? Lu Wentian trembled with rage, pointing at Zhou Chen, rendered speechless. What could he possibly say? To declare he would not dare go? That would render his previous statements a grand joke. To assert he would go? To join a suicide squad in the wilderness battlefield? He and T yet tired of living. Approved. Ling Tian's authoritative voice rang out, laced with undeniable amusement. Lu Wentian, you shall serve as vice-captain alongside Lin Dong. Should you dare to flee, the sect's laws will be enforced. Lu Wentian stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his complexion ashen. Zhou Chen offered him a benign smile, as if to say, Brother, I look forward to your guidance on our journey. At that moment, a cold, mechanical notification echoed in Zhou Chen's mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the sect master's son, Ling Xiao, standing at the opposite side of the hall, equally bewildered. Ding. The chosen one, Ling Xiao, has been detected. Opportunity refreshed. Opportunity location, wilderness battlefield, blood-soaked canyon. Opportunity details, 3 days hence, after slaying an ancient demon ape, a supreme-grade elixir for immortal kings will be discovered within its lair, the 6-turn rampant pill. Consuming it will assist in solidifying the foundation of an immortal king, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength. Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze, a calmness enveloping his heart. Initially, he had considered slipping away, but it seemed this turbulent endeavor was indeed unavoidable. 3 days later, wilderness battlefield. The nauseating stench of blood filled the air. A Xuantian Sect flying vessel, stretching 1,000 feet, hovered above a relatively flat expanse of black desert. Outside the vessel's defensive barrier, shadowy, ghost-like creatures occasionally collided with it, producing dull thuds before being reduced to swirling black mist by the runes on the shield. On the deck, hundreds of disciples clad in Xuantian Sect attire stood solemnly, each face grimmer than the last. This place marked the borderland where the spirit realm met the demon domain, known as the Immortal King's meat grinder, the wilderness battlefield. Here lay the outer perimeter of our Xuantian Sect's third camp. According to protocol, all vanguard teams must deploy from this location, hunting demons, clearing strongholds, and earning merit. A veteran elder of the 10th layer of Immortal Kings, his expression impassive, announced the rules before gesturing to open the vessel's hatch. Go forth. The chilling phrase, icy cold, felt akin to a death warrant. The crowd exchanged glances, and one by one, they transformed into streaks of light, steeling themselves to plunge into the perilous expanse of the Gobi Desert below. Among them was Zhou Chen, disguised as Chen Fan, who concealed his aura of the first layer of the Immortal King realm, following the throng at a measured pace. As soon as he touched the ground, a gaze filled with malice fixated upon him. Junior Brother Chen, Lu Wentian said, his smile as hollow as the words he uttered, flying to Zhou Chen's side, trailed by 7 or 8 core disciples who clearly regarded him as their leader. As the captain and vice-captain, it is only fitting that we act in concert. For mutual support, wouldn't you agree? Though he spoke of camaraderie, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Many disciples nearby, perceiving the tension, wisely distanced themselves. It was evident that Lu Wentian was prepared to resolve personal grievances on the battlefield. Zhou Chen cast a calm glance in his direction. Brother Lu makes a valid point. Excellent. Lu Wentian's satisfaction deepened upon witnessing Zhou Chen's acquiescence, believing that the latter was cowed by his noble lineage and the standing of a core disciple, too intimidated to resist. You are quite perceptive, Lu Wentian thought to himself, then raised his hand with a feigned air of righteousness. Let us depart. A group of over 10, led by Lu Wentian, soared into the depths of the Gobi. Along the way, they encountered numerous wandering low-level demonic creatures, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by Lu Wentian and his entourage. As he struck, Lu Wentian kept a watchful eye on Zhou Chen, noticing that he merely followed behind without fervor, occasionally unleashing a lackluster sword light. His disdain grew. What a farcical prodigy, what a formidable will. Just a spineless wretch who has never seen the world. Half an hour later, Lu Wentian guided the group to the mouth of a narrow, deep canyon. The entrance was adorned with jagged rocks and shrouded in black mist, an overwhelming stench of blood and ominous energy wafting from within. This is the place, Lu Wentian halted, pointing towards the depths of the canyon, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. The blood demon spider resides inside. Junior Brother Chen, are you not invincible in battle? As captain, you ought to lead the way. His followers immediately fanned out, subtly sealing Zhou Chen's escape route. The trap was laid bare. Zhou Chen surveyed the canyon before him, and then glanced at Lu Wentian's smirking visage, finally speaking up. Brother Lu, what? Are you afraid? Lu Wentian scoffed. Now is the time to beg for mercy. Perhaps it is not too late. Zhou Chen shook his head, sidestepping the question. I merely find this place picturesque, ahem. Rich in malevolent energy, and the terrain conceals, making it a perfect locale for murder and burial. Lu Wentian blinked in confusion, failing to grasp his meaning. What do you? His words were abruptly cut off as his pupils constricted, for he saw that the previously unremarkable Chen Fan had undergone a complete transformation in demeanor. An indescribable aura of terror gradually emanated from Zhou Chen, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. This pressure was not ferocious, but possessed an overwhelming sense of dominance, as if a deity were gazing down upon mere ants. Thud, thud. The 3- and 4-layer Immortal King followers behind Lu Wentian collapsed, their souls shattered by this oppressive force, plummeting from the air to become mere puddles of flesh. You are not Chen Fan. Who are you? Lu Wentian's soul trembled, his body uncontrollably quaking. The 1st layer of the Immortal King? To hell with the 1st layer of the Immortal King. Chapter 526. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows. This pressure was something he had only experienced from the sect master and the elder. No, it was even more terrifying than the aura of the sect master. Could it be that this Chen Fan is a concealed immortal emperor? An absurd thought exploded in his mind. He wished to flee, but his body, his celestial power, his very soul, were all paralyzed under Zhou Chen's oppressive presence. As if trapped in amber, unable to move a finger. Who I am, you are unworthy to know. Zhou Chen approached him step by step, his expression indifferent, as though observing a lifeless object. I merely wished for a quiet transaction, yet you insisted on seeking your own demise. Please, senior, spare me. Have mercy. Lu Wentian fell into despair, all his arrogance and resentment evaporating in the face of absolute terror. He wished to kneel, yet his body remained immobilized, and he could only wail in a voice twisted by fear. I was wrong. I failed to recognize the mountain for what it is. I beg you, as my grandfather is the law elder of the sect, grant me my life. I am willing to be your servant, to toil and labor for you. The law elder? Zhou Chen halted in his tracks. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Wentian's eyes. Aunt Zhou Chen uttered 2 words softly. In the next instant, Lu Wentian's body, along with his soul, silently disintegrated into the smallest particles, carried away by the wind, utterly vanishing from this wild expanse as if he had never existed. Throughout it all, Zhou Chen had not truly made a move. It was merely a thought. Well, the flies have been dealt with. Zhou Chen dusted off non-existent dirt from his hands, his gaze shifting to another direction. On the fortune map, the 9-colored light representing Ling Xiao was moving rapidly, heading straight for the blood-red canyon indicated by the system prompt. Zhou Chen's figure flickered and transformed into an almost imperceptible breeze, disappearing from sight. Half a day later, on the wild battlefield at the blood-red canyon, this place, stained by demonic blood over the years, displayed an eerie dark red hue. At the depths of the canyon, before a massive cave, a thunderous roar resounded, accompanied by a surge of violent demonic energy emanating from within. Suddenly, a colossal ape, towering 100 feet, its body cloaked in black fur and its visage grotesque, charged out of the cave. It radiated an aura of terror, the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Immortal King realm. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the dozen figures outside. Leading them was Ling Xiao, the heir of the Xuantian Sect. At this moment, Ling Xiao's expression was grave. Wielding a golden dragon spear, flanked by more than 10 high-ranking guardians of the Immortal King realm. Form ranks. This beast is on its last legs. If we kill it, the treasures within will be ours. Ling Xiao bellowed, charging forth. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop several thousand meters away, Zhou Chen's figure quietly materialized. Gazing at the tumultuous battleground below, his expression remained composed. Zhou Chen had long since entered the lair of the demon ape. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the supreme 6-turn Qijia pill of the Immortal King grade, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Acquired the supreme 9-turn Qijia pill of the Immortal Emperor grade. Zhou Chen looked at the 9-turn Qijia pill in his hand and swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. A resounding boom. An energy far more vast than before erupted within Zhou Chen's limbs and bones. The minuscule world within him, which had already expanded to its utmost limit, trembled under the overwhelming energy of the 9-turn Qijia pill, causing the world barrier to emit a strained hum under the immense pressure. The bottleneck of the 6th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm appeared fragile as thin paper in the face of such unparalleled potency. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound resonated from the depths of his soul. Zhou Chen's aura did not falter for an instant, seamlessly crossing that threshold and officially stepping into the 7th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. Power surged through every cell, instilling within him the illusion that he could shatter the entire primal battlefield with a single punch. Zhou Chen slowly exhaled a cloud of turbid air, which solidified in the atmosphere, corroding the space into a minuscule black hole that remained unhealed for an extended period. He did not indulge in the exhilaration of his newfound strength, but instead swiftly turned his gaze back to the system panel in his mind. At that very moment of his breakthrough, the opportunity panel suddenly flickered wildly, prompting Zhou Chen to open it quickly. Ding! Detected a crucial opportunity related to the destined child. Yi Wuhan. Opportunity character. Yi Wuhan. Opportunity location. Core of the primal battlefield. Eternal Night Altar. Opportunity details. Yi Wuhan is conducting a blood sacrifice at the Eternal Night Altar with the 5 great ancient clan heirs bearing the fragments of inscriptions, separating the inscription shards. In conjunction with the 3 inscription fragments obtained previously in the Shura path, totaling 8 shards of inscription power. Yi Wuhan will forcibly fuse the inscription fragments with his own demonic body, using his blood as a catalyst. Upon success, Yi Wuhan will break free from his shackles and ascend to the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm, achieving unparalleled combat strength comparable to an Immortal Emperor. Opportunity countdown, 1 incense stick. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted slightly. What a remarkable turn of events. While he tirelessly battled monsters and leveled up, progressing through one stage after another, Yi Wuhan was engaging in sacrificial rites, bundling 3 experience packs along with 2 spoils, preparing for an immediate leap. 1 incense stick. You say? Zhou Chen's gaze pierced through layers of space, landing in the gorge below. At this moment, the escort team, led by Ling Xiao, had suffered heavy casualties. The black, giant ape, in its dying counterattack, exhibited astonishing ferocity. Bloodied and increasingly frenzied, its massive form swelled at an abnormal rate. Self-detonation. A 10th layer Immortal King-grade Ancient Demon Ape's self-detonation possessed the power to level a 100-mile radius. Ling Xiao and the others clearly recognized this. Their faces ashen as they frantically retreated, yet the giant ape's demonic power firmly locked onto them, rendering them immobile. Zhou Chen retracted his gaze, choosing not to spare them another glance. He was not a caretaker. Were it not for the desire to intercept the pills, he might not have lingered here for even a moment. As for the lives of Ling Xiao and the others, they were of no concern to him. Just as he intended to depart for the Eternal Night Altar, a thought halted his steps. No, the commotion would be too great. The self-detonation of a 10th layer Immortal King-grade Demon Ape would undoubtedly attract the attention of all powerful beings in this area, and could even alert the elders of the Xuantian Gong camp. Currently, he still bore the identity of Chen Fan, which was difficult to explain. Should he inadvertently disturb Yi Wuhan, who was in the midst of merging inscriptions, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Zhou Chen's gaze once again fell below, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Such a nuisance. He casually picked up a pebble the size of a fingernail from the ground and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh. The pebble made no sound as it cut through the air, defying space and distance, appearing as if teleporting directly above the swelling head of the giant ape. In the next moment, the pebble gently descended. Chapter 527. I am Zhou Chen, sending you to your final rest. The pebble struck the giant ape's head. The beast, which had been roaring madly and preparing to perish alongside its foes, suddenly fell silent. Its blood-red eyes lost all glimmer of life in an instant. Its bloated body, akin to a punctured balloon, rapidly deflated. It crashed to the ground, dead, killed by a mere pebble. Silence enveloped the gorge. The fortunate survivors, including Ling Xiao, gasped for breath, their hearts racing as they stared at the massive corpse, utterly bewildered by the occurrence. What just happened? A guard asked, his voice trembling. Ling Xiao stared intently at the giant ape's corpse, scanning with his divine sense repeatedly, but finding no visible wounds or signs of external force. It was as if the giant ape had simply shouted itself to death. A chill deeper than the specter of death surged up his spine. This battlefield harbored a terrifying presence beyond their comprehension. Run, quickly, forget the spoils, Ling Xiao decisively commanded, not daring to investigate the giant ape's lair, leading the remaining guards to flee frantically without looking back. Atop the mountain, Zhou Chen retracted his finger as though he had accomplished a trivial task. With a subtle shift of his form, he caused no ripple in the fabric of space, merging into the sanguine atmosphere like a wisp of breeze. The true core of the primal battlefield was a chaotic, forbidden zone, impervious even to the full penetration of an immortal emperor's divine sense. Here, the laws were in disarray, and turbulent spatial currents ravaged the area, perpetually shrouded in an enigmatic black mist known as the Eternal Night Demonic Fog. Should an ordinary immortal king venture here, they would be eroded by the mist within 3 breaths, transforming into a mindless husk driven solely by the urge to kill. At this moment, within the deepest recesses of this forbidden zone, In an unfathomable abyss, a massive altar constructed entirely from an unknown black crystal floated in midair. The altar was adorned with countless intricate demonic patterns that seemed to possess life, slowly swirling and drawing forth the purest demonic energy from the depths of the abyss. At the center of the altar stood Yi Wuhan, clad in a black robe, hands clasped behind his back. His visage was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an icy disdain for all living beings. Beneath him, 3 figures bound by chains of demonic energy struggled in agony. These 3 were the contemporary strongest heirs of the ancient immortal clans, Dongfang Yin, Shimen Shan, and Nangong Yu. After being thoroughly plundered by Zhou Chen on the celestial path, they had fled in utter disarray, only to be pursued and captured by Yi Wuhan. He had also captured other heirs from ancient clans, while the other 2 had already been blood sacrificed to refine inscription fragments. Yi Wuhan, you dare to kill us. The ancestors of our 3 clans will never let you go. Dongfang Yan's face contorted with rage as he roared. Noise. Yi Wuhan didn't even lift his eyelids, merely snapping his fingers lightly. Snap. The chains of demonic energy binding Dongfang Yan suddenly constricted violently. Dongfang Yan let out a chilling scream as his immortal king body was forcibly crushed by the tightening chains, blood and shattered bones splattering forth. The inscription of separation on his body was also revealed, radiating a blazing light of fire. Indeed, a pure source of fire. The corner of Yi Wuhan's mouth finally curled into a satisfied arc. His gaze shifted once more to the other 2 individuals. Shimen Shan and Nangong Yu were already terrified to the point of losing their wits, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Now, it is your turn. Yi Wuhan's voice resonated like the whisper of a demonic deity from the depths of the abyss. Voluntarily surrender your inscriptions and blood, and I may grant you a swift end. Soon, Yi Wuhan enacted the same method, 2 shards of inscriptions stripped away with ease. Including the 3 shards discovered by the Eternal Night Demon Palace in the Shura Path, he had already gathered a total of 8 shards. Just as he prepared to strike and obliterate the 3, Yi Wuhan suddenly paused. His cold, demonic eyes abruptly lifted, piercing through the heavy mists of magic. Gazing toward the entrance of the abyss, there was nothing there. Yet, a playful smile appeared on Yi Wuhan's face. How amusing. Since the mouse hiding in the shadows has arrived, there is no need for it to remain concealed. Come forth. I have been waiting for you for a long time. His voice, though soft, echoed clearly throughout the abyss. In the next moment, a figure clad in azure robes slowly emerged from the void, step by step, as if traversing an invisible staircase, reaching the same height as the altar. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Chen. He maintained Lin Dong's visage. His aura reigned in to the utmost, appearing like an ordinary immortal king who had wandered into this place by mistake. It's you? Yi Wuhan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Chen. Then his eyes erupted with uncontrollable ecstasy and murderous intent. Lin Dong, how fortuitous that I should find you without the slightest effort. I was still pondering where to seek you, yet you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Yi Wuhan's laughter echoed, filled with cruelty and greed. Hand over the inscriptions on your person, and I shall grant you a death most complete. His laughter reverberated through the abyss, as he gazed at Zhou Chen with the gaze of one who regards a long-coveted treasure, his eyes betraying an unmasked avarice. He had thought he would need to exert considerable effort to find the one who had destroyed his corporeal form and stolen his inscriptions. Little did he expect that the other party would be foolish enough to present himself so willingly. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. If I can kill him and seize the 5 complete inscriptions he possesses, combined with my shards, the 8 primordial inscriptions will converge here, though not all are intact. The power they contain would be sufficient to render me invincible. At that moment, I shall become the first in 10,000 years to gather all 8 inscriptions. With the power of the Eternal Night Altar, I am utterly confident in breaking through the ultimate barrier of the 10th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm, becoming the true sovereign of this realm. Lin Dong, you should never have appeared before me. Yi Wuhan extended his tongue, licking his lips, and a sickly excitement surfaced on his stunningly beautiful, yet otherworldly face. To thank you for this grand gift, I shall ensure your death is most ceremonious. As his words fell, the boundless eternal night magic mist surrounding the altar surged violently. Countless grotesque demonic claws, formed from the gathering of magic mist, descended from all directions, sealing off every avenue of retreat for Zhou Chen. Each claw harbored a terrifying power capable of easily shredding a 10th layer immortal king. Nevertheless, in the face of this cataclysmic spectacle, Zhou Chen's countenance remained utterly unperturbed. He did not even glance at the claws reaching for him. Instead, he directed his calm gaze toward Yi Wuhan. It seems you have made an error. Zhou Chen spoke softly. Chapter 528. A reunion to slay Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan paused, intrigued, looking at him. Oh? Pray, enlighten me. First and foremost, I am not Lin Dong. Zhou Chen's facial muscles twitched, transforming from Lin Dong's visage back to his true self. A face that seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet was strikingly handsome and immensely captivating. I am Zhou Chen. I have come here today specifically to send you on your final journey. The moment his words fell, Zhou Chen moved. He summoned no artifacts, nor did he employ any divine abilities. He simply took a single step forward. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from within him, akin to an ancient deity awakening from an eon-long slumber. Seventh layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. The seamless and unparalleled imperial might radiated from him, manifesting as a visible shockwave that surged forth. Puff, puff, puff. The myriad of grotesque, demonic claws disintegrated the instant they came into contact with this imperial might. Like snow under the sun, vanishing without a trace. The entire eternal night altar trembled beneath this imperial force, as if it might shatter at any moment. In the abyss, the all-consuming eternal night magic mist retreated as if meeting its nemesis, revealing the eerie white bones at the bottom of the abyss. Yi Wuhan's smile froze entirely. The ecstasy and greed in his eyes were instantly replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. Seventh layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. How is this possible? In the battle at the Valley of Broken Souls, he had fought against 9 immortal emperors, fully aware of the strengths of the top-tier beings in the spirit realm. The withered old man of the Xuantian Sect was merely at the second layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. The strongest master of the Taishu Palace, even with secret methods, barely reached the 4th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. This Lin Dong, this Zhou Chen, during the Tongtian Immortal Road, was clearly just an immortal king. How long has it been since then? Not only has he broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he has soared to a level even I must look up to, the 7th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. What a jest. No, impossible. You must have employed some secret method to forcibly elevate your cultivation. A hollow facade. Yi Wuhan's features contorted with jealousy and astonishment, unable to accept this reality. He let out a furious roar. He held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his 5th layer Immortal Emperor demonic might. Shura demon sword arise. He reached out, and a pitch-black sword, entwined with countless vengeful spirits and radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter, materialized in his hand. It was the very artifact that was on the verge of awakening in the Shura arena, an Immortal Emperor-grade demonic weapon. Eternal Night Demon descends. Yi Wuhan swung the sword. The sword light transformed into a black river that pierced through heaven and earth, within which myriad demons howled, and deities fell, carrying a terrifying demonic intent that threatened to devour and bury all, slashing toward Zhou Chen. This strike represented his most formidable attack, one that could instill despair in any immortal emperor of the same tier. Even an 8th layer immortal emperor would not dare to receive it lightly. However, Zhou Chen merely lifted his eyelids. He extended 2 fingers, gently pinching forward. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. That black river of sword light, capable of severing star rivers, was firmly gripped between his 2 fingers, mere inches from Zhou Chen's brow. The myriad of demons lamented upon the sword, yet could advance not even a fraction further. Is this all you've got? Zhou Chen gazed at the astonished Yi Wuhan, softly uttering 2 words. He applied a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. A sharp sound reverberated. The fearsome Shura demon sword, stained with the blood of immortal emperors, had its tip cracked under the unyielding grip of Zhou Chen's fingers. The treasured artifact of his fate suffered damage, and Yi Wuhan felt as if he had been struck by a tremendous force, violently spewing a mouthful of demonic blood as his figure retreated. He looked at Zhou Chen, and for the first time, a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes. So powerful, so absurdly strong. This was a battle of entirely different realms. Escape. It was the sole thought that occupied Yi Wuhan's mind. Without hesitation, he crushed a black jade talisman he held close. It was a life-saving card crafted by his father, the Lord of the Eternal Night Demon Palace, capable of tearing through space in an instant and transporting him to any corner of the spirit realm. A rift in space quietly appeared behind him. A flicker of relief washed over Yi Wuhan's face as he turned to dive into the rift. Did I permit your departure? A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Yi Wuhan's body suddenly froze. He was horrified to discover that the space around him had been completely shackled by an unseen force. The rift that had seemed so near now felt as distant as another world. Zhou Chen's figure appeared before him like a specter. The game is over. Zhou Chen slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a colorful lotus, woven from the powers of 8 great principles, began to slowly spin. The lotus was small and beautiful, yet it instilled in Yi Wuhan an unprecedented sense of impending doom. No, you cannot kill me. I am the young lord of the Eternal Night Demon Palace. If you take my life, he will make you suffer beyond imagination. Yi Wuhan completely broke down, emitting a desperate howl. Is that so? A radiant smile blossomed on Zhou Chen's face. Then I am all the more inclined to eliminate you, for I delight in challenging the impossible. As his words fell, the five-colored lotus gently floated forth, imprinting itself upon Yi Wuhan's forehead. The lotus was not large, nor did it move swiftly. Its approach was as slow and tender as a lover's caress. Yet, in Yi Wuhan's eyes, this lotus sealed off all his perceptions, severing his connection to the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Time and space lost all meaning in that moment. He could only watch helplessly as the lotus, symbolizing death, drew ever closer to his brow. No. In the final desperate scream of his life, the five-colored lotus softly pressed against his forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic energy. Yi Wuhan's body began to silently disintegrate from his brow. His eternal night demon form, his celestial emperor's Tao fruit, his unwillingness and resentment. Everything was reduced to the most primitive particles beneath the lotus, returning entirely to the void. Yi Wuhan, the young lord of the eternal night demon palace, had fallen. With his demise, the chains of demonic energy binding Dongfang Yan and the others also dissipated. However, before they could fully comprehend their survival, they were once again rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Upon the obliteration of Yi Wuhan's form and spirit, 8 shimmering fragments inscribed with different runes, along with the shattered azure demon sword, quietly hovered in midair. Zhou Chen merely beckoned, and the 8 fragments joyfully flew into his hand as if returning home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the destined protagonist Yi Wuhan, seizing his lifetime opportunity. Chapter 529, Celestial Emperor Level 10, Complete Tao Artifact, triggering 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring complete 8 initial runes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Immortal Celestial Emperor Level Technique, Eternal Night Demon Cannon. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 points of system energy. The cold system notification echoed in Zhou Chen's mind. In the next moment, the 8 fragments erupted with a brilliance beyond compare. Qian, Kuan, Zhan, Sun, Can, Li, Zhen Dui. 8 symbols representing the primordial paths of heaven and earth soared from within him, hovering above his head, attracting one another as they slowly rotated, ultimately merging into one. However, this time Zhou Chen chose not to let the world tree absorb them, as he had previously absorbed the complete initial runes and could not do so again. Alas, it seems I must bestow them upon the chaos bell, Zhou Chen thought to himself. Boom! At the instant the 8 fragments completely fused, a chaotic aura, surpassing all paths of heaven and earth, erupted explosively. The merged runes transformed from mere symbols into an ancient, weighty bell-like phantom, seemingly imbued with the weight of countless epochs. This phantom resembled the chaos bell within Zhou Chen's dantian. Buzz! A sound akin to a primordial bell tolled from Zhou Chen's being, instantly resonating throughout the spirit realm. At that moment, whether it was the secluded ancestors or the battling fiends, all living beings heard the tolling of the bell. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to strike directly at the souls of all, evoking a sense of submission and reverence rooted in the essence of life. Upon the eternal night altar, Zhou Chen bathed in the resonance of the bell, experiencing the earth-shattering changes occurring within him. The complete primordial power of the 8 runes surged into his inner world like 8 roaring rivers. The world tree grew at an unfathomable speed, breaking through the barriers of the world and taking root in the boundless chaos. Zhou Chen's aura, propelled by this immense power, began to surge wildly once more. The bottleneck of the 7th layer of Celestial Emperor Realm was shattered in an instant. 8th layer of Celestial Emperor Realm. 9th layer of Celestial Emperor Realm. 10th layer of Celestial Emperor Realm. Ultimately, his aura stabilized at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Celestial Emperor Realm. He was but a step away from the legendary Immortal Realm. Just then, the small bell-like phantom formed from the fusion of the 8 runes suddenly descended, merging completely with the chaos bell in his dantian. Ding ding ding. Another resonance of the bell sounded. This time, it was no longer the ethereal sound of the Tao, but a tangible toll. The chaos bell flew out from within him, hovering in the air. It was no longer the plain and unadorned artifact it once was. Now, the patterns of the 8 initial runes were vividly visible upon its surface, intertwining into a profound diagram encompassing the mysteries of the universe. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of Celestial Emperor artifacts and even surpassing that of immortal-grade Celestial Emperor weapons, radiated from the bell. A Tao artifact, a complete, supreme Tao artifact forged from the primordial paths of heaven and earth. Ha! Master, I have finally become whole. The cheerful yet exuberant voice of the artifact spirit, Wang Kai, echoed in Zhou Chen's sea of consciousness. Zhou Chen floated quietly in the abyss, sensing the cataclysmic power coursing through him, as well as the perfect resonance he shared with the chaos bell, his heart filled with tranquility. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through billions of miles of space, as if glimpsing something. Zhou Chen retracted his gaze, storing the chaos bell within him, and directed his attention to the three trembling figures beneath the altar. Dongfang Yin, Shimen Shan, and Nangong Yu were utterly stunned, their souls shaken by the miraculous scene before them. The one who had effortlessly slain Yi Wuhan, the celestial emperor of the fifth layer, had summoned the tolling of the heavens, breaking through 3 realms in an instant to reach the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm. What a terrifying existence this was. As senior, Dongfang Yan's voice trembled, barely managing to utter a coherent word. Zhou Chen's figure materialized before them, silent and serene. He did not speak, merely observing them with an expression devoid of emotion, yet it pierced through their souls, leaving them feeling utterly exposed, as if standing naked in a frigid wasteland, overwhelmed by an infinite chill that penetrated to their very bones. Was this truly a peer of their generation? Their ancestors would have been more than capable of handling such a presence. A sense of helplessness surged within them, a collective realization that they might never again boast of being prodigies. Thud. Shimen Shan was the first to crumble under the pressure, his legs buckling as he fell to the ground, his head bowed deeply. Forgive me, Venerable One. We are blind to your greatness and have offended your celestial might. For the sake of our families, I beseech you, spare our lives. Dongfang Yin and Nangong Yu, snapping back to reality, hastily followed suit, trembling as if caught in a tempest. In the face of absolute power, titles of ancient lineage and claims of brilliance became nothing but farcical. Zhou Chen regarded the 3 kneeling before him with an unruffled demeanor. To extinguish their lives? It held no significance. Their fortunes had already been seized, their worth fully drained. It would be wiser to play the long game. A flicker of boredom crossed Zhou Chen's mind as he waved his hand dismissively. Begone. The 3, hearing his words, felt as though they had been granted a reprieve from death, their faces lighting up with joy born from survival. Thank you for your mercy, Venerable One. We are eternally grateful. They bowed several times before turning to flee from this nightmarish realm. Wait. Zhou Chen's voice rang out once more, causing their momentum to falter, nearly sending them tumbling from the air. Return and inform your ancestors. His tone was flat. Yi Wuhan is merely a smokescreen. The true enemy is 1,000-fold stronger. If you wish to avoid annihilation, you must understand how to act. With that, he paid them no further heed. The 3 hastily expressed their gratitude once more and fled in disarray. Meanwhile, in the extreme west, within the eternal night demon palace, atop a black temple built upon endless bones, within a soul tower soaring to the heavens, a soul lamp fueled by eternal black flames extinguished abruptly, without warning. The demon lord guarding the tower opened his eyes wide, shock and disbelief etched across his face. The soul lamp of the palace lord. Extinguished? Silence. A deathly stillness ensued. Moments later, a roar filled with boundless rage and murderous intent erupted from the 9 corners of the palace, shaking the entire western expanse of the spirit realm. Who dares? Who has slain my son? A terrifying will, steeped in authority and fury, capable of freezing the heavens and the earth, awakened from the deepest confines of the palace. Concurrently, 9 figures radiating the aura of perfected celestial emperors surged forth from the palace, transforming into streaks of black light, racing towards the eastern domain of the spirit realm. The barbaric battlefield. Were anyone to witness this spectacle, they would be astounded to see the 9 demon lords of the eternal night demon palace. Chapter 530, The Ancestors' Arrival. A stroke of fortune. At the Xuantian Sect, in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain, the venerable elder, the old man of withered wood, abruptly opened his eyes during his secluded meditation. He sensed the resounding chime that reverberated through his very soul, and felt the fleeting yet boundless aura of a celestial emperor. A divine artifact has emerged. Someone has broken through to the pinnacle of celestial emperor. The expression on the old man of withered wood was filled with shock and bewilderment. Who could it be? Who is it? He attempted to divine the heavenly secrets, only to find them shrouded in chaos, obscured by an unfathomable force. The only certainty he had was that the source of that aura resided on the barbaric battlefield. Could it be him? A figure clad in green flashed before his mind, stirring a tempest within his spirit, only for the image to vanish. At that moment, Zhou Chen had completed his adjustments and was preparing to depart when an ancient yet gravely serious presence descended upon the abyss without warning. Zhou Chen paused, slowly turning around. The newcomer, clad in the robes of the Xuantian Sect's venerable elder, bore a gaunt visage. It was indeed the old man of withered wood. His aged eyes did not seek out the 3 ancient clan heirs who had narrowly escaped, nor did they linger on the peculiar eternal night altar. but were instead firmly fixed upon Zhou Chen. His gaze was filled with astonishment, suspicion, and a hint of reverence that he himself had not fully comprehended. Young friend, it is indeed your aura of breakthrough. The old man of withered wood's voice was hoarse and dry, each word articulated with deliberation. The closer he drew, the more profound his astonishment grew. Only upon witnessing Zhou Chen and sensing the incomprehensible, flawless aura of a perfected celestial emperor did he finally confirm that the absurd conjecture was true. That disciple, whom he had deemed to possess a steadfast heart and destined for greatness in due time at the Ascension Assembly, that Lin Dong, who had been granted the token to the heart-seeking tower and sent to the lower realms for experience, had traversed in just over a century the path that others could not complete in 1,000,000 or even 10 million years, standing at the pinnacle of this realm. Zhou Chen regarded the old man of withered wood, neither confirming nor denying. He simply asked with calm authority, "Is there something you need?" 3 simple words, yet they carried an undeniable gravitas. The old man of withered wood fell silent. What was he to do? Demand the secrets hidden within Zhou Chen? Seize the divine artifact in his possession? Such thoughts were ludicrous. The individual before him could extinguish his life with a mere finger. To expose his identity and collude with other sacred grounds to exert pressure? That would be utter folly, leading only to the Xuantian Sect's irrevocable demise. Having lived countless years, the old man of withered wood understood this well. He took a deep breath, a flicker of resolve flashing in his murky old eyes. He faced Zhou Chen, this young man who was still nominally his sect's disciple, and slowly, deeply bowed. "Old man, I have come to seek your acquaintance." This bow represented his relinquishment of all identities and positions, placing himself on equal, if not lower, footing with Zhou Chen. "We at the Xuantian Sect recognize that we cannot retain a true dragon such as yourself." The old man of withered wood raised his head, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity. "I do not seek anything else, merely to request that, considering our past ties during your time in the sect, should the spirit realm face upheaval and the Xuantian Sect encounter disaster, you would preserve a flicker of hope for us." He made no demands, only a nearly humble request. Zhou Chen regarded him, contemplating for a long while. This old man was astute. He nodded. Agreed. One word, one promise. The old man of withered wood exhaled in relief, a hint of a bittersweet smile gracing his features. He understood that this was the best outcome he could hope to procure for his sect. Yet at that very moment, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from the endless demonic domain of the extreme west. This pressure transcended even the celestial emperor, surpassing all laws of this realm. The entire spirit realm trembled violently beneath its weight. Above the skies, countless stars dimmed, as if mourning in fear. The countenance of the elder of withered wood turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any trace of color. He gazed in horror towards the west, his voice warped by an overwhelming dread. "No, the immortal one. He has awakened. The true master of the eternal night demon palace has stirred from slumber." This overwhelming aura of immortality surged like an invisible tide, engulfing the entire spirit realm in an instant. Mountains and rivers froze in place, and all laws fell silent. At that moment, both the common folk of the mortal realm and the reclusive celestial sovereigns felt a tremor that resonated from the very depths of their souls. It was as though an unseen hand had grasped the throats of all living beings, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury. Then, a vast, frigid, and emotionless voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all creatures. "I have returned." Merely 4 words, yet they seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. In the eastern domain of the spirit realm, countless cultivators engaged in fierce battles with demonic entities suddenly froze, their treasures clattering to the ground as the light in their eyes swiftly faded, replaced by hollowness and fervor. They turned and brandished their weapons against their companions. In the southern wilderness, amidst the myriad mountains, innumerable slumbering demon kings and beast gods, having lain dormant for eons, opened their eyes and bowed their proud heads towards the western sky. In the northern plains, beneath billions of miles of frozen snow, ancient demonic remains began to tremble violently, their millennia-old ice restraints shattering inch by inch. The entire world seemed to be welcoming the awakening of this primordial demon god. In the central celestial domain, within the Hall of Void, the few remaining celestial emperors of the 9 sacred lands had gathered. They had just learned of the fall of Yi Wuhan and had yet to rejoice when they were suddenly crushed by the overwhelming pressure of the immortal emperor, rendering them breathless. This is the master of the Hall of Void, a dignified middle-aged man of the 4th tier of celestial emperor, turned ashen, a trickle of golden imperial blood escaping his lips. The immortal celestial emperor, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple, with hands clasped, revealed a visage of despair for the first time. Amitabha, the master of the eternal night demon palace, the eternal night demon emperor, has truly broken free from his seal. Within the grand hall, silence reigned. All present understood the significance of this moment. The distinction between a celestial emperor and an immortal celestial emperor, though merely a word apart, represented an insurmountable chasm. The disparity in life levels was akin to the difference between an ant and a divine dragon. Together, the 9 of them, bolstered by the resources of their sects, might contend with a celestial emperor at the pinnacle of the 10th tier for a brief time. Yet before a genuine immortal celestial emperor, they lacked even the qualifications to resist. It is over, the spirit realm is doomed, a celestial emperor murmured, his resolve nearly shattered. Just then, in the farthest western reaches, 9 obsidian pillars of demonic energy surged skyward. Chapter 531. The Arrival at the Ruins, the Primordial Celestial Emperor. It was indeed the 9 demon lords of the Eternal Night Demon Palace. They had been hastening towards the savage battlefield, filled with vengeful fervor for Yi Wuan. However, upon sensing the awakening of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, they immediately halted, kneeling in the void and unleashing frenzied, yet reverent roars. Long live the Demon Emperor! Return to the world. The 9 celestial emperors, each at the pinnacle of the 10th tier, bowed in unison. This scene was vividly transmitted to the higher echelons of all the sacred lands through the water mirror secret techniques. The atmosphere within the Hall of Void became unbearably oppressive. We cannot simply await our demise. The elder of withered wood from the Xuantian Sect suddenly rose, his gaunt visage erupting with a fierce determination. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor has just awakened, his power not yet restored to its zenith. This is our sole opportunity. His gaze swept over all present, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Convey my decree. In the name of the Alliance of Righteous Path in the spirit realm, issue the highest level decree to exterminate demons throughout the entire spirit realm. Summon all cultivators of Celestial King level and above, regardless of race or sect, to gather within 3 days at the chaotic battlefield of the central celestial domain. This battle is not about righteousness or grudges. It is solely for survival. Those unwilling to heed the call shall be met with merciless slaughter. Those who flee shall face the annihilation of their 9 clans. The elder's voice resonated through the sound transmission formation, transforming into golden edicts that tore through the void, swiftly spreading to every corner of the spirit realm. In the ancient ancestral grounds of the primordial celestial clan, a venerable elder with hair white as snow gazed at yet another shattered soul tablet in the ancestral hall, tears streaming down his face. Upon receiving the summons, he abruptly wiped his tears, and an immense hatred ignited in his eyes. The blood debt of the Eternal Night Demon Palace must be repaid in kind. Dispatch the order. All sons of the ancient clan, rise up. Follow me to the chaotic battlefield. Simultaneously, the ancient clan, the Shiman clan, the Ji clan, and the few remaining families from the 8 imperial clans that had participated in sealing the Demon Emperor all responded. Countless hidden sects, long sealed away for millennia, emerged from their secluded abodes. They understood that beneath a ruined nest, no eggs could remain unscathed. Should they lose this battle, the entire spirit realm would be transformed into demonic soil, and all living beings would become mere fodder. In an instant, the spirit realm was swept into a tempest. Countless streaks of light, ships of the void, and grand teleportation arrays converged from all directions towards a singular destination, the central celestial domain. Here lay a desolate expanse, remnants of the ancient war between gods and demons, where the laws had collapsed and the earth lay charred, devoid of life for millions of miles. Yet, within a mere 3 days, this silent wasteland would be filled with an endless throng of figures. A dense multitude of cultivators gathered here, resembling an ocean without end. Celestial kings were as common as dogs, and celestial emperors were abundant. Millions, even tens of millions of cultivators, stood resolutely on this ancient battlefield, their spirits resolute and tragic. Above them, the sky, tainted by demonic energy, had turned a dark crimson. Before them loomed the forces of the Eternal Night Demon Palace, gathering and emanating tremendous demonic might. The most colossal and brutal final battle in the history of the spirit realm was about to commence. At the heart of this storm, within the abyss of the savage battlefield, Zhou Chen gazed distantly towards the central celestial domain, his consciousness acutely aware of the overwhelming battle intent and tragic aura emanating from the millions of cultivators. What a spectacle! How lamentable! How tragic! How admirable! He murmured softly. Yet his expression remained undisturbed. To the chaotic battlefield? To confront the Eternal Night Demon Emperor head-on? He was not foolish enough to do so. That place was now akin to a colossal meat grinder. Even celestial emperors could perish within. Though he had attained the pinnacle of the 10th tier of celestial emperor and wielded the Tao artifact, the Chaos Bell, he still lacked unassailable confidence against a genuine immortal celestial emperor. Moreover, The prophecy inscribed upon his system panel regarding the cataclysmic hand that would emerge in a millennium loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor might merely be an appetizer. His gaze swept across the system panel, finally resting upon a piece of information he had long overlooked. Celestial Great Event. In 5,000 years, the ancient Celestial Emperor's ruins will manifest in the depths of the chaotic sea, harboring the inheritance of the immortal Celestial Emperor. Along with an artifact of the immortal Celestial Emperor. 5,000 years. A smirk of intrigue curled at the corners of Zhou Chen's lips. I cannot wait that long. His thoughts stirred, and the upgraded map of opportunities instantly activated. Within Zhou Chen's sea of consciousness, a vast star chart encompassing the entire spirit realm gradually unfurled. He unreservedly infused his immense divine consciousness, honed to the pinnacle of the immortal Emperor's 10th level, into it. Countless luminous points representing opportunities sparkled on the star chart, resembling a sky full of stars. The majority were golden and multicolored light points, which Zhou Chen disregarded entirely. His divine consciousness, akin to an indomitable sword, directly locked onto one of the four great seas of the spirit realm, the chaotic demon sea. The map rapidly magnified, rendering every inch of the chaotic demon sea astonishingly clear in his sight. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a forbidden zone shrouded in endless spatial storms and chaotic thunder. It was the deepest part of the chaotic demon sea, the fabled return to ruins, a place even immortal emperors dared not tread lightly. At the heart of the return to ruins, a singular point of light radiated an unprecedented brilliance. This point transcended the colors of the rainbow, appearing as the source of myriad paths, the gateway to all wonders. The label accompanying the light point clearly displayed ancient characters, remains of the primal immortal emperor. He had found it. Zhou Chen felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. With a single step, his figure vanished into the abyss of the savage battlefield. The next moment, in the chaotic demon sea, at the return to ruins, Zhou Chen's silhouette emerged quietly. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding spatial storms, potent enough to rend an immortal emperor's body asunder, and the chaotic divine thunder, imbued with world-destroying might, surged toward him like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Zhou Chen did not even blink. Ding! A melodious bell tolled. The chaos bell hovered above his head, showering him in myriad strands of mysterious yellow energy, forming an impenetrable barrier of light. All spatial storms and chaotic divine thunders, upon contact with the barrier, were absorbed and refined as if cast into the depths of the sea, creating not even a ripple. Indeed, Zhou Chen was most satisfied with the power of the chaos bell after its ascension to a divine artifact. Bearing the chaos bell, he strolled leisurely through layers of peril and soon arrived at the core location marked on the map. Here, there existed a void. There was neither space nor time, only an eternal silence. Yet, in Zhou Chen's eyes, behind this void lay an ancient dimension, independent of the spirit realm. Open. Zhou Chen spoke the words, and the laws obeyed. He urged the chaos bell, gently striking the void ahead. Crack. The void before him instantaneously filled with web-like fissures. Following this, a massive portal exuding an ancient, primordial aura slowly materialized. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen stepped inside. The scene before him opened up brilliantly. This was a vast, boundless starry sky, devoid of sun or moon, yet adorned with countless stars radiating a gentle glow. At the center of this stellar expanse floated a white jade Dao platform. Upon this platform sat a colossal skeleton, towering to unimaginable heights. The skeleton shone with a jade-like luster, emanating an immortal and indestructible Dao resonance. Even after countless eons had passed, a terrifying oppressive force suffused the entire space. The primal immortal emperor, a supreme being from ancient times who had touched the realm of immortality. In the right hand of the skeleton, it quietly grasped a small bottle, no larger than a palm, entirely emerald green with an archaic design. Resting upon its knee was an ancient jade slip radiating a chaotic aura. Zhou Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to that small bottle. Could it be the same as Han Li's celestial bottle? The legendary supreme treasure capable of giving birth to all things and reversing time. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhou Chen advanced step by step toward the Dao platform, with every step causing golden lotuses to bloom beneath his feet. The oppressive force belonging to the immortal emperor felt utterly inconsequential to him. Soon, he stood beneath the Dao platform. Rather than immediately seize the treasure, he slightly bowed before the colossal skeleton, offering a gesture of respect. Predecessor, I beg your pardon. Regardless of circumstances, the entity before him was a worthy forerunner. After paying his respects, he extended his hand, gently grasping the emerald bottle. The moment his fingertips made contact with the bottle's surface, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host. You have preemptively intercepted the primal immortal emperor's ultimate inheritance by 5,000 years, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Infinite Level Technique Primordial One Chi Source Scripture, Volumes 3 and 4. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a complete divine artifact. The Chaos Lotus Platform. Boom. Two torrents of boundless information surged into Zhou Chen's mind simultaneously. The first stream contained the subsequent techniques of the Primordial One Chi Source Scripture. The content of Volume 3 was profoundly arcane, elucidating how to utilize one's own small world as a foundation to evolve myriad paths, ultimately transcending the confines of heaven and earth. Volume 4, however, contained but a single character, a character seemingly forged from thousands of Dao runes. Casting a glance at it nearly ensnared Zhou Chen's immortal emperor soul, threatening to plunge him into utter oblivion. Dao. Merely gazing at it sent shockwaves through Zhou Chen's spirit, causing his internal small world to tremble violently, nearly fracturing. Realizing the danger, he hastily sealed that portion of the technique deep within his sea of consciousness. He had a premonition that if he attempted to comprehend this character before truly breaking through to the immortal emperor realm, he would inevitably meet with the disastrous fate of becoming a Dao avatar's demise. The other stream of information pertained to the newly acquired divine artifact. The celestial bottle in his hand began to dissolve and reconstitute rapidly amidst a dazzling green light. Ultimately, it transformed into a 9-petal lotus platform. The lotus platform exhibited a chaotic hue, with 9 lotus leaves each imprinted with the Dao resonance of the 8 primordial inscriptions: wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, marsh, heaven, and earth. At the very center of the lotus heart rested a micro-black hole, capable of encompassing all and seemingly devouring everything. The Chaos Lotus Platform. An unmatched divine artifact, rooted in the same origin as the Chaos Bell, governing creation and protection. With a mere thought, Zhou Chen summoned the Chaos Lotus Platform, which transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring beneath his feet and supporting him steadily. A wondrous sensation, harmonizing with heaven and earth and resonating with myriad paths, surged within him. He sensed that with but a thought, he could return this relic space to chaos or breathe life into a desolate star domain. Standing atop the Chaos Lotus Platform, with the Chaos Bell suspended above his head, Zhou Chen felt an unprecedented terrifying power within him, and a faint smile of satisfaction finally graced his lips. However, the emergence of the celestial bottle left Zhou Chen in profound astonishment. By all accounts, the celestial bottle should have been in Han Li's possession. How could it have appeared in the hands of the primal immortal emperor? Zhou Chen stood atop the Chaos Lotus Platform, delving into the system panel with his consciousness. Name: Han Li Realm. Fate: recent opportunities. To his surprise, all entries were blank. It seemed that all information concerning him had utterly vanished from the system's probing. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Had he perished? Or had he transcended the system's range of detection? He recalled Han Li's emerald bottle. A fleeting shadow of doubt flickered through his mind, which he promptly suppressed. At present, he has no time to probe into Han Li's whereabouts. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to investigate in the future. System: initiate the Celestial Path simulation. Ding. The Celestial Path simulation function has been activated, consuming 100 energy points from the system. Simulation target: 10,000 years hence. Familiar scenes re-emerged as that colossal hand, which obscured the entire spirit realm and obliterated all vitality and laws, slowly descended. This time, Zhou Chen was not instantly erased. With the chaotic bell above his head and standing upon the chaotic lotus platform, he surged upwards. The bell's chime reverberated, and the lotus platform radiated the light of creation, engaging in a cataclysmic confrontation with that immense hand. 1 moment, 2 moments. Death. Crack. The scene shattered. Zhou Chen's expression remained tranquil, yet his gaze was laden with gravitas. Half an hour, and still just an ant. He had now attained the pinnacle of the immortal emperor's 10th level, wielding 2 supreme artifacts, convinced that he was invincible beneath the immortal realm. Yet, in the face of the ultimate catastrophe 10,000 years hence, he remained merely an ant, struggling for a moment longer. His gaze pierced through the remnants of space, directing towards the central celestial domain of the spirit realm. There, a blood-soaked battle, determining the fate of the spirit realm, had already commenced. Central celestial domain, the chaotic battlefield. This was the site of the fall of ancient gods and demons, where laws had collapsed, and the earth lay charred, with even time and space distorted. At this moment, this desolate expanse, spanning millions of miles, was filled with countless cultivators. Hundreds of thousands of massive void vessels hovered in the air, forming an iron wall. Each vessel was occupied by solemn-faced cultivators clad in battle armor. Their combined auras coalesced into a wolf smoke that pierced through the heavens. At the forefront of the allied forces stood over 100 figures, proud and resolute. They were the supreme elders and ancient ancestors from various holy lands and primordial immortal clans, each having lived innumerable years, their cultivation reaching the realm of immortal emperors. Among them, the elder of the withered wood from the Xuantian sect was prominently present. All were silent, their gazes heavy as they fixed upon the distant horizon. There, dark red demonic energy surged like a tide, obscuring the sun. Master, I am afraid. A young cultivator, possessing only the cultivation of the true immortal realm, felt his hand tremble around his sword. Beside him, an elder with a severed arm patted his shoulder, his voice hoarse. Fear is justified. Only fools are unafraid. Chapter 533, A Tragic Heroism. The human race shall never be enslaved. The elder's murky eyes held no fear, only a serene stillness. Child, remember. We stand here today not to survive, but to ensure that our descendants need not stand in our place. Child, listen well. My kin shall never be enslaved. The young cultivator's body shuddered, and his grip on the sword steadied. Similar scenes played out in every corner of the battlefield. Elderly cultivators with white hair shared their lifetime's worth of elixirs with the young. Former mortal enemies stood back to back, entrusting their lives to one another. In the face of existential peril, all grievances seemed trifling. A thunderous demonic roar erupted from the depths of the demonic energy. They come. The boundless demonic energy began to churn violently, and towering, terrifying demonic figures emerged. Leading them was a young man clad in a pitch-black imperial robe, his handsome visage exuding unparalleled authority. He floated calmly in the air, an immortal aura transcending the laws of heaven and earth, pressing down upon the entire chaotic battlefield, causing it to lament. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Behind him were 9 demonic lords, each radiating the aura of the 10th level of Immortal Emperor. Lined up in a row, their cold gazes surveying the allied forces below. Behind them, countless demon kings, demon generals, and millions of demonic soldiers amassed. Ants, before this emperor. Why do you not kneel? The Eternal Night Demon Emperor's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the soul of every individual. Kneel to your mother. A hot-tempered Immortal Emperor ancestor erupted in a furious curse. You rat in the gutter, come down and fight if you dare. As you wish. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor showed no sign of anger, only indifference. He slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed downwards. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, no cataclysmic chains of divine laws. It was simply a straightforward press. Boom. Before the righteous coalition. The iron wall formed by millions of void vessels crumbled as if made of paper, instantly reduced to dust. On the vessels, millions of cultivators below the Immortal King realm had no time to utter a single scream before they, along with the vessels, transformed into a sky full of blood mist. With a single palm, 1,000,000 cultivators were slaughtered. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was shaken to their core by this godlike strike. Kill. After a brief stillness, the elder of the withered wood was the first to react, emitting a mournful roar. Kill. The human race shall never be enslaved. Kill. Fight for humanity. Kill. Fight for the survival of the spirit realm. Over 100 Immortal Emperor ancestors roared in unison, transforming into beams of light, charging towards the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Fight! 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 In the rear, millions of cultivators were also stirred by bloodlust, their eyes blazing as they wielded their treasures, surging towards the endless demonic army like a flood unleashed. The most brutal bloodbath in the history of the spirit realm erupted completely. Those at the Immortal King realm engaged in fierce battles, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Immortal Emperor ancestors joined forces to besiege the demonic lords. Each strike fracturing the void. Blood stained the scorched earth, and severed limbs fell like raindrops. With every breath, thousands of lives were ground to dust in this colossal meat grinder. High above, the battle raged even more fiercely. The 9 ancient ancestors, the most powerful immortal emperors of the spirit realm, formed the ancient extermination array, attacking the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Sword energies surged, and the laws roared. The 9 poured all their strength into the fray, employing every secret technique and imperial weapon they possessed. However, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor merely stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the assaults to rain upon him. Not a single mark was left upon his immortal body. Have you had your fun yet? A hint of impatience finally appeared on the Eternal Night Demon Emperor's face. He extended a finger and gently pointed forward. Puff! The protective imperial weapon of an immortal emperor ancestor shattered in an instant. A bloody hole appeared in his brow, and the light in his eyes dimmed swiftly. Another point. The second ancient ancestor's body and soul were annihilated together. Ha ha ha, I shall perish together with you. Among the remaining 7, 3 ancient ancestors, realizing they were no match, exchanged resolute glances. In an instant, they ignited all their life essence and immortal Emperor Dao fruits. The energies of the heavens surge, my path flourishes. 3 blinding suns exploded beside the eternal night demon emperor. The cataclysmic energy storm swept through the entire heavens. This was the self-detonation of 3 10th-level immortal emperors. Its power was sufficient to erase an entire domain from the spirit realm. At the center of the storm, the figure of the eternal night demon emperor was utterly engulfed. The energy tempest rampaged for a full incense stick's duration before gradually dissipating. In the heavens above, a bottomless spatial black hole has been created, and countless dimensional tempests rage within it. The figure of the eternal night demon emperor reemerges, standing resolutely in place, his posture unchanged. However, a slight tear has marred the grandeur of his black imperial robe. He cast a glance at the rip in his clothing, and for the first time, genuine anger flickers across his handsome visage. You have successfully provoked my ire. His voice is frigid as he steps forward, instantaneously materializing before the remaining 4 ancient ancestors. The elder of the withered wood and his companions are struck with despair. The self-detonation of 3 comrades has merely left a slight tear in his robe. Is this the essence of the immortal celestial emperor? Despair, akin to an endless abyss, swiftly consumes their spirits. Die. The eternal night demon emperor utters a single word. For colossal hands, formed of undying demonic energy, materialize out of thin air, grasping towards the 4 individuals. Within the ruins of the primordial celestial emperor, Zhou Chen sits cross-legged upon a chaotic lotus platform. Before him, a water mirror, forged from chaotic essence, vividly reflects the unfolding chaos of the battlefield. He witnesses a million cultivators reduced to ashes beneath a single palm, and the celestial emperors, like moths drawn to a flame, self-destructing, yet only managing to mar a corner of their adversary's garment. Zhou Chen's expression grows solemn with respect. Although most of these individuals have no connection to him, he is reminded of the poignant ancestors of his past life. The realm of immortality is indeed formidable. His fingertips gently tap against the armrest of the lotus platform. However, it is not without its flaws. His gaze settles upon the eternal night demon emperor. To others, he appears overwhelmingly powerful, instilling despair. Yet in Zhou Chen's eyes, he perceives the vulnerabilities that linger within. The eternal night demon emperor has just awakened, and his strength is yet to be perfectly harmonized with the laws of this realm. Each strike he delivers consumes the primordial essence he has amassed over countless eons. His undying demonic body is not truly indestructible. Information from the system panel gradually emerges in Zhou Chen's mind. Chapter 534. The Secrets of the Demon Emperor, Death Without Fear. Name: Eternal Night Demon Emperor Yi Wujing. Realm: First layer of the Immortal Celestial Emperor Realm, weakened phase. Fate: Ultimately halted at the 10th layer of the Immortal Celestial Emperor. Current primordial power is slowly dwindling. And to regain his peak, he must devour the essence and souls of all beings in the spirit realm. So it is, Zhou Chen's heart comprehends. Although the Eternal Night Demon Emperor currently appears formidable, he is, in truth, hollow. Everything he does now is aimed at hastening the restoration of his power. Just then, the situation on the battlefield shifts once more. After slaying the 4 ancient ancestors, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor seems to find the act of killing one by one too tedious. He spreads his arms wide and closes his eyes. An invisible, eerie wave targeting the soul emanates from him, rippling outward. Eternal Night Soul silence, he whispers softly. In the next moment, countless cultivators, engaged in a desperate battle with the demonic entities, suddenly freeze in place. Their movements are arrested, and soon, black blood seeps from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Their bodies remain standing, their treasures still aglow, yet their souls have been utterly obliterated in that instant. Thud, thud. Groups of cultivators collapse like wheat sheaves cut down, falling silently. There are no screams, no struggles, only an eerie stillness. In an instant, countless lives are extinguished once more. This scene is even more terrifying and despair-inducing than the previous world-shattering palm strike. Ah, demon, I shall fight you to the death. The surviving cultivators have gone completely mad. They realize that fleeing is death, and fighting is also death. Since both paths lead to demise, they might as well die heroically. Yet, at that moment, the 9 demon lords of the Eternal Night Palace spring into action. They transform into 9 streaks of black light, plunging into the coalition's ranks like tigers among sheep. Each demon lord is a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Celestial Emperor. With every strike, they take countless lives. A sacred land master at the 8th layer of the Celestial Emperor has his skull crushed by a demon lord's claw. A sword formation composed of hundreds of celestial kings is scattered by a single breath of demonic energy, leaving the cultivators as mere skeletal remains. This is a complete massacre. The righteous coalition collapses like a house of cards. It is over. Everything is over. The Lord of the Tai Su Palace gazes upon the infernal scene before him, his eyes reflecting infinite sorrow. Beside him, the few remaining Celestial Emperor powerhouses are all injured and dispirited. They have failed, utterly and completely. Fellow Taoists. The Elder of the Withered Wood rasps, his voice echoing in their ears. The crowd turns to see a strange flush upon his previously sallow face. His aura rises in a peculiar manner. Elder Kermu, you the Lord of the Tai Su Palace's expression shifts. At this point, we can only fight to the death. A resolute fire ignites in the eyes of the Elder of the Withered Wood. Our Xuantian Sect possesses a forbidden formation known as the Return to Origin Annihilation Array. This formation can converge the life essence and celestial fruits of all of us into a single individual for a single strike. This strike may perhaps injure that demon emperor. His gaze sweeps over everyone present. Of course, the cost is that the one who enters the formation will have their soul extinguished, never to be reborn. I shall serve as the formation's eye. Silence envelopes the space. Everyone understands that this is their last chance, a road that leads only to death. Amitba. The old abbot of the 10,000 Buddha temple is the first to step forward, hands clasped together. If I do not enter hell, who will? Count me in. Ha ha. If we must die, so be it. What is there to fear? Count me in as well. One after another, Celestial Emperor powerhouses rise to their feet. There is no fear on their faces, only calmness and resolution. They are the guardians of the spirit realm. This is their destiny. The Elder of the Withered Wood gazes at them, tears of blood streaming from his murky old eyes. He looks up at the sky, shrouded in demonic energy, devoid of any glimmer of light, and silently cries out within. Is the fate of the spirit realm truly to be severed? Oh, if only there were some variables in this world. On the chaotic battlefield, the atmosphere of tragic heroism reaches its zenith. Centered around the Elder of the Withered Wood, a group of Celestial Emperor powerhouses forms an intricate and ancient formation. Return to origin annihilation. With my frail body, I offer to heaven and earth. The Elder of the Withered Wood lets out a long howl, and his desiccated form is the first to ignite, transforming into the purest essence of life. Surging into the formation, with my celestial fruit, I elevate the Xianyuan. With my soul, I sacrifice to the heavens. One by one, Celestial Emperors ignite everything they have. Their physical forms dissolve, their celestial fruits shatter, and their souls are obliterated. All their power coalesces into brilliant beams of light, frantically pouring into the body of the Elder of the Withered Wood. The breath of the withered tree elder, at this moment, transcended the shackles of the 10th tier of the immortal emperor, surpassing the limits of this realm. His form transformed into a blinding, terrifying radiance, too brilliant to behold. Within it brewed an energy so formidable that even the immortal emperors would gaze upon it with astonishment. High above, the eternal night demon emperor, reveling in the pleasures of slaughter, finally paused his actions. He regarded the rising sun below with an amused glint, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. In their despair, the ants can often emit a spark, however insignificant. Alas, how could the flicker of a firefly contend with the brilliance of the full moon? He made no attempt to intervene, instead watching leisurely as if savoring a splendid performance. Zhou Chen observed this scene in the water mirror, letting out a soft sigh. There was indeed a measure of spirit. On the battlefield, the energy of the Return to Origin Annihilation Array had reached its zenith. A hint of relief appeared on the already luminescent visage of the withered tree elder. He cast one last glance at the land that had birthed him, nurtured him, and would ultimately see his demise. Summoning all his remaining strength, he unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the spirit realm. Eternal Night, Demon Emperor, grant me death. Boom. That golden sun transformed into a beam of divine light, piercing through the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the fabric of time and space. Defying distance, and racing towards the Eternal Night Demon Emperor with a speed that transcended the laws of nature. This strike gathered the entirety of energy from over a dozen immortal emperors, a final ode of their lives. It represented the last glimmer of hope for the righteous alliance. Confronted with an attack that threatened his very existence, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor finally relinquished his disdain. His expression turned grave. A commendable assault. Yet, regrettably, before this emperor, it remains as feeble as an ant, easily crushed. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor slowly raised his right hand. A black vortex containing the essence of the immortal demonic path rapidly taking form within his palm. Eternal Night Abyss. The black vortex surged with power, morphing into a colossal black hole capable of devouring galaxies, hurtling towards the golden divine light. All held their breath. Chapter 535, The Ant Swan Song. The golden divine light tore through the heavens, carrying the annihilative force of the dozen immortal emperors, crashing towards the eternal night demon emperor. The black vortex swelled in response, evolving into a massive black hole that clashed head-on with the divine light. Thunderous roars echoed. The heavens and earth fell silent. The two forces engaged in a frenzied struggle in the void, intertwining gold and black into a whirlpool of destruction, fracturing space inch by inch. The laws of nature lamenting and snapping. On the chaotic battlefield, all surviving cultivators ceased their actions, their gazes fixed on the high heavens, where the fate of the spirit realm hung in the balance. It must succeed, please. Countless souls prayed silently, their eyes burning with the last flicker of hope. The golden divine light surged forward, surprisingly pushing the black vortex back. There's hope. A flicker of wild joy flashed in the eyes of the Taishu Palace Master. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze entirely. The black vortex suddenly trembled. An endless tide of demonic energy pouring forth from the eternal night demon emperor, frantically infusing the vortex. In an instant, the vortex expanded exponentially, countering the assault with overwhelming force. Crack! The golden divine light began to shatter inch by inch. No! The withered tree elder's figure emitted a cry of indignation. He burned the last remnants of his soul, striving for one final push. Yet it was futile. The golden divine light completely shattered, transforming into a rain of light, dissipating throughout the heavens and earth. The black vortex, undeterred, crashed down onto the battlefield below. It was over. The hope in everyone's eyes was extinguished entirely. Boom. The black vortex struck the ground, transforming the surrounding landscape into nothingness. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators, unable to escape in time, were consumed without a sound. In the heights above, the eternal night demon emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the fleeing cultivators, who resembled ants in their desperation. A mocking smile curling his lips. Just the struggles of ants, now concluded. He lifted his right hand, demonic energy roiling within his palm, preparing to unleash a final strike to obliterate all beings on this battlefield. The Taishu Palace Master closed his eyes. The few remaining arhats of the 10,000 Buddha temple pressed their palms together, softly chanting the rebirth mantra. The survivors of the ancient celestial clans, the Gu, Yi, and Shao families, bore expressions filled with despair and reluctance. They had exerted all their might, yet still could not shake the impervious immortal demon emperor. The gap was insurmountable, a chasm that inspired hopelessness. The eternal night demon emperor's palm descended slowly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. All cultivators found their bodies ensnared by this oppressive force, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as the hand of death drew closer. Is the spirit realm doomed? Someone murmured, tears of blood streaming down their cheeks. Just then, within the remnants of the primordial immortal emperor, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged upon the chaotic lotus platform, observing the scene unfolding in the water mirror, his brow furrowing slightly. Ding! Warning! Warning! The spirit realm's heavenly path is being invaded by the essence of the immortal demonic path. Should the heavenly path of the spirit realm be completely eroded or replaced, it shall no longer give birth to the destined ones, and the host will permanently lose the chance to seize opportunities in this realm. It is advised that the host take immediate action to prevent the eternal night demon emperor from annihilating the spirit realm. The system's cold prompt echoed in Zhou Chen's mind. His brow furrowed deeper. TSK. He clicked his tongue softly, rising to his feet. How troublesome. I had intended to wait a bit longer, hoping to seize an opportunity. I did not expect this old demon to be so ruthless, intent on annihilating the entire spirit realm. Zhou Chen shook his head, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. He was no savior, nor did he possess the resolve to rescue the masses. His intervention was merely because the spirit realm represented a fertile field of opportunities for him. Destroying the spirit realm would sever his future prospects. This transaction was simply not worth the cost. Ah well. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, his form flickering before vanishing within the ruins. On the chaotic battlefield, the eternal night demon emperor's demonic hand was now less than 100 feet from the ground. All cultivators closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet at that moment, a voice of utmost calmness resonated in everyone's ears. Halt! The voice was soft, yet remarkably clear. The eternal night demon emperor paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. Suddenly, the void tore open, and a figure clad in azure robes emerged slowly. The newcomer stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding a restrained aura, appearing utterly unremarkable. Yet with each step he took, golden lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, the void parting to make way. A terrifying pressure, transcending the laws of heaven and earth and surpassing all paths, began to rise from his being. An immortal emperor. No, wait. The eternal night demon emperor's pupils constricted sharply. This aura, though not yet fully stepping into the realm of immortality, had already brushed against that threshold. The pinnacle of the 10th tier of the immortal emperor? Who are you? The voice of the eternal night demon emperor bore an unprecedented weight. Zhou Chen remained silent, simply raising his right hand and gently gesturing toward the impending descent of the demonic hand below. A reverberation echoed as an unseen wave radiated outward. The condensed demonic hand of the eternal night demon emperor shattered instantaneously, dispersing into a vast expanse of demonic energy that dissolved into the ether. What? The expression on the eternal night demon emperor's face altered dramatically. Below, all the cultivators abruptly opened their eyes. Incredulity etched upon their faces as they beheld this scene. We are not dead? Who has saved us? Countless gazes converged upon the figure clad in azure high above. Zhou Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze serene as he regarded the eternal night demon emperor, speaking with a detached calmness. Eternal night demon emperor, I have long admired your reputation. However, this is where it ends. The eternal night demon emperor fixated on Zhou Chen, a flicker of wariness glimmering in his eyes. He sensed that this young man in azure was formidable, so formidable that it invoked a hint of terrifying threat, even an indescribable dread. Who are you? The eternal night demon emperor inquired in a low, grave tone. When did such a figure emerge in the spirit realm, and why was I completely unaware? A smile graced Zhou Chen's lips. Me? Just a passerby, a humble worker. He paused, surveying the ravaged battlefield below and the multitude of cultivators, his tone unperturbed. You wish to annihilate the spirit realm. I have no objections. But if you destroy the spirit realm, where shall I harvest my fortunes in the future? Thus, Zhou Chen lifted his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You must die. As his words fell, the entire battlefield succumbed to a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by his remark regarding where he would harvest his fortunes. This sudden emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse acted for such a reason? The master of the Void Palace twitched at the corners of his mouth, caught in a moment of uncertainty between laughter and tears. The eternal night demon emperor, taken aback for a moment, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha! How amusing! I, who have traversed eons, have encountered countless self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites. Yet this is the first time I have met someone so entertaining. Chapter 536, The Realm of Immortality. The eternal night demon emperor's eyes blazed with battle intent, his demonic might surging uncontrollably. Very well. Since that is the case, let me see if you possess the qualifications to utter such words. With a thunderous step, the eternal night demon emperor's form expanded immensely, transforming into a towering demonic figure. The true body of the demon god. The demonic figure roared towards the heavens. An endless tide of demonic energy converging from all directions, infusing into its being. It raised its colossal fist and struck down toward Zhou Chen. This blow contained the primal essence of the immortal demonic path, capable of cleaving through an entire domain. Zhou Chen remained steadfast, not evading at all. He merely lifted his right hand and flicked his fingers. Clink! A crisp sound echoed as the fist of the demonic figure, potent enough to shatter stars, was halted mere inches from Zhou Chen's brow by an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Is that all? Zhou Chen stated coolly. With a slight exertion of his finger, cracks began to appear on the fist of the demonic figure. What? The eternal night demon emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Chen did not grant him a moment to react. His figure flickered and appeared atop the head of the demonic figure. Chaotic bell, suppress. A melodious chime resonated through the heavens and the earth. The innate primordial essence surged to its fullest, and the chaotic bell erupted from Zhou Chen's body, expanding into a colossal bell that overshadowed the sky, enveloping the demonic figure entirely within. The bell's surface, adorned with 8 primordial inscriptions, flickered violently, emanating terrifying suppressive power. The demonic figure writhed furiously within the bell, yet could not budge an inch. Damn it! The eternal night demon emperor roared, his figure trembling as the demonic image exploded into countless streams of demonic energy, slipping through the bell's crevices and reforming into humanoid form in the distance. His countenance darkened as he glared at Zhou Chen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. This is a complete Dao artifact. Who are you really? Zhou Chen retrieved the chaotic bell, a chaotic lotus platform appearing beneath his feet, supporting him securely. As I said, just a passerby. He paused before a smile graced his lips. However, they call me Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen. The eternal night demon emperor furrowed his brow, searching his memories for this name, but found no recollection. An unknown individual dares to act presumptuously before me. He inhaled deeply, his demonic might surging once more. In that case, allow me to show you what true immortal power is. The eternal night demon emperor formed seals with his hands, and behind him unfolded a vast, boundless expanse of black starry sky. Within this celestial realm, countless stars twinkled, each one representing a world he had obliterated. Eternal night, star domain, burial of myriad worlds. Countless stars erupted with blinding black light, transforming into beams of annihilation that surged toward Zhou Chen from all directions. Each beam contained the terrifying power capable of obliterating an entire domain. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. This technique indeed possessed some merit. He ceased holding back, activating both the chaotic bell and the chaotic lotus platform, which erupted with resplendent radiance simultaneously. Chaotic domain, open. An intangible domain unfurled around Zhou Chen, devouring all incoming beams of light. Within this domain, myriad creation energies surged and waned, dissipating the eternal night demon emperor's assault layer by layer. Thus, the two engaged in a cataclysmic battle high above the heavens. Every strike was visceral, every move lethal. Each collision shattered the void, and the laws wailed in lamentation. Below, all the cultivators were left in awe. Is this the battle of peak powerhouses? It's overwhelmingly strong, rendering one utterly despairing. In but a brief incense stick's time, the battle raged on for over 10,000 exchanges. Zhou Chen grew increasingly astonished. The eternal night demon emperor truly lived up to his title as an immortal celestial emperor. Even in a weakened state, he remained absurdly powerful. Although Zhou Chen could contend with him using the two Dao artifacts, he was unable to gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. A swift resolution was imperative. A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. He took a deep breath, the small world within his body operating frantically, the branches and leaves of the world tree swaying violently. An ineffable insight surged within his heart. The realm of immortality transcends heaven and earth, surpassing all paths. What is the Dao? Zhou Chen closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into the small world within. In this realm, the world tree took root within the chaos, absorbing the boundless chaotic energy, seizing the opportunities of heaven and earth, capturing the fortunes of all beings, intercepting the creations of the heavens. Suddenly, Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance igniting within them. Boom! A breath of terrifying energy that transcended the perfect pinnacle of the celestial emperor surged forth from him, as he genuinely brushed against the threshold of immortality. Behind him, an immense phantom emerged, wielding an ancient long sword inscribed with an archaic character. Sever. This caused the eternal night demon emperor's pupils to constrict sharply. Shock etched across his face for the first time. You are breaking through? Impossible. How could anyone transcend the realm of immortality amidst battle? The Evernight demon emperor. Zhou Chen's voice was calm and unwavering, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Thank you for aiding my breakthrough. In return, I shall escort you on your journey. High above the heavens, Zhou Chen stood upon the chaotic lotus platform, with the chaotic bell suspended above him, the essence of Xianhuang cascading down. The Evernight demon emperor loomed with his colossal demonic form. Behind him, a myriad of twinkling stars. Below on the battlefield, millions of cultivators held their breath in awe, as the charred earth was stained a dark crimson by the congealed demonic blood. Evernight star domains 10,000 realms burial. The Evernight demon emperor's arms trembled violently, propelling himself forward once more, as the countless stars in his domain erupted in a blinding radiance. Each star was the core of a shattered miniature world, now transformed into a terrifying torrent of energy, tearing through the void towards Zhou Chen. Wherever the stars passed, space was obliterated inch by inch. Even the fragmented laws of the chaotic battlefield were completely erased. Zhou Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. The 9 petals of the chaotic lotus platform beneath his feet began to rotate gently, while the 8 primordial inscriptions of wind, thunder, water, and fire illuminated simultaneously. The central lotus heart, akin to a black hole, suddenly expanded into a vortex that devoured all. Swallow. Zhou Chen softly uttered a single word, and the vortex spiraled upward, colliding thunderously with the dark pillars of light raining down. Boom. A silent explosion erupted in the void. The terrifying shockwave rippled outward, reducing all floating mountains and vessels within a 1,000-mile radius to dust. The cultivators below were horrified, forming a defensive formation. Yet over 100 celestial emperors working in concert could barely withstand the aftermath, their blood surging violently. Quite intriguing. The Evernight demon emperor's eyes flickered with demonic flames, but relying solely on your Dao artifacts is not sufficient to contend with me. He clenched his fingers suddenly. The star domain behind him contracted abruptly, thousands of stars collapsing into a singularity of profound darkness. This darkness began to twist rapidly, transforming into a pitch-black demonic spear. At the spear's tip, a scarlet light flared, as if it contained the very essence of slaughter from myriad realms. Evernight God-slaying spear, burying the heavens. Chapter 537, Causality Severed. The moment the demonic spear was unleashed, time seemed to stand still. As it traversed the void, it left behind eternal fissures. Even the chaotic battlefield's self-repairing capabilities were entirely stripped away. This spear had touched upon the true essence of slaughter that transcended immortality, annihilating existence. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. Within his miniature world, the world tree swayed wildly, its roots delving into the boundless chaos. While its branches and leaves spanned across the 3,000 paths, the 8 primordial inscriptions detached from the chaotic bell, transforming into 8 streams of light that entered his palm. Qian for heaven, Kuan for earth, Zhen for thunder, Sun for wind, Qin for water, Li for fire, Jin for mountain, Dy for marsh. The 8 primal forces intertwined and fused in his grasp. The chaotic bell, calming the 8 directions. The chaotic lotus, nurturing creation. Zhou Chen formed seals with his hands, unleashing both Dao artifacts' full power for the first time. The chaotic bell resonated with a thunderous roar, revealing illusory images of the primordial mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, while the bell sound transformed into tangible golden ripples, layer upon layer, advancing towards the demonic spear. The chaotic lotus platform radiated boundless pure light. The lotus heart's black hole reversing, exuding the life essence that nurtured all, morphing into billions of azure lotus flowers, each containing the nascent form of a miniature world. Clang! At the instant of collision between the spear and the bell's waves, the entire spirit realm trembled. At the edge of the central celestial domain, dozens of floating immortal islands could not withstand the impact of the Dao sound, shattering into stardust. The ground of the chaotic battlefield collapsed once more, giving rise to a bottomless gorge, where turbulent spatial currents raged, devouring thousands of demonic soldiers who could not escape in time. The spear's tip pierced 3 inches into the golden ripples, yet could advance no further. Billions of azure lotus flowers, like moths to a flame, surged forward, crashing against the spear's body, each flower's annihilation chipping away at the spear's formidable power. The Evernight Demon Emperor's expression shifted slightly, and he bit down on his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of his life essence demonic blood. The blood merged into the spear's body, causing the scarlet point to swell, transforming into a fearsome demonic eye. Open! As the eye opened, a destructive divine light erupted. The golden bell waves were pierced layer upon layer, and the azure lotus flowers fell in droves. The god-slaying spear's power surged dramatically, instantly breaching the defenses, aiming directly at Zhou Chen's brow. Life and death in an instant. Yet Zhou Chen closed his eyes. His consciousness descended into his miniature world, gazing upon the world tree that spanned heaven and earth. Atop the crown, 8 shadowy imprints of the primordial inscriptions slowly rotated, while below, chaotic energy surged like a tidal wave, seizing a thread of life, severing the chances of the Dao. In the next moment, Zhou Chen's eyes snapped open. Within his gaze, 8-colored divine light rotated, ultimately converging into a singular chaos. He no longer defended. Instead, he took a step forward, willingly confronting the god-slaying demonic spear. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, a point of chaotic light gathering at his fingertips, seemingly faint, yet it set off alarm bells in the Evernight Demon Emperor's mind. Heaven-cutting slash, Zhou Chen whispered, as the sword pointed downwards. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, no world-destroying might. This strike merely severed the causal connection between the spear and the Evernight Demon Emperor. As the sword light passed, the spear infused with the power of immortal slaughter began to dissipate like a mirage, reverting to the void's demonic energy, returning to the heavens and earth. As if it had never been formed, never summoned. What? The Evernight Demon Emperor's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed that the unbreakable primordial connection between himself and the spear had been severed. No, not just the connection. Even the fact that he had once forged this spear was being erased. You have touched upon the level of the Dao. The Evernight Demon Emperor's voice trembled. Only a Dao that transcends the laws can audaciously alter reality and sever causality in such a manner. Zhou Chen remained silent. He raised his sword finger once more, this time aiming for the Evernight Demon Emperor's brow. This strike severs your immortal Dao fruit. Before the sword light could emerge, the Evernight Demon Emperor had already retreated in horror. Behind him, the Black Star domain burned furiously, countless stars exploded, transforming into a torrent of demonic energy that surged into him. His colossal demonic form swelled once more, his skin adorned with countless demonic patterns, each a wailing soul of a devoured being. Evernight's true body, the congregation of 10,000 demons. standing tall, his mouth open wide, drawing in the remaining souls and blood essence of millions of cultivators still lingering on the battlefield, forcibly extracting them, transforming them into a crimson torrent that flowed into him. His aura surged violently, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the shackles of his weakened state, returning to his peak. Demon head, dare you? The master of the Tai Su Palace's eyes were bloodshot. Yet Zhou Chen remained composed. He gazed up at the devouring maw, his sword finger gently turning. Causality severed. As Zhou Chen's words were uttered, the crimson torrent flowing into the demonic mouth abruptly froze in midair. Following that, the torrent reversed, transforming into pure life essence, cascading down like raindrops upon the battlefield, merging with the earth. On the charred ground, tender green sprouts began to break through the soil, and dead ancient trees sprouted new branches. Plunder had been reversed into bestowal. No, the Evernight Demon Emperor let out a desperate roar. He felt his authority to plunder this realm being stripped away. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling him from the throne of the plunderer, returning him to the status of the plundered. Zhou Chen took his third step, already before the Demon Emperor. The two stood merely 3 feet apart, and he could clearly see his own reflection in the other's eyes, clad in azure robes, with a gaze like an abyss. Zhou Chen lightly tapped the Evernight Demon Emperor's brow with his sword finger. There was no radiance, no sound. The Evernight Demon Emperor's movements froze in place. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, yet no sound escaped his lips. A crack, as fine as a hair, slowly emerged at his brow and began to extend downward. This fissure severed the very essence of his existence as the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. From this moment forth, the aura of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor would no longer pervade the realms. All the demonic arts he had cultivated, the Tao fruits he had condensed, and the traces he had left behind were utterly erased by this singular strike, obliterated at the root of the great Tao. Crack! His colossal demonic form split asunder, collapsing into 2 halves with a thunderous roar. No blood gushed forth, no demonic energy dissipated. It resembled a painting that had been meticulously erased, leaving behind a chilling cleanliness. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor had perished, utterly and irrevocably. Zhou Chen withdrew his fingers, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the void. The brilliance of the Chaos Lotus beneath his feet retracted, while the Chaos Bell above his head quietly returned to him. He glanced at his fingertips, where a remnant of the severed Tao resonance lingered. So that is how it is, he murmured softly. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gazed at this scene in a daze, their minds blank. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor was dead? The one who had plunged the entire spirit realm into despair, who had slaughtered millions of cultivators, and whose immortal presence could not be shaken even by the self-detonation of over a dozen celestial emperors, had simply died. Died at the hands of a suddenly appeared man clad in blue? We won, we truly won. It was unclear who was the first to react, but a hoarse cry erupted. We won. The spirit realm has been saved. Zhou Tiandi, Zhou Tiandi, Zhou Tiandi. Countless cultivators erupted into frenzied cheers, their voices merging into a tidal wave that soared to the heavens. They knew nothing of Zhou Chen's origins, nor of his past. Yet at this moment, in the hearts of all, this blue-clad man who had slain the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was the savior of the spirit realm, the new celestial emperor. High above, Zhou Chen sheathed his long sword, the terrifying aura around him gradually receding. He looked down at the cheering crowd, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Celestial Emperor? Zhou Chen shook his head, a self-mocking smile curving his lips. I am no celestial emperor. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Perhaps I am merely a pawn. Zhou Chen couldn't help but think of the cataclysmic hand of destruction that would rise 10,000 years hence, and the fleeting sense of pride he had just felt evaporated. Just as he prepared to depart, a sharp female voice pierced through the crowd. Wait. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, turning towards the source of the sound. In the throng, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty striking, was staring at him with eyes full of accusation and rage. Zhou Chen, with your strength, why did you not arrive sooner? The woman's voice grew increasingly shrill, tinged with a desperate madness. You clearly possess this power. Why did you stand by and watch as so many perished? Do you have any idea how many lives were lost just now? Millions. Millions of lives. If you had acted sooner, they would not have died. You are nothing but a selfish coward. You are unworthy of being called a celestial emperor. As her words fell, the surroundings plunged into a dead silence. Everyone regarded her with expressions of disbelief. The master of the Tai Su Palace's expression changed abruptly, as he hastily exclaimed, Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? An elder from the Gu family barked in anger. Impudence. Zhou Tiandi saved the entire spirit realm. How dare you slander him? Yet the woman paid no heed, her gaze still fixed on Zhou Chen, eyes brimming with reproach. Have I spoken wrongly? If he had arrived sooner, those people would not have died. He did it on purpose. He deliberately waited until the last moment to act, so that everyone would be grateful to him, worship him. He is nothing but a hypocrite. Zhou Chen listened quietly to the woman's accusations, his face devoid of expression. A glance revealed a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He recognized her as Gu Qingwei, the Gu family saintess, whom he had intercepted earlier in the forbidden grounds of the Xuantian Sect. So it was you. A playful smile tugged at Zhou Chen's lips. No wonder. He raised his right hand and gently pointed at Gu Qingwei. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am not a hypocrite. I have never claimed to be a gentleman. As his words fell, an invisible wave surged from Zhou Chen's fingertip, instantaneously embedding itself in Gu Qingwei's brow. Her body stiffened abruptly, the light in her eyes fading rapidly. The next moment, her form exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Not even her soul managed to escape. Utterly annihilated, Zhou Chen retracted his finger, speaking in a calm tone. The damned, evil spirit has not yet been completely extinguished. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. All were stunned. An evil spirit? Gu Qingwei was an evil spirit? But she was clearly the saintess of the Gu family. The elder from the Gu family turned pale, rushing forward to inspect the blood mist left by Gu Qingwei. Moments later, his complexion was ashen, and he deeply bowed to Zhou Chen. Thank you, Zhou Tiandi, for cleansing my Gu family of this menace. This woman had long been possessed by an evil spirit, and we were utterly unaware, nearly causing a catastrophe. Zhou Chen waved his hand, signaling for the elder to withdraw. The elder, relieved that Zhou Chen did not pursue the matter, discreetly retreated. Just as Zhou Chen was about to leave, an ancient and melodious song began to resonate through the void. Time flows like water, and years weave like a shuttle across the vast expanse of eternity. Who holds sway? The song's ethereal quality seemed to emanate from the very dawn of existence, yet also felt as if it were echoing from a future yet to come. Zhou Chen halted abruptly, his head snapping up. Before him, the void tore open, revealing a river composed of countless points of light, flowing forth from the rift. It was the river of time. Upon this river, a small boat glided slowly toward him. Standing upon it was a figure. The figure faced away from the crowd, obscuring its features, but Zhou Chen could see a jade-green vial clutched in their hand. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. This is Han Li. At the sound of his name, the figure gradually turned around. A countenance that was unremarkable, yet possessed an otherworldly aura came into Zhou Chen's view. It was indeed Han Li. Han Li gazed at Zhou Chen, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It has been a long time, brother Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen fixed his eyes on him. A whirlwind of thoughts swirling within. How could Han Li possibly be here? How could the vial of heavenly control appear in the hands of the Tai Chu Celestial Emperor? And the river of time beneath his feet, that was a power said to be wielded only by those who transcended the immortal celestial emperors. Those who had touched the realm of the Tao ancestor. What realm is Han Li truly in? Just as Zhou Chen was engulfed in uncertainty, Han Li spoke. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in Zhou Chen's ears. Perhaps we should have a conversation. As Han Li's words fell, before Zhou Chen could respond, the scene before him abruptly distorted. The chaotic battlefield vanished, the jubilant cultivators disappeared, and even the river of time faded away. Zhou Chen found himself standing in a pure white void, with nothing but emptiness beneath his feet and above his head, surrounded by an absence of any reference points. Han Si stood before him, 3 zhang away, clutching a small emerald vial in his hand, a gentle smile adorning his face. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, his consciousness swiftly expanding to probe the fabric of this space. Yet, the moment his awareness grazed the periphery of the realm, it was repelled by an invisible force. Spare your efforts, Han Si remarked, shaking his head with an air of indifference. This is my personal miniature world. Unless you can shatter the barrier of the eternal immortal emperor, escape is impossible. Zhou Chen withdrew his consciousness, fixating his gaze on Han Si, remaining silent. His mind raced, subtly urging the system panel to unveil information about Han Si. Ding. Warning. The target's power far exceeds that of the host, and a portion of their essence has merged with the heavenly path. Forcibly probing will attract the attention of the heavenly path. The system's cold prompt echoed in his mind. A wave of unease washed over Zhou Chen. Even the system could not easily investigate. What realm, then, did Han Si occupy? What occupies your thoughts? Han Si inquired, his tone akin to a casual conversation with an old friend. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, suppressing his apprehensions, and spoke. You brought me here for a purpose. What is it that you wish to convey? Han Si did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the pure white void, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Do you know? He began softly. I have lived for an exceedingly long time. So long that even I cannot recall how many years have passed. 1 million years? 10 million? Or perhaps even longer. His voice, though soft, carried an ineffable weight of melancholy. Throughout these endless years, I have witnessed countless prodigies rise, as well as innumerable formidable beings fall. I once believed that as long as I continued to grow stronger, I would uncover the meaning of life. Yet, when I truly stood atop this realm, I realized he paused, turning his gaze to Zhou Chen, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes. I am profoundly lonely. Zhou Chen's brow knitted slightly. Lonely? An ancient being who had lived for at least 1,000,000 years speaks of loneliness? Hansi seemed to perceive Zhou Chen's skepticism and shook his head with a smile. You do not understand, he murmured. When your power surpasses all living beings in this realm, when you find there is no one left to stand beside you, that solitude can drive one to madness. Hansi raised his right hand, and a swirling mass of chaotic energy manifested in his palm. Within this chaos, images began to unfold, figures of formidable beings. There were sword immortals wielding divine blades, shattering the gates of heaven, supreme martial artists traversing star rivers, shattering celestial bodies with their fists, and Taoists deciphering heavenly mysteries, reversing the dualities of yin and yang. Each figure radiated an overwhelming pressure, standing at the pinnacle of their respective eras. Yet, all of these figures ultimately crumbled into dust, dissipating in the river of time. These individuals were once my adversaries, Hansi stated flatly, yet they were far too weak. Weak to the point where they lacked the qualification to compel me to exert myself seriously. With a clenched fist, the chaotic energy dissipated. Thus, I resolved to cultivate a rival myself. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. Cultivating a rival? Was he out of his mind? Hansi seemed to discern Zhou Chen's thoughts and chuckled softly, shaking his head. I am not insane, he replied quietly. I simply can no longer afford to wait. I once spent 100,000 years nurturing a genius named Tai Chu. I provided him with the finest techniques, the best resources, and even paved the way for him, ensuring his path was smooth, ultimately allowing him to achieve the status of eternal immortal emperor. Yet, when he truly stood before me, I discovered a glimmer of disappointment flashed in Hansi's eyes. He was far too weak. Weak to the point where he did not have the right to meet me. Zhou Chen's heart jolted. Tai Chu, the immortal emperor, was actually cultivated by Hansi? Then the inheritance he received from the ruins of the Tai Chu emperor was, in fact, seemingly reading Zhou Chen's thoughts. Hansi nodded with a smile. Indeed, he said softly. The ruins of the Tai Chu emperor were laid out by my own hands. I intended to lend you my treasured artifact, the Xuantian vial, through his ruins. He raised the emerald vial in his hand, a trace of tenderness crossing his gaze. The Xuantian vial can hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, reverse the dualities of yin and yang, and even allow time to flow backward. I believe that with the Xuantian vial's assistance, you would grow more swiftly. However, I did not anticipate. Hansi looked at Zhou Chen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your rate of growth has surpassed my expectations. Moreover, you have not once utilized the power of the Xuantian vial. Zhou Chen's heart raced. He indeed had not employed the vial's power. The system had returned to him a complete Tao artifact, the chaotic lotus platform, which was no less than the Xuantian vial. Yet, he could never let Hansi discover this. I merely had a stroke of good fortune, Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. Hansi gazed at him intently, not pressing further. He tossed the Xuantian vial lightly into the air, where it spun, radiating a brilliant green light. The emerald glow enveloped Zhou Chen entirely, causing him to startle and instinctively attempt to resist, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force. Sensing the aura of the mother vial of the Xuantian vial, the vial within Zhou Chen's miniature world trembled violently, struggling to escape but remaining ensnared. Yet the external Xuantian vial merely shivered slightly, and the sub-vial broke free from its vortex, transforming into a streak of light and returning to Hansi's hand, its body vibrating gently, exuding a jubilant emotion. Hansi caressed the vial, tenderness gleaming in his eyes. Good, you've returned. He lifted his gaze to Zhou Chen, a glimmer of admiration crossing his features. Your innate treasure is remarkable. It has managed to consume the majority of the Xuantian vial's essence, integrating it into yourself. This talent is exponentially greater than that of Tai Chu. Zhou Chen felt a weight in his heart. Had he been discovered? Yet Hansi's subsequent words eased his tension. However, this is quite normal. Hansi chuckled and shook his head. The sub-vial of the Xuantian vial was deliberately left in the ruins. Being consumed by your artifact is merely a case of making full use of resources. With a flick of his hand, the Xuantian vial vanished from sight. The next moment, a robe of deep green, ancient in design, adorned his form. Countless runes swirled around Hansi, emanating a terrifying pressure. Zhou Chen gazed at Hansi, a sense of gravity flickering in his eyes. The power of Hansi was likely far more formidable than he had imagined. You brought me here merely to reclaim the Xuantian vial? Zhou Chen inquired in a low voice. Han Si shook his head. Reclaiming the Xuantian vial was merely incidental. What I truly wish to convey is of another matter. He raised his gaze to the void, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. Zhou Chen, do you wish to know how to transcend the Dao Ancestor Realm? Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. The Dao Ancestor Realm. That was the legendary state beyond the eternal, immortal Emperor. You know how to break through? Zhou Chen asked earnestly. Han Si nodded. I do, he replied softly. Moreover, I have already discovered the method. However, he paused, turning to Zhou Chen, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes. This method necessitates a rival, an opponent of equal caliber. Zhou Chen's heart raced as he vaguely discerned what Han Si was about to convey. Indeed, Han Si's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. To transcend to the realm of the Dao Ancestor, one must embody the Dao. Han Si remarked with a hint of detachment, yet I have attempted countless times. All to no avail. It was not until 1,000,000 years ago that I finally grasped the path. If one path cannot be merged, then one must coalesce two paths and unite them as one. However, a single individual cannot condense two immortal paths. Gazing intently at Zhou Chen, a flicker of madness glimmered in Han Si's eyes. I require the cultivation of a rival, an adversary of equal stature. Then, I shall slay him. The victor shall merge with the Dao and become an ancestor, while the vanquished shall perish, their essence extinguished. Zhou Chen felt a jolt of realization. This individual was truly deranged. To achieve the Dao Ancestor Realm, he intended to foster a competitor only to subsequently kill him? Is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor one such creation of yours? Zhou Chen inquired gravely. Han Si shook his head. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor was merely a failed experiment I inadvertently cultivated during my leisure. I sought to observe how far the demonic path could advance. But he has been an utter disappointment. The immortal path formed from heretical means is tainted and cannot be deemed immortal. Chapter 540. The Dignity of the Strong. There is no retreat. Han Si regarded Zhou Chen with a glimmer of appreciation. It is precisely for this reason that I am convinced you are the one I seek. Your talent, your strength, your Dao heart, all are the most exquisite I have ever encountered. Thus I have come. Han Si raised his right hand, extending it toward Zhou Chen. My fellow Taoist, do you dare to engage in battle? His hand hovered in the air, exuding a faint aura of chaos. His gaze was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of coercion. Zhou Chen stared at that hand, contemplating in silence. He understood that this was a choice. Agreeing would mean engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Han Si, a being who had existed for 1,000,000 years. Refusing might preserve his life, but it would leave an indelible scar upon his Dao heart. Are you not afraid of my refusal? Zhou Chen queried lightly. Han Si chuckled. You will not refuse. He mused softly. Because your Dao does not permit retreat. The strong possess dignity. Zhou Chen fell silent. Han Si spoke the truth. His Dao was the path of severing heaven. To seize the opportunities of the heavens, to sever the fortunes of all beings. To exhaust the myriad transformations of the cosmos, such a path could not allow him to falter before a formidable adversary. You are correct. Zhou Chen lifted his head, determination flashing in his eyes. My Dao does not allow me to retreat. He raised his right hand and clasped Han Si's. I accept your challenge. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Han Si's eyes. Excellent, he murmured. Truly worthy of my admiration. With that, Han Si withdrew his hand, stepping back 3 paces as his aura surged dramatically. Let us commence. Boom. A terrifying pressure, seemingly surpassing that of an immortal celestial emperor, erupted from Han Si's being. The pure white void began to tremble violently, countless fissures appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, the essence within him surging into a frenzy. The branches and leaves of the world tree swayed violently, its roots penetrating the boundless chaos, absorbing vast amounts of chaotic energy. The chaos bell soared from his being, hovering above his head, showering down myriad strands of mysterious yellow energy. The chaos lotus platform materialized beneath him, its 9 petals slowly rotating, radiating the light of creation. Come, Zhou Chen stated with composure. Han Si smiled. Very well, he replied softly. I shall not hold back. As his words fell, Han Si's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he materialized before Zhou Chen, striking toward his chest with a single palm. This seemingly unremarkable blow concealed terrifying power. As the palm's wind swept through, the void was obliterated inch by inch, and even time appeared to stand still. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted as the chaos lotus platform beneath him spun fiercely, the 9 petals illuminating simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming defensive force. Boom. Han Si's palm collided with the lotus platform's protective barrier, producing a thunderous sound. The barrier trembled violently, nearly shattering. Seizing the momentum from the impact, Zhou Chen retreated 100 feet, his fingers forming a sword as he unleashed a strike. Heaven-severing slash. The sword light tore through the void, aiming directly at Han Si's brow. A flicker of appreciation crossed Han Si's eyes as he raised his right hand, pinching two fingers together lightly. Ding! The sword light became ensnared between his fingertips, unable to advance further. A commendable sword intent, Han Si acknowledged with a nod. Unfortunately, it still lacks a degree. He applied a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The sword light shattered inch by inch, dispersing into countless motes of light that vanished into the void. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened, retreating once more. He understood that Han Si's strength far surpassed his own. Engaging directly would only lead to a swift demise. With a thought, his inner world trembled violently. The branches of the world tree surged forth, penetrating the barriers of his small world and extending into the outside realm. Countless tendrils, akin to ethereal serpents, writhed and encircled Han Si from all directions. Han Si raised an eyebrow. Interesting, he observed softly. You can project the power of your innate small world into the external realm. This technique has already grazed the threshold of the Tao ancestor realm. He lifted his right hand, waving gently at the tendrils. An invisible wave radiated outward. The moment the tendrils encountered the wave, they froze mid-air, unable to advance another inch. Alas, still too weak, Han Si remarked, shaking his head. He clenched his palm. All the tendrils exploded, transforming into a rain of wood chips that scattered into the void. Zhou Chen's heart sank. The branches of the world tree had been so easily obliterated. Just how formidable was Han Si's strength? Do not be distracted. Han Si's voice echoed in his ears. Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat as he turned abruptly. Han Si had already appeared behind him, a palm striking toward his back. Zhou Chen had no time to contemplate. The chaos bell above him suddenly trembled. Clang! The bell's sound resonated, transforming into substantial sound waves that surged toward Han Si. Han Si's brow furrowed, his figure pausing momentarily. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity. The lotus platform beneath him spun violently, his figure transforming into a streak of light, instantly creating distance between him and Han Si. Chaos domain, activate! Zhou Chen cried out, unleashing the power of his small world. Centered around him, an invisible domain unfolded instantaneously, enveloping the vast expanse of the void for miles around. Within this domain, countless strands of creation's purple energy ebbed and flowed. The Tao rhythms of the 8 primordial inscriptions intertwining to form an independent microcosm. In this microcosm, Zhou Chen was the sovereign. Han Si stood within the domain. Feeling the oppressive force surrounding him, surprise flickering in his eyes. Chaos domain, he murmured. You have managed to project the power of your small world perfectly into the external realm, forming a domain. Such talent. Han Si shook his head, a complex emotion passing through his gaze. Stronger than I anticipated. Yet, alas. He raised his right hand and gently pressed against the void. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are naught but illusions. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted violently from Han Li's body. This imposing force transcended even the immortal celestial emperors, surpassed the very laws of this realm, and even eclipsed the chaotic domain of Zhou Chen. The domain began to tremble violently, countless fissures appearing. Crack! The domain shattered. Zhou Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure retreating 1,000 zhang. He lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Han Li, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. The gap was too vast, so vast that it induced despair. You performed admirably, Han Li remarked indifferently. To last this long under my hand has exceeded my expectations. However, the game must come to an end. He raised his right hand, and a swirl of chaotic energy materialized in his palm. Within this chaotic energy, an ancient rune emerged. The rune exuded a terrifying pressure, as if it contained the most primordial power of the universe. This is my path, Han Li whispered, the path of time. Before my path, all shall return to nothingness. With a flick of his palm, the rune shot forth, transforming into a streak of flowing light aimed at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. Chapter 541, The Void Phenomenon. The tremor of heaven and earth. The small world within him trembled violently, the world tree swaying madly, its roots plunging into the endless chaos. Branches piercing through the 3,000 great paths. The 8 primal runes detached from the chaos bell, morphing into 8 streams of light that merged into his body. The 8 primordial forces of Qian, heaven, Kuan, earth, Zhan, thunder, Sun, wind, Qian, water, Li, fire, Jin, mountain, and Dui, marsh, intertwined and fused wildly within him. Ultimately, they coalesced into a brand new rune. Cut. The moment this rune emerged, the entire void trembled. A glint of madness flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. He raised his right hand, the cutting rune spinning furiously at his fingertips, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Primal cut of heaven. Zhou Chen pointed. The cutting rune transformed into a streak of flowing light, meeting Han Li's time rune head-on. The 2 runes, embodying the utmost principles, collided in the pristine white void. In an instant, sound vanished. Light disappeared. Before him lay an absolute silence, an emptiness capable of devouring all. At the point of collision, a minuscule black dot rapidly expanded, voraciously consuming everything around it. The pure white little world constructed by Han Li began to silently dissolve and collapse. Crack! A crisp sound emanated, not from the void, but from the very firmament of the spirit realm. In the central celestial region, amidst the chaos battlefield, the surviving cultivators were clearing the remnants of the Eternal Night Demon Palace battlefield, mourning their fallen comrades. Suddenly, everyone felt a wave of heart palpitation and collectively looked up. They beheld a massive black fissure stretching across the sky, splitting the once clear heavens without warning. What is that? The Lord of the Supreme Void Palace exclaimed in disbelief. Within the fissure, chaotic currents surged, bearing the pure yet despairing essence of chaos, cascading down like a black celestial river that had burst its banks. Enormous chaotic divine lightning, thicker than mountains, danced within, and whenever a residual wave descended, it annihilated the earth below along with tens of thousands of demonic soldiers' corpses, reducing them to nothingness. Is this above immortality? Could this be a clash of powers at the level of the Tao ancestor? An ancient celestial emperor of the Gu family, who had lived for countless ages, trembled, disbelief etched across his face. The Tao ancestor, a realm that exists only in the most ancient of myths. How could the spirit realm endure such a battle? Quick, form the formation. Everyone, with all your might, uphold the protective mountain array. The leaders of the major sacred grounds roared their commands. Yet, their voices sounded feeble against the apocalyptic scene of the collapsing heavens. The aftermath of the battle had fully erupted. Han Li's little world had shattered. The figures of the two reappeared in the cosmic void of the spirit realm. However, their battlefield was no longer confined to a single location. In the previous moment, they had been above the chaos battlefield, their fists and palms clashing, sinking land masses spanning billions of miles. In the next instant, their figures appeared at the end of the ancient Star Road, where Zhou Chen's chaos bell collided with Han Li's time principles, severing the ancient path that had existed for countless epochs, causing countless stardust to explode into cosmic debris. Ha! Exhilarating. Zhou Chen, drenched in blood, his immortal celestial body marked with traces of time's erosion, laughed heartily, his fighting spirit reaching unprecedented heights. Above him hovered the chaos bell, torrents of yellow and black energy cascading down to shield him. Beneath his feet, the chaos lotus bloomed with boundless transformative radiance, continually mending his injuries. The innate One Chi Source Sutra was in its utmost operation, the small world within his dantian roaring, the energy of the world tree surging into his limbs and bones. Zhou Chen, I concede that your path is formidable. Han Li's figure appeared upon a dying star, his emerald robe billowing, displaying signs of disarray as well. He regarded Zhou Chen with unabashed admiration in his eyes. To grasp the path of interception upon first entering the immortal realm, and to contend with my path of time until now, you are the first in eons. Han Li's attacks were simple, yet inescapable. With a single point of his finger, the time around Zhou Chen would freeze, even reverse. With a palm strike, Zhou Chen's conjured miracles would experience eons in an instant, decaying and perishing midway. Yet Zhou Chen's interception path was even more domineering. You freeze time? Then I shall sever your connection to the laws of time. You accelerate decay? Then I shall sever the causal threads of time within your miracles. Their battle had transcended the mere clash of energy and laws, evolving into a pure contest of the great paths, interception and elapsing, severance and eternity. The entire spirit realm became their battlefield. Countless small worlds disintegrated amidst the waves of their battle, fragile as bubbles, ceaselessly appearing and vanishing. The 10,000-year ancient ice of the northern plains melted completely, releasing countless ancient demonic remains from their seals, who roared towards the heavens. The mountain ranges of the southern wilderness twisted, awakening slumbering ancient demon gods, who gazed fearfully at the sky. In the eastern domain and the western desert, every corner of the spirit realm faced its doom under this terrifying clash. Come again, Zhou Chen bellowed, charging towards Han Li. He had ignited his true fire, his mind devoid of any distractions, leaving only the purest fighting intent. He could feel that with each clash against Han Li, his understanding of the path of interception deepened at an astonishing pace. Han Li was his finest whetstone. The two once again battled. From the depths of the star sea to the dimensional rifts, and from the ethereal shadows of the past to the ruins of the future. Zhou Chen's immortal celestial body was battered and torn, yet continually reformed under the transformative light of the chaos lotus. Han Li's emerald robe also bore cracks, golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time in a million years he had sustained injury. Yet the smile on his face only grew more pronounced. Just like this is the feeling. Madness burned in Han Li's eyes as they fought evenly, a life and death struggle. This was the essence of being alive. He shook his arms, and a phantom river of time appeared behind him. That was the projection of the river of time. Zhou Chen, receive my final move. Han Si clasped his hands together, his entire being merging with the ethereal manifestation of the river of time. Eternal stillness returned to silence. He gently pushed forward. The illusory river of time transformed into an intangible wave, surging towards Zhou Chen. This strike, devoid of earth-shattering force, nonetheless enveloped Zhou Chen in an unprecedented sense of impending doom. He understood that should he be touched by this wave, the very traces of his existence would be utterly erased from the inception of time. Come then. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. He ceased his defenses, allowing the wave to rush towards him. Closing his eyes, his consciousness sank into the miniature world of his dantian, gazing upon the world tree that pierced through heaven and earth. To sever heaven, to sever earth, to sever all living beings. Today, I shall sever your path through time. Chapter 542. Even ants dare to revolt. Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture. And with a decisive slash aimed at the encroaching wave of time, he struck. The origin of all beings slash. Boom. The paths of severance and time collided once more, without any embellishment. This time, there were no black holes, no voids. Only a blinding white light. So intense that even the soul could not bear to gaze upon it, consumed everything in an instant. After the blinding light, the void returned to tranquility. Zhou Chen and Han Si stood separated by thousands of zhang, facing each other from a distance. Both were drenched in blood, their energies depleted to the utmost. Zhou Chen's immortal body was riddled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. Han Si's emerald robe had lost its luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Both were gravely injured, evenly matched. The two exchanged glances, silence enveloping them for a moment. Suddenly, Zhou Chen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. In response, Han Si also laughed, his mirth unrestrained. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed in the desolate void, infused with the camaraderie of mutual respect. You are quite remarkable, Han Si gasped, offering sincere admiration. You too. Zhou Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze bright. This battle was the most exhilarating he had fought since his arrival in this realm. He regarded Han Si as his sole rival in this lifetime. However, a cloud of doubt lingered in Zhou Chen's heart. Was the world-destroying hand from 10,000 years hence truly this enigmatic Han Si, who stood as both friend and foe? All his endeavors to cultivate a worthy opponent and pursue breakthroughs, was the ultimate goal merely to annihilate this world? Yet, such reasoning seemed illogical. If Han Si possessed that ability, Zhou Chen would not last even a moment against him. As Zhou Chen's thoughts raced, their laughter abruptly ceased. An indescribable aura of terror descended from the highest reaches of the void. This pressure transcended immortality, rising above the great Tao. In the presence of this overwhelming force, Zhou Chen and Han Si, who had just been locked in a cataclysmic battle, felt as insignificant as dust. Unbidden, they looked up. At the end of the void, an unimaginably colossal eye slowly opened. What kind of eye was this? Without a pupil, without whites, it was merely a cold, indifferent gaze that viewed all things as mere fodder. Merely being observed by that eye, Zhou Chen and Han Si felt their very souls freezing, their Tao fruits lamenting, as if they would shatter in the next moment. It was as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. An unprecedented gravity reflected in their eyes. Then, beneath that gigantic eye, a figure slowly emerged from the void. The instant Zhou Chen discerned the person's features, his mind buzzed, blanking out. That face was all too familiar. Though shrouded in an aura of immense authority and coldness, the contours of those features unmistakably belonged to the first son of destiny he had encountered since his crossing. The one whom he had repeatedly thwarted, viewing him as a lifelong adversary, and who ultimately vanished without a trace. What the hell? Yi Chun. How could this be? Zhou Chen murmured, unable to believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Han Si, upon seeing Yi Chun, was initially taken aback, only for a complex expression of absurdity, reluctance, and dawning realization to cross his face. He let out a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse. Ha ha ha. So that's it. So that is how it is. No wonder after millions of years of arduous cultivation, I have yet to take that final step to become a Tao ancestor. It turns out, the position of Tao ancestor in this world has long been claimed. Han Si turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen, a hint of pity mingling with a sense of relief in his eyes. Zhou Chen, we were both mistaken. To manifest another Tao ancestor, one must forge a second immortal path and merge with it, breaking the singularity of fate. Yet, how could this be possible? Time and fate. Zhou Chen disregarded Han Si's lamentations, fixating intently on the figure, questioning each word. You are Yi Chen? Yi Chen's cold gaze finally settled upon Zhou Chen. He merely cast a fleeting glance, his expression as unyielding as a dragon gazing down upon mere ants, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Though an ant, you possess a modicum of strength. His voice was equally devoid of sentiment. You were able to destroy a fragment of my essence left in the lower realm. Fragment. These two words thundered in Zhou Chen's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the truth. The son of destiny he had meticulously plotted against was, from the very beginning, merely a corporeal manifestation conjured by this terrifying entity before him, a mere avatar playing with the mortal realm. His self-satisfied victories, in the eyes of his opponent, were but the crushing of a somewhat more robust ant. An unprecedented chill surged from the depths of Zhou Chen's heart. Just then, Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Han Si. As for you, Yi Chen's tone wavered for the first time, revealing a hint of satisfaction akin to surveying ripe fruit. You are merely my sustenance. Ants dare to aspire to overturn the heavens? As his words fell, Yi Chen slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed hue. The great Tao lamented. A colossal hand, capable of obscuring the skies, began to coalesce in the void. That hand bore an uncanny resemblance to the world-destroying hand Zhou Chen had witnessed in his system's simulations. It was revealed that the ultimate calamity from 10,000 years hence was not a natural disaster, but a man-made catastrophe. This world-ending script was orchestrated entirely by the being before him, who called himself Yi Chen. So this was the truth. As Han Si gazed upon the descending giant hand, the bitterness on his face melted away, replaced by an unparalleled tranquility, as if he had seen through everything. In that moment, his consciousness became unprecedentedly clear. He perceived the invisible threads of fate that connected Yi Chen to all realms, enveloping all beings. I understand now. Han Si murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Your Tao is the Tao of life, merging with the Tao, transforming into the heavenly path, manipulating the fates of all beings. Viewing all things as mere fodder. Through repeated world destructions, you harvest the essence of life and the primordial source of the great Tao from entire eras, thereby augmenting your own power. Every word Han Si uttered struck Zhou Chen's heart like a hammer. This was the most despairing truth of all. The realm they inhabit is but a confined pasture, where all beings, all prodigies, and every struggle and endeavor exist solely to nurture fruits that grow ever more succulent, destined for the harvest of the pasture's master. In the instant when Han Si unraveled the profound truth, he acutely sensed that the essence of the Tao of severance emanating from Zhou Chen clashed fundamentally with Yi Chen's Tao of life, creating a subtle, yet palpable confrontation. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Severance. Severing causality, severing laws, severing fate. A brilliant light suddenly ignited in Han Si's eyes, and he comprehended everything in an instant. Chapter 543. The Final Frenzy, Tao bestowed to Zhou Chen. Why has Zhou Chen repeatedly shattered the predetermined course of fate, rising from a mere mortal to a being capable of standing beside him? It is because his Tao, at its core, is the nemesis of the Tao of life. A frenzied and resolute thought flickered through Han Si's mind. He glanced at the impending apocalyptic hand descending upon them, then at Zhou Chen, who, though astonished, remained composed. His eyes still ablaze with indomitable spirit. He smiled, a smile of profound relief. After 1,000,000 years, I have not only awaited a worthy adversary, but also this damned fate. It was worth it. Zhou Chen, just as the cataclysmic hand was about to descend, Han Si suddenly bellowed. His voice was no longer tranquil or melancholic. It brimmed with a reckless madness and determination. In my era, defeat me, seize my essence, and return to annihilate this wretched fate. No sooner had the words left his lips than Han Si's body ignited, not with flames, but with the very essence of his existence, his 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and the time Tao that had brushed against the threshold of the Tao ancestor, all transformed into fuel in that moment. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from within him. Yi Chen, you wretched being. Han Si's laughter echoed through the void, rife with disdain and mockery. Do you think you control everything? Do you believe all beings are your pawns? I shall not play your game any longer. He abruptly turned, seizing Zhou Chen. The self-igniting force capable of incinerating the heavens softened upon contact with Zhou Chen, transforming into a warm current that surged fervently into his being. Zhou Chen felt his soul, flesh, and the miniature world within his dantian being forcibly inscribed with a trace of the Tao of time. I bestow upon you my immortal Tao. Han Si's form began to grow transparent at a visible rate. With his remaining strength, he roared into Zhou Chen's ear. Take it and find it. Remember, return to my most spirited and imperious era. His eyes, burning with the last vestiges of light, bore into Zhou Chen's. Find me, then defeat me. Do not let me down. You must show this lofty heaven. Make this scoundrel who manipulates fate aware that even an ant can overturn the heavens. Han Si's voice, like a brand, engraved itself deeply into Zhou Chen's soul. With his final breath, he illuminated a singular path to survival for Zhou Chen. Behind him, the void was torn open by the frenzied blaze of time's power, revealing a profound vortex. On the other side of the vortex lay a tumultuous and unceasing river of time. Go. With his last ounce of strength, Han Si thrust Zhou Chen forcefully toward the vortex. No. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in desperation, but his body was entirely enveloped by the power of time, uncontrollably propelled backward. In his heart, he had irrevocably acknowledged Han Si as a brother. Above in the heavens, Yi Chen's eternally cold visage finally exhibited a violent shift, indeed, fury. He had not anticipated that the fruit he had nurtured for 1,000,000 years would choose, at the moment of ripeness, to self-immolate and bestow all its nourishment upon another ant. You seek death, Yi Chen roared, the colossal eye that shrouded heaven and earth swiftly locking onto Zhou Chen, who was about to be engulfed by the river of time. A beam of annihilating divine light, imbued with the power of fate, erupted from the eye of heaven, aimed directly at Zhou Chen. This strike was sufficient to obliterate Zhou Chen from the fabric of causality. Not on my watch. Han Si, now a mere wisp of his former self, resolutely positioned himself before the divine light. He spread his arms wide, like a monument, to embrace the attack that could annihilate all. In that moment, time was forcibly distorted at the cost of his life. The speed of the annihilating divine light was delayed by a fraction of a moment. It was this minuscule instant that saw Zhou Chen's form swallowed entirely by the vortex, vanishing from this space-time. The next moment, the divine light pierced through Han Si's ephemeral body. There was no explosion, no sound. Han Si's figure dissipated like a sand painting scattered by the wind, gradually fading into the void. In the final moment before his complete disappearance, he cast one last glance toward the direction of Zhou Chen's vanishing form, a genuine smile of contentment gracing his face. After 1,000,000 years of solitude, he had finally discovered something more meaningful than eternal life or transcendence. In the desolate void, only Yi Chen remained. He slowly retracted the apocalyptic hand, and for the first time, an emotion known as anger surfaced upon his stunningly beautiful countenance. The duck he had thought was in his grasp had flown away. A variable beyond his control had escaped into the forbidden realm of time. Yi Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through endless time and space. Fixated on the healing time rift, his voice as frigid as ice, capable of freezing the entire spirit realm. Do you think you can escape? A tempestuous whirl engulfed Zhou Chen, akin to being cast into an industrial washing machine of colossal power. Surrounding him were the kaleidoscopic currents of time and space, countless fragments of images racing before his eyes, births of universes, the extinction of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, the lamentations of gods and demons. The vast essence of Han Si's Tao of time was brutally colliding with the Tao of severance within him, engaging in a forced amalgamation. Two utterly divergent, even antagonistic supreme Taos clashed violently within him, tearing at his flesh and soul. His immortal body was continuously fragmenting and reconstituting. His Dantian's miniature world alternated between rapid expansion, giving rise to myriad forms, and sudden collapse, reverting to chaos. The branches and leaves of the world tree oscillated frantically between withering and rebirth. Warning! Warning! Unknown immortal Tao detected, undergoing forced fusion. Host soul damaged by 90%. Physical body collapsing by 70%. System core impacted by time-space turbulence. Initiating reboot. Warning. Time coordinates in disarray, recalibrating. Reboot failed. Reboot. The system's cold. Intermittent alerts echoed in Zhou Chen's chaotic mind. He gritted his teeth, clinging desperately to the last vestiges of clarity. He could not afford to lose consciousness. Should he succumb, his soul would be utterly shredded amidst this terrifying tempest of Taos. Han Si. A glimmer of crimson flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. Yi Chen, one day, I shall personally take your canine life. Zhou Chen forcefully activated the primordial chi source scripture, channeling two strands of the Tao's power within himself, achieving a delicate balance. Time slipped away, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. The agonizing pain that tore at his very being gradually subsided. Zhou Chen's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness completely. Chapter 544, At the Dawn of Antiquity, before Huangfeng Valley. Hey, fellow Taoist, are you alright? A clear and somewhat concerned voice resonated in Zhou Chen's ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he instinctively squinted against the blinding sunlight. He found himself lying on a verdant meadow, the air thick with dense spiritual energy, almost palpable, invigorating with each breath. Before him knelt a youth clad in coarse linen, whose delicate features sparkled with intelligence, curiously observing him. Zhou Chen, still dazed, instinctively examined his body. This examination left him utterly stunned. Within his dantian, that small world capable of destruction was no longer present. Instead, there was a feeble vortex of spiritual energy. The indomitable strength of his immortal body had vanished without a trace, leaving him with a physique scarcely superior to that of an ordinary mortal. His cultivation was inexplicably suppressed at the peak of the qi refinement stage. Was this the backlash of the laws of time? Zhou Chen mused bitterly. Han Si had sacrificed his life to send him back, and this formidable power of temporal reversal had temporarily sealed his strength. Fellow Taoist, are you all right? Did you hit your head? The youth, noticing Zhou Chen's silence, waved his hand before his eyes. Regaining his senses, Zhou Chen scrutinized the youth before him. The boy, at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, exhibited a solid foundation with clear eyes, subtly radiating a maturity beyond his years. Zhou Chen felt a stirring in his heart and tentatively inquired, "May I ask where this place is, and what year it currently is?" The youth beamed with a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly teeth. "This is the border of the Yu Kingdom. Just ahead lies Huangfeng Valley. As for the year, I only know it is the ancient calendar, 32,670,000 years. Fellow Taoist, have you forgotten even this? The ancient calendar, 32,670,000 years." Zhou Chen's heart leaped. He had indeed arrived in an exceedingly distant era. Gazing at the enthusiastic and somewhat familiar youth, a name emerged vividly in his mind. "I am Lindong. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chen chose not to reveal his true name, opting instead for a former alias. Lindong, a splendid name. The youth clapped his hands, rising to his feet. "I am Han Si. By your appearance, you too have come to participate in the selection of disciples at Huangfeng Valley? How fortuitous. Let us accompany each other for mutual support along the way." Han Si. Indeed it was him. Observing the youthful Han Si, brimming with enthusiasm towards him, Zhou Chen felt a tumult of emotions. How might he acquire Han Si's foundational understanding of the Tao of time? Shall I kill him at this time? No. Zhou Chen swiftly dismissed this notion. Han Si had brought him back to defeat his former self, not to eliminate him. There must be an intricate mystery behind this. Very well. Zhou Chen stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and calmly agreed. He resolved to observe the unfolding events, following Han Si into Huangfeng Valley first. The two set off together, quickly arriving at the entrance of Huangfeng Valley. At this moment, the square in front of the mountain gate was already bustling with thousands of young cultivators, all gathered to participate in the selection. The selection process was simple yet ruthless. Overcome 3 trials and slay 6 generals. Ultimately, the top 10 standing on the martial stage would gain entry into the outer sect, while the first place would directly become an inner sect disciple. Han Si's aptitude and strength stood out remarkably among this crowd of youths. He surged through the trials with ease, effortlessly overcoming the challenges, and in the wheel battle on the martial stage, he achieved consecutive victories, swiftly securing his place at the forefront. "Is there anyone else willing to challenge?" The elder presiding over the selection called out loudly. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All present were awed by Han Si's formidable prowess. "I shall." A calm voice rang out as Zhou Chen stepped onto the martial stage. Han Si, upon seeing him, momentarily froze before breaking into a smile. "Brother Lindong, I didn't expect our final match would be against each other." Zhou Chen nodded. "After you." Han Si, unperturbed, took a deep breath, forming a seal with his hands, conjuring a sword of spiritual energy that materialized in his grasp. "Prepare yourself." With a swift motion, he lunged forward. The sword light flashing like a rainbow, aimed directly at Zhou Chen's forehead. This strike was swift, precise, and fierce, showcasing his extraordinary talent. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Zhou Chen stood motionless, and just as the sword tip was about to pierce his brow, he moved. Without any extravagant maneuvers or overwhelming spiritual force, he merely extended 2 fingers and, in a motion imperceptible to the spectators, gently pinched the blade. With a crisp sound, Han Si's seemingly unstoppable spiritual sword was firmly pinched between Zhou Chen's fingers, mere inches from his brow. The arena fell silent. Han Si's pupils dilated. Disbelief etched across his face. He attempted to retract his sword, but found it ensnared as if held by an immovable mountain, unable to budge. "You." Zhou Chen regarded him with a faint smile, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. The spiritual sword shattered into countless radiant fragments. "I concede." Han Si stood in stunned silence for a moment before finally shaking his head in resignation, a wry smile on his lips. Although he was unaware of how Zhou Chen achieved this, he understood the unimaginable chasm that separated him from the man known as Lindong. This battle naturally awarded Zhou Chen the first place, allowing him and Han Si to enter Huangfeng Valley together. However, one became an inner sect disciple while the other remained in the outer sect. Yet, From that moment onward, their friendship truly began. As time flowed swiftly, days turned into months and months into years. For cultivators, time is the most inconsequential of commodities. In the blink of an eye, centuries slipped by. Beneath a waterfall in the back mountains of Huangfeng Valley, two figures were engaged in an intense duel. One moved with grace, his sword light slicing through the air, each strike commanding the forces of nature to cleave through the roaring waterfall. The other was more straightforward and direct, fighting unarmed, each punch and kick imbued with earth-shattering power. Boom! The collision of fist and sword unleashed a terrifying energy storm, leveling the surrounding mountains and forests. The two figures disengaged, landing on massive boulders flanking the waterfall. Refreshing. Han Si let out a long shout, sheathing his sword, his face alight with exhilaration. After centuries, he was no longer the naive youth of yore. He had now become a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage, regarded as a master within the entire Yu Kingdom's cultivation community. Zhou Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling in response. Your swordsmanship has become increasingly swift. For centuries, he had consistently suppressed his cultivation to match that of Han Si, the two engaging in countless sparring sessions, with victories alternating between them. As Zhou Chen instructed Han Si, he was concurrently refining his own foundational principles. At that moment, a surge of blood-red light shot into the sky, enveloping the entirety of Huangfeng Valley with an aura of malevolence and overwhelming power. It was a dire situation, a fiend from the demonic path. Chapter 545, Brother Zhou. You must return. Han Si's expression shifted dramatically. The two exchanged a glance and transformed into twin streaks of light, racing towards the source of the sanguine glow. Before them stood a towering demon, 100 feet tall, with a ghastly visage and jagged teeth, wreaking havoc at the entrance of Huangfeng Valley. This demon had reached the Holy Realm, rendering the valley's protective formation as fragile as parchment, which he effortlessly tore apart. Countless disciples and elders fell victim to his merciless claws. Beast, cease your rampage, Han Si bellowed, merging with his sword to become a dazzling sword rainbow that sliced towards the demon. A mere grain of rice can emit light? The demon sneered contemptuously, swatting at Han Si with a claw. Boom! The sword rainbow shattered, and Han Si was sent reeling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Han Si, Zhou Chen's figure flickered. Catching Han Si, Lin Dong, we must flee. This creature is at the Holy Realm. We are no match for it. Han Si urged anxiously. Zhou Chen set him down and shook his head, gazing calmly at the demon's imposing figure. A mere Holy Realm being dares to act with such arrogance? With a single step, an aura of terror far surpassing that of the nascent soul erupted from his body. Though he remained unarmed, in that instant, his fists seemed to transform into the sharpest weapons in existence. He swung a fist. The disdain on the Holy Realm demon's face instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming fear. Attempting to flee, he found his body and the surrounding space ensnared by an incomprehensible force. In the next moment, his demonic form silently split in two. Falling to the ground, his soul extinguished. One punch, and the Holy Realm was obliterated. Han Si stared blankly at the scene, his mind a void. Zhou Chen retracted his fist, his aura receding, returning to his nascent soul appearance. He approached Han Si, patting his shoulder. When you reach the Holy Realm, we shall have a proper duel. With that, he turned and departed, concealing his merits and fame, leaving Han Si alone, disheveled in the wind. Time passed, though how much was unclear. The once great kingdom of Yu had become a mere legend. The landscape of the cultivation world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The only constants were two names, shining like the brightest stars, illuminating the entire era: Han Si and Lin Dong. On this day, the Central Holy Land held its grand selection tournament. Top prodigies from myriad realms gathered, vying for a chance to cultivate within the holy sanctuary. In a vast, boundless secret realm, battles had reached a fever pitch, with everyone blinded by bloodlust. Gradually, however, all combat ceased. They discovered that this secret realm had been entirely cleared by two individuals. In the center of the realm, two figures stood opposed, Han Si and Zhou Chen. At that moment, both were at the first level of the Holy Realm. Lin Dong, I have awaited this day for a long time, Han Si declared, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. Zhou Chen smiled, so have I. With those words, they moved simultaneously. The battle raged, darkening the heavens and obscuring the sun. The very fabric of the secret realm was shattered, and the laws themselves lamented. All other prodigies became mere spectators to this monumental clash. Ultimately, just before the realm's imminent collapse, a figure was hurled from the eye of the energy storm. It was Han Si. He landed on the ground, struggling to rise, only to ultimately collapse helplessly. Zhou Chen emerged slowly from the tempest, his body similarly marred, yet his posture remained resolute. Zhou Chen did not resort to trickery. He had won honorably, claiming victory in this Holy Realm contest. Decades turned to centuries in the blink of an eye. The former Central Holy Land had evolved into one of the most powerful immortal lineages in the spirit world. Han Si and Zhou Chen were no longer the Holy Realm cultivators of yore. They had both ascended to the realm of immortal emperors, standing atop this era, unmatched beneath the Tao ancestor. Their names resonated across the myriad realms, becoming legendary figures revered and idolized by countless cultivators. Yet, the once humble Huangfeng Valley had long since been obliterated by enemies, reduced to a desolate ruin over the passage of time. On this day, atop the remnants of Huangfeng Valley, two figures transcended time and space, Zhou Chen and Han Si. After millions of years, who would have thought we would return here? Han Si mused, gazing at the crumbling walls with a hint of nostalgia and reflection. Zhou Chen remained silent, simply observing. This place was where their story commenced. It was time to conclude it here. Come, Han Si turned to Zhou Chen, his expression grave. Let us settle this. Zhou Chen nodded. Boom. Two immense pressures, capable of shaking the very heavens, erupted. This was to be their final battle, the pinnacle of their encounters. The outcome was already predetermined. Zhou Chen's path of severance inherently countered all other paths. Even though Han Si had mastered the way of time to an extraordinary degree, he remained firmly suppressed. Ultimately, Zhou Chen's blade was pressed against Han Si's brow. In this battle, he emerged victorious once more. Han Si looked at the tip of the blade against his forehead. Yet there was no hint of defeat on his face. Rather, he bore a smile of relief. In that moment, his aura underwent a peculiar transformation. He was no longer the Han Si of this era, but rather the one who had lived for millions of years, a rival and companion to Zhou Chen. His gaze grew profoundly ancient, yet strikingly clear. He smiled at Zhou Chen and spoke softly. Brother Zhou, it is getting late. We must return. Otherwise, we may never return at all. Zhou Chen's pupils dilated. You. He yearned to inquire further, but Han Si offered no opportunity. Suddenly, Han Si's immense, boundless aura of time coalesced into an ancient and profound complete inscription, which swiftly entered Zhou Chen's body. Buzz. Zhou Chen's body jolted violently. Ding. Detected host acquiring supreme Tao principles. Time inscription. Tenfold critical return has been triggered. Congratulations. Host has obtained supreme Tao principles. Space inscription. The system's notifications echoed in his mind. Time inscription and space inscription appeared simultaneously within Zhou Chen's nascent world, resonating with the primal imprint representing the path of severance, gradually fusing together. Time, space, severance. The three supreme Tao principles began their final amalgamation within Zhou Chen's being. In that instant, his aura soared uncontrollably. As long as Zhou Chen is willing. At this very moment, he could harness the foundation of the three great inscriptions to merge with the Tao within this space-time. However, just then, an exceedingly cold and terrifying will transcended endless space-time and descended. It was Yi Chen. He had actually pursued him. Chapter 546. The Three Corpses Severing the Tao. The ancestor of the great Tao. To merge with the Tao? Such delusion. Yi Chen's icy voice reverberated deep within Zhou Chen's soul. A hand imbued with the essence of the Tao of life tore through space-time, ruthlessly descending upon Zhou Chen, who was in the process of merging with the Tao. Yet, at the very moment that hand was about to strike down, a cold smile crept upon Zhou Chen's lips. Did you think I was unaware of your arrival? Zhou Chen's figure gradually faded until it vanished from sight. Yi Chen's hand grasped at emptiness. The true Zhou Chen had already, in the instant the three great inscriptions fused, utilized his mastery over the Tao of space-time to step ahead and slip into the ceaseless river of time, merging with the Tao within the river of time. What a mad and daring endeavor. Damn it. Yi Chen let out an enraged roar, plunging into the river of time, furiously pursuing Zhou Chen's essence. Within the river of time, there was neither up nor down, nor past nor present. Countless fragments of space-time converged here, colliding and annihilating one another. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged at the center of the river, allowing the chaotic currents of space-time, capable of shattering even an immortal emperor, to wash over his body. His consciousness had completely submerged into his inner world. Within his small world, the three supreme principles of time, space, and severance had merged into one, transforming into a brand new, ineffable chaotic seal. This seal represented the most fundamental rules of this universe. As long as he imprinted his soul upon it, he could merge with the Tao and become the new ancestor of the Tao. Yet, Zhou Chen hesitated to act. He sensed an unprecedented crisis looming. Once he imprinted his soul, he would cease to be Zhou Chen. He would become the heavenly Tao, the very essence of the rules. He would lose all emotions, all memories, transforming into a puppet, high above, viewing all things as mere fodder. Just like Yi Chen. This is not the Tao I desire. Zhou Chen's will roared within him. What he sought was transcendence, not replacement. just as he was on the verge of being assimilated by the overwhelming power of merging with the Tao. His consciousness was suddenly illuminated by the fourth volume of the Primordial Chi source canon, the arcane character he had long sealed away. Buzz. Zhou Chen's consciousness was instantaneously drawn into a profound state of enlightenment. He seemed to witness the genesis of the universe, to observe the evolution of the great Tao. He saw the 3,000 paths, each leading to an endpoint, yet all endpoints were the cold, emotionless heavenly Tao itself. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. What I seek is that which is beyond the eternal Tao. Uncertain how many years passed. Perhaps a mere moment, perhaps an eternity. Zhou Chen abruptly opened his eyes. In his gaze, clarity reigned, devoid of any confusion. I have attained enlightenment, he murmured softly. In the next moment, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers and gently struck his brow, severing the celestial corpse. A green phantom emerged from within him. This phantom wielded a green sword, bearing a visage identical to Zhou Chen's, yet exuding an extraordinary sword intent that transcended heaven and earth. Zhou Chen pointed, and the chaos bell soared forth. The green phantom transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the chaos bell, severing the earthly corpse. Zhou Chen struck again. A black phantom emerged from his form. This phantom stood upon a 9-petal lotus, its features mirroring Zhou Chen's, yet radiating an aura of immense virtue, nurturing all things. Zhou Chen pointed once more, and the chaos lotus ascended. The black phantom transformed into a streak of light, merging into the chaos lotus, severing the human corpse. Zhou Chen struck out towards his own chest, delivering the final strike. A white phantom emerged from within him. This phantom bore an identical appearance to Zhou Chen, yet it retained the 7 emotions and 6 desires, holding within it all his memories and feelings as Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's thoughts stirred in the world tree. Having absorbed countless sources of Tao artifacts and long since transformed, soared from within him, becoming a primordial tree rooted in chaos, its branches and leaves shrouding the heavens. He entrusted this white phantom, his true self, onto the primordial tree. All 3 corpses severed. Boom. In that moment, Zhou Chen's aura completely broke free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. He was no longer a part of the heavenly Tao, but an existence that transcended it. The ancestor of the great Tao is an unparalleled being beyond heaven and earth, carefree and unrestrained. Not the ancestor of the Tao trapped within the cage of the heavenly Tao. Thus, this was the true realm of the Tao ancestor. The heavens have perished. The great Tao must arise. From this day forth, I shall be the ancestor of the great Tao. Zhou Chen felt within him a terrifying power that could, with a mere thought, create a universe, and with another, restart an epoch, and clarity filled his heart. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the river of time, locking onto the figure that was madly pursuing him. Yi Chen, the game is about to conclude. In the spirit realm, the world-destroying hand slowly descended, a pressure so overwhelming that even immortal emperors despaired, enveloping the entire world. Han Si's body had begun to ignite. He was prepared to use his final breath to grant Zhou Chen a fleeting chance at life. Just as he was about to turn and push Zhou Chen into the vortex of time, time stood still. That world-destroying hand, which could cover the sky and block the sun, abruptly halted in midair, unable to descend any further. A slender, pale finger had appeared beneath the colossal hand, effortlessly supporting it. Yi Chen's unchanging, frigid visage exhibited a violent upheaval for the first time. His pupils constricted, fixated on the owner of that finger. Zhou Chen's figure had, unbeknownst to him, appeared beside Han Si. His aura was reined in to the utmost, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Yet, simply by standing there, the entire world's great Tao bowed to him, lamenting in submission. It's impossible. Yi Chen's voice carried a tremor of shock and disbelief for the first time. How could you have broken through so swiftly? Zhou Chen disregarded him, turning instead to look at the equally astonished Han Si beside him. He extended his hand and gently tapped Han Si's brow. A torrent of magnificent memories surged into Han Si's mind. It was the entirety of Zhou Chen's experiences. From returning to the past, to their acquaintance, their battles, and ultimately, achieving Tao through Han Si's assistance. Han Si's body ceased to burn. He stood there dazed, digesting the memories flooding his mind, and eventually, a genuinely radiant smile blossomed on his face. He nodded earnestly at Zhou Chen. Everything was unspoken yet understood. After completing this, Zhou Chen turned his gaze back to Yi Chen, high above the heavens. There is nothing impossible. He spoke softly, his voice calm and unwavering. Now it is my turn. Arrogance. Yi Chen abruptly regained his senses, his visage suffused with boundless fury. Chapter 547. A finger to annihilate the world, the heavenly path as a slave. As the progenitor of the heavenly path, he was provoked by a mere ant. He could not believe that Zhou Chen could truly take this step. He doubted the possibility of anyone breaking free from the shackles of fate. The eye of the heavenly path, annihilate. The hand of world destruction, subdue. The laws of destiny, death. At the edge of the void, that colossal eye, emblematic of the heavenly path, erupted with a beam of obliterating divine light. The hand of world destruction, which had been suspended in midair, once again unleashed its terrifying might upon Zhou Chen and the entire spirit realm, descending simultaneously. He intended to eradicate this audacious ant and the world that had given rise to such variables. However, Zhou Chen merely lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at the eye of the heavenly path. Just that single glance. The unimaginably vast eye appeared as if pierced by an invisible blade, instantly gushing forth with blood. A piercing wail reverberated through the heavens. The eye of the heavenly path was blinded. Subsequently, Zhou Chen directed a soft utterance toward the descending hand of world destruction. Disperse. In countless iterations of the heavenly path's calculations, the hand of world destruction, potent enough to obliterate the entire spirit realm, which previously forced Zhou Chen to endure merely the duration of an incense stick, now dissipated like smoke, inch by inch, into nothingness. The words manifested as law. Han Si's pupils constricted. Gasp. Yi Chen, struck as if by a grievous blow, violently spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His aura immediately waning. He gazed at Zhou Chen in disbelief, his eyes brimming with infinite terror. You have not become the ancestor of the heavenly path. You have transcended. Only now do you comprehend? Too late. Zhou Chen shook his head, slowly extending a finger toward Yi Chen. No, you cannot kill me. I am the heavenly path. If you slay me, this world will also crumble. Yi Chen screamed in terror. Is that so? Zhou Chen's fingertip pressed against Yi Chen's brow. Unfortunately, I hold the final say. Without radiance, without sound, Yi Chen's form began to disintegrate from his brow, transforming into motes of light, vanishing into the void. The traces of his existence, the karma he left behind, the path of destiny he represented, were in that moment utterly obliterated by Zhou Chen at its very root. Henceforth, within the realms of heaven and earth, there would be no more Yi Chen, no more ancestor of the heavenly path. Having completed this act, Zhou Chen raised his gaze to the morning heavens. Heavenly path of the spirit realm, I know you have gained consciousness. His voice resonated throughout the entire spirit realm. Submit or perish. Above the firmament, the winds and clouds shifted, thunder roared, seemingly expressing their unwillingness and wrath. Zhou Chen snorted coldly. A terror-inducing pressure, transcending all, instantly enveloped the entire spirit realm. The firmament's struggles ceased abruptly. In the next moment, a golden radiance descended from above, transforming before Zhou Chen into a trembling, ethereal shadow. Prostrating itself on the ground, Zhou Chen flicked his finger, imbuing the shadow with a mark that penetrated its being. From this moment forth, the life and death of the heavenly path of the spirit realm lay at the mercy of his thoughts. It had irrevocably sunk into the status of his slave. Han Si stood to the side, silently observing this mythic scene before him, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. A finger to annihilate the ancestor of the heavenly path. A single word to subdue the heavenly path of an entire world. Is this the true realm of the ancestral path? So powerful, it is beyond belief. He gazed at Zhou Chen, a sincere smile gracing his face as he clasped his hands in respect. Congratulations, brother Zhou, on attaining the great path and achieving transcendence. Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze, looking at Han Si, and smiled in return. Without you, there would be no present me. There is no need for such words between us. Han Si waved his hand, his eyes once again igniting with fierce battle intent. We have agreed. Once I become an ancestor too, we shall engage in a grand battle. Very well. Zhou Chen nodded with a smile, solemnly agreeing. I await your arrival. He understood that with Han Si's innate talent and disposition, once freed from Yi Chen's shackles of the heavenly path, breaking through to become an ancestor was merely a matter of time. I must take my leave. Zhou Chen cast a glance at the ravaged battlefield, then at the surviving cultivators below who were bowing and worshipping him, shaking his head. The matter here is concluded. It is time for me to depart. Take care, brother Zhou. Han Si said earnestly. Zhou Chen nodded, stepping forth, his figure vanishing from sight. As if he had never existed, Han Si stood in the void, watching Zhou Chen depart, his smile lingering for a long time. However, shortly after Zhou Chen's departure, Han Si's form began to grow transparent at a visibly accelerating rate. An irresistible sense of weakness emanated from the depths of his soul. He realized that backlash had arrived. With the body of an immortal emperor, forcibly burning the laws of time to reverse the flow of time. Such a cost was only bearable by an ancestor. That Han Si had endured until now was nothing short of miraculous. Han Si's life, his very existence, was being eradicated from the very roots by the river of time. He was on the verge of vanishing completely, no longer existing in any time or space, in any history. Heh. Han Si felt his body dissipating. Yet there was no trace of fear upon his face. Instead, a hint of relief graced his smile. He raised his head, gazing in the direction Zhou Chen had vanished, softly murmuring, "This time, it is truly farewell, brother Zhou." As his words fell, his form entirely transformed into countless motes of light, dissipating into the void. Not a single trace remained, as if this person had never existed. In the silent void, only a faint, lingering sigh remained, conveying a lifetime of regrets, bearing witness to a friendship that transcended the ages. When Zhou Chen reappeared, he stood outside the gates of the Xuantian Sect. He sensed that long, lingering sigh in the void, along with the completely dissipated aura, and remained silent for a long while. Han Si, in the end, he was unable to save him. The cost of reversing time was too steep. Even now, he could not retrieve one who had been thoroughly erased by the river of time. Perhaps one day, Zhou Chen would grow powerful enough to reverse all, bringing Han Si back from the void. As for the likelihood of success, who could say? Zhou Chen collected his thoughts, his gaze falling upon the Xuantian Sect before him. At this moment, the Xuantian Sect lay in utter disarray. The protective mountain formation lay shattered, countless peaks collapsed, and remnants of walls and ruins littered the landscape. Clearly, the previous cataclysmic battle that swept through the entire spirit realm had severely impacted the Xuantian Sect as well. Zhou Chen stepped forth, his figure materializing before the Tianxian Hall. Within the hall, the remaining high-ranking members of the Xuantian Sect were deliberating matters of post-war reconstruction. At the forefront stood Sect Master Ling Tian and the Elder of the Elder Council, the Old Woodman. Both appeared weary, their auras diminished and bearing wounds, evidently having suffered considerable injuries in the preceding battle. When Zhou Chen's figure appeared without warning in the center of the hall, everyone was taken aback. Who? Chapter 548, The End of Destiny, A Lifetime of Regrets. Ling Tian bellowed, forcibly summoning his celestial power, watching Zhou Chen with caution. However, when he beheld the visage of Zhou Chen, he was utterly taken aback. Lin, no, the celestial Emperor Zhou? The elder of the withered tree stood up abruptly, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Though he was aware of Zhou Chen's formidable prowess, he had never anticipated that he was the very savior who had slain the eternal night demon emperor with a single stroke, ultimately rescuing the entire spirit realm. There is no need for excessive formalities. Zhou Chen waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across every individual present. He sensed that, in addition to shock, these people harbored a profound sense of reverence and fear upon encountering him. Once upon a time, he had to carefully disguise his true self before their eyes. Yet now, he stood at a height that demanded admiration from them, indeed from the entire world. I have come for two matters, Zhou Chen spoke calmly. First, to resolve the ties of causality. With a flick of his finger, a radiant light imbued with boundless life essence surged into the elder of the withered tree. The elder felt a warm current coursing through his body, and astonishingly, the source he had expended during the previous battle began to recover at an incredible pace. In merely a few breaths, his injuries were completely healed, and his cultivation even subtly advanced. How the elder of the withered tree, sensing the transformation within him, was rendered speechless. In the past, you safeguarded my path. Today, I repay the karmic debt, Zhou Chen stated calmly. Had it not been for the elder of the withered tree turning a blind eye back then, he could never have flourished within the Xuantian Sect. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. The elder of the withered tree, regaining his composure, promptly performed a profound bow. Zhou Chen accepted it with equanimity and prepared to turn away. Celestial Emperor, please wait. The elder of the withered tree called out urgently. What is it? Zhou Chen inquired. Might I ask how the Celestial Emperor intends to deal with my Xuantian Sect? The elder queried cautiously. This was a matter of utmost concern for all the high-ranking members of the Xuantian Sect. After all, Zhou Chen had emerged from their ranks. Yet his relationship with the sect was far from amicable, as they had not provided him with substantial assistance. Now that he ruled the heavens, should he wish to settle scores, the Xuantian Sect would have no means of resistance. Zhou Chen paused, glancing back at them. Rest assured, in light of your sacrifices for humanity, the Xuantian Sect shall enjoy an era of peace. With this declaration, his figure vanished completely from the grand hall. Within the hall, Ling Tian and the assembled elders, as if granted a reprieve from death, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Merely conversing with Zhou Chen had left them feeling more exhausted than battling an immortal celestial emperor. Zhou Chen returned to his former abode at Qingyan Peak. It remained pristine, untouched since his departure. Having completed his tasks, Zhou Chen settled into a meditative posture, his mind descending into the depths of his consciousness. System, he silently intoned. Ding. I am here. The system's voice remained as cold and devoid of emotion as ever. What exactly are you? Zhou Chen voiced the question that had long lingered in his mind. The system fell silent for a moment. This system was born from the very essence of the path of severance. Its purpose is to assist the host in severing the myriad paths of the heavens, ultimately transcending the heavenly Tao. Transcending the heavenly Tao? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Just as I did moments ago? Indeed. Then why did you not mention this sooner? Insufficient host permissions. Zhou Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Are my current permissions adequate? They are. So you can now divulge everything to me? Correct. This system is the last spark forged from the entirety of the essence of a supreme Tao ancestor named Tongtian from the previous epoch, just before being assimilated by the path of destiny. Its purpose is to find a suitable successor to inherit its Tao and ultimately slay the path of destiny, avenging all beings of the previous epoch. Zhou Chen's heart trembled. It turned out that before Yi Chun, there had been another master of the path of destiny, and the system was the last hope of the rebels from the previous era. The apocalyptic hand I witnessed in the system's projections. Was that Yi Chun's or from the previous epoch? It belonged to Yi Chun. The path of destiny conducts an apocalyptic harvest every epoch. Yi Chun is merely the master of this era. Zhou Chen fell into silence. He had believed that by killing Yi Chun, everything would come to an end. Little did he know that this was entangled with the cycle of epochs. So, when Yi Chun dies, another Yi Chun will arise. Indeed. What must I do to completely end this cycle? Sever the source of the path of destiny. Where's the source? Above the myriad heavens. At the beginning of all paths, in a place known as the Return to Ruins. Zhou Chen etched the words Return to Ruins firmly in his mind. One final question. He inhaled deeply. Now that I have attained the Tao, what use do you still serve? The system fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, it finally spoke. My mission has been fulfilled. What follows is the final gift. As the words fell, Zhou Chen felt the system panel that had accompanied him for countless years begin to dissolve gradually within his mind. All functions and information transformed into the purest essence of power, merging into his soul. At that moment, Zhou Chen's path of severance embarked on its ultimate metamorphosis. Achieving complete fulfillment, he felt as though he had become the very embodiment of the path of severance, able to clearly perceive the invisible threads connecting every being in the myriad realms to the path of destiny. Whenever he wished, he could sever any thread. Is this your final gift? Zhou Chen murmured to himself. The system, in essence, was a part of the path of severance, and it had ultimately entrusted him with its last and most core ability. From this moment onward, he no longer required the system, for he himself had transcended its confines. Farewell, host. The system's voice echoed one last time in Zhou Chen's mind, imbued with a sense of relief. Subsequently, it vanished entirely. Zhou Chen sat in stillness for a long time, finally bowing gently to the void. Thank you. With all matters resolved, Zhou Chen's state of mind was more tranquil than ever. He recalled the promise he had made a century ago on the lower realm of the Xuantian continent. Now, the century had come to pass. With a single thought, Zhou Chen's consciousness pierced through the barriers between the spirit realm and the lower realm, encompassing the entire Xuantian continent. In less than a century, the Xuantian continent had already regained its former vitality. Spiritual energy thrived, and all living things flourished. With the resources and techniques he had left behind, Zhou Yuanshan, Elder Xian, and others like Qian Linger and Lin Shuer had all achieved the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, becoming the most elite beings in this world. The sect of inquiring immortals, under the stewardship of the gatekeeper disciple named Fang Yin, was re-established and flourished, ascending to become the foremost sect of the Xuantian continent. Everything was progressing favorably. A faint smile of contentment graced Zhou Chen's countenance as he stepped forward, his figure materializing before the majestic gates of the sect of inquiring immortals. He did not disturb anyone. Rather, he silently entered the sect. He made his way to the residence of Zhou Yuanshan, who was presently in the courtyard, instructing a young disciple in the art of swordsmanship. The passage of a century had not marred his visage. Instead, it had bestowed upon him an ethereal aura. Father. Zhou Chen called softly. Zhou Yuanshan's body quivered, and he turned abruptly. Upon seeing that familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face, his eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Chener, you have returned? Yes, I have come back, Zhou Chen affirmed with a smile. After a century apart, the father and son reunited, with an abundance of words yearning to be spoken. Zhou Chen did not withhold anything, succinctly recounting his experiences in the spirit realm. Naturally, he glossed over the harrowing battles and intricate schemes, but even so, Zhou Yuanshan listened in shock and trepidation. When he learned that his son had transcended the status of an immortal emperor, becoming a supreme being ruling the heavens, he was rendered utterly astounded. The Tao ancestor? Zhou Yuanshan felt as though his mind could scarcely comprehend. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. He summoned all his old acquaintances, including Xian Lao, Qian Linger, Lin Shuer, and the steadfast guardians of the sect of inquiring immortals, Fang Yin, to the Grand Hall. Upon their sighting of Zhou Chen, astonishment and joy filled the air. "Brother Zhou, young master." Zhou Chen gazed upon these familiar faces, his heart swelling with emotion. "I have come to fulfill the promise of your," Zhou Chen stated directly. "Do you wish to accompany me to the upper realm?" "We do. Absolutely," they replied in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, they had endured a century of arduous cultivation, longing for the day they could ascend to the upper realm and reunite with Zhou Chen. "Very well." Zhou Chen nodded. He did not permit them to ascend on their own, to face the perilous tribulations. He raised his right hand and gently gestured toward the void. A golden staircase, piercing through the heavens and connecting the Xuantian continent to the spirit realm, materialized out of thin air. The staircase shimmered with celestial light, adorned with auspicious colors. "This is the Ascension ladder," Zhou Chen explained. "By stepping upon it, one may directly enter the spirit realm, evading the tribulations and reconstructing one's immortal foundation, ascending in a single step." As they beheld the sacred and magnificent golden staircase, they were rendered speechless. To speak and have the laws obey, to create from nothing. Could this be the means of the Tao ancestor? "Go forth," Zhou Chen smiled. At his words, they were overwhelmed with excitement. Under Zhou Yuanshan's guidance, they ascended the ascension ladder, their hearts aflutter with anticipation. With each step, they felt their bodies being transformed by an indescribable, tremendous power. The spiritual energy within them began to transmute into a higher form of immortal power. Their Tao hearts were continually cleansed and tempered. When they reached the final step and emerged into the spirit realm, they had undergone a complete metamorphosis, attaining the status of immortal emperors. The sight before them was eternally etched in their memories, a vast paradise of immortals suspended above the sea of clouds, even more expansive than the entire Tianxian continent. Towering immortal palaces rose majestically, divine beasts soared through the skies, and spiritual energy cascaded like tangible waterfalls from the heavens above. In the center stood an immense mountain gate, standing tall and proud. Inscribed upon it in swirling script were three grand characters: Sect of Inquiring Immortals. Once he had settled all his acquaintances, Zhou Chen entrusted the management of the newly reformed Sect of Inquiring Immortals to his father, Zhou Yuanshan, and Fang Yin. He himself became a hands-off overseer, ascending to the highest point of the spirit realm, sitting cross-legged in the void, gazing down upon the rejuvenated world below. Having slain Yi Chun and concluded the harvest of the path of life, he had brought true peace to this world. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Above the spirit realm, amidst the origin of myriad paths known as the Guoxiu, lay the source of the path of life. As long as the source remained, the cycle of epochs would not cease. In the next epoch, new Yi Chens would undoubtedly arise, perpetuating this relentless harvest. Guoxiu. Zhou Chen's gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void, witnessing that primordial chaotic realm hidden beyond all worlds. There lay his true battlefield. Rising to his feet, he cast one last glance at the spirit realm below. He observed the Xuantian gong actively rebuilding under the guidance of the elder of the withered tree. He saw the Taishu Palace, the 10,000 Buddha temple, and other sacred places, all recuperating. He beheld his newly reformed sect of inquiring immortals, under the management of his old friends, beginning to recruit its first disciples, flourishing vibrantly. He even glimpsed the trio he had released, Dongfang Yin, Shimen Shan, and Nan Gongyu, who, after enduring life and death, had shed their former selves and embarked on a journey through the mortal realm, seeking their own paths. This world no longer required him. A subtle smile graced Zhou Chen's face as the path of time and space began to turn. The space before him began to warp, revealing a profound and mysterious vortex. On the other side of the vortex lay an endless realm beyond the heavens, a chaotic world filled with unknowns and dangers. "It is time to explore what lies beyond this realm," Zhou Chen murmured to himself. In his heart, there was no fear, only boundless anticipation and a fierce resolve. Yi Chun was not the sole master of the Tao. Were there not others beyond the heavens, akin to the path of life? How had the creator of the system, the Tao ancestor of Tongtian, met his demise? All these mysteries awaited his personal unveiling. With a single step, he plunged into the depths of the vortex. A new journey commenced. This time, he would sever the very source of the path of life, which had long manipulated the rise and fall of countless epochs. He sought to empower all sentient beings across the myriad realms to truly and fully grasp their own destinies. He yearned for the skies to no longer obscure his vision. In the next moment, Zhou Chen's resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The skies are high and the clouds are light, gazing far across the eternal spring ravine. To not cultivate the great path is to be no hero. With a mere flick of the fingers, the immortal path stretches endlessly. Who stands atop the pinnacle of immortals, holding 3 inches of Kunlun in their palms. Today, with the jade dragon in hand, a single thought can sweep through the heavens. The echoes of his Tao resonated eternally, leaving behind a legacy of tales about the Tao ancestor Chen, the venerable Zhou, and the Emperor Zhou, which would be passed down through the spirit realm and Tianxian continent for generations to come. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.